here too, right? You have to keep asking the same question over and 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 over. So,
I mean, we could always make another room and have it be like a beginner thing, and that way we know for sure that, you know, these guys are not going to be in the beginner room, you know?
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll go look at the list of names in the beginner room, and they'll immediately start messaging them. There's no way to necessarily avoid it. I'm just saying that, like, what's going to happen is they're just going to kind of feel really, really lame in the next few months when tons of people that are way cooler than them are just like looking into it. Tons of people with huge platforms are looking into it, and they can't do anything to stop it. So their behavior is going to get worse. Right? I'm just going ahead and predicting that. So. But it's all good.
I mean, there's no stopping them.
It's better that they're here. There has to be someone to represent the other side. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't like just funneling everyone 24/7 either, because there's really no one that represents the other side. But and people are a little like trigger happy there. But it's like I'm telling both places, like if you guys can look and avoid the toxicity. I'm not going to bring some like 20-year-old college girl who brings all her sorority friends over because they think flat Earth's interesting, and then QE starts cussing them out. And I'm also not going to bring a bunch of like younger college students that think flat Earth is interesting over here so they can just get like mental jiu-jitsu with sophistry from all angles by the people in here that are like veteran sophists.
Well, the sooner we start preparing, the better, because it's not a if, it's a when.
I mean, you had me at all the chicks from the sorority. Let's go.
My personal experience over the last month, just having all these people tell me that the Earth is flat and just, you know, being supportive of like spreading awareness about conspiracy theory type stuff. It's been incredibly motivating, reassuring. You know, we're not alone. We're not alone. You know, there's a lot of people who are just really busy trying to pay their bills, who don't have a lot of time to, like, you know, whether it's like be on Discord or consume like, you know, conspiratorial content, truther content. They just don't have the time, but they're out there. And like I said, it's not an if, it's a when. When these people...
Well, I mean, if you want... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, it's fine. I was ranting. Sorry.
No, I mean, if you want to make a room for beginners, and then we can make sure, like, I mean, there's nothing to stop that other scenario you said from happening where they just DM them off the list, so... But we could always make a beginner room, and, you know, that way none of these people would be in there. There's no Xanax or not, you know, none of these vets will be in there, so...
Well, if they're doing if they're harassing people with DMs like that, we can ban them. Because if they're banned, then they can't technically DM that person, at least not linked through this server.
Because think about it, when you first got into this, I was looking for places to talk to people about this. You know, you want to talk about it.
Dude, I grew in more flat Earth knowledge in 1 week in Discord than I had in the previous couple years knowing about flat Earth. I was a really busy person, and I still am, right? But so I was just like, at the time, I had to physically work. So like, I was just like, occasionally like, wait, how would this work on a flat Earth? I type it in with flat Earth behind it, watch a YouTube video. That was pre-censorship. But then when I got on Discord, I'm like, whoa, live interactions. I'm hearing both sides. I'm able to ask any question. There are other veteran flat Earthers here who know things or have tons of resources. Like being able to get PDFs dropped to you and all that stuff is like, it's definitely a huge resource, and it helps people a ton. But the part that's frustrating is flat Earth is a huge deal, but it's really the huge deal is truth. It's like people want to wake up to truth. It's about people waking up to truth, to the fact that we're being swarmed by lies. Almost everything we've been told is a lie, that they're poisoning us, that they're conditioning our minds, that they're attacking our children. That's the real, that they're trying to build a new world order that's digitalized. These are all facts. It doesn't matter what anyone says, right? But like the people that come in here and vehemently oppose flat Earth, they also stand up in defense of all of those other things they're doing to us. So we're like diametrically opposed in the grand scheme of things. It's truth and lies. And that's the part that's frustrating is like flat Earth to me, it's a vessel to wake people up so that people can realize like, oh shit, we need to do something. We need to come together as a group of people that are not going to just sit by and watch this happen to our children. And I know that sounds like almost preachy or cliche, but that's just the reality. It's the reality of the situation. It's like if someone is going out of their way to just stomp out the truth. And if we bring up fluoride and you have human beings in 2023 defending fluoride in water for infants, it's like there's nowhere to go from there. There's no like bridge, and they're more than welcome to think what they want, and they recruit people by opposing, right? Because what they say is so ridiculous. But it's like there is definitely a middle ground there where it's like, but you have a short leash. You're going against truth. So flat earth is just the consequence of people waking up to the fact that we're deceived on a massive scale. That's all flat earth is. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like it's bigger than just flat earth is what I'm saying.
Yeah, totally. I'm trying to figure out what's the catalyst to get people to start looking at flat earth. I've figured out the catalyst to get people to look up, but how do you get them to start questioning what it is that they're seeing on other levels, you know?
Well, the answer is unfortunate. It's literally just to have like popular podcast platforms that they already listen to start to talk about it. And me, Jaron, and Dave are going on like a huge show in a few days, and we're going to start kind of like doing like the trifecta thing where us three go to the shows, because between us three, you're not going to be able to ask any question that you're not going to get a sufficient answer to. And Dave's going to be right there with the visuals. So I think that's the move. I think Dave has that right, where it's like the real move. People are going to wake up to flat earth when they've been listening to Sam Tripoli for 3 years, and now he won't stop talking about flat earth. When they've been watching high impact flits for 5 years, and now he can't escape flat earth because it's always on there. It's like, that's what makes people look into it. Like if flat earth was all over Joe Rogan, like it used to be, flat earth would already explode. It's just about the fact that it's legitimized, right? Like it's like the perceived legitimacy of a bigger platform that they already trust and value. Speaking about flat earth, that's how you get people to look into it. That's just the fact. It doesn't matter how good of a debate I have, or how good of an opener I have, or if I write a report that's awesome, or publish a paper. None of that matters. That's like nerdy. No one cares. They want to hear someone that's famous talk about it. That's the unfortunate answer. That's the way that flat earth blows up. It's using famous people. There's just no way around it. That's my opinion. I mean, it'll happen gradually, or you have the explosion happen because like really big platforms start hosting the subject.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think that there's things that come close, like second, third, and fourth place to the popularity aspect. One thing that got me into looking, like, I remember seeing Matt Powerland. What is his name? Matt Power.
Matt. Yeah.
Dude, that guy is hilarious. That stand-up routine bit that he did with the sunglasses and the cigarette. Like I wanted to start smoking cigarettes again. It was so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And comedy. Yeah, comedy is the brother of truth, right? Yep. So if we can get people to start laughing at NASA, I think that's huge.
That's the top three, dude. And like I'm currently prioritizing the first two, which is, one is the bigger platform. We're literally putting it together right now. No anti-flat earther can stop it. No matter how much they foam at the mouth behind their mic on Discord, they can't stop it. So you guys can just let it go. The second thing is auditing NASA. That's because exposing NASA or the claims of space exploration immediately rips the glasses off your eyes. Like, you have no choice but to look beyond the curtain if you see that NASA is using fakery. It's 100% the way that you shove someone in the flat earth. And that's why we're auditing NASA. We already have so many big things that we're doing that no one knows about. It's like insane. So like having these astronauts on record and these employees on record and these documentation on record and their contracts and these admissions and these conflicting stories, right, where they're going against their official claims and they refuse to substantiate it with empirical evidence. That right there, like really demonstrating that they're lying, is what I think maybe is right up there with popularity. You would use the popular channels to push that. And then comedy is right up there with it. It's really like a trifecta. I wouldn't even like prioritize them necessarily, but comedy just means you can talk about anything because it breaks the tension. But and I'll stop ranting. But the point is, one thing that doesn't exist is like a super well edited documentary showing how they can fake space. So that's like one of the my list of things to do.
My whole journey on this started, I'm pretty sure, I can't be certain because it was so many years ago, but my whole truth journey began with NASA. The moon landings, that was a big conspiracy back in the 90s. The moon landings, they were fake, and that's what got me started. I don't think I would have been as acceptable of flat Earth if I wasn't already on the same page as NASA faking the moon landings.
That's right. Absolutely.
So,
But they've done somehow they've masterfully separated the moon landing from modern NASA claims, as if they lied in the 60s because of the Soviet Union, but now they're telling the truth. They've pulled that off somehow, where the vast majority of young people think the moon landings could be fake. Actually, they just don't know anything about it, and they've never even seen the footage. But they still just assume that NASA's really going to space now. Like, they had to lie back then, but not now, right? Because they're not even claiming to go to the moon now. So it's like, well, I think they go to space. It's just like, to actually go up there and land on the moon and get out and stuff is crazy, and that's why they fake that. So we have to find a way to bridge that gap, in my opinion. I know people that think the moon landing was fake, but they just can't wrap their minds around like flat Earth or that all space is fake, all space exploration. I'm making a documentary that's just going to completely expose NASA. If we all focus our energy on putting a target on NASA, it's over. That's how Kai woke up. Kai literally just watched a video where someone like Eddie Bravo or someone was just ranting about NASA fakery. And she's like, there's no way this is true. And she went and watched some of the videos and she couldn't unsee it. And then she became a flat earther within like a week.
Yeah, this has been a great conversation. I've been taking notes. You've dropped some like massive truth bombs and just some really good I don't even know what you call it, just like self-awareness of what is the best way to communicate something, to curate an idea so that it will take hold and spread. Because we can.
Flat Earth was hard for me to swallow, even knowing NASA was faking shit. Like, I already knew NASA was faking shit. Flat Earth was still a hard pill for me to swallow.
Did anyone have a stomach ache for like 5 weeks after getting into fucking flat Earth? I did. I was like, I felt like I was gonna shit my pants for like 5 weeks. I was just like, this is so insane. Am I really? They lied about this too. Like, it was.
Like, I was already down with 9/11, NASA fakery, and flat Earth was still a hard pill to swallow. So for normal people that ain't even into none of that shit, I don't know how easy that is to. You gotta
No, it's like impossible. It's like impossible.
You gotta like lube them up.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Like, if you have someone that still that thinks like fluoride in the water is good, and that 9/11 was legit, like, bro, you're gonna try to talk to them about how their entire understanding of where they live is wrong? Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
like,
that's tough.
Yeah, that's why NASA's it's the gateway for sure. Because when a normal human being watches an astronaut on the ISS reach out and grab an object that's not there, then go put it to his other hand, close that hand like he's grabbing the object, and then go set it down on somewhere, and nothing was in his hand, a normal person is like, that is super suspect. People in here
augmented. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm saying people in here defend that, right? So there's a huge separation between the normal person and then like the globe proponents in here.
Yo, that's that augmented reality shit, bro. That's how they fake that. Shit's floating and whatnot. You know what I mean? It's all just that augmented reality. And we got that. Some kid could buy that now in their home, and that shit looks dope. So I can't imagine what NASA may or may not have.
Yeah, I'm making a video. I'm making a documentary style expose on NASA, and we're creating an entire production team. And Hibbler's going to run point, and we're just going to expose NASA with like 4K, beautifully edited and produced documentaries, like entertaining, where it's like, what the hell, dude? They can just be faking space. Like, dude, when Kai and I are sitting there and we were watching the ISS live stream yesterday, we're like, it's still mind-boggling to think like the freaking audacity of these people to lie about something so massive and to fake something so huge, that they're going somewhere that they literally can't. It's like, it's hard to wrap your mind around. It's like great TV. You know what I'm saying? It's like top level entertainment because it's just so like captivating and like mind-boggling. We should really focus our efforts there, because if they're lying about space, well, you can't trust anything NASA says. Now what do you got? If they can't go to space, you don't have any pictures of the Earth. So now what? Now you have to go to the Earth to figure out what's going on. Well, then flat
Yeah,
Earth
that knocks a whole bunch of shit out of the box. GPS satellites, any photo from space. Yeah.
Yep. If you don't have that, you're forced to come down to the Earth, right, and then try to check it out. And we all know how that goes.
Well, don't they openly admit they know far more about space, supposedly, than they do our own ocean?
Yeah. What a joke.
Yeah.
This is actually
they say, I think the number is 95% of the ocean hasn't been explored yet. And they also say 95% of the universe hasn't been explored yet.
no, but they claim to be able to look 46 billion light years away to the edge of the visible universe.
Okay,
So-
sorry. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just saying it's different. It's different.
I'm just thinking it's funny how why is 95% of the ocean unexplored? And then how much is the universe explored? And it's
What is
it's
explored?
it's 96%. Yet there's a vast part, the other 96% that scientists cannot see. Funny. Well, we
Yeah,
can-
like if you guys know that Halle Berry was just in a space movie in 2022, and they have some behind the scenes footage. So what I'm doing is making a documentary. When I say I'm doing it, I haven't done it yet, and it's literally just going to show all the techniques that are openly known to fake space. Dude, if you look at Interstellar behind the scenes, dude, it's such a joke, bro. It literally shows them floating around identical to the ISS, bro. Identical. Floating around.
have you ever
can't
seen-
see any wires. Good.
Have you ever seen the thing where somebody did a video? It was great. Like when they are faking space in the movies like that, there's this thing where they're always trying to keep their head vertical, orientated to the right position, basically. So you'll see them like leaning their head a lot. And then the guy did another clip. He did a whole bunch of cutscenes of the Hollywood people doing it. Then he did a whole bunch of cutscenes of the NASA ISS people doing it or whatever. That was pretty good shit. You see that one?
you know what?
We gotta think of a really creative name for like the docu-series about space being faked. Like a catchy name.
You know what it really gives away with the ISS is that the clothing that they're wearing, especially these very tight pants, they remind me of the same pants you see when you look at these harness videos. They always have these very tight pants that go around the your legs. You know what I mean?
Well, dude, there's times where you can see the wires coming out the back of their shirt and whatnot. Was it the guy in the red shirt bent over with the khakis or something? There's been a lot of times where you can like see evidence of the wires. The guy in the USMC shirt is practically grabbing one.
Oh yeah. No, he's grabbing the pocket. That's what they say.
Yeah. I know.
It's so stupid.
But we need to be having conversations face to face with these people that claim to have been on the ISS. Because they're gonna have to look you in the eye.
Look at grown man grab another grown man.
But you know what the sad
Like
thing
if I was following, which go ahead.
I just want to say the sad thing is they say the claim is that he's grabbing the pocket. Why then is the guy who is being grabbed? Why is he reacting in such a weird way? Like he's smiling and then has this cringy way of swiping his right eye. What why the weird face expression as if he was caught or as if something happened that shouldn't have happened, you know?
But this is what I'm saying. This whole rabbit hole is a waste of time. Like when we start responding to the completely absurd nonsense that the ballers in here say to defend the fake NASA footage, it's a waste of time. 99%
Yes.
of the public would laugh at those people. They'd be like,
Well, I was gonna
okay.
Well, I was going to comment on that. I mean, I do, I hear what you're saying with that, but I mean, like, what did you think about this, like, general idea of a statistic? Like, out of, let's just say, 100 random people, there will probably be like 10 or 15% of them that will be like a hardcore NASA defender person. You know, maybe it's even 20%. You know, that will actually veer towards that side. And some of these guys you're mentioning, whether, you know, in here, who are in that percentage, just happen to be ones that are like, they have a certain level of like, you know, it's like a hobby or interest or focus, or they might have a little bit of, you know, knowledge or experience in some of these fields or whatever it may be, to where they're just like they're like a fan of it or whatever you would call it, to where they're like in here in that sense. But I don't think it's like, I think it is, there is a decent percentage of people who will have that like very, very resistant, rigid kind of viewpoint, to where they'll probably never change their perspective and they'll just defend the globe and NASA all the way.
Well, the globe and NASA are two different things. Like, I would maybe give you 10%. Like if you showed 100 people, someone like side by side, someone doing VR for a movie where they're grabbing things that aren't really there, right? And you show them from all angles. They have to look at the screen ahead of them, and they're watching the screen where the object's supposed to be, and then they're reaching out to grab it. So they're guiding their hand by looking at the screen, and it shows that side by side with what's really going on. There's nothing there, right? And then you show them the NASA footage of the guy grabbing the hat because he thought the guy was going to hand it to him sooner, then transferring it to his other hand and then setting it down when nothing's there. I think that at least 90% of the people would be like, that is super suspect. But for the group of people that are like pretend out loud that it's not even kind of sketchy and that you're absurd for even thinking it's sketchy, I don't know, maybe 10%, bro. Like when we're gonna come to there's easily 20% that will never let go of the globe Earth. But
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But
I mean,
NASA
like,
though, but defending the NASA fakery once they see it, I don't know, man. Maybe.
I mean, I've often mentioned my older brother, who is like, if he was in here, you know, people would, you know, I don't use that term anti-flat earther, but I know people do, but people would definitely label him that. Maybe someone would even call him an agent or something, even though I know he's not an agent. He's my brother. Like but he is like, he's very like, he's an engineer, a computer engineer. So he has a lot of education. He's very intelligent when it comes to like mechanical systems and electronics and engineering. And I mean, like he has a wealth of knowledge in a lot of different sort of scientific fields in that way. So as you know, but sometimes the more educated are the ones who have more of the globe programming, more of that information, you know, because like when I've talked to him, like he actually has like when you talk about refraction and stuff, like he actually has decent points, like considering the fact that he hasn't been in these discussions, and he'll talk about all the, you know, a lot of these things, and he knows about Coriolis effect and the Foucault's pendulum. He doesn't know all the information about all of it, but he does know a lot of those things just because he just has the education, you know, to that point in the mainstream system. And he's very rigid. I mean, I've talked to him to the point to where he's opened up a little bit, and he's definitely interested in it. The way that he's always like asked me questions like, well, what about this? What about that? But I mean, he's done to me a decent amount of the ridicule and scoffing and, oh, it's ridiculous to think that NASA's faking. So, I mean, he is one that would be on that rigid, you know, that 10, 20%. And
but Gio, have you ever watched the NASA videos with him? Like, because this is the way my friend was, my atheist best friend, right? He was like this. And then I sat down with him and we smoked a joint and we watched a compilation of the NASA footage, and he like was frozen. He was like stuck. He's like, this doesn't mean the Earth's flat though. I'm like, okay, but that's not what we're talking about. Like he couldn't unsee it, bro. It like shattered his whole world because he's an honest person. So like you can truly believe in the globe and not be dishonest, right? You can defend a lie but believe it, so you're not lying. But when he saw
I'm
them
wondering.
making the footage, he couldn't even defend it, bro. I would be amazed if you could sit down with your brother, smoke a joint, and watch the hour documentary I'm gonna make that shows all of it and shows all the techniques you can use to do that and all the failures matching exactly what their failures are, and then just and breeze right past it, because that's like a talent almost.
The stat I'm wondering about is how many people would you show the NASA thing to for the NASA thing to? They'd be like, oh man, they're faking space. Then relate it to the globe not being real, and then backtracking and starting to make excuses for why the footage looks like that or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I
But
bet
that's
you
what I'm
that
saying.
they would.
That's a tactical approach. Like, let them do that, because now you're making them consciously decide to go back and lie to themselves. That's way better than like not even doing that. You see what I'm saying? Like it's like you're chiseling away at the cognitive dissonance, because then one day they're going to wake up and they're going to be a different person to talk to. It's going to be like a 180, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, even my brother has shifted in his perspective. Like, I've had some pretty heated sort of discussions / debates with him, just spontaneously, him and I talking, and he actually is more open-minded, even to the point to where sometimes like he'll just say to me like, you know, oh, so the earth is flat, and he'll kind of smile, you know. So he does have like a little bit of that just kind of like twinkle in his eye in a sense, even though he still will ridicule it and put and suppress it or whatever. But I've also said things to him that he knows he logically can't easily refute. And so there's that part of it as well. But no, I'm just saying, I just think like, I know that you're often very critical of these like rigid kind of globe guys. And I hear you on that. And I do think that they are, there's certain toxicity, and especially like you said, if they're like against the truth, it's like, what role are they playing and all that. But at the same time, like if you have an open platform, in a sense, there's just going to be that percentage. Even if there was like thousands and thousands of new people coming in, I still think there would be that certain percentage that would be like these other guys. Like they would become like that, you know, that label anti-flat earther. They would just be on that side of it, you know. So even if you brought like 1,000 brand new people in, like I would maybe say like 10% are going to be like, these are just random numbers I'm throwing out, but it's like, in my sense, like 10% would just be completely rigid to the globe, like absolutely 100%, like Dave Farina style, you know, rigidity, as it were. And then maybe another 10% would be like that, but a little bit open, which is probably more the category my brother's in. He's actually a little open. So now you got those 20% of that. And then maybe there's a whole nother like 40% that are pretty much just open to hearing and, you know, pretty open. So now you got 60 total. Then maybe the last 40% are quite open-minded, or maybe that last bit, you know, slightly different percentages, whatever it is. So I'm just saying that there is like just a percentage to have that.
Yeah. Well, see, like I'm only basing my numbers on like when I traveled around the U.S. and like those aren't like a definitive survey or something like that. Especially when people are just scared to approach that conversation publicly. But dude, for sure, it's different than in this room, bro. Like whenever people defended the globe in real life, like they didn't know anything, and they very quickly changed their tone, and they're like, "Oh wow, this is not stupid." And when I talk to people in the real world, they didn't know anything, bro. So like they get a pass. They're entirely forgiven intellectually, right? They've never seen the guy pretend to grab something that wasn't there. They've never seen the guy's hand go through the microphone. They've never seen that. They've never seen Don Pettit pull up the coffee and then the color literally displaced from the vat. They've never read the Antarctic Treaty. They don't know what it is. So like those people, they don't count. Those are just normal people. And that was 99% of people, bro. 99. I went in every environment you can imagine. I went to the NBA finals. You got a whole bunch of men with their wives, every age group and walk of life you can imagine. I went to like college party public squares, like in New York City. I went to Washington
Did you ever
Park.
go to a Christian church setting?
No, yeah, one time and just rebuked them for having statues. But
well, it might also be worth
Talk about
considering. It might also be worth considering that the people who came up to you were already open-minded enough to even come up to you. You know, like, you know, there might have been some in the background that are just, you know, so in such a state of abhorrence about it that they wouldn't even come talk to you.
that's true. And but like for example, with the college students, they don't care. They're just there partying. And honestly, they were kind of triggered, right? Because I'm like killing their vibe. I'm like talking about something so heavy, and they're like, I'm trying to get laid, basically. You know what I mean? But still, and
I think
so
somebody's breaking up.
No, it might be you.
and so they were not really filling the convo. But when I would point blank ask them, because I would drag people in with money, so I'd be like $100, $200, $300. So people start talking to you at that point. That's why I think the numbers are a little bit more represented, like evenly represented, as opposed to just like, oh well, people are open minded, that's why they're talking to you. Well, no, I'm offering them money, right? Like just answer a couple questions, you get $300 cash, no questions asked, don't have to pay to play. That was like when I did that, you had aerospace engineers and physicists and bro, they didn't know anything, man. When I brought them up to NR3, they would say, "There's no way that's true." I would show them that it's definitely true. They'd be like, "That's pretty suspicious." I'm not gonna lie. You know, I don't like. You would never hear people ever. I've never heard anyone. I mean, there may have been the occasional time, right? But they'd be like, "No, you can go there." Right after reading it, you're lying. You can go there. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that there is a difference. I'm not going to make any number claim. I may be hyperbolic when I say the 99. For sure, the vast majority of people are not like the people in this room that defend the globe. Like, for sure. Because my experience showed me that, and it's just not the same. It's not believing in the globe and choosing to kind of be willfully ignorant is entirely different than obsessively hearing every single detail and then putting tons of your life force and energy into coming up with excuses. Like those are totally different things. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just my
That's
opinion.
the difference, dude. That's the difference between a globetard. A globetard is a hardcore troll. Like a normal person never heard of flat Earth. Like they never investigated at all. Like Gio and I, we both have I don't know if it's your older brother, who's just like, and even Helio. Like Helio's best friend is his brother. He don't want to hear it. Like he's been working on him, chipping away for years, and he still don't want to hear it. He's a reasonable person, right? So even the people that you talk to, they might hear you, but it just doesn't connect. You know what I mean? They'll hear you out, but it doesn't necessarily mean the elevator goes to the top floor.
Yeah, but see, that's the way my dad is, right? So my dad has chosen to be willfully ignorant. I sent him a video from Greg Grease, 10-minute intro, really nice, like basic intro to flat Earth. It's been this many years, he can't truly look at it. When I showed him the Chicago skyline, he's like, "Oh, now you believe what's on the news?" I'm like, "Are you suggesting it's fake?" You know? He's like, "You go do it yourself and then show it to me." Right? So it's like he just chose to ignore it. And then when I sent him that video a couple of days ago, he's like, not even tempted. Like as in not tempted to watch. And so he's chosen to ignore it. But if he had to sit down with me and like we went through the Antarctic Treaty or we watched that video together or we talked about the specifics of the conversation, my dad would never, ever, ever do mental gymnastics and start lying ad hoc to make up excuses for the lies. He would never. That's why he can't look at it. He can't look at it because he knows damn well that I'm smart. And if he has to sit there and have an in-depth conversation with me, he won't be able to unsee or unhear it. Right? Those are two different things, though. Those are totally different things. Choosing to be willfully ignorant because of fear or inconvenience, or you don't want to like be a part of the minority or think something crazy. I don't respect that, but that's totally different than like truly listening to all of it. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, that's a rarity, bro, to be able to hear all of it.
Is your dad religious at all?
Yeah.
He's Christian, or
yeah,
and he still disregards like the Bible.
Yeah. Well, I
That's
haven't even
not
had
unusual,
an in-depth
dude.
conversation with him about what the Bible says about the Earth. I said that Hebrew cosmology is clearly a geostationary plane that's enclosed in the firmament. This is like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And then he's like, okay, yeah, they didn't know everything back then. I'm like, oh, yeah. So you think the Messiah, the Son of God, came to Earth and didn't tell everyone they were wrong about the Earth? And he's like, well, he didn't tell them about polio either. I'm like, what? So, I mean, and so it got triggered because he had to stop the convo right there because he knew that if we kept going, he wasn't going to be able to avoid the logical conclusion.
I think it's a pride thing.
It's but it's a blue pill thing too. He wants to grab the blue pill, He doesn't, and your dad's obviously an intelligent man. Same with my brother. Same with Gio's brother. Like they're not unintelligent, but for whatever reason, they can't get past that mental block. Like it's that
I'll
hey,
tell you what the reason is. Oh, go ahead.
no, I'm just saying they always choose the blue pill. They, like you said, willfully ignorant. That's where their comfort zone is, and they don't want to cross the line.
Well, I could tell
What's
you
the,
why they can't. Go ahead.
what's the reason, Jeremy? Someone's hot micing though.
It's because inside your brain and your mind, whatever, you got a model of the world, right? Everyone's model is different. You know what's in your dresser drawer. You don't know the layout of my house. We all have different models of the world we live in, right? You know the layout of your neighborhood and your city. I don't. My shit's different than yours. But at the bottom of it, they all have us sitting on a globe at the foundation of the model of where you live in your mind. You know what I mean? It's ingrained in you from birth. They push it on you hard, globes everywhere. So that's why some people can't let it go. Like I said, I was deep into conspiracy shit. I was on board with 9/11, the moon landings, wild shit, bro. And that was still a hard pill for me to swallow because of that reason, I think.
Yeah, we realize that, but we're trying to figure out like when somebody has like a logical conclusion to make that's contrary to their belief, like why are they so quick
Because
to
it's the
dismay it?
foundation of where they are in reality.
It's a
Right.
mental prison, dude. It's like not everyone's wired to be that free thinking. Not everyone. It's a rarity. Like every argument you make, they can't refute it. But it's like picture like a bank vault with the door welded shut. They're just incapable of opening that door. It's just such a strong mental barrier that no matter how intelligent or how reasonable your argument is, that door is just shut for them. They're incapable of opening that door in their brain. For whatever reason, it's brainwashing.
I mean,
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, like what that reason is. Like
They're
I
just
thought it was
wired.
God.
They're
I thought it
wired.
was God, but it's not God. Because I mean, you've
It's
got
not wired. What Jeremy's their foundation, right? They're in their safe space. They don't want to lose their safe space. Their foundation is what they've been told. If that is a lie or is that changed, then their whole world's going to go upside down.
But
And they
it's a
can't have
mental
that. They can't
barrier,
deal
dude.
with the change.
It's a mental thing. It's strictly a mental barrier.
They also don't want to be wrong, and they don't want to be like known like they were fooled or whatever.
that's a good one,
That's
Elbow. I
what
like that.
That's what I was
Elbow,
thinking, right?
nice.
Every one of us here
Yeah.
has someone we can't reach, like a close family member. We just can't reach them. And it's like, if you don't trust me, who do you trust? And it's not even about trust or whatever. They just can't cross that bridge. It just,
I think it's the other way around. Like you're lucky to have one close family member or friend that you can show.
That's what I'm saying.
Without.
Yeah, I mean, you could like I have two brothers, and one of them gets it. He got it right away. But my older brother, maybe it's older brother syndrome or whatever, just incapable of crossing that bridge. It's just like don't waste your breath. And I think every one of us has a person like that we're close to. We just can't reach, like his own dad.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's the other way around. I think most people are impossible to reach. Like you're lucky if you find one that is willing to listen and draw the conclusions with you.
I mean, it's like it's the easiest. The flat Earth is the easiest thing to prove, but the hardest thing to convince. It's nearly impossible to like wake someone up to it. But it's getting better. It's getting better because everybody knows somebody who's a flat earther. Like everyone knows somebody.
The vast majority of people that deny flat Earth don't know what flat Earth is. Okay, that's the way that they're able to deny flat Earth is to prevent knowing what it is, to prevent looking into it. Right? None of them know the history of the government did this, they explored this, they shut down this, they did this. They don't know any of that. So
right,
No,
they might only know about.
That's all willing. That's like willingly unknowing. Like that's the stuff that they don't want to look at. Like you could show it to them and they would just turn the other ear to it. They're not interested in that.
You know what I found? They have to have the foundation of the fake moon landing and 9/11 under their belt, or they're not going to cross that barrier. Just forget about it. It's just not happening.
Yeah, and my dad can't do 9/11 because he was in the Army. He can't even I was young when I told him about that. He couldn't even handle it, dude. He got mad at me, bro. My uncle was in the car. We were on the way to a baseball tournament that I was playing in, like a travel league, and my uncle had to like stop me because like he could tell my dad was like getting emotional because he was in the army.
Same here. My dad was a medic, so it's
Yeah,
like
the Middle East thing is like a soft spot because he like missed my birth because of Desert Storm and stuff, right? When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, blah blah blah. So, I think that's a general part of it. But like, my dad knows. This is the truth. This is what's so sad about it. My dad knows that if he sat down and had to watch like what the government did and find out the history, he would believe flat Earth. He would. He knows that there's something there because he's like, oh, this is just a fad. Austin won't be a flat earther in a couple of years. 7 years later, I'm more about flat Earth than ever. So he can't look at it, bro. He knows there's something there and he can't look at it. So it's like, I don't know.
Maybe-
I mean, it's disgusting, but it's not the same as like hearing it all out and then consciously making the decision to twist it, to deny it, to hide it, to try to prevent other people from seeing it. Like, that's like a whole nother level. Like, my dad would never do that. You could put a gun in my dad's head, he wouldn't do that.
Can you start with a smaller red pill? Like, don't give him the giant red pill. Just give him a pink pill, something smaller.
I don't think it's any different than fucking crypto though. Like when you look at Bitcoin, how many people knew about Bitcoin early on, or even, throughout half its existence, its life existence, and still chose to be like, oh no, that's rat poison squared. That's bullshit. It's a Ponzi scheme. And it's only until recently, like, people are starting to accept it.
Well, it was
on the
difficult
mainstream
to
level.
buy. Back in the day, you had to go to these shady little hole in the walls to buy it. It was like Silk Road or like these really shady exchanges like Mount
No, I
Gox.
know the whole history, but
I'm just saying it wasn't as easy as today. Like now you can go to a vending machine.
Yeah, but even at that, you still have people that are just like, don't understand it, don't want to understand it, think that they don't need to like understand it because it's not going to be a part of their future. They just don't get it, they don't want to get it, and it's a large portion of people out there that feel that way. And it's advantageous, obviously, for your financial well-being to be understood on these things, but yet still, despite that, even with like how materialistic people are today, they still just like arrogantly turn their head on it as if they know something better. It's just like, wow. I think it all just goes hand in hand with like how conditioned people are to just.
There's also the idea
man.
with the Earth, like approaching it in a way of just the Earth itself, like not even going into 9/11s and moon landings and liars and huge cabals that are deceptive. Now, people are their mind's gonna think, okay, well, if the Earth really isn't the globe, then yeah, there's got to be some stuff like that going on. There has to be orchestration and a huge deception going on. But I'm just saying there is the approach of just talking about the Earth directly, and what we can actually empirically observe and test and validate ourselves, to the level that we can, at least in terms of the Earth not being the globe model. I mean, what it actually is more complex to get to the root of. But I'm just saying, in terms of that part of it, instead of having to frame it in a way, it's just another perspective. Instead of having to frame it in a way that it has to be in a lineage with the moon landing and with 9/11 and those kind of criminal events.
See, but you have to be willing to disregard, like keep a completely open mind. And most people say they are a free thinker, but they won't go there. They won't, you know what I mean? Like even people that are onto the other conspiracies, this is just too much. They can't go there. And they'll know about the banking cabal. They'll know about 9/11. And even still, it's difficult to bridge this last hurdle.
I know, but I'm just suggesting the idea of not having to link it to those things and just having it be just an empirical. Because you talk about the Earth like it's nature, like it's the Earth, like it's the soil, the trees, the rocks, the water. I'm just saying, like, that isn't necessarily okay. Like, yes, there is a group, as it were, some cabal, as it were, that are doing the globe lie, and they're also doing the 9/11, the other things, in my viewpoint, a lot of our viewpoints, that those things are connected. So it would make sense that it's linked. But I'm just saying it doesn't necessarily have to be. Like, a discussion could be had with someone that doesn't necessarily involve all of the conspiratorial side of it.
Mostly younger people, I notice. Like if you're under a certain age, like teenagers, young kids, they're not as conditioned. They're not as hardwired so it's easier to just show them, and their mind isn't molded. The more education you have, the more rigid you are in your beliefs. The more, like, like his dad or my older brother, they're just rigid in their beliefs. And even though you make a perfectly sensible argument, it goes right through one ear and out the other.
Yeah, but I think you could be touching on like legal boundaries at that point with like the whole Disinformation Act and everything else, like persuading some influential individual to, disregard common.
Well, that's
consensus.
where the truth. That's what George Orwell said, that in the future, telling the truth will be a revolutionary act. That's where we're at. Like, they will
Right.
probably try and make this a law, a disinformation law. It's like, wait a minute, this is true. The truth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, from adult to adult, in public, it's one thing, but you start like putting that on kids, like, yeah, you could wind up in court, bro.
My nephew knew when he was like 4.5. My brother didn't want to lie to him about anything. He's like, no, I'm going to tell him the truth about Santa Claus, about the flat Earth, and he got it. He totally got it because he wasn't programmed.
I've been saying the government lies all the time.
Gio, how can the flat Earth conspiracy not go? Because once you realize it's flat, you were lied to in school. So how can that not be a conspiracy?
Well,
What was the question?
I mean, the claim that the Earth is a globe could be identified as a conspiracy because there's people conspiring to say it's a globe, but the Earth being stationary and having planar geometry at its core is not a conspiracy. That's just nature.
It's factual. Yeah,
Exactly.
Covered up.
The truth is a defense, dude. The truth is your defense. So it's like the globe is legitimately the world's biggest conspiracy, and it's like it proves one world government right there. That's all you need. Like, once that light bulb clicks, it's like, holy shit, this legitimately is the one thread that goes through all of them. Is this? They all agree on this, regardless if they're.
I don't think
it wasn't bigger than 9/11.
No,
I don't think it's just a globe,
another
though.
step, though. I mean, I knew 9/11, but I didn't know it went this deep, is what I'm saying. I still thought China was an adversary, Russia was an adversary. I still believe that bullshit, right? Until I crossed this, the light bulb went on, and I'm like, holy effing shit. I cannot believe it. Like, it's a whole nother level of awareness. You say, people think they know. Like, when I knew 9/11, I was very well red pilled, but I wouldn't touch this. But when I did, I got it pretty quickly. Like, when I did go into it, I went into it as like a joke to amuse myself. I'm like, oh, this ought to be funny, because I avoided it for the longest time. I'm like, I'm not giving these assholes any clicks. This is some kind of way to discredit the truth community. The same old shit everybody thought. And then when you click on it, and I watched one, and then another one, and another one, and another. I was watching videos all night for like 2 days. I couldn't sleep because I'm already like an insomniac, and I'm like, holy shit. I was watching all of them. I went to the Flat Earth Society. I went everywhere I could find, and I was just digesting it as much as I could. I'm like, this can't be true, but everything they say pans out. Like, how could what they're telling me be true? But no, I'm like, but it only took me that 1-2 day period, and I got over it. I'm like, I got to come to reality. It's flat.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that, like, the way I was like suggesting, that conspiracy doesn't have to be linked with it is just which it inevitably sort of will be at some point. So if someone does start to really consider the Earth not being a globe, then obviously there's going to be, okay, well then, wow, who's telling us it's a globe? There's got to be something big going on. But the only reason I was kind of delineating that as well is just because if you link it fully to conspiracies, then people have to take that on. Like, they have to understand how, like, that level of evil or how they're pulling it off. You know what I mean? They have to confront that, and then that might block them from being able to look at, some of the actual foundational components of what the Earth is, because they get stuck in that. But I suppose, or they could get stuck in that sense of like, oh, this overwhelming evil, and how could this be happening, and how did they pull it off, and those components.
Geo, there's flat earthers that still don't get that. They still go vote. They're like, oh, well, we need to vote for this person. I'm like, you don't get it. You're a flat earther, and the light bulb hasn't went on. Like, they don't get. I mean, I've had arguments with these people.
Can I jump my mic? All right.
Yeah. What's up, Rakia?
Yeah. What's up? So people ask, how how does everyone, fulfill the lie, right? How would they lie to you? Well, how would they tell you the truth all this time about things? How many people do you know that don't lie? I don't know one person, not one, including myself, that doesn't lie or embellish the truth or want to be a part of the narrative or a group thing type thing. How would they lie? That's the easy part, right? Like that's almost natural to most people, especially if you have evil intent, or not. It doesn't have to be evil, but if you have an intent at all, you're willing to lie. So
From like
the
Even
teachers,
more when it's your government.
yeah, not to mention the government. I mean, everyone in their right mind would say the government's lied to them. So why wouldn't they lie to you about other things, to whatever, for national
Yeah.
security or whatever?
The
Teachers
government
are
lied.
not lying.
They lied about the Gulf of Tonkin.
Well, there's a ton of stuff. Yeah, the deceptions in the military are massive. I mean, there's so many. Yeah, so that's why, like, to believe in the globe means you're literally also having to believe in the government agency of NASA, that they went up there and went to the moon and snapped the first photo of the globe. I mean, the globe is intimately linked with the government, without a question. Even the WGS-84 is put out by the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is basically like a agency in the same category as the FBI and the CIA. They're the ones putting out the WGS-84. NASA is the first one to claim to snap a picture of this globe, and they're obviously the first ones to claim to be going to space and getting up high enough to see the curvature. So to believe in the globe is essentially to believe that your government is telling you the truth about what the Earth is.
Exactly. And what about the Philadelphia experiment? They never went into detail on that neither.
Well, if you're willing to say that the government's not lying, then you're the fool, right? You might just move on, right? You don't need to talk to that type of person or engage in something a truth value, because they're already thinking that everyone tells the truth, right? Like even the government. That's foolish.
Especially if they work for the government, like say ex-military or something like that. Those are hard to convince.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence that most of the hardcore, whatever you want to call them, that come here are getting governmental checks, one way or another.
100%. There was 2 whistleblowers from NASA, and they're still around. They haven't been canceled, but I think they were fired. But I mean, they weren't like ground into the dirt per se. You know what I mean? Where like didn't people come after your business, like your construction business, when you put out a video years ago? They're like, "How dare you talk about this?" And they sent like hardcore trolls after you.
Yeah, they were attacking me really hard on my kids, my family, posting my wife's name and pictures, and calling my church and contractors. And 2 of the 3 contractors they called were flat earthers before I was, which was the funny part. But there's more now. Like my community, I live in a Bible Belt, so that helps. But my community is just thriving with people who are hungry for the truth. And last weekend we went fishing, and there was a group of a husband and wife that had 3 daughters, and they were all into conspiracies. And we talked about flat Earth. They were like, "I'm on board, man. That makes sense. Everything starts to add up when you just think about it." And water is the key, I think, to life and to experiencing what you would live on. Water has to curve at a certain rate, for it to be on a sphere, and that's trouble.
That's the most effective thing. If you're at the beach, right? There was a guy, he brought a like a carpenter's level, and he put it on a tripod, and he had a ratchet strap on either side to make sure it stayed level. And he had a pair of binoculars, and it lined up perfectly with the water horizon. So people would like step back and look at it and like, well, the bubble's right there in the middle. That's like the little light bulb connecting in your head, like, that lines up with this. What about from this angle? Yeah, from this angle as well. That's a very effective tool because it's right in your face. You can't deny it. You know what I mean? That's like the best flat smacking tool that you can have.
Yo, Ron, I'm at work right now, but I just sent you a DM. Oh, this dude just left? No way.
Mic check. Hello?
Yep. Yeah, we got. I can hear you.
Dude, my shit glitching out. It keeps like going silent, and I can't like disconnect from the chat. It's like I don't know. It's been doing this for a while, but it's gotten more and more consistent, or it just keeps freezing up. Is this happening for anyone else or just me?
I haven't had any issues like that.
Are you-
Are you on a PC or on like a?
No, I'm on my mobile device, so it's like but I only started having this problem in the last few months, like where it's like all the fucking time. It's like
But you're using the app on the mobile device, right? Not like
I've
the
had this for years. Yeah, I've been using this for years, for like 5 years.
I'm just making sure you're not using the web browser on the tablet.
No, I haven't. I downloaded the app from day one because going the other way around was just it wasn't working.
And I assume you've updated it. It's all updated and all that.
Yeah, but it just recently started glitching out like mad. I was using another tablet.
Time.
What's that?
When's the last time you reset?
Restarted? I did that just today.
Yeah.
But I usually do that at least once a week. I restart. I clear out my cache memory, all that bullshit to make room. This one doesn't have a lot of storage or memory, so if I have too many apps, which I do, I have to delete stuff, and it's not running on a ton of memory still. So I'm gonna have to upgrade. I had another tablet, but I didn't like it because all my data is on this one, and it has a fat screen. It's wider, and I have problems with my eyes, so I need a wider screen to read it. And the other one was narrow, like a phone. I'm like, it was just difficult to read anything. I had to keep zooming, and then I couldn't see like a wider view, like a book view. Everything was like just this tunnel vision, like looking through a straw.
Yeah, you know what helps that? Go to like Walmart or CVS or whatever stores you got. Buy one of those glasses with the lowest magnification possible. Like bring your phone or whatever into the store and you could just try it, right? You know, put the glasses on and see it. It like
Oh, that's what
zooms
I'm
it in.
wearing. I'm wearing them right now, dude. I gotta wear readers. I've been wearing them for like the last 2 years. Like previously to this, I had no issues at all reading any print. I could read fine print, no problem. But I just can't do it because after I fried my eyes out, I just can't focus. I can with the glasses, but still, it's hard for me. I still got to enlarge the text and it makes it harder to read shit on a narrower screen. So because it's zoomed in so much, and I got to scroll left to right, I got to swipe. This one has a wider format, and I like it. So that's why I can't find one with the specifications that's not an iPad. iPads are a little wider, but I don't want to have to learn all that shit. Like I've been using Android for so long, I don't want to learn the Apple shit. And plus they're expensive. They're all like $500-600 minimum, the cheap ones.
Well, what topic were we on, or should we do a new topic?
I forgot. We had a good thing going, but it died out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could go any direction or any topic, but I was going to ask you, Ron. I do have just a question popped in my head. If money was no blockage, meaning there's no limitation on, so the finances are all available, what would you do to measure the surface to validate the lack of curvature?
What would I do? I would.
I'll just say maybe instead of saying validate the lack, I'll just say instead of saying validate the lack of curvature, because that does have a conclusion wrapped into it. I'll just say, what technique or method to measure the shape to know for sure, whether it's planar, technically convex or globular, concave, or planar.
I think the visual observations, like that shot of Chicago across Lake Michigan, if you had the right tools, like even that simple demonstration at the beach with a carpenter's level on a tripod, I did the same thing with string with they call it mason line. It's like a nylon string and it's various colors, but I set that up with some water levels and each post was like 30 feet apart. And I came at it from every angle, from the rear side of the lake, right? So 180 degrees. I viewed the lake from this angle, and every angle. And no matter if I tilted my camera, whatever, it just always remained parallel with the horizon, dead nuts parallel, just straight. It's like,
Let me ask it. Let me try. You got $800 trillion. What would you do to have some definitive shape of the earth, or if water's curving or whatever?
I can't think of anything other than what's already been done. I mean, we've already have enough evidence that, I mean, there's nothing left to do that hasn't really been done, if that's what you're asking. Like all the
observation of the horizon, that's not exclusively indicative. It's supposed to look flat in both models.
No, it's not. No.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, it is.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, the horizon. Yeah, the horizon. To you standing on the beach, the horizon will look flat in both models.
No, it won't. It has to look convex because the middle should always be higher. You're looking at something that with a curved surface. Do it with any other curved object, you're going to see the high spot in the middle. So I don't know where you're getting this.
You're talking over long distance as well, Left Lane? Because yes, of course, the Earth is observably planar. So you're just saying that it would look planar if it's a globe? Is that really what you're saying? Has it gotten to that point?
Yeah.
That's it, huh?
It looks just like it looks. Yeah.
And a laser beam runs
Yeah,
parallel
because
to the
that's
surface,
what it
right?
is. Because that's what it is. Things look like what they look like when they are what they are.
Yeah, it's called being rational. It's, logical.
Well, the thing is, I'm just bringing up the point that if you're talking about something being definitive for you, that proves flatness, that looks the same if it's a globe, is not a good test to prove one way or the other or disprove one.
It's not even that. It's every measurement in construction. Like, let's say we were building Lake Pontchartrain. Here's something I would do, Gio. I would go to Lake Pontchartrain with the laser if I had unlimited money, right from the center column, and I'd shine a beam to each side of the from the center to the shoreline, and show that I'd have like a scale, like a measurement, like a ruler, whatever, and it could be whatever, 1 foot off the water, 2 feet off the water, whatever. You shine it to each shoreline from the center, and it's the same distance. So if it's 1 foot off the water in the center and it's 1 foot off the water at either shoreline, what does that tell you?
You're not going to see it. You might see the light shining across there, but that's been done so many times. It's still not. I mean, there's been lots of laser observations done that.
Yeah, but at a certain distance, the laser, it falls apart. It gets wider and diffuse. If you went 10 miles from the center to either shoreline, you don't have to push it through so much air where the beam is getting diffuse. It'd be more practical to go from the middle to the shoreline. But if you could, let's say, for instance, it was the same height relative to the surface in the center as it is at the shoreline, that means it's parallel. It's parallel to the beam all across its length, which it refutes the globe right there. I mean, how much more?
But you just got to consider that these things that you're talking about have been done, and they're not.
Well, how do you
they're not
think
holding water.
Bridge, dude?
So you got to think a little. Think a little bigger. You've got unlimited funds. And we've got all these things, these observations that have been done that aren't really convincing. And they're not convincing me.
How is that not?
So because it doesn't. There's lots of reasons.
The bridge, they know this.
Yeah, but Left Lane, you're in that 10%, like I was talking earlier. You're just in it for whatever reason. So you may just never be able to see what's in terms of this. I don't know.
You know what it is? He cannot look at the evidence at face value. Someone could piss on him and tell him it's raining, and he'll believe him. That's just how he's wired.
But we've got the image from Soundly that shows curvature, and you can explain that away however you'd like to. But it's still from the globe side. That's evidence of Earth curvature. It's right before your eyes.
Lens. He used a tilt shifting lens. One half of the picture was flat.
You're going to have to prove that.
You can, because one side, the right side was flat, and the left side was curved.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can call it whatever you want to. It's still presented as it is. My point is, you've got unlimited funds. You're going to have to come up with something more extravagant, more definitive.
There's nothing definitive for you.
Something bigger and better.
Someone like you is definitive.
Wait, can I just get here? Like Left Lane, in about 4 sentences, you've gone from saying that the globe would look flat to then saying that there's curvature at surface level in Soundly's photo.
With the naked eye.
I'm talking about the horizon. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The horizon, left to right, looks flat. Looks flat, but as it goes away from you, it doesn't look flat because you've got a structure there to reference, and it obviously looks curved.
That's
except when we see too far, it's back to being flat.
Do what?
See, he contradicts
When we see too far, it goes back to being flat. Like in the Black Swan, where the horizon is way beyond what it should be on the geometric horizon, Howard. So in the Soundly one, that's beautiful, that's wonderful Earth curve. But back to when the horizon is too far and we see the planar geometry, then what's back to being? Is that what you're saying? Back to being flat?
No, when you see all the distortion in the Black Swan and the refraction, you know the explanation for that.
It's a foot off the water, dude. It's called water vapor.
Yeah, the explanation.
If you could respond, or if Crypto could ask it again, if you could try to respond directly, because you're directly contradicting yourself on multiple fronts.
No, I'm not.
There you are.
No, I'm not. The horizon
well,
looks
yeah.
flat. Standing at the beach, the horizon looks flat. That's what I said a while ago. And it does. And I've not contradicted myself in that.
Well, not in that one statement, but in your following statement, when you're talking about Soundly's photo, which is also taken from ground level, you said that you could see the Earth curve in it.
Yes, you can, because it's not the horizon.
Well, then you're contradicting yourself, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Not at all.
Yeah,
The horizon, left to right, the horizon looks flat standing on the beach. It looks flat. It does. But Soundly's picture is a longitudinal observation, and with the bridge going away from you, and that's how the Earth curves away from you in our model, and it demonstrates curvature.
Notice how he's shifting what he said originally. He originally said that the globe predicts that you wouldn't see curvature at ground level, right? That was what he originally said. Now he's saying, oh, well, it's when you look at the horizon and it wouldn't dip and come around. Now he's like layering in all of these additional claims that he didn't originally make to now dodge the fact that he's double speaking.
I'm not dodging anything. You're twisting my words, is what you're doing.
No, you're twisting your own words to dodge your own claim.
Yeah, this is not going to get you anywhere, Crit.
Yeah, no, I'm already exposed to you, bro. It's fine. We can move on.
You can pretend that if you'd like. Everyone heard what I said.
Oh, dude. Okay, so let's just You're saying left to right at the beach, the horizon looks flat. Okay, let's go with
yes.
Okay. And then you're saying that Soundly, when you look over, you're seeing absurd level of warping benditure right in front of your eyeballs, right?
Well, that's zoomed in, foreshortening, and all that exaggerated. Yeah.
Did I just say benditure? That's funny.
That's an effective word. That's.
So if we were to get to a spot where I could see the bridge left to right, it wouldn't be curving?
No, I don't know.
And then the other thing I said,
I don't think you could. If you zoomed, I mean, just thinking about it, you wouldn't even have all the bridge in view if you zoomed in on the bridge to see left to right curvature. I don't think that would be possible.
Yeah, it's a warping visual field. Okay, but anyways, with Soundly's thing, so you're saying that that's curvature, but then now that has to be juxtaposed against the thousands of observations that show absolutely no geometric curvature of Earth, if you want to use that term, meaning the actual physical curvature from a 3959 radius that would be there is absolutely absent, and we just see extended planar water as far as we can see, and the horizon will go further and further back. The more clear the environment is, the more further you can see that day, the further the horizon goes back over a planar surface. So how are we able to see hundreds of miles and all these observations, and the horizon is way beyond what it should be, and all of these different observations, but then you're also trying to say that you're just seeing curvature from eye level, this bendy, warpy, power lines going off in the distance. So that's a major contradiction, Left Lane, that you still have not addressed.
Yeah, it's not a contradiction. And if you talk about all these thousands of observations,
it's a globe when you see some bendy things that you want it to be a globe, and then otherwise it's a flat Earth that you just still think is a globe. So for some reason, you're just asserting it without any actual consistency.
Well, see, this is what we call. I feel like y'all are being dishonest in saying I'm contradicting myself when I'm very clear and specific in what I'm saying. And everyone that's listening knows what I'm saying, but yet you're still trying to say that I'm contradicting myself, and I am not in any way.
Well, then go ahead and state it again in relation to what you said before as well. Just summarize what you are stating, because you've already done several things that were contradictory. So
I haven't done anything contradictory. Standing in the middle of the ocean, your magic, you can looking 360 degrees around you is the horizon that appears to be flat. You can't see the curvature. Going away from you, the reason that horizon exists is the surface is curving away from you in all directions, and the horizon is the point at which you can no longer see the surface. And then so to enable to see that, you would have to do a situation like Soundly's of the Pontchartrain Bridge going away from you, like you would look down a pool cue, for instance, to see that curvature. and you know, and then you got all these thousands of observations you see too far. We got thousands and millions of observations where things are obstructed for some reason. You know, there. I mean, that's what my point is. Your question to the gentleman: if you had unlimited monies, and we've got all these other things, and they're all in contention, right? That's what we're doing. We're contending each other. What could you build? What could you do with unlimited money
There's
to
nothing that
prove?
could be done. If you don't have
Dependent-
common sense, I'll never connect with you. If you don't have all the tests, the evidence is there, the abundance of evidence. We don't need to produce any more evidence. Money is not a factor.
You're sold. You're done. Then you're there. You're convinced. You're absolutely convinced, and you don't think that
100,
there's any way that you could be incorrect.
Could I
And that's it. Then there's no debate with you.
Can I
Then
question you? Can I question you? Go ahead.
Ask before it goes too far. Yeah, you just before it goes too far. Leftline, you just asserted that the horizon is because of Earth curve and the Earth curving away from you.
Yep.
So that's an assertion. Okay. So on a flat Earth, would there not be a horizon?
No, I don't think there would be. I think it would blur off. It would be a blurry. You know, the surface would continue off into the distance to the point that you couldn't discern anything. It would be like a blurry area. It wouldn't be a crisp horizon on a flat Earth, in my opinion. That's the way I would see it.
But why? Why do you think that that's the case?
Yeah. Do you have any reason to believe that? Because I mean, if you do like a simulation in a video game, for example, there's always a horizon. Like, do you have any graphical environment? Every time anything has ever existed in the history of the world, there's always a horizon. So, do you have any reason to believe that, or is it just like an idea?
No, it's just the way I think I would see it. Yeah, that's just the way I think I would see it. Yeah,
that's the way things disappear. When they go to your visual, your maximum distance, which is the horizon, it's all perspective. In other words, when something appears to have disappeared, like a boat, you can bring it back into view by just enlarging it with a zoom camera.
You can't either.
Well, regardless,
you can't.
The original claim is still incorrect, and you can prove this incorrect by going to any warehouse, or you can do it in your own kitchen. You can just bring your eye level down to the level of the flat table, and you will have a defined horizon between what's above the table and the table itself. You don't need a curve for that.
I've done it. That's not true. I've done it.
You think that if you bring your eyes down to the kitchen table that it blurs at the end?
You're cutting out on it. It might be me. Might be my. Am I clear?
Did anyone else struggle to hear that?
I heard what you said.
Okay. Crypto was cutting out. I wasn't sure if maybe I was losing signal or not.
Well, I mean, you were saying that over a plane that it would just go into blurry nothingness, but there's no reason to. There's no plane that's ever been observed to have that effect. So it sounds like you're just kind of imagining that, because what Crypto just said is true. You can replicate it on a small scale.
What happens?
Yeah, the coins on the table that one guy, that's all deception. And putting the center of the lens below the surface of the table and moving the coin away, of course it disappears. But Bebop did a good example. It showed a good example of this, where he lined up the center of the lens exactly with the level of the table, and the coin didn't disappear. So what's going on there?
It's irrelevant. It's a red herring. We're just talking about whether the horizon would exist at all on a flat surface. It's got nothing to do with
That's no red herring.
Yeah, it is.
It's directing it. I'm addressing it directly.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you aren't. You just say irrelevant things and then assert that they're relevant.
I'm not talking to you. I mean, y'all are twisting my words and saying I'm contradicting, and now I'm saying everything is irrelevant. What I said. So y'all go ahead.
Cool. So anyway, just to clarify for everyone else, because probably everyone already knows this, but there's a big difference between the topic, which is what would a horizon be on a flat surface, versus do coins disappear bottom up? These are obviously different topics. Left Lane knows this, and he's choosing to ignore it just for the purposes of the red herring. Now, when it comes to a flat surface, it objectively can form a horizon. Everyone can do this at home with their kitchen table. It really is that simple. The fact that it's being contested is actually insulting everyone's intelligence.
if you had a long enough flat floor, like say like a Home Depot or someplace like that, where there's a large flat, perfectly flat concrete floor, and if you were to put your head flat against the ground and look into the distance, you'll see that like someone that walks far enough away, their shoes will disappear, and then up to the kneecap. And the further you get away, the less you see. And that's just purely perspective. It's nothing else. And it's on every flat surface. The same phenomenon happens at distance.
Yeah, but again, Wolfgang, that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about whether a flat surface would have a horizon at all.
Well, yes, right? And it would. It would.
Well, of course. That's why when he started talking about the coin, it's like, well, that's a red herring, and now you're asserting that can only happen on a curve. This is just a waste of everyone's time.
Wait, who versus who right now? Who versus who?
Well, what I was going to say, just to give me a second here, I was going to say left lane. The reason I was saying the contradiction, I was also referring to the component of, you were saying that over a distance on Sonley's type photo, that those electric poles that look like they're warping down is the curvature of the Earth. That would mean that there would be obstruction at a particular curvature rate. And when we do long distance observations, mirror flashes, laser tests, long distance observations, all things that are done on the surface like that, we see too far, meaning the amount that should be obstructed from the curvature is not there. And we see an extended planar geometry. So that's a contradiction. You're saying that sharp curve and that Sonley bending, warping photo is the curve. Then that means that everywhere we look, everything should be cut off at the curvature rate of the 3959 radius, which is not the case. So that's a profound contradiction right there.
No,
and a lot of the guys that are into the globe will say that they admit that, even to the point where, Ruhif has this infinite over 6R refraction. It's just he makes it just an infinite number so that it can be planar.
But what about the images of the obstructed vessels where you can still see the top of the ship, but you can't see the bottom, the windmills that are obstructed right up to the hub of the turbine? Those other ones, that's contradictory to what you're saying.
I just explained that to you. I just gave you an analogy with a concrete.
Well, you did in your words, but I disagree with what you're saying. So that's the crux.
And you even said it looked horizontal. You said the horizon looks flat. So I mean, you're okay. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah, left to right, the horizon looks flat.
That's all you need.
Everybody knows that.
The other part is perspective. When you're near to far, it's all perspective.
But moving away from you, it curves away. Yes, I explained that to you definitively.
Yeah, but if we got a left to right curve field of view on that bridge, it would have to be curving, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm trying to imagine that, Jeremy. I think I don't. If like
that bridge would have to be curving
to exaggerate it. I don't know. I don't know if that would be something we could do or not.
There would, but once again, it'd be such a small amount, like it's not impossible to, maybe get this all in a snapshot or whatever, but like you would have to have a good amount of resolution. And then, we're probably dealing with like pixels amount of like drop or some shit. So, I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but it's pretty impractical though.
Yeah, it'd be tough to see.
You're talking hundreds of feet. What do you mean pixels?
Because the entire bridge's length is like what, 20 miles or something. So 100 feet compared to 20 miles is nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like, so in order for you to get the entire bridge left to right, you already have to,
you can't because you'd have to be so far back that you'd have problems with the depth perception. You'd have to zoom in tight. When you zoom in, you narrow your field of view. So you start out with a wide view. And then the further you zoom in, it reduces your field of view down. So you're not going to get the whole span.
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's pretty impractical. Because I imagine also if you're far enough, what's going to happen is that bridge is going to be obstructed by the curve anyway, so you're not going to be able to see it. And if you go higher, what's going to happen is you're going to start looking down on this bridge, and you're probably not even going to see the curve at that point because you're looking down. And so it's an impractical thing. It's really impractical.
He said it looks flat horizontally, right? That's what he admitted. What's the guy? Left lane, right? So he admits that. So now, if we can prove that there's no obstruction between point A and point B over a large distance, like all the way to Chicago, if you can prove there's no high spot in the middle obscuring your view, you can debunk the globe right there. You don't need expensive equipment.
No, the problem you got there is the refraction, because you can go back the next day and it's hidden.
Okay, what about on a salt flat? If we do it on a salt flat, if you think
I've got
water's
images. I got images of the salt flat where it looks curved.
it looks curved.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the ones where there's water on the salt flat and it's a perfect mirror image? The only way to get a perfect mirror image is with a perfectly flat surface. If there's any curvature at all, you're going to get a distorted reflection. It's not going to be a mirror match image on both sides.
What
Any
I would do,
distortion.
Gio,
And
if I had
distortion.
unlimited, if I had to answer your original question, if I had unlimited funds, and this was my task to demonstrate the shape of the surface of the Earth, I would go to a place like the salt flats. I would construct a foundation that would support a 10-foot diameter steel tube, build it perfectly straight, be able to evacuate the tube, seal it up, evacuate it, and shoot a laser to confirm that it was straight, no curve, no bending, and then I would check the elevations at each end.
Okay, so that it just boils down to money. Someone has to do, and it can be done. It can be done, but the water is just as flat as the salt beneath it. If it's 1 inch deep at one end, it's 1 inch deep at the other. There's no high spot. They remain perfectly parallel to each other.
Well, that's what we're trying to get verified.
Well, all you need
Yeah.
is a roller, dip it in the salt, or you need to take a laser beam, put it a foot off the salt flat when it's rain there, and just to confirm what your eyes already tell you. If that's all it takes for you.
What was your method, Left Lane? I didn't quite catch it all.
I would go like to the salt flat and confirm the elevation that it's flat. Confirm that with survey techniques, whatever, to make sure that it's there, that it's level in elevation, no change in elevation. And now we construct a foundation to support like a pipe that's 10 feet in diameter, where you could get inside it, you could stand on it, seal it up, pull a vacuum on it so that you could use lasers to confirm that it's straight, right? And then check the elevations at each end versus the middle, and see if it was indeed out of level at each end versus the center. You see what I'm saying?
Somebody did that in Canada on a frozen lake. He went like 8 miles and he had traffic cones. The cones come up to about your knee, and he put various colored lights at different distances. And he put his camera like on a piece of 2x6 lumber, just a flat, and he zoomed in, and you could see all the different colored lights. There was a red one, a yellow one, a green one, and he placed them at different miles apart, up to 8 miles away, and he could see them all from just a few inches off the ice.
Did he film that or do any
Yes,
photography?
it's
Where,
filmed.
where is it?
I'll get it for you.
Yeah, it's colloquially known ice swap. If you want to look
Yeah,
at it.
that would be cool to look at. I hadn't seen that. Well,
so Left Lane, you're saying go
problem-
to explain more. Like, what equipment are you using? Could you explain it? Like, what do you mean exactly? This is if you have like unlimited funds. This is what you would do.
Yeah, unlimited funds. I would basically the structure exists. Actually, it's called LIGO, and we talk about LIGO. But I would construct a pipe like LIGO, the tube, and it would be a place that everyone can go and take their own measurements and do their own confirmations and all this stuff, and they would be able to determine whether the surface is curved or not.
I think the best thing we got going right now for if we had unlimited funds is the back-to-back face-to-face triangles with the X. So you got a square with an X in the middle. That's like tangible. I think that's one of the most definitive things that we could possibly do as of right now. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
That's the dope shit out right now that I could think of. It's a scientific term. Dope shit out.
Yeah, man.
Right? Like that's all. That's all tangible.
If you have yeah, exactly. Like two triangles that make a larger square. There's so many things you can do with that.
I need this.
I
need a square with an X. I know.
Yeah, because you can do distances, you can do the angles.
Yeah.
Spherical excess. And then you could also do curvature tests on all of those, straight lines. Maybe even dig a ditch like a canal and then have water. But at least one of those triangles has to be water.
Geo,
That'd
you
be
know
awesome.
the Washington
Then you could
Monument.
do additional tests with that as well.
The Washington Monument has a reflecting pool. It's like 3/8 of a mile long. We could do a laser experiment from there, from the reflecting pool. If we measured it, we brought our own measuring device, like a wheel, like a surveyor's wheel, where it has an odometer, and we measure it off across the length of it, and do our own little laser test.
Well, I was gonna say something to Kosho earlier about, like, let's say you had a 50-foot slab of granite, right?
Keep going.
And you got it vertical, like, say.
Jeremy, you're roboting really bad, man. I muted you. Yeah, Ron, dude, that would be awesome. Yeah, there's so many additional like tests we could do. Like, dude, did you see that there's this photo that this guy took? It's 700 miles and there's like 8 mountain peaks. And it was Taboo Conspiracy actually did a video on it. And then I guess did you see it? Yeah, but he took it.
And one guy was in Ireland. He could see the Alps from like somewhere in, I think it was maybe Wales, from Wales to somewhere in Switzerland, the Swiss Alps. And then the other guy was Israel. He was looking the other way, like a lesser degree.
And you know those ones that Jay Tolan did, some of those really long range ones from like 30,000 feet. You've seen those, and then people can test. Is he really seeing? Is that really the Hudson Bay and things, etc. Like people debate whether it is seen that far. But what if we put like a laser on that island mass or the mountain peak, and then flash the laser? And if you were doing like Jay Tolan's and he's seeing these 1,500 mile distances, if you had some kind of very bright light or laser flashing or blinking it on that mountain peak or landmass, or even on some of those are bodies of water as well, so you could be out on a boat with a laser or something, or just near the shore of it. But wouldn't that validate that is indeed what we're seeing, and we're seeing that distance, which then completely invalidates the globe?
Yeah, that and other things like microwave towers, they have to be straight line of sight. So, but if you had different colored lasers, if you had one blue, one green, one red, and they're all side by side, like 3 of them in a row, and you're hitting 3 distinct colors, like, oh, here's the green laser, here's the blue, here's the red, right? And you're looking from a distance, it'd have to be powerful to be seen at that distance, and the alignment has to be really precise, because if it's because it is coming out in a beam. It's kind of hard. Remember when they had 25-mile test, and it was difficult to line them up. So at hundreds of miles, it would be kind of difficult to see that beam. It would be better. You wouldn't necessarily need a laser beam, Geo, because lighthouses can be seen for way further than they should be. Just regular lighthouses, if you had various colored lights, you know what I mean? Just like really bright 1,000-watt lights or whatever, and you put different color lenses on it. I was thinking, like the grow lights, the 1,000-watt metal halide lights that I was using for growing. If you put a lens, like a filter, like a colored filter over each one, and you spread them apart, like say like 50 feet apart, so at a distance you could see like the distinct colors. That's what the guy did on the ice. I can't find his video right now, but he did that on the ice with traffic cones. And he measured it. He got in his truck. He measured it with the odometer. He's like, okay, I'm getting in my truck. I'm going to hit the odometer. I'm going to drive to the first cone. I'm placing it at 3 miles, and then another one at 5, and then another one at 8, or whatever. He spaced them apart, and he verified it with the odometer. And then he went back with his camera, and you could see each one of them. Each one of the cones.
That's a sick idea.
Nice.
That's a sick idea with the laser beams. Yeah, because these guys are denying that they're even the mountains. Those are even the mountains. So yeah, we got to get some zillion-watt flashlights.
But the
that one that has like 8 mountain peaks. I mean,
yeah, that was slam dunk.
Yeah, you got lasers on all 8 of those, like all color of the rainbow, make it all rainbow color. I mean, that is just because like Ruhif and others are trying to just like make these claims of like, oh, you're just seeing the clouds. That's not really the mountain peaks. And they're just kind of trying to make these like hand wave dismissals of it. But yeah, if we had like lights or lasers, something, or I've also thought about infrared sensors. Like they have these sensors that function through like receiving infrared. So it's like a sensor that will receive the signal. I mean, I think that would be good to do in conjunction with lasers and very bright lights as well, to do all of them. And if you have all 3 of those going, and even maybe some additional ones as well, then that would absolutely validate we're seeing those distances, and that is indeed those landmarks that we're seeing.
You know what kind of laser beams we need, Gio? We need the kind like they have on these observatories in Hawaii. Have you seen that, where they're shining these at the stars? How powerful these are?
Yeah, dude. We need one of those. We need one of those on like a trailer, like a big trailer, and then we just take it wherever we want it, and bam.
That's for the money is no object. We need these.
Yeah. Can you even buy those? Or do you have to? Would you just have to pay to have them custom made?
What do you need? A giant laser beam?
They might not make them for people like us. You know what I mean? They only supply them to their own people. They don't want to have something like this that could be used against them, right?
Bro, I'll get you a giant laser beam and a toe with nail polish by tonight. Anyways, that's the point we're at, where shit needs to start being done in conjunction. There's no point in going to make a straight line somewhere with one thing. Like, you want to do multiple things at once with it, yeah.
But what I'm saying, it's not really necessary. There's more than enough proof where you don't need to like spend gazillions of dollars. It's more of a mental thing than it is about money. There's more than enough evidence for any reasonable person. Like, say we did this, Gio, if we spent $100 million and people still won't cross that, you know what I mean? It still won't connect with them, no matter how much evidence. So we can.
No, I don't think that's the case, dude. I mean, I think that right now, like, understanding what the Earth actually is actually not the easiest thing to do. It takes a more advanced capacities of discernment to really be able to get it fully. And there's a lot of blockages that people run into. So I think, like, even if all the information was out there, I think there would be probably more than 50% that would be on board. Like we were talking earlier, like, who are the percentages that will really cling to the globe? It's really only like 10%, maybe 20 at max percent. So in my sense of it, so I do think that the more information that gets out would be the majority. But at the same time, I think there's such like emotional blockages and mental blockages in today's world that I do think we're going to need some more advanced physical, tangible validations to really be able to get this information fully, out to the world, as it were, even in like the professional worlds and also in really all realms. Because if it's only based on like thoughts and philosophy, in a sense, it's not really going to do like the actual scientific validation that's needed in today's world to have it be able to be undeniable, essentially, and fully, fully validated in that sense.
Well, the FE court had a very expensive laser, the most powerful laser they could get their hands on, and they did a 25-mile laser test, and still it does us no good. No one gives a shit about that. It's not eye-opening.
No, they didn't. They didn't have any conclusive experiment or observation done with that. There were problems with everything they did.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The equipment that we're able to get, I can't get the laser beam they have at that observatory. It's probably like a military type laser, and it's just not available to us for any price.
Well, like, for example, talking to people about this topic now, there's a lot of like professionals in various fields who would never even have the conversation because they'd be afraid they might be fired from their job, or their family might judge them, or their wife might, have an issue with it, or husband, whatever it may be. So, there's so many components, even someone's like professional career, as it were, in terms of their, like their standing within Like, remember that woman that was a pilot? She came on to Globebusters years ago, and she was just talking with those guys, just chatting. And right after that, she got like, what do they call it? Grounded, where she couldn't, the company grounded her, so she couldn't fly. Immediately she was not able to fly just from going on Globebusters. And then I believe she got, I don't know her whole story, so I don't want to say that, if I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that she ended up like losing her entire profession just from talking about.
Dude, all the Globers probably
Yeah,
started
well, hold
reporting
on.
her immediately and shit.
We got to investigate that one further because I know when I think it was Mark Sargent that put out a video about that lady, that the headline was kind of summarizing it like you did, like, woman pilot grounded for flat Earth. But then he interviewed her, and when you listen to her own words, like, she pushed the issue. I got to find. Actually, there's probably no way I can find it because I deleted my whole playlist. But maybe it's probably on Mark Sargent's channel. She she mentioned flat Earth to the other pilot she was working with, just in a very objective way, just kind of like, oh guys, can't you see this thing, that thing, the other thing? We see too far. And this is just my summary from it's been a year since I watched the video, and then they made fun of her. And then she was really upset that they were making fun of her, and she went to complain about them making fun of her. Then they made her do a psychological evaluation or something. It was like, she was pushing the issue. She almost forced them to do it. And she even says in the interview, yeah, I kind of just wanted to be grounded because I didn't want to work with those guys anymore. I'm not saying it's good, but if you're not I have not seen an example of a person who really gets fired for flat Earth. There's some other thing going on there. It's like she was grounded and wasn't flying anymore, but she kind of chose that path, basically, is the way I interpreted it from her own word.
I feel like the bigger problem is that there should be many, many, many Globers coming out of the woodwork to prove that this is how it actually works. Wow, where are those Globers?
I can see Earth curving in Dan's video. What were you looking at there? Look at that Earth curve right there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Dan, I hear what you're saying about Fern, about that. Because I probably didn't even hear her full story. I was just referring to my general sense of it as well, because I just remember, I don't know all the details of it, but I just know that she went on to Globebusters, and I remember hearing that when she went on there, and then there was a lot, I think, that kind of unfolded in the coming time, and I could see maybe if she was kind of pushing it, or there was other things going on in that environment. And I also hear what you're saying too. Not everyone necessarily would just totally lose their profession and be fired, because that was originally, I think, what I was kind of thinking about, just in terms of the blockages from people considering it, because that was then coming from the idea of having physical validatable measurements is something that might be able to kind of break through that if it's something that's physically tangible and scientifically verifiable in that sense, rather than certain professionals or scientists now, that if they were to start thinking or considering this, there are all these other social ramifications, and possibly with what happened with Brian Mullen as well, where I think he did lose his engineering certification just from talking about this on YouTube when he did that years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure people do. I'm not challenging. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm just that particular one, annoyed me when he put that headline out there because I felt like it misrepresented it. But I'm sure they do, just like they get blackballed about the evolution thing too in academia. I'm sure people do. It does happen to them. Yeah.
The lead developer for Google Earth was fired over admitting that the Earth is flat. So that's what he did. He worked on Google Earth as the lead developer, and as soon as he came out publicly that it's flat, he was gone. I think his name's Thomas Wilkerson. You can look him up.
Dan, you're hot, Mike.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate that it's career suicide. If you're in a position of authority or someone that would be viewed as a credible source, you're gonna jeopardize your career. And it doesn't take a lot of people. They make an example of that one pilot. They make an example of this guy at Google Earth, and then no one else wants to do it. No one else wants to be. They don't want to risk their career over it. It's not worth it.
It seems even to defend, you can't even talk about it, even to defend it. Even if you enter the arena, you're going to be outed.
Wonder if any of the Globe guys are going to come out and condemn these companies for firing people for having opinions they don't like.
Yeah, I was just thinking the other day, why how is it that we can't get any kind of you know, what's the word? I don't even know what the word is. Government,
Whistleblowers.
No, I'm saying, why can't hate speech towards flat Earth be considered just the same as, any other topic I might be thinking?
Because we're not a protected class. We're a shit-on class.
Yeah, but you know why we're not a protected class, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We should. Why is that not a protected? Why can flat Earth not be a protected class? How much or how awesome would that be?
Because there's no reason to. There's no motivation to protect people who are going against the mainstream. Like,
because you didn't hire me. You didn't hire me because I believe in the flat Earth. I believe that's discrimination.
Yeah, but there's a certain class that you can discriminate against. You got to see the playing field is not level. It's okay to hate. It's okay to hate people of a certain race. Like if your skin is white, it's okay to openly discriminate against white people, and it's not hate speech. It's openly condoned by the government in terms of hiring practices and such. To openly discriminate against something I have no control over. If I'm born a certain way, I have no control of that, but it's okay to discriminate against me for something I have no control over. You see how it's not an even playing field. There's some people it's okay to discriminate against and others you can't. They're protected classes that we're living in 1984.
But going back to
you just saying that offended me.
Are you offended? I'm glad you're offended.
Going back to the flat Earth thing, we're a group that's challenging their narrative, so of course they're not going to protect us while we're doing it. It's obviously not going to happen.
You're saying while essentially in a sense revealing one of their biggest deceptions.
Yeah. So why would they protect us while we're doing it? Doesn't make any sense.
Or would they sell us the equipment, like sell us a laser beam so we can destroy your whole globe? I mean, not that it's been done with other lesser laser beams at shorter distances, and it's still not enough evidence for someone who has their mindset on the globe. Like if you're not willing to look at the evidence, there's no amount of money that will, like someone like Witsit's dad or my brother, there's just no amount of money for someone that's not wired to see the truth.
Well, but like Left Lane mentioned LIGO earlier, like a tube that would be perfectly level. So, I mean, what if we could build something like that would be, like an incredible, like as straight and level of a line as you possibly can over a long enough distance, even longer than LIGO, and then show, if that's able to show that there is no curvature, and then people could come, it would be like a site that people could come to. Like almost like a monument of sorts where they could come and they could look at it, maybe even touch it, measure it, bring their own tools if they want to validate it. They could literally walk along the whole thing and see there could be different ways that we could to show, and they could validate like tangibly and physically the level.
It's already there's no need to build something on top of something that's already level. I mean, it makes no sense. You have the salt flat that's already built. It's there and existing. You don't have to build anything. It's there. It exists. It's flat. And so
it would, but I'm saying something that would show the lack of deviation from level in terms of the Earth's surface not deviating, which is of course what they would need in the globe idea.
Put a steel pipe here's my idea I had earlier, right? Kosho made me think of this yesterday. You get like a granite cube, a block of granite, right? 50, 100 feet, however much you need, 1 millimeter. We just need a little bit. You make a plumb line going down the face of the cube, this granite cube, right? You mark the plumb line, and then You flip it on its side. Now we got a straight horizontal line right there, right?
You know,
You guys
you
like
don't
that
need
one or
that.
no?
Like any plumb line is 90 degrees to water. So it's that building anything like that is totally irrelevant. Go take a plumb line to the reflecting pool at the Washington Monument, and it's a perfect 90 from any angle. From 360 degrees, it's a perfect plumb 90. And so is the Washington obelisk right in your face. Like they're the people who built it. You could drop a plumb line down the Washington obelisk and it's dead plumb. If we could do that, like if we were allowed to go there. I mean, yeah, take your square there. Take your square, take your level. I guarantee go to each side and that thing's dead nuts. These guys, they know how to build their monuments. They're good at it. And I don't think it's the modern Freemasons who built that shit.
See, that's the thing you're missing, though. You can't do it on such a local level like that. You're going to have to stretch it out before
It's
you'll be able
500
to
feet
realize
tall,
it.
dude. It's like
I'm not talking
550.
about tall. I'm talking about at distance. You're going to have to go at distance to tell the difference.
Okay, but that's where perspective comes in. Like I could take a coin,
not
a dime.
perspective.
Hold on. I could hold a dime at arm's length and cover the sun. Is my dime larger than the sun? It's all about the
That's
perspective.
irrelevant to the shape
No,
of the
it's
earth.
not. No, it's not. Because you said you need a bigger monument. It all squares up with the distance.
I
The
didn't say a
horizon
bigger
distance.
monument. I said you're going to have to stretch out along the ground in distance. You
I mean,
can't
you
do
can
it locally.
Yeah, I mean, you can work
Yeah.
out the math for that. I mean, because it's a trig thing.
Yeah.
I
Well,
feel
the
like
thing
it-
is, at 100 feet, across the surface in the model, the curvature is only like 0.02 of an inch. You're going to
Well,
have
it's
to go a half a mile or greater.
The
to see
reflecting pool is close to a half a mile long.
Well, it'd be maybe an inch and a half of curvature in that.
There should be some degree of measurable curvature, but if we could prove that there's none, then I mean, then what?
How are
I
you
mean,
going to do? How do you suggest we do that?
you can get a good enough laser to shine across that at being less than a mile. That would be accurate enough, and you just go from the top of the concrete down to the water surface, and you measure each one, and you shine it across there. Like
So
I
you
can go to
level
any angle.
you level your laser on one end, make sure it's level, measure the height of the laser above the water, and then you set a target at the other end and make sure it's the same elevation above the water, and
Yeah.
then shoot your laser at the target and see if it strikes the bullseye
At the same point.
or if it strikes a little above the bullseye.
Let's say if it's 12 inches. If it's 12 inches on one side and it's 12 on the other, and it's 12 along the midpoint. So you go on each side of the midpoint, you go to the far end, and you shine
Where are
it
you
to all
seeing
3
midpoint?
points. The midpoint
the
in the
midpoint?
center.
But
To
it
make
doesn't
sure
matter about the
to
midpoint.
make sure there's no deviation. If it's the same in the middle as it is at the far side.
We're just talking about shooting a level
Listen,
laser
listen.
from one end to the other,
Wait,
and
stop
see
over
where
talking me,
see
goddammit.
where
Dude,
it strikes
you
the
keep over
target.
talking me, dude. Like every time I'm halfway into a point, you're over talking me. You said what's with the middle, and you didn't let me explain it.
Well, maybe just slow down the pace and let each other, say
So the
full
midpoint
statement.
should be higher. The midpoint, that's the whole point of it. The midpoint should be higher than the ends. There should always be a like in the center of the curve. If you're starting from the midpoint, right, to either side, the midpoint is always higher than the ends. If they're all equal points, what does that prove? If all 3 points are equal, the two centers from the left side, right side of the center, and then the far side, if they're all, let's say, 10 inches above the surface of the water, they're all equal distant.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? You're measuring from,
Yeah,
you're
but that's
triangulating 3 separate points.
yeah, but you're just I'm giving you an example of how you could do it, and you're just changing it to something else. I'm not talking about the midpoint. I'm not talking about measuring it at multiple points. I'm talking about setting a laser up on one end, leveling it, make sure it's level, and shooting it to the other end and see where it strikes the target.
That was
That's all
my
you got to
idea,
do.
dude. How do you not see that? I just explained that to you.
There's
And I
nothing
said-
about the middle.
I said I would
nothing
do
about
that
the
as
middle.
well. I would do it for more than one. Obviously, I'm going to
Okay.
go across the length. Obvious.
Okay. Well, there we go. Go do that.
You got my funding?
Well, that's the problem, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think like what you guys were saying earlier about the proof, and do we need more proof? Do we need more credentialed people to speak out? I mean, I think it's good if people feel willing and able to do that, and there are people many professionals and degreed people who have spoken about the globe lie, but look at 9/11, for example. Architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. I think there's hundreds or thousands of signatures on their petition. There's so many professionals that question that, but in the mainstream official narrative, that hasn't changed it at all. But I think it does slowly influence people, so that the same thing can happen with flat Earth, so it'll eventually be more accepted. But I personally have gotten to the point where I'm more interested in in my own professional life, giving people the tools they need, to be able to make logical conclusions, or to, be able to be confident enough in themselves to not just accept somebody else's controlling of their mind and so on. I mean, that because even the woman pilot we were talking about, like, yeah, she's like, I'm not like dismissing that she had a bad time and she was mistreated. Like, she totally was. Like, she never should have been made fun of, or harassed because of her thoughts, which were totally valid and could hold up in a court of law and are completely provable and so on. I mean, but there has to be some kind of change where people get those tools so that when that information is presented to them, that they are willing and able to accept it, that they're able to get out of that spell or that mind control program somehow. Because I think, it's asking a lot of these people to say, like you guys alluded to earlier, yeah, more professionals should speak out and risk their jobs or whatever. It's kind of like, well, they're not the ones who put this thing into place, and they end up taking the rap for it. It's really unfortunate. And they're unlikely to be able to make a difference. Just the same reason why these objective tests are not making a difference, because you have to get the mindset to be receptive first and to get out of that programming.
Architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, that was a controlled opposition group.
Was it? I didn't know that. I know you know a lot about that whole thing. So that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that.
Secondary official narrative, right? So the people who are skeptical are not going to believe the airplanes and jet fuel hoax. So they have a second net to gather those people up. And that was the alternative. That was the alternative official narrative. Yeah. So they roped in all the other people that were, not all of them, but like 99% of the skeptics got roped into their little camp. They're clever. They got redundancy. They're so clever with their plans. They don't just have one plan. They have a contingency plan for everything.
And they have like a bunch of terms banned, right? That if you even type it, they'll ban you. Like Judy Wood or directed energy weapons. Like what are the other ones? They have a bunch of them that are banned.
Oh, I can tell you. Yeah, it was Holocaust, Jews, UFOs, nukes, Judy Wood, DEWs, DEW. Yeah, I'm like, wait, Holocaust, Jews, like what? What? It's like the names that will get you banned. It was like, it was very telling.
Well, those can get. I mean, there's certain countries that they'll get you. You can be put in prison just for talking about it, like in Germany, even today. So I mean, those are understandable. But the fact that they were trying to limit, like Judy Wood's work, is interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, her work is all very evidence based.
But Gio, that doesn't make sense because those laws would be in place in those countries regardless of this subject. What does that subject have to do with this subject? That's what he's saying.
If you want to know who rules over you.
9/11. Does anyone know? It's just a weird thing to even link.
Wait, say it again, Crypto. Your mic was a little. I couldn't quite hear you. It sounded like you were kind of
Sorry,
far from your mic.
Sorry, yeah, I was just saying the point that Wolfgang's making is that this is within the context of 9/11 truth. Like, what has the Holocaust got to do with 9/11?
There's a screenshot.
Do you know what I mean? Like, to the point where they have to ban talk of it. It's weird.
Is this rhetorical, or do you really need me to link it up for you?
No, well, no, I know. But,
Well, this is
but
what. Okay, it has a list of them here. This is the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. It's like on their forums. These are the words that are all banned. Or I guess they'll ban you if you use these. No planes, DO, which stands for directed energy weapon, nukes, HARP, UFO, Judy Wood, and then the Jews, Holocaust, Zionism trio there at the end. So, but all the first ones are all linked directly to 9/11. Like no planes, they ban you if you just say that there were no planes. I mean, but that is like the deeper part of that whole story is, did they even use, commercial airlines at all? Were commercial airlines even involved at all in the whole thing? So they definitely didn't seem to want to allow people to talk about that.
I mean, the face of the Pentagon was pretty evident that at least that one wasn't the plane they said it was at the least.
You know what's funny? There was a CNN reporter. He was actually telling the truth. He's like, I'm here right now at the Pentagon, and I can't find any debris of an airplane. I can't see any seats, landing gear. There's nothing here. And he was like,
Jamie McIntyre. It'll never play again. It played once. That was it.
It was funny that he was bewildered. He's like, well, wait a minute. He didn't get it. He doesn't even know he's part of the propaganda. So there are innocent people wrapped up in the whole pushing fake narratives. He had no idea, or else he wouldn't have said that.
I see no evidence of any debris that even resembles an airplane, is what he said.
Yeah, because it wasn't. It was the same technology. It was the same weapon. And you know how
debris.
There was nothing. He said.
He said, Dan, your camera's on, by the way.
Yeah, no debris, and not to mention the hole it left. I mean, that doesn't really match the plane they said that hit it. So I don't know.
It was the same tech. It was the same tech that was used at the 9/11, because every one of these, they built a water fountain at every one of these events. 9/11, Oklahoma City, the Pentagon, the field in Pennsylvania, all these places have a water feature, like a water fountain, to decontaminates the ground somehow. The moving of water, and then trees. They plant a bunch of trees, and they have flowing water to do something. Because there's like an after effect where the ground stays contaminated, and this is a way to revive it. Yeah, but it's telling, like, ask who you cannot criticize. Like, if you want to know who and what did it, that someone's over the target, and this lets me know they're controlled op, 100%. And there was a guy speaking of this. He's like, you know what? I joined Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth because I wanted to get to the bottom of this, and I paid a $50 donation to be part of their group. I don't know that it was mandatory, but he donated money to the cause, and they banned him because he was speaking out. He's like, guys, you got to see this directed energy. I said, and boom, he's done. He was like, I can't believe it. They banned me. So he kind of got it after that.
But I mean, could there be another possible interpretation that they are considering themselves more like at a professional level, where they don't want other ideas that are more outside of the box to be linked with them, because then it makes them look, less legitimate in their mind, or just because of that stigma linked to different words and ideas. Could it be that?
Some of these are harmless. Some of these are harmless words. No planes, like.
Well, but see, no planes implies. See, that's a much deeper thing. Like if it was still planes, then okay, it was some crazy guys. They did some crazy. They did a crazy thing, a whole kamikaze mission. Like you could, But if there's no planes, and it's like that. That's the thing that in my mind, that's one thing that links it into like, oh wow, it was actually a completely planned event. More like a military strike event that was actually completely planned and wasn't even what they told us at all on that level. So it reveals like a much deeper side of it. Whereas, perhaps those that architects and engineers for 9/11, they perhaps are not for whatever reason willing to like go to that level of it. They're still trying to keep it that it was still the At least
What
part
about
of the
jet
mainstream
fuel,
story.
Gio? What if we can go to the planes and find that there's no jet fuel in the wings? If we could run a camera, I mean, like, it's not going to be feasible for us to go to Boeing or wherever they're building these, or like a airport, unless you got someone on the inside and run a camera up inside the wing and show everyone what's inside there. Here's my camera. I'm literally looking down the wing, and there it is, end to end. I could see clear path right through the wing. I could see it on airplanes they were deconstructing. They're bone dry. The wings are bone dry inside, and there's a whole bunch of mechanical stuff moving through the wings. There's a bunch of drive shafts, motors, hydraulic lines, electrical lines, the hydraulic things that tilt the flaps on the wing. There's all this mechanical stuff going on inside the wing.
They probably drain all the fluid.
Yeah, but you cannot drain it bone dry, dude. There's residue. There's something called residue. You drain oil, and it leaves a filthy, oily residue. And it discolors the paint. The paint will be permanently discolored.
Well, I don't know quite how we got on 9/11. Are we going into 9/11 right now? Because I don't know. Is this?
No, it was architects and engineers someone brought up, and I was saying controlled op. I'll remove this because I'm just saying this is how you could determine that they're not legit.
You're saying that all airliners have no fuel in their wings. Is that what you're saying?
Well, all of the ones that I've seen demolished, the wings are dry inside. The ones that I've seen, they were demolishing them to recycle the plane, and lo and behold, there's not one drop of fuel, and the wings on the internal structure are bone ass dry. And I'm watching the guy chop the wing from tip to tip. He's going from the end of the wing, chopping it off, all the way to the fuselage, and each section is dry.
How long?
Why would you not drain the fuel? Why would you disassemble a plane and not drain the fuel out of it?
There ain't no fuel in. There was never any fuel in the wing. That's the point I'm making. You could try and drain it,
that's
but
crazy,
each one
man.
has.
That's just absurd.
Okay,
it is.
According to you, who's never done a bit of research, so you make the claim without any research.
But I have done the research.
You're making a definitive claim. You're making a definitive claim.
It's an absurd claim.
According to
you, that airplanes do not use fuel. That's absurd.
Okay, and you also think that the horizon's flat, but then there's a curve near to far. So I mean, that's an absurd claim. That's a more absurd claim.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you guys are cool if we kind of go back to that, because I mean the whole 9/11 thing's a whole topic, which I mean it's its own whole thing, and I guess I'll just say that what I was going to say, and then if you guys want to go back to it, we can as well. We can, I'm not saying we have to change topics perhaps, but it was based a bit because it was still something on my mind from the whole topic we were having before. Is that cool, or did you want to?
I don't know. I've said my piece. I've said my piece. I don't.
Well, there's a lot to the whole 9/11 topic, and it is interesting, the whole thing. But yeah, I don't know if we were gonna keep going into it all with the airplanes and stuff.
There's a lot of. Well, I'm just saying on multiple levels, 9/11 is fake on so many levels. Like the whole narrative that airplanes did that is a fake narrative. And the secondary narrative about the thermite is another fake narrative.
Yeah, dude, that video you showed of it the other day when we were looking, that close up. Yeah, there's no explosion sounds. It's just like a whooshing. When the building came down, it's like, it's just a whooshing noise.
It was turned into particles, like just at the smallest molecular level, the structure. And you could watch them falling, Gio, like sections of the steel frame from the top. The top section of the building broke off in one solid chunk, and it never hit the ground. That was one complete assembly, right? It was however many floors, and it never hit the ground. It was breaking off as a unit, as a chunk. So where did it go? You can watch it. It just turns into a trail of dust as it's falling. Never slams into the ground.
Yeah, well, that's how they kind of started the whole thing, basically, it seems like. Because once they had the explosive at the top, and once that top layer, like it was burned up enough to where that top layer was going to tilt off, once it started tilting, then they started activating what they activated.
They pulsed it with that weapon at pulse energy, and it disintegrated.
That's a claim. What do you make, if anything, of the hurricane that was being tracked off the coast of New York City?
Yeah, Hurricane Aaron, the morning of 9/11, like right when the towers were exploded, the holes became visible on the towers, as it were. There was a hurricane that was pausing in its position right there, right off the coast of New York, on the morning of 9/11. Hurricane Aaron.
Someone said HARP, right? HARP. HARP controls the weather. The hurricane was an essential part of the whole thing because that was the capacitor. That was probably the energy source to tap into. Because when Hutchinson did it, he had 3 separate machines. He had a Van de Graaff generator that created the electrostatic charge in the air, right? The air becomes electrostatically charged. And same thing with the hurricane. There's your charge. And then the microwave weapon, because he also used the microwave, Hutchinson, that was the final link, and he had a Tesla coil. So he had 3 electromagnetic, electrostatic, and a microwave in conjunction to do what he did. And I don't know if it requires all 3 of them, but they had at least 2 of them with the hurricane. I don't know that it would work without it. Without it, it might just do like it does in those fires, those mysterious fires in California. It might not disintegrate things like with an impulse like that, where the building you could watch it disintegrate in thin air. And it didn't make any noise. And it didn't harm the organic matter. It didn't harm the paper. It didn't harm the trees. It didn't harm the people. They weren't harmed by it.
Yeah.
Everything that was metal, like there was no file cabinets, but all this paper. It's like, wait, they found like one file cabinet, and it was shrunk.
You're saying the dustification was what required the hurricane?
Yeah, basically to pulverize it like that. They could have done it, but I think it might have looked like the Hilton Hotel in California, where it's slowly burned from the top down like a candle, and then there's nothing left. It might have done that instead. There's different ones. There was one they used that at the grain silo in Lebanon, where there was an enormous flash of light and then a huge explosion, and then the secondary effects were like the ships bursting into flames, metal ships bursting into flames. That was a secondary effect. That wasn't a direct effect. So the direct effect was the hit on that silo. That was the direct effect. And then it had a secondary effect. Like on Oklahoma City, the direct effect was destroying the building, the face of the building. The secondary effect was the parking lot across the street and then the rooftop across the street. Those are like the aftershock or whatever. That's like a secondary effect.
By the way, I just posted 2 images of Hurricane Aaron. That was its position on the morning of 9/11. That's like the actual satellite overhead, and then the other one's like the technical map showing all the hurricanes at that time. It literally was coming up the coast of New York. It paused right there. It even made a little swoop inwards, like when you look at the actual path of it, and it hung there right at the morning when the 9/11 event happened. And then as that day moved on, the hurricane just moved up and went up off the coast.
And that was a Category 5, which is the most powerful hurricane. This was like no joke. This was a huge hurricane.
And it also like wasn't in the news. Like they didn't cover it in the news at all. Like it was very minimally mentioned on any of the major news stations.
It's like the guy from the Pentagon. All that got swept under the rug. Or the lady that says, it said the Building 7 has collapsed, and they're looking straight out the window, and you can see it hasn't collapsed yet. But they already called it out. They pre-recorded the shit. Oops. Remember that? The woman being interviewed. Building 7 has also collapsed, and you could see right out the window it was still there. It was still standing.
No, that was the second tower. They announced the second tower, I thought, falling before it happened. The first one fell, and then they announced the second one falling.
It's Building 4 you're thinking of, not 7.
Yeah, the second tower. The first tower fell, and then she reported that
there was the building number 6 was completely hollowed out, and you can see like cylindrical holes. Like if you connect the dots, you can see there's like a cylindrical hole that's just eaten away from the roof all the way down into the basement. These holes where the metal, the structure has been disintegrated, and it was like a box beam construction where everything was boxed in like box sections. So there was a vertical and a horizontal grid.
There's a cylindrical hole in their fucking story of how this whole thing played out.
Well, what I'm saying about the beam, there's all the cylinders are all the same radius. You can connect all these. You can trace them on the image from the top. You can trace them out in different areas where it hit. So it looks like they're moving it around. It's being manipulated. And that's what we saw, like where there was a house that was sliced in half. There was a police car, half of it was burned and the other half was perfect. So like this thing can be very precise, but sometimes they have glitches. Yeah, the technology.
Well, real quick. Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, well, real quick. I mean, if you want to stay on this or go back to this, you can. But it was just this one thing because we were talking about the measurement of the Earth and all that before, and it was a kind of a question that I just still had in my mind that I wanted to throw out there and see what anyone who wants to respond to it. Like, if we had like an actual physical site that had a physical, tangible, maybe multiple measurements, not just one, with multiple different methods. And people could come and actually physically come there. Like the public could be able to come there, meaning it's not like a private thing, that it could be publicly accessible. And if it was available that anybody could come see, and if there's the ability to get the word out, as it were, so people know it's there and all of that. And if it showed the lack of deviation, the lack of curvature, et cetera, with multiple different methods that could all be verifiable and all the information there for it, what difference do you think that would make in terms of the current situation of the globe and the internet censorship around this information getting out and so on, having something tangible and physical like that? Like, what effect do you think that would have? Like, do you think that would be enough to initiate an entire huge paradigm shift where professionals and people in all different fields would actually be able to not sort of resist it or not deny it at that point? Or would it be like, what effect would that have on the whole discussion of the truth about the Earth?
Gosh, it's such a great idea. You wonder why nobody's done it. I mean, I think it wouldn't have the effect of like huge numbers right away, but it would have a place where all people who understood the globe lie could kind of go, right? Like, imagine what would happen there. Kind of like a whole flat Earth culture, I feel like would build up around there. You know what I mean? Like these people who are new to it, because you tell someone who's new to it, oh yeah, just find a body of water and go do it. And some people do, like, that's fine and everything. Like I did it. And it was like a really intense thing for me. Like it did make a difference, but like to go to a place where like other people are doing it and like you're doing it together. Yeah, I think it would make a huge difference. Of course, like something would probably happen. I'm sorry, I don't want to be like a negative Nancy, but like obviously one of their main goals is to keep flat earthers apart, and it's been very accomplished very well. So that would be, I think it's a great idea. Somebody should do it.
The guy that did the experiment on the ice in Canada, people go for the land speed records in Bonneville. If you brought your stuff to the Bonneville salt flats, like your camera and some traffic cones with different colored lights, and you did the same observation on the salt flat, because they have like a path where they race the cars and motorcycles and all that shit. And it needs to be a large, flat, open surface, because at high speeds, any tilt or deviation in the road can be disastrous, right? When you're going so fast over land, the air gets up under there, the cars flip and they get wrecked. So you need a dead flat surface. So to determine that it's flat, you can use the test that he used on the lake over there, and there's always lots of people there because they go for the land speed record, and there's people there to document the speed, so they could document the flatness as well, but they probably wouldn't allow you to do it because they're control groups. You know what I mean? Like people that are documenting land speed, they're probably there to do it with some agency or whatever, Guinness Book of Records, and I just don't know it wouldn't hurt to try it. Don't even tell them what you're doing. Do it at nighttime.
Yeah, but I agree. Like, yeah, it'd be interesting to see, and in terms of all that, and yeah, it probably would be slow at the beginning. Like, it would take some time for more and more people to be aware of everything. So yeah, it would take some time, but it would be pretty awesome to have that.
Yeah, but
have like a physical, validatable, visitable site. But I think there also have to be several around the world. Couldn't just necessarily have ones, and then that's even that component of it too, like having several that would at least one on every continent, if not more than one.
Right, Yeah, but the answer is yes. Of course, it would make a big difference, such as the Georgia Guidestones made a difference to the point where they started becoming like a flat Earth monument, and then they blew it up. But yeah, of course, it absolutely would make a difference right away, all the time, no doubt about it.
Well, then there's that
I
question.
suspect it wouldn't. I suspect that people would go along the same way that they are now. It's hard to change people's minds.
There's still going to be that number of people that there's no amount of evidence that would help, Gio.
Well, so for you, Matthew, if this existed like we're talking about, and even with your current, globe cosmology that you hold to currently, if you were able to go visit a site like this, and it was, there were multiple different methods, multiple different, setups that you could validate yourself, and you were able to see it validated, would that, would you be able to, like, how would you?
Right. So
from there, how would you progress from there? If it's this is it is validatable on that level.
Yeah. So if there were a site that would validate the actual shape of the Earth, I think that I'd be happy with that. I suspect that all of you guys would say that it's a government shill thing, and that the reason that it shows that the Earth is a globe is because that they were, it's controlled opposition. And so I don't think it would make a difference to anybody. I would say, look, it shows the Earth as a globe, and you'd say, no, the government designed it, and
wait. So hold on. You're coming from a different perspective now. I was talking about if the results were showing planar. You're talking about if the results showed globe.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, they would show a globe, like if you had something that could be validatable, they would show a globe, and you guys would all discount it. Is my guess.
Okay, but you understand what I was more asking is if it showed it that it was planar.
Yeah, don't get suckered in, Gio. Definitely don't get suckered into what he's saying.
I see.
I mean, unless you're trying to make an argument like, oh, well, it is a globe, so it's going to show globe. But no, I'm talking about if it's showing the lack of deviation from level, from straight on multiple levels, and the lack of curvature. That's what I'm referring to.
Like what type of structure, what type of thing do you have in mind?
To whatever level you would accept, Matthew. Like, would it make a difference? Like, to whatever level you would be like wholeheartedly, I accept that evidence.
Well, no, that is a good next logical question that he would ask, I would think, in terms of like, well,
a square with an X. Give him the square.
Square up.
Well, I mean, we've talked about many of these ideas over the years in detail in multiple different ways. One of the things I've always wanted to do would be to, in terms of, there's multiple things to do, but one of them would be to have like a series of triangles that are physical. So you start with a small triangle that is tangible, an actual physical triangle on the ground, and you can verify that it is a perfect triangle, that all the angles are 180 degrees, all the lines are dead straight, the elevation, 3 points make a plane. So you have a triangle that makes a plane on the Earth's surface, and you start with a small one, and then you make successive larger triangles. It's sort of like almost like forcing the line, but like forcing the sphere, or like forcing spherical excess. So you then make a larger triangle. So you have the small one to begin with. Now you make a larger one. And when you make the next larger size one, you can square it and level it to the original triangle. So now you have all the squares and levels and straight lines and the 180 degrees of the larger triangle that's also tangible. And since it's a close distance, you can get very, very precise, physical measurements to make sure it's an exact triangle. And then you keep making additional triangles, out, and continue making them physical triangles. And at some point, if the Earth was a sphere, then you're not going to be able to get a coplanar triangle at one of those sizes. Like once it reaches a certain size, it will no longer be coplanar, and you'll have the effect of what the globe would give, and you would start to have that spherical excess effect. And then as you continued making triangles, if it was a globe, you would have more and more of that spherical excess result, and it would be very, very clear to see the difference between the planar triangles and the spherical ones once it got to the point where the Earth curve became there. Of course, if there is no Earth curve, then you're just going to get the continued planar triangles, just everything square and planar going out and out, as far as the triangles go. And then in addition, having that structure, then there's a bunch of additional ideas, which I know I've said a lot here, so I won't go into all the other ones, but there's other things we could do within those triangle systems to validate and verify other components of curvature as well. So, and then like Jeremy is talking about also having a square, because if you have a square, then you can do distances between points, and certain distances don't fit on a sphere, but only fit on a plane. and vice versa. So there's like multiple things that could be combined together.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I think with the triangles, you'd have to get them engineered and machined very precisely, and that would be hard. But it is a good idea. And in a sense, I think there is a location like this, like the Bedford Canal with the Bedford Level experiment. So there is kind of a spot like that. But maybe we could make other canals like that are just as long in other places, and that would be a good way to do it.
Well, that would be part of this too. In these triangles, or like Jeremy said, if you added this, you could have two triangles that would make a square. So you could actually just do two of this triangle ones and make it a square structure. But yeah, between those, you could build a water canal. You know, between all sides of the triangle, you could have water, and then you could do tests within that as well, within the water.
Yeah, deep.
You do a square. You do a square with an X in it. It has 100% validatability, okay, of what kind of surface it's on, if it's planar or non-planar.
Yeah, it reminds me of the demonstration that DP ran on here, Geo, with you. I can't remember the location, but it shows exactly that. 3 coplanar points. Yeah.
Anchor Watt. Yeah, he did a presentation. Yeah, that was great because it's like there's like water and yeah, exactly. It's like a natural structure that has some of these geometric components. Yeah, he did an event here, like a presentation on it. That was great.
Yep. My favorite as far as like being able to get it through to the, just to the population and make it a common, provable demonstration is my favorite is still Hammer and Jeremy's idea of just getting the scanner at the top and bottom of the have like a little cart or a little train. You can sell it'd be 3 inches big. Just run it in a circle for 3 months. You could just sell them. They could cost $100. Everybody buys one, takes one home. You have a scanner at the top. I can't remember the name of the scanner at the top, scanner at the bottom. You run it for 3 months. Well, if the Earth's a globe, the arc distance from the top should read a longer distance, and everybody gets to take it home. You can buy it at Walmart, right? Take it home and find out the Earth is not a globe in like 3 months. Everybody can do a little child experiment. Like, wow, that's awesome. Earth's not a globe.
We'll sell them at the gift shop.
Yep.
We'll sell them at the gift shop of the Flat Earth Museum.
Yeah, it comes with like a little track
in the middle of
a little track. You plug it in your wall at home. In 3 months, you find out you're not on a globe. It's like, holy shit.
Wait, so what kind of scanner? You said a scanner, or like I'm having trouble picturing what you're
like a rangefinder or something, right? So you have like a little you can imagine it in a larger scale. You have like a bumper car, right? It has a big pole going up to the top, right? So you have like a 10-foot pole, right? You can imagine or 20-foot pole. You can imagine a larger scale, right? You put the rangefinder at the bottom, like near the wheels or near the license plate. You put one at the top. You run it at 10 miles an hour for 365 days. That's however many miles that is. Like it's like going around the globe one time, right? Or no, it's a lot more than that. Do the math, right? 10 miles an hour.
And how are you going to tell how far the bottom went versus how far
you
the
have
top went?
You have two separate ones, right? So the top will read one number, and the bottom will read another number. If the Earth's a globe, the radius should change the higher up you go in altitude, making it a much longer distance.
So,
but everybody knows
you have
like,
some kind
like,
of device that can tell how far it went. Like
rangefinder, GPS, rangefinder, anything. You can pick a bunch of different things. You can plug in your phone. You can download the app at the gift store. It's only like $1.99 extra.
Yeah, I don't know if those are precise enough to show a difference.
Yeah, time though. Time is you can calculate the time and the number that you should get. Yeah.
We could add that to the triangles and squares.
Yeah.
Have a big one going all the way around and measuring the
distance. Put a circle inside a triangle inside the square.
That will be the shape of the track. Yeah. Yep.
We're gonna need Bedford on this one.
Yes, sir. Did you hear Bev today? He did a really good job with math. Charles Math, I think his name is. Math man.
Flat Earth Math.
Flat Earth Math. Yeah, Charles.
Yep. Yeah, he did a really good job. It was fun to listen to. But yeah, I mean, I love them. I love tangible things. Like this globe is not a tangible thing. Like it's this mysterious thing. It always disappears, always out of reach. You go further, and then then the horizon's further. It's you can't touch it, but you can see it, right? Yeah, it's like it's just an illusion, right? But I like things that you can touch, like a triangle or a train plug it into the wall and watch it go in a circle, or don't watch it, whatever. Yeah, this globe thing is they like people often
That whole train thing with the top going a shorter distance than the bottom, that would have to be a super precise instrument that you're taking those measurements with. Like, I don't know what you would even use for that, but
time. I mean, it doesn't have to be precise if you run it for 10 years. And it doesn't need to be as precise if you run it for 20 years, 30 years. The longer you run it, the more noticeable it should be.
It's basically 1 part in 10 million. That's the difference between if you have a 20-foot pole.
Yeah, I'd probably have to rely on you now because Flat Earth math didn't do so well. So I think you're the new globe math guy. 1 in 10 million.
Yeah, I don't mean to be I don't know if I'm a globe math guy, but yeah. I mean, it's just the ratio. It's 3959 versus 3959 plus 20 feet. That's not much difference.
But it adds up over the distance, as that's the idea of.
But it doesn't. It's the same ratio. It's 3959 miles versus 3959 miles plus 20 feet. It doesn't matter how fast or slow or how long or how short you do it. The ratio is the same. Even if the numbers get bigger and bigger, the ratio stays the same.
Yeah, but eventually you're going to get to having 10 feet if the Earth is a globe. Which I mean, nobody in like the common world, you go out and tell somebody, "Hey, I'm going to do this test." I mean, that's ridiculous. It's going to be the same number no matter what tool, no matter how precise, right? It's like sounds like so obvious, right? Like, of course, it's not going to read a longer thing. It's got right, but yeah, it would if the Earth were a globe, it would eventually have to read a longer line.
Matthew, do you think you can look at that video for me and tell me what's going on?
The one at 57 PSR?
Yeah.
You and those numbers.
Nice, dude. Is this a new one? I don't know if I've. Is this a new find or is it one that?
I think it's older, but I've never seen it before.
Oh, that's what I mean. It's like a new find, or yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just found
it looks like a bit older.
I just found it. Yeah.
See the harness popping out of his shirt,
bro. That's just so blatant.
I don't think that's a harness.
Of course you don't, but I'm asking you, what can you explain that? Or what is going on? What's pulling his shirt?
I don't think anything's pulling his shirt. It's just sort of like he's twisting and the shirt's floating around.
What?
I don't think anything is pulling the shirt. I think he's just sort of twisting and turning, and his shirt is weightless, obviously, and it's just moving around.
Oh man, the things you have to tell yourself, Matthew.
You see this as definitive proof of a harness?
Well, you know what it reminds me of is it's a similar physics that some of that footage, which is actually some of the first stuff that set me off on the moon landing, where the astronaut on the moon is like falling over, and he's kind of kicking around and he's trying to get up or whatever. And the other astronaut goes to put his hand out, but they never touch. Like he doesn't actually get pulled up by the other astronaut. And then like the dude that seems to be like holding him on the wires, like pulls him up. So like he's on the ground kind of floating around and he gets pulled upwards by the wires, however they were controlling the wires. And this reminds me of that physics in a similar way where like something's being pulled outside of the normal physics.
Dude, this is slowed down and look how fast it jerks out. And you're going to tell yourself that it's because his shirt is floating.
Right.
One portion of his shirt gets jerked out really fast, and that's because his shirt is floating.
Yes. What do you think it is? You think there's literally an invisible wire that's magically pulling it?
I think he has a wire going down in his harness, and it gets pulled out. I don't see how that in slow motion that thing can jerk out that fast in just that small portion of his shirt because he's floating. That doesn't even make physical sense. That's physically impossible.
I don't know. It seems rational.
And it
to-
just happens to be in the spots where wires would be if you were wearing a harness. To top it all off. That's like a cherry on top.
Look, I'll screen record the normal speed too. So.
You know what I see happening? I kind of enlarged it. So check this out. Go to like 5. Okay, what is that? 6 sec. Oh no, what am I at? 8 seconds roughly. Like, okay, it's actually right at. Let me get the exact. Right at like the beginning of this of second number 7, like 6 to 7, and basically he's kind of hugging the other guy, and then he starts to pull his arm back. So he's kind of just slowly pulling it back to his side, and right at about the 7 to 8 second part, even though his arm is just moving slowly, like he's pulling it away because he just kind of did a little half hug with the guy. He's pulling it away. And even though he's pulling his arm away slowly, it almost looks like a spring-loaded thing like pops out right behind his neck. There's like a little, almost like a triangle-shaped thing that pops out like much quicker than he's moving his arm. And then that whole thing seems to kind of pull back, and then the whole shirt goes with it. It almost looks like a spring-loaded thing that like pops out, or some kind of a part of the prop perhaps, or the way that, whatever's under his shirt here, like the wire system in a sense. But you see how it kind of juts out quickly? It pops out almost like spring loaded. Anyways, that's what I'm saying. It's the first time I've seen this, but because I just enlarged it and I've slowed it down, and it's bizarre physics. Like that doesn't fit just a dude pulling his arm away with a floaty shirt.
Yeah, sorry, I'm like screen recording and
the guy with the red t-shirt. Hold on, I can't watch. Is this the guy with the red t-shirt?
No, I'm not.
No.
It's a different one.
Yeah, this is like I think most people probably haven't seen this. I'm like digging deep through the internet to find this stuff.
Oh, by the way, with the triangles, back on that as well, we could also do, if we have canals that are connecting them, we can also do tests that are measuring like the water with like the lines on the water, for example, is one of them. Remember all those ones we talked about with a canal, like with a ditch, as it were, like a canal that we would build, which I guess is more than a ditch, but like an actual built canal that could have level water. There's a bunch of things we could do within that as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think the best thing to do would be to have like this long canal, maybe like 5 miles long, and then have a series of like built structures right along the, all lined up along the side of the canal, but make them like 30 feet high so that you can, so there's no questions about refraction close to water or something like that, and then make them all exactly the same size, and then just see if they line up. I think that would be a good way to do it.
Yeah, well, then you'd have to verify how they're lining up, though, the elevation of them over distance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like each one is exactly 30 feet off the water, or like right above the water, and then you could even make it easy for people to verify it and say, here's the water. Like use your own tape measure and see how high this hole is, or something, like a big concrete structure that's 30 feet high but has a precise hole in it, and then make several of them along the canal.
Yeah, I've thought of this too, like building towers, basically, like a series of towers. Because once you have a series of towers that are all a particular level from sea level or from water level, and their particular distance above the water level, then now you have like essentially like several, towers or like tall objects that are all in a row. But then you have to get to the next part of, verifying their relation to each other accurately.
Well, yeah, if you have like a sidewalk or something along the whole length, and you could invite people to measure it themselves and whatever measurements they want. And in fact, it probably does. The distance that isn't that important. If they all line up, then they all line up. If they don't, they don't.
Wait, what was your way of doing it? Sorry, I had to do something else for a sec. What was your way of validating so you have all these towers that are a particular distance, and then what was your way of validating that they're, so like, let's say if you had a 30-foot, tower like that, and then let's say at the 20-foot mark, you're just mark, you mark all those. So then water levels could be brought. That's the other thing that could be brought into the triangles. These large, massive triangles would be.
Yeah. So just a hole in a structure that is exactly an exact distance above the water level, and you put
Right, but
several of them along the water.
But I'm talking about like an actual water level with tubes, as well, instead of like, you could have level water, as it were, just water. But I'm also talking about like, the actual tool of like a water level.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you could make a water level. That would work too.
And then you could use lasers to validate that, at least as one validation. So we have to have several things that are all like cross-validating using multiple different spectrums. Because when the optical matches with the tangible, which matches with, the angles, which they all are, would have to match, and they all will overlap as well. And that'll even give even a stronger, because any like sort of write-off that somebody might try to do about any one, when there's like 4 other methods that are all cross-validating that measurement, it's even that much stronger, especially if they're all showing, in terms of like planar geometry, then, planar geometry is it's not bendable or warpable, like 3 points make a plane, and everything has to be on that plane in order to be on the plane. Anything that's off it is off of it. So on a globe, we would get all these deviations from the level, whereas obviously on a Earth that doesn't have that geometry, there's not going to be any of those deviations. It's all just going to square up and be perpendicular and level and vertical and horizontal at all points.
Right.
You know how they have those short range laser levels that are quite accurate and are like not affected by refraction because they're such short distance?
I would say they are affected by refraction, but the effect is so tiny that it doesn't matter because it's short distance. But yes.
Yeah, it's just another thing we do to cross-validate, have a bunch of those between each of those towers. Or if you had the towers close enough together as well, you could also use theodolites and other equipment to cross-validate. Isn't there also another effect that from the center of a triangle on a sphere, the distances to the 3 corners will change if it becomes like what you guys might call a spherical triangle? The distances from the center start to change on the globe. So that would be another thing, that is to do a massive triangle like this and then validate the distances. In addition to the one Jeremy was talking about with a square, because with a square with a cross in it, that's another way to do that. But essentially that ends up being like 4 triangles, a square with a cross in it.
I guess it depends on which kind of triangle you're using. If it's an equilateral triangle, I don't see how it would be different distances, even on a globe, a spherical triangle.
Hey, Gio.
Is that left lane?
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually I've got a buddy of mine, or a guy that I graduated high school with, has I saw he had posted on Facebook that Earth is flat. So I reached out to him, and I'm trying to get him to talk to me and ask him if he knows of Discord and blah blah blah, and get him over here. And he just sent me a video. He just keeps sending me videos. He won't talk to me. So I don't know, but I'm trying to get him over here so we can talk to him. I'd like to talk to him. I hadn't seen him in a long time.
Nice. And
How
And
would
like,
somebody reach out to him? Like, you want somebody to hit him up on Twitter or Facebook?
So you and him both graduated from the same place with the same education, and you have two totally different paradigms.
Well, I went on to college. I don't know if Rennie went or not. I shouldn't say his name. I don't know if he went to college or not. I haven't spoken to him, I guess, since high school, probably.
So if that's
So
the
it's
case, that
been,
now you know that college is the place where you get all your indoctrination, yeah?
yeah. You know, I've thought about that. Like, I don't know. I don't think anything that I did in college would affect my view of the shape of the Earth. I really don't.
Dude, if you look at
I
this
mean, it was.
video, if you see that little
Go
black
ahead.
wire, you guys see that black wire to the right, Gio? There's like this black wire going down vertically in the screen. If you watch it, like when his shirt pops out, he gets pulled back, and that black screen moves at the same time. Like the little black string or wire there is pulling back on him.
as his body moves quicker backwards.
Yeah, bro. Like look at the little black. Look at the black string in the middle to the right. It moves backwards as he moves. Wow.
Yeah, when you see it in the faster speed like that, he really looks. It looks like kind of puppet on a string, like, you know, when he kind of gets pulled up into position. What are those like ventriloquist things? You know, with the what are the ones with the wires? You can kind of dance the little guys. It looks like that.
Marionette.
Yeah, is that it?
Dark matter. Pulling on his shirt.
Yeah, like that other video I posted, the astronaut just literally disappeared, like fades out of the scene right before he turns the corner. They faded him out too soon. He just fades out of the scene. But dude, well, I'm about to show you what I'm talking about.
See him pulled up like Pinocchio. Check his nose.
All right, check. I pointed it out with an arrow. Okay, you see that like black wire thing that arrow's pointing at? Watch the video and watch that little black wire that arrow's pointing at, and it moves back as his shirt gets pulled.
There's stupid arrows in the way. The slow down, or did the slow down video. Oh yeah, now I can see it. The other video.
You see it?
Yeah, I definitely see it in there. Yeah. Yep.
It moves back with him at the same time.
Yeah, I see it moving back. As he's moving back, he's stepping on something or pushing something.
Oh, he just coincidentally steps on something as gravity coincidentally not being there, coincidentally pulled his shirt back at the coincidental same time.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the thing is, Matthew, what I saw from it when I was slowing it down, like is that, yeah, like, so his arm, so you can kind of see the physics of the general thing. He's kind of hugging the guy, which kind of looks like it does like when we do this on Earth, when we're just, you know, vertical, standing on the Earth. He's kind of putting his arm around him, patting him on the back. And he starts pulling his arm back at a fairly slow rate. Like he's not jerking his shoulder. He's not railing his elbow back or anything. He's just kind of going slow, and he's moving. He's just sort of still, really. And then all of a sudden, this black thing pops out of his neck, like erratically, like pops out. Like it looks like spring-loaded to me, the physics of it. And then the whole part of his shirt pops with it, and then he gets pulled back. You don't see that same thing I've seen? Because that's what the.
I mean, these are all very fuzzy pictures of like different things. So I don't see anything suspicious in this at all. I mean, it looks like it's just part of his shirt kind of moving.
Part of his shirt. Why is the black thing? And look, the black thing. It's actually connected to that other one that's at an angle.
Yeah, it's
all
farther
moves
down.
back.
So maybe his left hand is doing something. I don't know.
No, but
maybe
what
he's
about the
holding-
part that looks like it's running into the wall? You see how that there's a line. Do I have to make an arrow again?
Yeah,
If you follow that
there's
arrow,
webbing
if you
there.
follow that wire down to the bottom of the screen, now go back up a little to the left. There's another like string looking thing there, and it also moves at the same time.
Yeah, they're all tied together.
So he just
They
coincidentally
hold-
stepped back on this thing at the same time that his shirt got pulled back because of gravity, which actually pulled him backwards as well.
Who said gravity?
You said that it was because he's not in gravity, so that's why his shirt's just floating.
I didn't
And so
mention
just
gravity.
coincidentally, that one part of his shirt gets jerked back violently at the same time that his body moves backwards, at the same time that the string moves backwards. And it's all actually just a coincidence.
Well, it's not a coincidence. He's moving back and he like pushes against that webbing and it moves all of those wires and
But no, he doesn't move back until after it pulls out. When it pulls out, he jerks back. I don't know. This is that part where I have such a huge disconnect with you. Like, I genuinely don't comprehend how you can sit here and pretend there's nothing suspect about this. I don't understand.
there's nothing suspect about this. It looks fine to me.
That's fine. I mean, I would just, we all know, you just move on from the anti-flat earthers. They're not real people. But yeah, that's cool, man. It might
In
just
what sense?
be
What,
a
what
jerk.
sense? All humans are people. What are you talking about?
This
know,
dude's
he's a
shirt
jerk.
gets pulled
Not a
back
big
and then
deal.
he jerks back.
There are no such thing as NPCs.
Anyway, if you look at the video I posted 11 minutes after the hour, watch as the guy turns the corner, he fades out of the scene.
Right.
How's that work? Is that gravity?
JPEG compression, MPEG compression.
Oh, it makes people disappear from the scene.
Right.
Really? Can you provide me some another example of this happening?
Yeah, if you take videos in MPEG, compress them really small, then you have artifacts like this all the time.
Like just
Listen,
the person disappearing.
There's no point, man. These are like they're so numb. It
I'm
doesn't
not
matter.
numb.
Like they're so numb to it. It's like you can't wake up from a dream that's just like blah. It's like some drugged up prostitute gets raped every day, just lays there and takes it and doesn't care anymore. It's sad.
You notice how Matthew is not criticizing anyone for what they think, but
Relax,
he's being
buddy.
criticized for what he
Leflane,
thinks.
you notice how what he said is noticeably bullshit, though? Like,
It's not noticeably bullshit.
No,
It's-
I know. The digital artifacts are visible in just plain old everyday videos.
Really? So
and it doesn't
send
mean they're
me
not
a
fake. It doesn't mean that
video.
they're fake.
Send me a video where a person fades out and disappears from the video because of compression, please. Any video in the entire world ever of anything, just please show me that happening. Or did you just make it up?
I can't. If I wasn't driving, I would have looked at them. I've searched them. If you do, if you look at digital artifacts in videos, wait a minute. If you look at digital artifacts in video, it brings up all sorts of anomalies like that.
So you're telling me you've actually seen a person fade out of a video because of compression?
Yeah, his
Well, I
dead
mean, not that
great-great-grandmother.
particular person at that particular spot, but yeah, I've seen all sorts of videos where it's thinking, where the sensor is thinking that the background and the object are maybe the same thing, and it just kind of freaks out and fills it in with what it thinks it is, rather than giving you a real image of what it sees.
Oh, now we're invoking video sentience.
Yep.
No. It's basically just that there are keyframes every 30 frames or so, or 15 frames, depending on the compression rate, and the compression algorithm just updates what's changed in the image. And so the more and more you try to compress it, the more it tries to rely on these keyframes and has glitchy things happen all the time.
No, it's not glitchy things. Someone
It is.
fades away.
Yeah, because they were there and then they weren't, and so one keyframe to another, they're there in one keyframe and not in another.
So can you show me an example of this, or are you we're just supposed to believe you as you blindly make it up?
What are you talking about? I'm not
Can
blind.
you give me an example
I'm
of a
accurately
person?
describing how compression works.
Can you give me an example of a person disappearing and fading from a video because it was compressed? And so what you're saying then, right, if I ask NASA for the uncompressed version, then he'll still be there, right?
Right. If you had an uncompressed version of that, it would totally make sense.
Wait, Matthew, but okay, so I mean, he completely disappears. What's your explanation for it? Because the pixels, what they do if you zoom into it, is this the one we're talking about where he fades away? The guy disappears.
11 past 8.
Yeah. So the actual pixels disappear slowly. They become more and more transparent, and then before he's like totally gone, you can see all the way through to the layer behind. So the only way you could see the layer behind is if there was a lack of something physical blocking it. And that is exactly what happens. So what that shows is that there are at least 2 layers, him and then this other environment.
Correct.
Yeah, you could do this with layers. Similar things happen with compression artifacts.
No, it doesn't. You just keep saying that. So can you?
It does.
You don't see through the things that you couldn't see before that are behind you. You might see, it might blur, but you don't see through.
They've never ever, neither one of them have ever seen a video of a person slowly becoming more and more transparent because it was compressed. Objectively, 100% fact, neither one of you have ever seen that ever.
He's going to pull up a video of Michael J. Fox in Back to the Future and say, look, there's evidence of it happening on video all the time.
Like you've never actually seen it. That's what I don't understand. Why do you both just blindly believe it?
What does the
They're
script
flat
movie
earthers,
have
man.
to
They
do
just
with
don't want to
this?
say it. It's fine. Let them be fake flat earthers or whatever you want to call it.
I'm just really trying to let him answer, bro. Like, have you ever actually seen a person become more and more transparent and fade away because of compression? Have you actually ever seen it, or are you just saying you think it could happen?
I've never seen it. I know enough about compression artifacts that I think it could happen. My preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe and the fact that the ISS is real informs my view of what is happening in this video. My trust.
And what about the outer space snake in the guy's shirt? That one's cool too. The snake that pops out of the guy's shirt and pulls him back.
I wouldn't describe it that way, but my preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe and that the ISS is experiencing weightlessness makes this seem like.
So basically, this is the situation we're in. If they're faking it with green screens or virtual reality and layers, every single glitch that happens from virtual reality and layers, you're going to say also happens with compression of video.
Compression of video, like lower bit rates, all these kinds of things. Yes, it's because I believe these things are real. I believe the ISS is real. I believe there are people floating around up there in weightlessness. So it's not a big stretch for me to see that this is real.
Hey, can you please provide the evidence that they said that they compressed it?
All video is compressed. All digital video is compressed.
Well, but Matthew, compression doesn't allow you to see through pixels to a layer behind it.
I think it does sometimes.
Something that is solidly physical, such as this obviously adult man in some kind of black shirt. Like he's a physical object. You can't see through. There can be artifacts and things that like can alter pixels, like either like disorganize them or cause like blurry or a mix up of pixels. There's all kinds of things like that can happen within digital artifacts. But in this case, he fades away frame by frame. And as he's fading, you can see the actual doorway and the physical layer behind him.
Right. It's called interpolation. It's interpolating between the 2 keyframes.
That's not what interpolation is.
Okay, so are you aware that every single digital video is compressed to some
So why
degree?
doesn't this happen to my videos I make on my phone?
Could you show one? How about this? Could you show one that's not NASA where this happens? How about that? Just one. If you can show anyone where this happens, that's not NASA.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm unaware of any. But
So I have an iPhone.
Okay, so
I've
you
been
have no
making
evidence to back your assertion then.
That's right. That's why I openly said it's because of his preconceived notion that he believes it. Like, if I've been making videos with phones going back to flip phones, And I've never, ever, ever had anything even close to this happen. But NASA, worth millions of dollars per day, have way worse cameras than I do on my flip phone. So it happens to them.
Right.
Jesus Christ, bro. But yeah, I'm making like a documentary, like showing a bunch of this and showing the way you can fake it with all these different space movies. It's gonna be fire.
To be fair, you guys have to say that it's fake because it cannot be that they're floating around in space. So you are constrained to automatically say that everything you see must be fake, and you have no room for actual.
No, that's incorrect. Like, I'm actually sitting here watching this guy's shirt get pulled out. I'm watching
say
this
it's fake.
dude. I just saw a video where he's holding a microphone and he moves his other hand to the microphone. He's holding a microphone. He moves his other hand to the microphone and it goes underneath the hand that's holding the mic, which is physically impossible.
Yeah. I might even have that one saved. There's also the one where the microphone wire goes through his leg.
Like, this is crazy, bro. You're projecting, right? You're like, you have to believe something. No, I don't care if there's an ISS with people floating. There's just not. There's provable evidence that they're faking it.
Whatever we show you, you must say, "Oh, it's fake." For example, opening a jar of honey on the space station. That even videos like that, you have to say that they are somehow fake. You have no other option except to concede.
You're projecting, dude. You're just projecting. You just said, because of my preconceived notion, this has to be real.
Right. So
Okay.
we both have preconceived notions, and that is the strongest thing that informs our interpretation of these videos.
No, my preconceived notion was that people are in space and the ISS is real. And then I saw the footage like this, and I didn't just make myself ignore it because I'm a grown man. And I don't do stuff like that. I think it's weird. Like, I could easily take some honey on a vomit comet. I can literally go watch somebody fake the honey in space with virtual reality live time. That wasn't even a live video. That's from like 7 years ago. And it's like the Canadian dude. I can watch someone do it live. So why would I make myself believe that's real when I know it can be faked? When I see the evidence over here of them faking it, only one person is turning their head from evidence. I'm not doing that. You guys would have never even looked and found these glitches until we showed them to you. You guys aren't even challenging it.
Yeah, I don't mind it that there are glitches, that there are artifacts in these videos.
How can an artifact make a hand go through? Listen, if I'm holding a microphone, Matthew, okay, and then I move my other hand to the microphone, can my hand go through the hand that's holding the microphone underneath it?
No, that's physically impossible.
Right. So can you show me an artifact of that happening, or are all these artifacts, they only happen on the ISS?
Interpolation between keyframes is what you want to look up if you're trying to actually find out about this.
So you can't answer.
I haven't seen any other ones that I can show you.
So don't you think it's kind of suspicious that you're claiming that the only time that all of these artifacts happen is whenever the ISS is giving us footage?
No, I don't find it suspicious. I think it's cherry picking and selection bias because you guys are the ones that find these few seconds in hours and hours of footage. So I don't find it suspicious at all.
Oh my God, dude.
Here's another one I just posted that shows the guy disappearing. Look at that. I mean, you're going to call that an artifact? He literally disappears, and you can see right behind him. And remember, dude, they even admit to this. Remember the one where the woman beams in like a stuffed animal?
Yeah. They literally admit that they can make an object appear and that the person can interact with it live even though it's not there. They also, I just found contracts they have.
I've got this one.
That specializes in virtual reality contacts and virtual reality live footage, live streams They can make someone look like they're at in a studio at a desk and stuff live. They have literal contracts with those companies from 8 years ago.
As far as interacting with objects, though, that's augmented reality. Yeah, that's the thing that we have.
It clearly looks like she grabbed that stuffed animal, right? But admittedly, it's not there.
Yeah. It looks like those are special effects.
So they could definitely do that then, right? I
They
mean,
could.
not only can they do it, they've been practicing it to be able to do it on a live stream.
Right, you can do all kinds of stuff on live stream. I have attended NAB, which is the world's largest broadcasting conference, National Association of Broadcasters.
Dude, you have something else I just found is someone zooms in on the guy's eyes and you can see the VR context like switching over.
So why would they bother to do that augmented reality with a microphone?
What?
To fool the populace.
Because they have to make the microphone look like it's
You need your
floating.
microphone floating, right? You need to have a floating microphone in 0G.
Right.
That's why, duh.
So did they do it when Chris Hadfield did the water out of the napkin?
Let's avoid all the evidence they're faking it and try and pick something else out I think is real.
Well, that could
That's
be done
very
on
intelligent.
that one could be done on a 0G plane as well.
See, but here's the thing: they could fake 99% of what they show us from space. Maybe they lost the footage and just tried to fake it to get it back. But even if 1% of it is real, then they're really in space, dude.
So if we can prove that 99% of it's faked, then we should just blindly believe the other 1%'s real.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so we should just take your judgment that it can't be faked, even though you're now, dude. Think about how bad it's getting, guys. They're now
Is that what I said too?
They're now coming up with excuses.
No wonder you have trouble with it, because I said neither of those two things. What I said was, even if 99% of it was fake, if only 1% of it was real of them in space, it's still them in space. So what more do you need?
Well, all they're really showing is them like with effects that can be replicated on a 0G plane. And then, of course, if they're choosing to also replicate them in other ways with green screens and augmented reality and virtual reality contact lenses, all these different things there seems to be evidence that they're using because they seem to mix it up a lot. But what I'm saying is that what they actually show in this capsule at best can be replicated on a 0G plane. So it really, even that in and of itself doesn't prove they're quote unquote in space. It just shows that they're in an environment that has that physics.
But don't they routinely show 3-4 minute clips uncut? And 0G is 30 to 45 seconds. Sorry, bomb and comet planes.
Yeah, I mean that's
for
a
the
little
average
question.
person.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
I mean, the average person, yes, maybe 45 seconds a minute, whatever the average flight is. This is NASA faking space we're talking about. You don't think they could do it for longer? You don't think they could do a 2-minute 0G flight?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. In terms of how long can they do 0G? Okay, let's say this. At the highest level of the military, like even like the clandestine level of the military, the stuff that's not even the public even has access to, what is their best 0G plane and what can it do? I've even had other ideas that like at the North Pole, there's some slightly different physics with the magnetic field, and they might be able to get a bit more hang time as well. So they may have a way more advanced plane than they're giving to us commercially, and there may be areas on the Earth where they can get like some extra hang time in the magnetic field as well, to where they could extend that 0G effect for longer and get just what they would need for the times that they use it with the ISS stuff.
Well, they don't have to do that though. They can just do multiple ones and clip it out and chop it up.
Yep. Well, there's that one that like
getting these videos, right?
There's that one that's claimed to be like the longest uncut footage of the ISS. We went over this like months ago. Kosho brought it, and we like went through it frame by frame, and there were many cuts that were actual cuts, and then there were also several others that could have very likely have been a cut. Like for example, they were doing this whole like tour of the ISS and going through it and all that, and at one point they like zoom into a window, and there's nothing even in the window. It's not even looking at anything. It's just like black, but they like zoom into the window and then they zoom out. It's like, well, why did they do that? First of all, it's just like an artistic effect or something. Like there was no practical reason to do that. And when you zoom all the way into something like that, it would be really easy to cut it there. All you need to do is cut that same frame and then zoom it out. Now you just did a cut.
Yeah, exactly.
So because they're shitty photographers or cinematographers, therefore fakery.
It's just like I don't even think we should engage with them, bro. Like it's just so dumb. Like that video clearly shows this dude's shirt jerk out behind him, and they're trying to gaslight us like we're insane for even questioning it. Like I can't.
No one said that.
I
No,
didn't
with
say
it.
that.
No, you're
Yeah.
insane for not questioning it. That's the actual reality of the situation.
Well,
wait.
but
You're not insane for questioning it.
did any of them say that though? Like
It's
currently,
implied whenever, yeah, it's implied when Matthew's like, "You think this is actual evidence that he's on a harness?" As if it's just so absurd to even dare point out that his shirt jerked back violently.
Well, there's your gaslighting there.
How's that gaslighting? That's what he said.
Witsit, you are right. If the space station is fake, then the best explanation for that video is that there is a harness there.
And if it's real, the best evidence is that gravity selectively allowed his shirt to get jerked back in one singular point simultaneously as a cable moves backwards with him and he gets pulled backwards at the same time.
That's not what I said, but
that is what you said. That is literally what you said. You said that he's just in 0G and his shirt's floating. So just because he's floating, then what happens is his shirt in one single point gets pulled backwards. It goes backwards in one single point violently, and then he gets pulled back with it. And at the same time that he gets pulled back, the little cable in the back moves backwards, all simultaneously.
Yeah, that's closer to what I said. I never
different
mentioned gravity. So gravity exists on the ISS, but it's also weightless.
Like he stepped back on the wire simultaneously when gravity made it look like his shirt was being pulled back.
Right. And if the ISS is real and it exists and space is real and the Earth is a globe, then that doesn't sound unreasonable.
Okay, dude. Well, we gotten to the point where now it's like maybe they just lost the footage and faked it, but if 1% of it's real, then you're wrong.
So we're back to we both have preconceived notions, and our preconceived notions are the major factor that is driving our different interpretations of the video.
No, the average person that is indifferent with this conversation would immediately say that looks really weird. They wouldn't blindly say, "Oh, compression makes it happen," even though I've never seen it before in my whole life. I know that's what would happen.
I think the gentleman you're talking to has seen these things. He just explained that he goes to broadcasting conferences.
He specifically told me he'd never seen it.
Okay.
I've never seen a human being disappear like that, but I do know that interpolation between keyframes is a common artifact, especially if you highly compress MPEG videos.
It makes someone become transparent where you can see the layer behind them. So can you drop evidence of it? No. Have you ever seen it? No.
It's called interpolation. You know what interpolation
So
is?
every other line, if I'm correct, is showing the other frame. So one line is showing frame A, the other line is showing frame B without the person. So it appears translucent. Is that accurate?
That is how interpolation works. I don't know if that's what's going on here. I don't know what kind of compression ratio they use here. What I'm saying is that it is not unreasonable to say that there could be compression artifacts that are causing things like this.
Like holding a microphone and then your hand going underneath the hand that's holding your microphone.
Right, interpolation. That's not.
It makes it look like the hand's underneath the other one,
right.
even though you can see both hands still.
Yes.
and like this is what I'm saying. Can you just show me some videos where this kind of stuff happens?
Digital video is inherently glitchy, and it's not surprising that there are weird artifacts like this.
Just using the word glitchy doesn't answer. Can anyone in here show me? This is what I'm trying to say. You guys have never seen it happen before, and you just blindly believe that's what's happening. How is that not weird?
Because we haven't.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to relate this to one other thing. Now, actually, shout out to Chronic. This is in no way, I'm not trying to say anything on any negative scale, so shout out to Chronic. However, it was with Chronic just the other night. You know those like P900 zoom-ins of, the luminaries, the stars, etc. with the P900? He was saying that they were out of focus. And, he was claiming they're all out of focus. And then I asked him if he'd ever seen one with a P900 that was in focus. And he said no. He didn't have one to show that was in focus. So how could he know that something's out of focus when he doesn't even know, anything that what it is if it was in focus? It just reminds me of the same scenario. It's like making a claim on something where you actually don't even have evidence to show the contrary, but you're claiming that it is existing anyways.
Was digital zoom also turned off?
Well, they act like they work for NASA. They act like they know. They're like, oh, well, what they did was compress the video. Can you show me NASA ever saying they compressed it down a JPEG and then it causes artifact? Because their official release, released explanation just a couple weeks ago, never even uttered a word about that. They said that the transmissions glitch when they send them down to Earth. So you guys have made up an entirely new narrative that the official NASA spokesperson didn't say directly in response to the accusation that they're faking stuff on the ISS.
Right, saying that digital video is artificial, saying that digital video is compressed is not claiming to be NASA. It's just
Dude. Why
knowledge.
didn't they explain that then? Like,
because everybody knows that digital video is inherently compressed. Every single digital video I've ever seen is compressed.
Transparent, Matthew. Not that it makes people's hands go through other objects. I keep on asking you, why can't you just show me another video? Any video that's just not from the ISS of compression causing someone's hand to go underneath a hand that's holding an object, or for them to become transparent, slowly fading out of the scene because of compression. If this is really just a digital artifact, then we should be able to find thousands of video examples, thousands of them. But what I'm saying is you've never, ever seen one, but you're that confident that's what's happening.
That's right.
Okay. So how is that? If you were to just have blind faith and just believe it almost religiously, what would you do differently from that?
Oh no, I've fully conceded that the whole reason I think these are real is because I think space is real and NASA's not lying.
So that's actually got nothing to do with what you're saying. Like,
but are you seeking truth, or are you seeking just to believe your preconceived notion?
I'm seeking truth, but these types of things don't rise anywhere near to the level of something that seems to contradict my preconceived notion.
Yeah, but even if those preconceived notions are correct, this is weird.
I don't think it is.
What?
It's still weird. Yeah, no matter what, exactly. I know it's still. Well, that's the thing, Matthew.
They made it weird.
It seems weird?
It's official. It's been made weird.
It seems weird watching hundreds of hours of videos, things you don't believe, just to look for a little.
Because they're actually looking for truth. What seems weird
selection bias.
What seems weird is to come to Discord and defend those videos for years without ever having gone and researched it yourself to see if it's true what you believe in or not.
You don't even know the difference between JPEG and MPEG unless you just misspoke.
There you go. They immediately just resort to like trying to insult.
No, that's not an insult. Saying you're ignorant about this topic is not an insult. It's relevant.
Hey, then why can't you provide an example of that happening?
They're in the same place as the examples of the wires clearly shown where everybody can see them.
Why can't someone show me a video doing this outside the ISS?
Is it not just the fact that it's MPEG-2 compression, but also that it was transmitted wirelessly and there's some mistakes there when most of these are sent electronically over wire where there's less mistakes?
Some mistakes there. Can you tell me exactly what's the mechanism for wireless transmission that makes people become transparent?
All digital videos
He already
are
told you
compressed.
interpolation of 2 frames.
This is what's so funny, right?
Interpolation is right, Witsit?
Well, I asked you to provide actual evidence of footage that this happens, and you just keep avoiding it. I can show you physical video evidence of someone using virtual reality and this exact same thing happening. So I can show you that this happens because of that. You can't even show me that it's even possible what you're saying, but you're claiming to know that's what happened.
Can you explain interpolation of 2 frames?
it doesn't make people disappear. It's just the fact that the camera, when it's compressing, is trying to basically choose the most vital information possible and then basically combine the whole footage into a fluid final outcome. It doesn't make people become transparent.
So, Chunky, the answer is no, he can't.
Well, interpolation has to do with essentially something turning into something else, meaning like the pixels going aberrant, for example, or showing some other patterns, or blotching out, or like Matthew's mentioning the keyframes and the frame rate and how that can occur. But that doesn't allow you to have something be transparent, where something that's a physical object, where you're able to somehow have X-ray vision to see behind it.
Okay, so you also don't know what it is. It's not that.
Okay.
Interpolation is that every second line is shown. Okay, so lines 1, 3, 5, all the odd lines are shown, and then the next frame, all the even lines are shown, as opposed to progressive, where all are shown at once.
That's not the definition. I'm reading it right here, so I'll just read what it actually is. So it's a form of video processing in which intermediate animation frames are generated between existing ones,
which muddies up the original structure of the pixels.
So you literally
So either way,
we read the definition of what it is. It's actually adding additional animation frames generated between the existing frames,
like interference, essentially,
to make
Either
an
way,
animation more fluid.
Isn't 1080i 1080 interpolated?
Chunky, you're thinking of
720p, 720 progressive.
No, you're thinking of interlaced, not interpolated.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
That's so funny that you're like trying to dunk on other people for not knowing what it means, and then you actually don't know what it means.
Exactly.
Well, it came out at the same time, around 2001. That was a while ago.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant, because that's when I was
Completely
working in it. And yes, that's when we were talking about it. And we
I
did
know
get
the definition is wrong. It doesn't matter if your definition is wrong from 2001.
Yeah, I just admitted I was wrong, jackass.
Okay.
Well, you were
So
actually like
you continue to be wrong for the rest of the day and not admit it. And
But what
and
you
then
actually said, wait, time out. What
Wow.
actually happened,
No,
though,
you.
was your
Brilliant.
entire argument as to why I didn't have a valid point was because I didn't even know what it meant, and I was talking about things I didn't know, and then you didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, so the Sony TVs started interpolating to upscale an image from 240 to 480. So yes, I got the two mixed up.
Yeah,
So-
what Matthew's talking about is motion interpolation.
But regardless, none of this has anything to do with the original point, which is predictive, which was the idea that interpolation might cause entire people to disappear from video.
Yeah, and what motion interpolation does is essentially it can make things more fluid, compensate for display motion blur, and for slow motion effects. It has nothing to do with something fading out and being transparent.
You guys have any actual reason now, or
no?
I'm gonna go ahead and call that video fake.
Like if the pixel gets fucked up, the pixel's fucked up. Why would it get fucked up to be fucked up to where it sees behind the guy?
right?
Well, the only reason that something like that would, because I've got a little bit of experience with video editing. I wouldn't say that I'm like an expert or anything, but the only reason I can think of is that you've got two different videos running concurrently, and the layer in front is being affected differently to the layer in the back. But then that would obviously raise the question, like, why are two video feeds being run simultaneously?
Yeah, and think about it. If you do that, what you're going to have to do is remove the top layer of the guy as he goes around the corner. So it would be super difficult to time it just the right way that you fade him out. Because if you don't fade him out early enough, he's going to be seen through the corner, like on top of it, right? So you have to fade him out before he turns the corner. And if you look at it in live time, you can barely see it. But when you slow it down and zoom in, you can see him fade out before he turns the corner. That's exactly what would happen if you have a layered video. But we're supposed to believe that whatever else you guys are talking about happened, but you can't even provide an example of it.
So are you going to ask NASA for the unedited video? Or
They're not
have you
going to give
already?
it to me.
I mean, Chucky, what it reveals, like they've been saying, it shows that there's at least two layers, if not additional. There's at least two layers, which means that that's not a cohesive series of frames that shows a consistent physical reality. It shows two different layers that are layering upon each other, in which you can dial one in and dial one out. And if you can just dial it out like that, then it shows that that's not actually the physical environment that he's in.
Is it a fixed camera? I'm not watching the video.
Can anyone? You haven't even watched the video. Can anybody agree that
Can you answer the question? Is it a fixed camera or is it handheld?
I don't know, dude. How much
Is
do
it
you know?
round or is the background still?
You're dealing with multifaceted and multi-talented nut art merchants. They can nut art at a moment, even having.
What did I nut art? What did I nut art?
Well, you're saying, oh, therefore you think it's all fake, but you don't even know what video
No.
you're talking about.
I
Yeah, you
asked
said
a
that
question.
Literally.
What was the question I asked?
You asked if the camera was still.
The camera's still. Now what?
Okay, that's good.
Okay, so this is the point, right? Can you guys at least admit that if you had two layers, so you have the astronaut as one layer, and then you have the ISS background as another layer, and then you're going to want to make him turn the corner, that in order to make him disappear as he turns the corner, you're actually going to have to fade out the top layer of the astronaut right at the correct moment as he turns the corner to make it look like he went around the corner.
Or I can actually film somebody going around a corner.
Okay, he can't answer. He can't. So
The
Matt,
answer is yes.
Yeah, that would work. That would work.
You can fake
And
this
also-
easily. It's one of the easiest things to do as soon as you learn video editing. It's just transitions between one line and another.
Thanks. And I meant, my question specifically was not if you could fake it. My question was, if you had two layers, is that what you would have to do to make it look like the guy went around the corner?
By the way, I just reposted it so everyone can see it. This is we're still talking about this one, right? The fade out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
But
could
we
have
did
two
this
layers.
in the 90s.
You know what environment this is very, very present and can be shown in multiple instances to be the case in? Green screen environments. And
Yep.
But we did this in the 80s with forehead video cameras, VHS-C video cameras.
No, I'm saying to have a layer fade out like that, because if you have a blue screen, green screen with these different technologies, by the way, but NASA owns one of the biggest green screen facility in the world as well, and they rent it out to Hollywood. But
I did.
They're
had people disappear.
expert. Like NASA is the one of the top in the business in the green screen Hollywood
Right.
world. Nonetheless, what I'm saying is that something that fades out like this is very can be done with green screens very
Yes,
because
and it can also be done by high school students in the early 90s with a forehead video camera.
So anyway, for those people actually interested in truth, there's a company called Telemetrics Incorporated, and they specialize in case studies. In their case studies and white papers, they explain that they have this like revolutionary technology that can make it look like there's an actual news studio when it's just a giant green screen, and that's what they specialize in, being able to do it live. So that's what it's called, Telemetrics Incorporated, camera control systems, right? And it shows you an example here. They have this big green screen room with a guy standing in front of a desk, and it makes it look live like the dude's in a news studio, right? And they have contracts with NASA. Telemetrics provides latest camera robotics technology to NASA's government television at Mission Control, Johnson Space Centers. Yeah, Johnson Space Center. Like, are you kidding me? It's software control for NASA cameras, innovative virtual studio and camera robotic systems.
And what specifically did NASA buy from this company?
It says Johnson Space Center. Telemetrics provides latest camera robotics technology to NASA's government television at Mission Control.
That doesn't say specifically what the PO purchased.
Okay, so
what did the PO itemize that they purchased from this company?
I don't know. Are you sure that information's even provided?
Yeah, yes, they would have provided a PO to the company to buy something. I guarantee it.
So it's publicly available.
No, you're audit NASA.
Okay. See, so I specified this is for people actually seeking truth, which immediately nullified you from engaging. I'm not even trying to be
No.
ugly. This isn't. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to argue with you about this. I'm trying to.
You're saying
in here
looking
that
for
I
the actual purchase order is not looking for the truth.
I just told you that you know it's not publicly available. You're just trying to find a way to dismiss the conversation, but I'm not actually trying to have the conversation with you. I'm trying to tell the other truthers in here. I just found a contract with NASA with a company called Telemetrics Incorporation. And it literally says that they provided the latest camera robotics technology to NASA's government television and mission control. And when you go to their website, what they're bragging about their revolutionary technology of camera robotics systems. That's literally what it's called. Global TV redefines newscast production with telemetrics camera robotics systems. And it's
You're right. I've seen that live, actually. I've seen them do it live at a conference.
Yeah. Oh, really? You saw like in person?
Yeah. Let me show you. Actually, I'll upload a picture real quick.
It's pretty cool. I'm going to show you the screenshot of the website because it's like the same exact title of the technology. I mean, I don't need a purchase order that we know we don't have access to. I'll ask. Well, we definitely will ask at Audit NASA, but I mean, come on. Oh, wow. Nice. There you go.
Okay, so let me explain what's going on here. And in the first picture, you can see that there's a newscaster in front of a big green screen, and then they create the whole studio, which you can see in the image. I mean, in the display above, and it's so good that it even can display something through a water bottle. So even though he's holding up a water bottle in front of a green screen, which is kind of hard to see. It's kind of small in the second picture, but in the top right, you see the water bottle is see-through. So you can definitely create a whole environment with just a person in a green screen.
Wow, yeah, that's great.
Right.
And you can do it live. This is all live.
Right. You notice on the ISS that they often are not touching like the walls. They're not like actually playing with like all the stuff on the sides and behind them. Like they're not actually plugging things in and using computers, and like in a lot of them, they're not actually interacting with the environment at all.
Right.
Screenshot. And then look at the contract title. It's literally the same exact title, which is Telemetrics Camera Robotic Systems. So that's what they call this like live studio technology. Look at that, Johnson Space Center. They're using it for their mission control.
Camera robotics technology.
Yeah, it's like
I think most TV stations have this now. I mean, it's cheaper to make a virtual studio than a real studio, so a lot of TV studios do this.
Yeah, I mean, this is like 6 years ago.
Just those last four like words: government television at mission control. Oh man.
Yo, isn't it crazy? We live in a world where like we have to convince people not to trust government television. It's like, isn't that like how every country was propagandized in the 20th century by their government to do egregious things and to lie to them?
Not our government, though. We got the special one, brother.
Oh, yeah. Damn.
My boy Thomas Jefferson never told a lie, and that trickled down to the rest of the government forever in perpetuity.
What I find really funny about these guys is that the points of contention don't even make any sense. Talking about a company that provides camera robotics technology, and then he seems to be like trying to question whether they would have supplied camera robotics technology, which is what they sell. Like, how, I don't understand. Like, I don't get it.
Well, you mean that they're not actually offering catered lunches to the staff?
Right. It's like, yeah, oh, actually, what was the purchase order? Oh, yeah, actually, they offered a magic show at the Christmas party. Like, it's obviously going to be fucking, pardon my French, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, this is a silly contention.
I don't know. Was that Matthew that was saying that, or who was saying that?
No, it was. No one was saying, obviously, that they were offering magic at the Christmas party, but
No, I mean, who was contending that like they were actually offering these services when
well,
they're?
Chucky was demanding a purchase order, wasn't he?
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. As a small machine shop I had for a while, I would have given my left nut to got a NASA contract to make parts. That would have been awesome.
I see what you did there with the machine shop and the nut. That was good.
And if they're not going to space and they're lying about all of it, does that then leave you in a position where you would then feel guilty if you were involved in it? If you then found that out later, if you got all involved in them like that?
Yeah, if they were deceiving the general public in the world, yeah, I would definitely be. Yeah, disappointed is not the word.
Crypto, are you at a place where you can see the live chat and images in there?
Sorry, I was just getting into. I'm just playing a game online. I got to an intense part, so I thought I'd just. What was the question?
I think you answered the question. You were busy doing something else. I was asking if you could see the live chat images in the live chat, but maybe a different time would be better.
I mean, I can see the live stream.
That's what I mean. Because at some point you asked that question about the, sticks and shadows on the floor with the light on the ceiling and stuff like that. So at some point we could talk about that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, what I need to do, I think I said before, because we were going to get into it before, but then some arsehole started just reading the chat and run. I can't remember. But what I really want to do is I want to go through Koshow's data at some point and I want to plot a line of best fit against the globe and the flat Earth predictions. Because I feel like until I've got that actually done, there's no point having a conversation about the maths because I don't have the maths, and
Got it.
neither do you. Do you know what I mean? It's just like we won't really be talking about anything that's been measured in reality. We'll actually look at what's been measured in reality.
Yeah, I was talking specifically about your question about why a third stick would make any difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think your idea about that is that the third. So yeah, because there was a couple of philosophical issues I had with it, but having not done the measurement. So let's just say you've got the first stick and it's 0 degrees shadow angle. Second stick is like 45 degrees either way. 7 degrees. And then you've got a third stick, and the third stick is different. Well, it makes you wonder what the point of the second stick.
Yeah, the point is that if the ground is flat or if the ground is curved, both could be explained if you have merely two sticks. And if you add a third stick, that's the time when you can differentiate between a flat surface and a curved surface.
Yeah, I know that's what you said last time. But if there's a difference between the second and third stick, then it invalidates the need for the first stick.
I'm not sure why.
Because there's a difference between. I don't know why you're not sure why.
Yeah, why do you need the third stick? Why not just put the second stick where the third stick is?
Yeah, if you have two sticks, then mathematically you can fit that to either shape. The point is, if you have more than two sticks, then you can't fit that to one shape or the other. You can't fit them to both shapes, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I still don't think you've really addressed what was asked. So you got your first stick, it's directly under the light source, yeah?
Right.
The second stick is 7.2 degrees different. And then the third stick, let's just say it's 10 degrees a flat conception, 11 degrees in the globe. Well, the first stick would be irrelevant because you would then have a difference between the second and third stick that would be different between the two models anyway.
No, you could still. I mean, you could just take those two, stick 2 and 3, and then fit them to both models also.
Well, no, because if the second stick, which becomes the first stick, is 7.2 degrees in both, then the third stick would have to be 10 in one and 11 in the other. Still.
Yeah, I guess I'm just having trouble picturing why that would be the case. It's similar to the idea that two points determine a line, but if you have a third point, then you have a plane. Yeah, we may just have to look at some diagrams at some point.
Okay. I mean, I think this is fairly simple, but maybe I'm just explaining. Yeah, well, it was actually based on this that I was mentioning that. So, you've got, say, yeah, okay. So you've got so from point A to point B in the first one, you've got 71.565 degrees either way, right?
That's right. So with just those two, you can say, oh, it's a flat plane, and we can figure out how high the sun is, or the light is, or you can figure out the radius of that circumference of that circle, of that green circle. So with just two, you can do either.
Yeah, okay. So just ignore point A. The points B and C would tell you either way.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I think you could still, if you just got B and C, then you could still make it work on either thing, I think. I'll have to think about
that. Then that invalidates the 3-stick claim as well then.
No, I'm saying if you have just B and C, just those two numbers, that I think that you could make it work on flat or curved. And so just B and C would still fail to distinguish between the two, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, because you've shown here that mathematically speaking, curve would create a slightly larger difference in the degrees that would be measured, right? So then that would have to be true even if A didn't exist if you hadn't considered A. But then you say, well, actually, they can both be fitted to both models, and I think there's plenty of ways you could do that. But for instance, when you look at the data that Kotro gathered, you look at what was predicted and what was measured, there's quite a large difference in cases predicted and measured. That's why I wanted to draw a line of best fit, because I wanted to demonstrate that there's no correlation with the model, and I think I'm pretty confident that would be the case. But I just haven't got around to doing it.
No, I see what you're saying. Okay. I think it's simpler if you assume one of the points is directly under the sun. It's just the math is easier to do, but I see what you're saying.
So, well, that's why I think that this whole Eratosthenes thing is, and obviously you're engaging with it at a higher level, but often we get kind of like very low IQ people think that this is like a slam dunk for the globe, and they'll come in and say 2 points, and then you point out to them, well, you can use the maths to calculate the radius of a flat surface, right? So it's like, well, obviously that's like, that tells you then at that point that the methodology is flawed, right? But then even when you add the third stick, because this is something I've heard from a lot of globers, that this proves that it's curving, but I don't think that's true either. And actually, you've just said to me that, yeah, maybe you could make it fit on both, which I think you could. and I intend to use Kocho's data to demonstrate that it doesn't actually correlate well with the model, like better than the other.
Yeah, so that would be the next step, is to look at actual data. So yeah.
Well, I
And
have
notice,
had a cursory glance, but I need to do it properly, present it.
yeah, and notice that the difference at C is not that much, is not very big. It's 53 degrees versus 56 degrees. And
Yeah.
3 degrees is noticeable and measurable, but it's kind of small.
But it would also, yeah. So it's small. I mean, in terms of percentages, like less than 1%. But then when you look at, so then the issue is, of course, is that when you look at the data collected, a lot of the predictions versus measured angle are like the differences between those are way bigger than 1%. So that's right. So if the difference in the maths is 1%, and the difference between the real world measurements and the math is more than 1%, then like logically, I don't even need to look at the comparison.
Yeah, you're right. You need
It's
to.
not going to
that's-
correlate, right? You already know this.
Yeah, you need to measure precisely enough to see that there's a difference, of course.
Right. So you understand my contentions with it, and so I mean, I've got many others, but I think the methodology itself is so poor that I don't feel like I need to go any further. Anyway, can change subject.
Yeah, no, that's that's helpful to hear.
Well, I just want to point out that Eratosthenes only having used 2 sticks or wells or whatever the nutcase story is, obviously didn't show anything at that time. So there's your, so we have, when was the next time they showed that it was a globe?
Yeah,
So
Jeremy.
you said next
Because
time,
you
but
guys claim that
I
we've
would
known
say
for thousands of years.
no. I would say Eratosthenes wasn't trying to prove the Earth is a globe. Maybe some globers
Yeah, but you
now
guys say we've
that.
known for thousands of years. You guys say we've known for thousands of years, and you use this as one of the proof we've known for thousands of years since Eratosthenes.
No, Jeremy, can I just correct you on that? First of all, Matthew's actually quite honest about this. He said a few times that the Eratosthenes doesn't prove it at all. So I just want to be, back him up on.
Yeah, no, that's
he's honest.
good.
But also, the reason we're even talking about this is because often you have there's like levels to these arguments, right? So the first level is, Eratosthenes, bro, and then you're like, okay, bro, that doesn't, right? And then you go to the next level, which is where the globers say, oh, but if you had a third stick, right, now you have to deal with that third stick, which is what we're doing.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I thought you guys were done. I was going to just shift it off to like, when was the next time that they showed or proved or measured or whatever that it was a globe? Because they've been saying for thousands of years, if that wasn't one of them, then when was it?
Yeah, that's a good question historically. So yeah, and we are done talking about the previous thing. But as far as like when somebody proved, like I don't know that they proved it. It's just that more and more people started believing it somehow. And as for why, there's probably a whole host of reasons, but I don't know.
Well, I'm not so sure that that's even the case, because Geo's got some things from, I don't know, early 1900s or something, where they were teaching it. There was a school, he's got a whole newspaper article on it and shit. So I'm not sure that is the case, where like, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, so that's a history question, right? Like, what were they teaching 200 years ago? But there were definitely people who believed the Earth was a globe 200 years ago. And I think that I would say that it was taught in the majority of schools back then.
How much do you trust history?
It depends on the source. I mean, epistemology of historical facts is like this whole thing, and people study how you know what you know and that type of thing. So it's a complicated subject. But I generally trust that most of history is about right.
Just like the general outline of it, basically.
Yeah, like I don't think there's 1,000 missing years like some people say. I don't find evidence for that.
What do you think about the what was the library called? Fuck, why can't I remember that? I have so much
Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, that's it. What do you think about that burning down and we lost all this information?
I've read some accounts here and there, but I think it's things like that are kind of lost in the haze of legend mixed with some truth. So I would guess that the truth might be something like there used to be a library there and there isn't anymore, and who knows why.
What year was that though? Didn't we have historians and shit back then or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna guess 2,000 years ago, but I don't know.
But that was dope, Crypto, when you showed me how to calculate a radius from 2 sticks on a flat surface. That was fire.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, is like, maths is so, if you're going to do maths, it's so dependent on the inputs being relevant, valid, that I just feel like a lot of people, they'll do maths and then they don't even question whether everything that they've actually put into the formula is representing anything that matters.
Like it may not be representing reality. Yeah, when you do these refraction calculations and whatnot, they're just plugging numbers in that may or may not have any relation to reality. I hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many examples you can give. It's like you can calculate how fast Superman flies, or you can calculate, I don't know, how much a T-Rex has to, right, in 2023 in order to survive. There's so many things that you can calculate that just have no bearing on it. I feel like we've destroyed the chat with math. Math.
That usually happens.
Seeing as you're the math teacher, I'm going to blame you.
Fair enough. I accept the blame.
You're not the only math teacher in the chat, though.
So Matthew, like you were saying before, so you do feel like you have a strong kind of, I mean, is it overstepping if I were to say it's like a bias for your belief in the globe? Maybe would that be fair? Or?
When we were talking about the ISS stuff, I was saying that my notion that the Earth is a globe is the strongest determinant about how I'm going to interpret those pictures and videos. So yeah, I would say I have a fairly strong belief that the Earth is a globe.
But if you saw evidence that showed you otherwise, would you be on like a truth quest to really try to discover that, or would you suppress it and instantly kind of have the bias to where you wouldn't be able to see it?
Well, I suppose like everyone, I would look for explanations that fit within my paradigm. In order for somebody to change their paradigm or their view about something, which you know well because you used to believe in the globe, you have to have a weight of evidence that outweighs what you think is actually, you know what I'm saying? It's like just one thing. Is it going to prove it for you? You have to
Yeah, I
have
agree,
a whole
Matthew.
thing.
I agree, but what do you not see there that tells you that there's not a harness being used?
I don't see a line. I don't see a harness.
You've never you haven't seen the videos where they're obviously pulling on the person's harness, it yanks them back into
Yeah,
place.
but all those harnesses are invisible still.
Right. So they're clearly they're not showing the harness, right? But there is a harness there.
Okay, so let me back up a little bit and say the bigger picture thing is that the reason I interpret things, evidence, in certain ways.
I'm
is
not making any other conclusion outside of there being a harness. Okay. And I don't see how you, being a rational person, can look at some of these videos and claim otherwise.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but it's because I assume that they're telling the truth, and then from that
But
mindset,
you don't need to even take it that far. There could be many reasons why they have these people harnessed up and why they're not, displaying it. I mean, like one guy said 2 days ago, he said, he believes NASA sells space like Disney does, right? But he still believes that the Earth is round and that the ISS is real. But it's just that NASA's just kind of putting on a show for everybody. But
yeah, I see what you're saying, and that could be, and this is sort of just a small
right, and I'm not
little
even.
thing.
I don't believe that personally. Like I have an open mind where I don't know the solution. I don't know the answer. I don't know exactly what's going on. It does seem weird to me though, and I'm not claiming like to make huge jumps and conclude absurd things about the universe because of it. But I know that they're using harnesses. I mean, it's clear evidence, and I'm a good judge of character. I can see the look on these people's faces. They are putting on a show, right? They're not being just like totally forthright and genuine about the work that they're doing in the ISS or whatever.
Okay, so 2 quick things. First of all, you would put on a show too if there was a camera in your face that you had the knowledge that 1 million people were looking at.
No, there's a difference between like showing what you do, right, and putting on a sort of show for somebody, right? Like if you take pride in what you do and you're the person like manning this ISS, right? I mean, it's not so much just like cookie cutter, like peas and carrots, like here's a little show for the kids type of thing. It doesn't have to be that.
Left lane, go ahead.
No, it's just, I mean, it's kind of one thing to try to determine physical evidence, but making any determination based on someone's facial expression, I think is a little silly.
No, I wouldn't say it's a facial expression. It's just a general feeling, right, that I get. But like I said, I'm not really making any conclusions, and that's because I'm not making conclusions, right? That then you pick up on more intelligence, right, more information. But if you have a bias, right, when you're observing something, when you're seeing something, if you're looking at it through a certain framework, right, you're distorting what you're seeing. Meaning, like the information that's actually there, you're translating it, and you're not getting pure information.
No, I understand, and that's why I still say that it's based on my bias. Like, I think the ISS is real because I think it's possible, and therefore, when I see these videos,
right,
they don't rise to the level of like being a problem for me. Especially since there's selection bias. The selection bias is here's a few frames here that look weird. Okay, fine, but it's because you scoured through 500 hours of video from the ISS and found a few little glitches. What about all the other 500 hours that don't show any glitches?
Yeah, I'm not really. The glitches really don't bother me too much. What bothers me is the obvious harnesses that are being used, the sort of tricks that they're doing with these harnesses on, and also the evidence that they're using blue screens.
See, that's part of my issue with it being harnesses, the maneuvers that they do. I'm like, hey, how could they do that with wires around them? I mean, how are they not heating the wires if they're harnessed up?
Well, the thing is there's different ones. They don't do the same thing every time. There's different setups. So some of those could be on zero-G planes, for example, that you're referring to. Some of the flips.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a standard typical argument. I mean, I'm not trying to get too much into this. I just wanted to know why if Matthew agrees that they are using harnesses or not.
The flips they do that are on the 0G plane, Howard, they are more authentic, and it's like they actually are, because I mean that's what happens on a 0G plane. You can do that, and those are the ones that they generally like do. They do it a little bit more fancy, and they're a little bit more dramatic with it. The ones where they like tumble through the whole, there's like the tube or whatever you want to call it, and they're like going fast, and they're kind of doing like somersault level. That stuff's on actual 0G planes, but the somersaults that they do that are where they're I think they're not on a 0G plane, but instead there's either blue screen, green screen type setup, and they have the other harnesses and things set up for that, and they use the augmented reality for that, and so on, because they need to make things look like they're floating when they're not actually in a 0G environment, as it were. And when they do those flips, they do them very vertically. So if you had harness strings on the side, like those are very easy to do on a harness like that, and they're very deliberate about it when they do it. They keep their arms in, and they kind of do this very controlled type of a somersault, and it's very.
I don't need to go into any further detail.
They also kind of look awkward when they do it as well. And the thing is, as well with those, is there's several of those where they fall. So they're in the middle of a somersault and they just fall to the ground. It's because the wires didn't hold them correctly. There was some error in it. So those are easy to see that those ones are on.
I don't even need to take it that far. Like once you get into all the trying to describe or explain everything away as if how they're faking it type of stuff, that's not so much interesting to me. It's just interesting to me that like people have a mental block that they won't look at the certain circumstances where it's easy to say what they are doing and what they are obfuscating, and then to just be like, okay, yeah, they are doing that, right? In a certain amount of cases, a small number potentially, and then you have to ask yourself, well, why, right? And I think that's a more like interesting conversation. Why are they doing it at all, rather than trying to like extend that out to say, okay, everything is fake and blah 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 blah. But yeah, anyways, like I said, I don't have the same conclusions as most of you guys do here, but I do find that an interesting question. And when somebody is unwilling to like even take that one step, and they're just trying to just be around the bush about it, and try to take their explanations too far, and they say how could you believe this? Really, it's just that one first step. It's like, are they using harnesses or not? And if you say no to that question, right, even in like some small subset of whatever they're showing from the ISS, if you say no to that, then I don't think you're being really an honest person, especially like hanging out in these types of communities as well. I think you're being a little disingenuous, and you just don't want to admit that that's the case, even though, because you've probably seen the evidence, and instead you're just finding other reasons to doubt whatever other people are saying. But
Matthew, you still there?
Yeah, I gotta go fairly soon, but what's up?
Yeah, I think my Discord just reset, so I just wanted to see if I was back in the channel. What was I gonna? So yeah, so you're saying you do have the level of your leanings, I suppose, but you also feel like you're on a quest for truth, to where if you saw that, you do want to seek evidence in an unbiased fashion at the same time. Would that be like, are you trying to also seek truth? Because the thing about like seeking truth in that way, and even from a scientific perspective, is to have no bias, right? So when looking at something like a harness, if you're having a bias in terms of, because you could just be neutral on it. You could be like, I'm not sure. Yeah, his shirt does kind of look like it could be that, or it could not be, but instead you're instantly going to the not be, which means it's, then it seems like it could be a bias that would cloud your analysis of other things that, maybe with like other, like the tests we were talking about earlier, things like that. But do you also have a part of yourself that you feel would be almost contrary to that, to where you would actually have no bias and just look at the information completely neutrally?
I would hope so. I mean, honestly, I think nobody has completely zero bias, but that's what I try to do. But if you try to isolate it between harness and no harness, that's sort of ignoring that there's a whole bunch of baggage connected to each of those. If you say there's no harness, then that means, well, then they are in microgravity or weightlessness. So space exists and the Earth is a globe. But if there is a harness, that means that somebody's trying to fool somebody, and there's this whole like deception happening. So all I'm
Not
saying
even
is
the case.
that
That's
there's
not
a
even
whole
the
lot
case.
of baggage that goes with both of those, with either one, and it's
No,
hard to
it's-
isolate.
Yeah, it is hard. It is difficult, but it takes a couple sentences, which is, yes, there is a harness there, and yes, they're still in zero gravity. They just have a harness on. I mean, why wouldn't they have a harness on, right? And they don't show it to you because that's boring.
Yeah, that could be.
Okay, but I mean,
I think that's the first time
that position, right?
That's the
Because
first-
you don't even want to admit what your eyes are seeing, right? Which is then pulling on people's harnesses. So
That
I'm
is
just
the
saying,
first
like,
time I've ever heard
a real
that.
conversation.
Yeah. Coach, you like that one? That's the first time I've ever heard that, bro. Yeah, you just said they're in
Ridiculous.
space. Coach, you love it. That's your new position. They're in space and they're just using harnesses to make it a little more fantastical.
Mm-hmm. That's fucking ridiculous.
God, I've never heard that one, bro. That's good.
You guys have never heard that before? See, that's how
I don't know. Honestly, I
blind
don't think I have actually. That
people's
they're
biases are.
that they're in space. That they're actually in space and using harnesses. No, I don't think I've ever heard anyone claim that. Actually,
That's a reasonable
clear,
explanation.
do you
But,
mean
like,
a harness
it's not,
and
it's not
wires?
reasonable, and I don't like talking to people who can't see things that are like clearly right in front of their eyes. Like, that is a harness. It's just your cognitive dissonance. It's like pretending that it's not, and it's boring to listen to.
Are you talking about they're wearing harnesses, like, or are you saying a harness and wires?
Both.
Okay, I could see that they might be wearing certain, like, like weightlifters wear those kind of harness type things, but I don't think it's reasonable to think that they are in space and using wires.
Oh God.
What's the harness for? What's it connected to?
That's Coach Show's new argument. He's honing in on it right now.
I can't converse with people like this. I really don't even get it. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Whether you believe in the globe or whether you think it's flat or not, like, it's just a total waste of time.
Well, that is interesting. Well, then what? Okay, what is your personal take on it? Then, so you're saying that from what you're saying that it's 100% on the harnesses. So that's where you're at with it.
There's evidence of it. There's video evidence of it, and I've seen it, right? And it's not to say that it's like, and I've gone and looked at different videos, right, where I don't see them tug on somebody's harness, okay? But at the same time, they're doing an act, it's like I used to watch. I was into magic tricks, right? And I was doing a lot of magic, and watching these things, and people would go to like magic shows, or not shows, but like what are they called? Kind of like get-togethers, vendors, where like they're showing like their secret new magic tricks, right? And like you get like the first peek of it. And if you didn't know that you were at like a magic convention and they were showing you these tricks on the table, you wouldn't think that it's completely real, okay? And I mean, in a lot of the ways, like, I went back and looked at NASA videos of what they're doing on the ISS, and it felt the same way, okay? Eerily odd. And I got this very odd feeling about it. So it's not to say that, like, I draw conclusions from that. I'm just saying that there's something going on that isn't just, as clear cut as we may think it be. It might not be one extreme and it might not be the other extreme, but to just like try to like obfuscate what you can clearly tell, what you can clearly see, and then switch it into an extreme just to like not see what's in front of you. That is what people are doing over and over and over again. I don't know.
Yeah, but all these images are fuzzy and glitchy. It's hard to tell. There's no clear images. And then as far as like how they're acting, you'd be surprised at how much different you would act if you had a camera sitting in front of you and you have this awareness that thousands of people or millions of people are watching. I don't think we can really conclude anything definitive based on just their facial expressions.
I wasn't. I was talking about a feeling that I had, which to me is just my personal feeling of the whole thing, right? It's not.
Yeah,
It
fair
doesn't.
enough.
Yeah, it's not like a conclusion or a judgment. It's just I feel like there's something else going on there, and I'm not saying that I have the answer. There are plausible explanations for it, right? But I don't even hear Globers talking about the plausible explanations for it, because they won't even admit that. They just want to just see everything being perfectly, how it's presented to them, or how it's expected for them to perceive it, and just they're not even really paying attention to detail. And the flat earthers are paying attention to these little minute details, and they're bringing it out into the view of the people, right? And that's for you to look at too. It doesn't mean that the earth is flat, but it's just you would have never seen that if you were just living under this illusion that everything is, as it should be and presented to you, as expected.
I see what you're saying, but my point is that the evidence that they bring are like, oh, here's 20 frames from this video, and here's another 40 frames from this video, or 10 frames from this video, and ignore the fact that it's all kind of glitchy and compressed and things like that. Where 500 hours of video is 43 million frames. So it's like, okay, you found
details. They pick up on a lot of details that to me don't seem very significant.
Yeah, it's selection bias.
After listening to it through a while, for some reason to them it's very significant, and it may be because I don't really know about this area of expertise, like video editing or artifacts in video and things like that. But so it doesn't impress me that much. But
I think Fern was trying to get in as well.
Yeah, Dandelion, go ahead.
Sorry,
First of all, nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I'm enjoying the conversation. It's been a great conversation type, very stimulating and interesting. Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even call what's been shown tonight. I don't think Witsit came in here being like, here's the evidence. This is the best I've got. No, I mean, it's only because this has been going on for, going on 10 years now, where we're telling you, we see too far, laser test, long distance observation, clearly, debunk the globe model. We've done it a whole bunch of times, hundreds of long distance observations. And, there's absolutely no way that we're on a globe of 3,959 miles. There's just no way. But, we had to fill time and content and keep going here. So we just find other things. It's like, oh, these 3,000 things didn't convince you? Here's another one. The astronauts are obviously wearing harnesses. But I do appreciate what was brought up here. Who was the person that was bringing that up? Santiago? Yeah. I mean, that's interesting to me because you are you a person who believes in the globe? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Like when you say we see too far, I studied physics in college, and I like the flat Earth, I think it's very interesting, but nothing like those types of arguments don't convince me that we live on a flat Earth. You know what I mean? And the whole I don't know what you want to call it, the cosmology of a flat Earth doesn't really sit right with me. What is infinity, right? Or is it just a flat plane that continues on forever, right? In my mind, I really can't picture that as being the structure of the universe that we live in. It would take a whole paradigm shift rather than just some type of, science observation or whatever. But I mean, really, I have enough ways to explain away most of the flat Earth arguments that I've heard. So, and I've gotten into the nitty ditty, details of of those arguments, and they're kind of just being worked out in the flat Earth community, constantly. It's like an evolutionary thing, but yeah, I have an open mind, but I'm not sold on the flat Earth for sure.
I mean, I can tell you have an open mind because you are willing to admit, yeah, there's something fishy going on there, which, yeah, I agree with you. It's a thinking person is going to notice that these just like automatic shutdowns of very common sense, obvious things that we're seeing and still trying to explain all of those away. Because there's not just one harness. There's not just one, thing disappearing when it shouldn't be. There's not just one astronaut or thing falling to the ground when they're saying that they're in this weightless environment. I mean, this is like thing after thing after thing. So a person, if you are a thinking academic person, which you are, you can't, the most logical conclusion is, yes, there is some kind of fakery going on. And NASA admits that they use CGI to create the globe image. I mean, Robert Simon admits it on his webpage there on NASA, talking about what his job is to
Right.
take images and create a fake globe for people.
Right.
So, I mean, you can't, that is why we get so frustrated, because it's kind of like, really? You're pretending to be a reasonable person, random glober, but you can't see that all of this is really just fishy on its face, and not just fishy. They come right out and tell you that's what they're doing. I mean, from people deny it, it makes it sound like, when I hear one of those people deny it, I'm almost done. It makes me just think, oh yeah, so they're just whatever, like they're just for the audience, like, oh, here's intelligent sounding person saying there's another explanation, and I'll use a multi-syllabic word to explain it so that that there's a person who will diss these flat earthers every chance they get, and not just it's very disingenuous. You used the word yourself, and so it's impressive, Santiago, that you can see that, because that's exactly what it is.
Well, what I would like to see is people admitting these things, right? Because it doesn't necessarily say anything about the shape of the Earth, but admitting the simple facts of the matter, whether it's a globe or whether it's flat, that's fine. I think that you should admit those things, and then people should be asking for more, both on the globe side and on the flat Earth side. I mean, people are very enamored with space and with what NASA's doing, and they deserve more than what they're getting. So admitting, what we're getting is not enough, and exactly what it is, the Globers should be doing that just as well, along with the flat earthers, and we should be both getting what we want, which is more, coverage, more, insight into what's going on.
Because another explanation could be that, yeah, there's a massive conspiracy to cover up the globe by putting out projections and holograms of Chicago and making people think that they live on a flat plane when they actually live on the globe, because, and all of these people who put up weather balloons that appear to be amateur, individuals, and laser tests, long distance observations all over the world, who over and over and over measure the Earth and find it's flat. Somehow they're all getting together, even though they're not making any money off of it, and conspiring to present the Earth as flat as it appears, flat and stationary just as it appears. Or the other choice is the company, NASA Corporation, you can call it government if you want, I don't really care. Clearly, mafia, organization, corporation, government, I don't care what word you use, raking in billions and profiting off of this lie. There's one other choice. Which one makes the most sense to you? But nonetheless, I would like to know, Santiago, what is it about the long distance observations that does not convince you? Oh, but before I say that, because I got to say that, I can't forget that thing you said about the paradigm shift, because yes, that happened to me. I totally remember it. After I realized mathematically the globe was a failure, because I also am trained in science and math like yourself, that absolutely the 8 inches per mile squared is not measured in reality. The predicted, curvature of the Earth, we do not see that. So the 3,959 miles radius is a failed geometric model, is not observed in reality anywhere. Once I realized that, took me a little while, I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to rethink my whole paradigm, because you came right out and said you can't imagine an infinite paradigm. So what you're telling me is the limits of your imagination are determining what you're able to objectively accept as reality?
So that's a lot right there. But just on the infinite thing, I can't imagine an infinite plane being the base of the universe, because there's left and right, and then there's up and down, right? So what's down, right? Is it just all matter forever, right? So like the infinities that are presented in sort of the standard model, right, of the cosmos is basically, it's an expanding bubble type thing, right, where it's moving, right? Space is expanding. So that's just a different version, right, of like conceptually in my mind. I'm used to that one rather than there being like a infinite flat plane, right? But honestly, I don't think either of those two models are correct. You know what I mean? So that's one side note. Second thing, just on about like the seeing too far. So the reason why we see further is because light is bending, right? It's being refracted from a further location, and the reason why you see it is because wherever it bends upwards, right, you only see in a tangent line to the top of that curve, right? But the light that you see at the top of that tangent is coming from the other side of the curve. So you can see further than you should under certain circumstances, to me. And it goes into this whole refraction, conversation, which is like just really, rough to detail out, right? Because physics uses a lot of approximations. You have to know like a lot of information about
No, you should
the
be
air.
you should be able to draw a ray diagram that shows me how refraction is showing the actual skyline of Chicago there. You're telling me that that's a mirage, so or whatever you want to call it. So then how come it is possible, and a person, Rob Skiba, has demonstrated it? I'm not saying his YouTube video is evidence or proof in any way, but if you cared enough, Santiago, you could do it yourself. You could have that in the sight of your some kind of long distance camera, whatever you I'm sorry, vision instrument that you wanted to bring along to enhance your vision. Keep that in your sight. Take the boat from the Lake Michigan shoreline on the Michigan side, drive over to Chicago, and never have that sight leave. And so where is the imaginary part? Not to mention that refraction doesn't work. Refraction doesn't work the way that you're talking about. That's not how we have light bending in atmosphere. So go ahead and draw that ray diagram for me and get back to me.
Well, light is bending all over the place. The only light that you see is light that's making contact with your eye. So like it's carrying the information of where it started from, and if you don't see it, that means that it's shooting off in a direction that never makes contact with your eye. But I mean, some of these rays do make contact with your eye, and that's what you actually see. And these rays are bending and warping all over the place through the atmosphere, by the atmosphere. I mean, so what you're seeing in your vision, it's not just like there's a direct line straight to that object in front of you in like a flat sense. You're seeing an image that's built off of any light that happens to make it to your eye. That's what you see, and that light has a curve.
Yeah, that's how your glasses work and your contacts work. That's what refraction does. And remember, it only has to be 0.03 degrees per mile per 5,000 feet in order to curve enough to have these effects.
Well, we talk about the Chicago image quite a bit, and the black swan comes up as well. And like Fern is wanting some diagram or explanation of why it's loomed up like that. But in turn, I would ask, why is usually when we look at Chicago from Michigan, it's obstructed by water? Why is that?
Are you wanting me to answer that? I mean, there's different atmospheric, and water conditions that it is not always visible. Yeah, I mean, that proves nothing. You should never see it, and you see it. That you can see it at any time debunks the globe, hands down.
Well, Well, I mean, but that's the oddity when it's loomed up, what we call loomed up. Usually, it's obstructed. So that would be the concern I would have.
Or when it's halfway, if you can see the top half of the building, why can't you see the bottom half? The bottom
I
half
mean,
is
come on,
closer
guys.
to you.
These are all like arguments that have been debunked 1,000 times. Like, seriously, I have to go, find the Dr. John D video for you. I mean, you guys want to believe it's not really there. Go right ahead. I mean, you can keep living in your fantasy land. I'm not here to stop you. But if there's people who are listening, I mean, it's there. You see it because it's there, and you shouldn't see it if you're on a globe at the radius of 3,959 miles. Refraction doesn't work the way they say. It's not a magic wand. It doesn't bend in the atmosphere the way that they're saying. It's been demonstrated multiple times that the city's there, and you're seeing the city because it's there. You can believe these wizards if you want. Doesn't matter to me. It's not going to change the fact that the Earth is flat and there's no globe anywhere.
Hey, Fern, do you mind if I jump in? This is Charles, Flat Earth Math. I have a big fascination with trying to find juicy arguments against the globe. And every single time I've really sunk my teeth into something, I come up with either it's a misunderstanding or something got misquoted or maybe some of the details got changed. So, for example, the Chicago that we're talking about, I did a deep dive onto one where it's like, according to the globe math, you shouldn't see any of Chicago, but then here's the entire city, and that was the one that had made it onto newscast. Well, I did the research. In fact, I found the photographer's website, and I found the original image. When I do a deep dive, I go to the original sources. What I found was that he clearly describes that he took that picture not from the shore of Lake Michigan, but from this sand dune that was like literally 500 feet tall. I forget the name of the state park that he took that from. And he clearly says that, with that 500 feet elevation, the whole city of Chicago should have been visible. And that, the newscaster didn't realize he took it from the top of the sand dune. He thought he was at the beach and he's like, oh, this is just a mirage. And it turns out it was just a huge misunderstanding about literally where the photo was taken. And that happens time and time again. Every time I try to find a big piece of evidence against the globe, it always just seems to, fall apart when you examine the details. And like I said, I do deep dives. I go into original sources, and I have not found in 15 years of trying, I have not found a single piece of evidence that disproves the globe or that supports flat Earth. And believe me, I've tried. I've listened to, oh my goodness, I don't know how many hours. But anyway, do you have any of like your top proofs or whatever? The top reasons that you that you go to when you're thinking about the shape of the Earth? What are some of your top go-tos?
Well, first of all, he probably took some of his pictures from the top of Warren Dunes, but there's plenty of other pictures of Chicago that are taken from eye level. I've seen it myself with the naked eye from the shore of Lake Michigan. You don't have to be on Warren Dunes. Yes, you can see it at the top of the dunes. You can see it at the shore. I do have a list of all the observations that are compiled on our Flat Earth Wiki, which I will find for you and put in the text there, so you can examine those and see if the math works out for you.
Okay. Because I'm a math guy. I mean, it's in my name. But I don't know. Did you see the thing that I posted in the chat a couple minutes ago? It's a Google Doc, I remember watching the Rob Skiba video. That basically it's an infographic, but it's based on photos that I took or screenshots that I took from Rob Skiba's video. And when he was starting his video, he was talking to the guy, because they chartered a boat to take him across Lake Michigan and back. And the boat captain was like, "Oh yeah, it's about beautiful conditions. We got 3 for 3." And it was just like, "Well, what's this 3 for 3?" And what he meant was that from the opposite shore from where he launches his boat, they could see the tops of the Sears Tower, the John Hancock Tower, and I think the Standard Oil Tower, whatever the 3 tallest buildings are in Chicago. But literally the entire rest of Chicago was underwater. And that was, the guy's been running boats there for years and years, and he's like, oh yeah, 3 for 3. So it's like he never sees Chicago. He sees maybe the tops of the 3 tallest buildings, and that is it. And then it was interesting to me as they drove across or boated across the lake, that Rob Skiba, he kept taking pictures, and he says, oh, now we're at, mile 42, and now we're at mile 25. And so I just did the math, and it lined up absolutely perfectly with what the globe math would predict. Like literally how much of the Chicago is obstructed, specifically the Sears Tower, or Willis Tower, I guess they call it now. And it's just like the math it came out perfectly. And that's why I made that infographic, just because it shows you all the places where he stopped the boat and took a photo. So I don't know, I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, I can tell by your voice that you think it's really interesting. What interests you the most?
Well, what interests me the most is what the average person can do. And so my channel got created based on, you're familiar with Mark Sargent? I'm assuming.
Yes, I'm very familiar with him. Is he your buddy?
Mark Sargent was recounting a conversation he had with a physicist, and the physicist was saying, this is how space works and blah blah blah, and Mark Sargent wasn't buying any of it, and Mark said to the guy, what would it take for you to prove to me that the Earth is a globe? And the guy just he came up with nothing. He was like, well, I'd have to send you up in a rocket and then have you see it from orbit. And so that really got me thinking, like, what could we here on the ground do to figure out the shape of the Earth without being fired into space on a rocket? And then so I'm a math teacher, I'm a geometry teacher, so I really like, thinking about angles, angles, and just using standard Euclidean geometry. And then so I started designing tests that people could do in their own backyard, based on what you can use with a digital camera or a solar filter or a sundial that you can do literally no matter where you lived on Earth, without any expensive equipment. And then you could determine the shape of the Earth. And then so that's what fascinates me is what can the average person do? Like, you don't have to fly to Hawaii. You don't have to be at the Bolivian salt flats. Like, what can you do in your own backyard to determine the shape of the Earth? And that's my dedication.
Okay, well, I found the website for you. I will.
Oh, great.
I'll
Thank
put
you.
it in the chat. So yeah, let me know, because you said you checked out the one observation and you didn't think the math worked. So there's a whole bunch more for you to check out here.
It's been an interesting ride because, like, for example, I used to watch Globebusters religiously until I got banned, and there was this one show. It was called the Ball Earth Skeptic Roundtable, and it was with David Weiss before he became deep inside the rabbit hole, and who's this other guy, John LeBon, and it was something like 13 episodes of 3 hours each. So I don't know, do the math. It's like 45 something hours of content, and I scoured that, and I couldn't find a single piece of evidence that withstood scrutiny. Fern, I got the link. Thank you very much.
Because you said, I mean, the thing of it is I think his name's Joshua Nowicki, if I recall, the photographer. He took the most famous. He takes a lot of photographs of the skyline of Chicago, but he's not trying to prove the Earth is flat. He's just taking beautiful pictures. So yeah, like he's not necessarily going to be documenting the observer height, or even when he did whatever you're talking about, that particular one you're talking about, which not every one we see that's from Joshua Nowicki is taken from the top of Warren Dunes. These observations that I linked you to, the observer height is documented in each one, and it has the globe predicted by the hidden horizon, globe predicted hidden by horizon, and the various observations we shouldn't be able to see, and we do actually see.
the one that says Barcelona. Oh, Barcelona to Mallorca. There's one that's taken from there's like a it's like an amusement park that's up on the cliffs overlooking Barcelona. And Mallorca looks like a series of islands. In fact, I'd been so familiar with that picture, not the picture that's linked here, where it's like you just see the top of a mast of like a ship or something. But Barcelona or Mallorca literally looks like a series of islands. And I had been so familiar with that picture that I thought Mallorca, I don't know anything about Mallorca, right? I thought Mallorca was a series of islands because that's what it looks like. You got this horizon and then you got all these bumps. And then I come to find out Mallorca is not a series of islands. It's just that every time there was a saddle between two mountains, that saddle went below the level of the horizon. And we're talking about, hundreds of feet.
So what's your motivation motivation for promoting the globe and trying to obscure the truth about the nature of our Earth?
Okay, so you said obscuring the truth. No, my motivation is in revealing the truth, because I literally have measured a bunch of different ways the shape of the Earth, and it comes up globe every single time I've done it. And I've literally invented my own observations.
Please show us them. Oh, please. Can you share them?
So,
I have a question, because
somebody else has got a question, I guess.
In a lot of the circumstances, aren't you assuming the distance the sun is away from the Earth?
No. In fact, I very specifically say in my explorations, pick a number. Like in the flat Earth model, the sun and the moon are local, but there's a lot of disagreement as to whether they're 3,200 miles up or 4,000 miles up. And so so I say pick a number. It doesn't matter what number you pick. It's just that if it's not 93 million miles or extremely far away, it doesn't have to be 93 million. But in the globe Earth model, the sun is, we'll say many Earth diameters away from Earth. It doesn't have to be 93 million. But in the flat Earth model, they're local.
About the path of the sun?
I'm sorry?
What does it assume about the path of the sun?
What do you mean the top of the sun? You mean like the North Pole of the sun?
The path of it that it takes.
The North Pole of the sun?
No, the path that the sun takes.
Oh, the path.
Yeah.
Path. So the most common flat Earth model, and again, there are other models that have like, Pac-Man model or whatever, but the most common flat Earth model has the sun doing a circle around the North Pole, traveling above the tropics.
Right, something like that.
Like, something akin to the Gleason map. I'm not saying the Gleason map is the map, but that's what 99% of flat earthers go with. And so that's what I base my analysis on. But again, no mileage, or, I could say, if you don't like my mileage, pick your own numbers. But it does say that the sun is the sun and moon are local bodies.
Right.
And then there's a lot of ways of determining, are they local? And one of them is to measure their angular size. And if you don't have a solar filter, you could do it with a full moon. Take a picture of the full moon on the horizon, take a picture of the full moon when it's highest in the sky, compare the diameters. If they're the same, then the moon is not local. Or there is some magical effect that is perfectly canceling out the effect of perspective. The thing about perspective is, things that get further away from you get smaller.
Right.
And the geometry is very, very well known. But apparently that doesn't apply.
You're assuming things about the sun and the moon, which,
that they're objects.
They're objects made of matter in the same classical way. Yeah. I would say that most flat earthers don't really believe that, but
the sun and the moon are objects.
Well, when you say objects, right, you're assuming that they're made up of they're like a rock, right, or a plasma ball, right?
Santiago, can
pick your, or cheese,
Well, if you're seeing it in an arc from your position, then you're seeing in like a hemispherical region above you, and you're at the center of that hemispherical region.
Yes.
So as it rises and sets. Well, I'm just talking about your local observational field of view.
Yes, the sky is a dome no matter the shape of the Earth. That's actually the name of a video on my channel. You have a hemisphere of vision. If you have clear horizons, you have a hemisphere of sky above you.
Right, but your whole thing with that is based on an assumption that if the assumption is faulty, then that conclusion is also faulty. So it doesn't really resolve the inquiry.
Yeah. So I've every time I try to nail somebody down as to like what would be the alternative to the sun and the moon being objects, it's the only thing I get is well they're just not, like what are they? Are they mirages? Are they holograms? Are they reflections? And it's like, well, they never want to answer. It's just they're just not. They're just
Well, let
not
me ask you
something.
this: do rainbows change angular size?
Rainbows, not usually, because it's a fixed angle. The sun is directly behind you, and then the pattern of the rainbow is splitting the colors. It's an angle based on where the sun is behind you, and then you've got a spread of the angle in front of you. So
Yeah, I hear you on that, but I'm saying if you move closer or further, does it change angular size the way that
no,
exactly
right? But
that's a light phenomenon in the environment that you're observing from your position,
right? And if you examine the sun or the moon with any kind of a level of photography, and you can use just a prosumer camera, you will very quickly observe that it is not just a rainbow. It's not just some sort of scattering of light.
Well, I'm not saying the moon or sun are rainbows. I'm just alluding to that correlation and the way that the light within the environment can behave on that front as well. I wasn't even using it to correlate that the two are precisely the same, but
I get you. But for example, if you get solar filter, you could view sunspots, and you could see the sunspots rotating on the sun, as if the sun were rotating on its axis. You could do extensive detail with the moon, and then if you want to spend a little bit of money, you can get a hydrogen alpha filter, and you can actually see the granularity of the surface of the sun, and it definitely looks like a sphere, and it's like, so that this would be an awfully big coincidence that you could see all this detail, like the craters of the moon, the light illumination and the angle. You could see all that detail. The moon is actually not a solid object. It's just something else. That's a big pill for me to swallow. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, but for some reason it's a refrigerator.
I generally agree with you. And like when people ask me for proof that the Earth is not flat, I say the moon. I say look at the moon. But really, like what if it were the case? Like just like what if this were the case? You try to get closer to the moon, right, or closer to the sun, and it never changed size.
Right.
Like then and like all the assumptions about matter here on this like plane of existence we're on when we're looking at these celestial objects and trying to apply those assumptions, where like it's just something so far beyond like what our knowledge consists of here.
Yeah, what I
find right, and it's also not what it's not the Earth. You're talking about the sky and assumptions and ideas. I mean, the entire heliocentric model was built upon the sky, meaning they used the actual sky, the actual way that the sky clock works, and they inverted it and converted it and used it as the baseline to essentially ad hoc reverse engineer a model and invert the model and invert the geometries to create the globe model. So I understand the idea of wanting to link to the sky, but at the end of the day, the sky is, I do think there's correlation, like as above, so below. I think there's certain correlations with the sky and the ground, but leaping only to the sky to make a conclusion about the ground seems like a leap in logic that if you're really inquiring, in a way that is in integrity with logic, that would be a fault within that.
Yeah. So Gio, are you familiar with my video that said the sky is a dome regardless of the shape of the Earth? It's like about 10 or 12 minutes long. I could post a link to it in the chat. But basically,
I haven't seen that video, your video, but that concept I've certainly you talked about that in many ways. Whereas even on a globe Earth, although it's different on a globe Earth, there's a whole different set of scenarios. But yeah, if you want to say on a globe Earth that you essentially would see in a, see, this gets into then what the claims are of how we see. Like, you claim, if people are claiming we're seeing light years away, well, then that's not really like a local field of view, which is, You know what I mean? Versus like being a mammal, having a mammalian eye, and being outside and having a limit to how far we can see, and having that actually be meaningful, rather than the idea of kind of a like almost not really a dome on a globe idea with that, but almost like a cone instead of a dome, you know, like a cone that goes out into infinity or whatever. So I guess it depends on how you're going to interpret that. But if you interpret it in more of a local sense, then yeah, there would be a hemispherical field of view on either, you know, cosmographical layout.
Yeah. Well, what's key is mapping what you see in the sky. And so the, you know, especially the constellations, are, you know, very, very well known, you know, 88 constellations, I guess they, you know, they number them, but basically it's, you know, the brightest visible stars, and you can draw patterns between them and, you know, kind of make up little stories behind the patterns. But basically the patterns don't change. I mean, you know, we all know the three stars of Orion's belt, you know, like it's
Talk
very,
about
very visible.
The
right?
fixed stars, yeah. They're referred to as fixed because they're fixed in relation to each other.
Right, and the angular size is the angular spacing of these stars is absolutely fixed in our lifetimes. And the thing is, you could map them out. Like you could, if you studied the sky, studied the night sky, you could map them out, and astronomers have for literally thousands of years. And if you do this, you will determine that the sky is a virtual celestial sphere. And that's, you know, so it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe, but it does say that when we see the heavens move above us, you know, again, the Earth could be flat and stationary, the Earth could be a globe and stationary, but like the heavens appear to be this virtual celestial sphere.
Well, I mean,
so that could be a starting point.
Yeah, well, I mean, why virtual? Like, yeah, because in a planetarium, I think I forget if we
talked about this.
Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, the way planetariums are a hemispherical dome structure in a sense, and you can be on a flat surface like the floor of a planetarium that's planar, etc. And like the azimuthal grid function on stellarium as well, that has that exact where you have like a planar foundation, almost like you're standing on a dartboard. Let's say we have the center and then going out just in your local position, and then all of that is encompassed within a hemispherical structure above it. So you were calling it a virtual celestial sphere, which but I mean, it's
not a hemisphere.
We call it like a celestial hemisphere.
Right. But it's not a hemisphere. We can witness a hemisphere at any moment in time. Like let's say you have clear horizons. Well, you could see exactly half of a sphere, right? You know, 360 around you, 360 azimuth, and then 180 overhead. So you're seeing a hemisphere. But if you watch the sky, for example, if it's a winter's night, you'll see something like 330 degrees of the celestial equator, because the sky keeps moving. You know, like night falls, the sky gets black. You can see all the stars. Well, you can continue watching, and the stars will move 15 degrees per hour for the whole night. And if it's a winter's night with a nice long night, you can see about 330 degrees out of 360 degrees of the celestial equator. So you could map out a pretty good portion of this celestial sphere. And again, it's not a celestial hemisphere. A hemisphere is what we could see at one moment in time. But if you map it out, constellation to constellation, you know, what constellation is above Orion? Well, what's to the left of Orion, et cetera, et cetera. And then you will map out the interior of, and I'm calling it a virtual celestial sphere because, you know, we really can't perceive depth, and that's actually in my video as well. So you can't perceive depth, but you can definitely map these things out on the surface of a sphere. And the key thing is that the Earth could still be flat, except for the part that I know that other people have made different observations. See, that's the key that a lot of people don't get, is that if you have an ancient civilization and they are not a seafaring civilization, they probably pictured their world to be flat. But they could still observe the celestial sphere. You know, in fact, a lot of ancient civilizations, they mapped it out. But once you start seafaring, and once you start seeing that as you go further south or further north, the entire tilt of the celestial sphere changes, then you start thinking, well, wait, maybe it's possible that I'm not on this flat plane. So, you know, here in the year 2023, I know that people in Australia see the Southern Cross. I've never seen the Southern Cross, but I know that they do. And I know that they see the Southern Celestial Pole, and I've never seen it, you know. But so this knowledge that I have that other people are seeing the same celestial sphere that I do, but at a different angle, and that people further south see further south than I do, then that really calls into question, I mean, I know, Geo, you're not a flat earther, but just the fact that we're seeing this at a different angle says that we're standing on a sloping surface. And I know,
Well,
I'm pretty sure that you believe that, but.
Well, I don't generally. I've never like used the term flat earther for myself in that way, but I mean, I'm just wondering why you said that exactly. Just because I've said I don't usually use that term for myself.
Well, my understanding, Geo, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that you believe in a stationary globe Earth? Is that possible?
No, absolutely not. No, not even close.
Oh, okay.
Do you even know
That's
me?
disgusting.
That's disgusting.
That is beyond appalling.
It's just that your name is
Who
like
thinks
Geo,
that?
and I just
Who
think
actually-
of like geocentric. I think of geocentric, and the geocentric model, which was,
Yeah, but do you
thousands
know
of
me?
years
Do you
old.
know me at all? I mean, I've never said that my whole life, so I'm just wondering, did you just make that up, basically?
I did not make that up, but I do know that you
You
strike
must
me as
have.
not a typical flat earther. So I guess it was your name, Geo, and it just struck me with geocentrism.
You got to be fair, Geo. You got to be fair, Geo. I mean, it's not that your name. Like I know you, obviously. So, but I mean,
Yeah,
if
but
someone doesn't know better, your name it's Geo. So
But geo means Earth.
Yeah.
And geocentric doesn't have to be a globe either.
Right, but
the original,
the historical geocentric Earth was a globe Earth that was at the center of the solar system.
Yeah, I mean, the reason my name is currently Geo is because originally years ago, like on YouTube, like when I, because back then there wasn't any Discord or anything, and I wanted to, chat and be on there. And so I just, from the YouTube account I was using, it wasn't really a stock account, but it was kind of just the account that I used for chatting, because I generally, on my main kind of account, I usually didn't use that for like live streaming and stuff. So I just had that account that I used for, just like going in and chatting and all that. And it was, there was this woman, like Jeranism had this, he compiled a video of all these people who had filmed themselves saying like, things about like the earth is flat, or I've measured it, or, you're my P900, the globe killer, all these little clips basically of people saying just like nice, beautiful things about the earth and the truth and all of that. And this one woman said, well, she was younger, maybe in her 20s. When I say woman, yeah, she's in her 20s or something like that. It seemed like, and she said geocentric love, and she kind of said it in this really beautiful way, and she kind of did like her hands in the praying position, and she said geocentric love, and I just that like resonated with me. I was like, oh, it's just a cool term, and in that sense, and so I just sort of had used that name, just geocentric love. Not necessarily copying her, but just kind of like a fun, inspirational, just because it was a nice phrase that she said. So anyway, so it was geocentric love, and then that was like on Globebusters back then, and then I think I was a mod on there at one point or whatnot. So yeah, that was the name I was on there. And then
you were probably the one that banned me, huh? I'm teasing.
No, I never. No, but and then it became Geo Love at some point. So I just Geo instead of geocentric, and then now it's basically just Geo.
So it's about a woman, is what you're saying?
No. It's not, has nothing to do with that. It just is. That's just the lineage of the name. So why you ever even would have considered that I would think the Earth was a geocentric globe? You must have absolutely fabricated it, because I've never even stated that. I never even even with myself, I never even fully believed the globe, even as a child. Like I would say I accepted it. I did accept it, but I never was like committed or fully like believed it in that sense. And no, dude, I realize the Earth is stationary and planar. The geometry of this realm is planar and stationary, many years ago. So yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the celestial sphere? Like a lot of times you'll see these diagrams and it'll be like, oh, nighttime, we should see a completely different set of stars. And it's like, yeah, if you were only allowed to take one photo at midnight, and you weren't allowed to take any other photos, then yes, 6 months later, you're allowed to take your second photo. It would be a different set of stars. But, we see an entire night's worth of sky at 15 degrees per hour, which is that's a lot of degrees. Like I said, 330. Because you miss a little bit of the sun at the beginning and you miss a little bit of the sun at the end. So it's like whatever constellation, like right now we're in May going into June. So it's like, I don't know, the sun is somewhere in Taurus or something. So yeah, we can't see the constellation Taurus, but we should see, 330 degrees of the celestial equator. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, well, I was going to get a couple images to show. Here, I'll post a couple here. See if I can find some that. I mean, so over a planar surface, whatever the sky is, like whether it's planar in nature, whether it has like a curvature, like a curved dome on the larger scale, I'm saying, even outside of that, we see within a particular field of view. And hold on, I'm just reviewing, so I want to actually get a couple other ones.
Yeah, that's from Walter Bislin, A Personal Atmospheric Dome.
Thanks, Walter.
Yeah, I'm seeing if I can. Well, all right.
Did you know that he created that as a joke? The guy's a genius, a math and science programming genius.
Pretty smart guy.
Yeah, there's nothing about it that's a joke. Okay, so well, I mean, it is a little bit of a cartoon, but he actually mapped all the it matches all the declination angles, directly from stellarium. Yes. Anyway, so I was just gonna try to get a couple images. There was another one I wanted to show, which shows. So if you take that, hold on, let me just try to get one more. Actually, that there's one that shows it. Let's see here. So this one is just a stationary image, but okay, take the last two I posted. You see the first one, the second to last one I posted. See how it has three spheres that have that like tilt to it?
Yes.
Okay, that's how the celestial sphere tilts across the planar surface. So the last one here that I showed just shows that general, you have like a sphere within the larger realm. So like I said, whatever the sky is, it doesn't even matter right now. It's just the way that the sky is going to constellate to our particular, because the word constellate means to cluster. So it's the stars essentially, there's a cluster of the portion of the sky that we can see from any one position, which is like what a planisphere shows. I mean, ultimately, that's what I think this entire realm is a planisphere. It's a plane within a sphere. So, but that's a deeper component where it's a toroidal field. We see like the entire Earth system is a toroidal field, which with the plane in the center, which is the ground, the Earth, in my viewpoint. And then we also see in a toroidal field pattern. So there's a spherical toroidal field to the way our vision works, the limit to how far we can see, the way our eye has a spherical curved lens as well. And then that creates these like series of toroidal field spheres that are encompassed within the larger system. And so if you have the planar foundation of the Earth, the celestial sphere, as it were, is going to be a portion of that visible field created by that sort of toroidal field, as it were, field of view in your particular region. And that tilting, like showing those three spheres at the tilt and then showing, because on Walter Bilson's, I also have one that animates it. It shows it going from the north and the south. Yes. And so it's just representing how the north and southern pole rotations, as it were. And I have other thoughts on that, of course, as well. But just in terms of those general portions, if you're just going to take like a tunnel, as it were, like go from the North Pole to the Americas to South America and then to the South, like that whole sort of like a tunnel, if you know what I mean. Like it's kind of it's like a straight line from the North Pole. And within that, because of the north rotation and the southern rotation, you have like the celestial sphere. You could describe it as tilted. So this is why they had to tilt the globe to make it work.
Yeah, actually, the celestial sphere is not tilted. The celestial sphere shows zero tilt in terms of like 23.5 degrees. The celestial sphere equator is lined up with our equator. I get what you're saying, but it sounds like there would be an awful lot of distortion. Like for example, on that last image you posted, all the dots in sort of gray are kind of representative of where the stars would be, like in the dome. And then there's that little sphere that's above, I don't know, slightly above Madagascar, representing sort of the hemisphere that we can see from the ground. And it just seems that it's kind of miraculous that the sky is simulating what we would see if we were on a globe to the nearest fraction of a degree.
No, it doesn't simulate a globe. It simulates that you're at the radius within a globular field of vision, ultimately, and then your eye is also spherical. If anything, so I would say this. I would say our field of vision has spherical components. The sky has certain spherical geometry to it because of how we view it. Our eyeball has certain spherical geometry, and there's a radius value as well within those. all of that is taking place within a foundation of the planar geometry of the Earth.
All right. So
they just sorry to keep going, but they've inverted it. They're trying to claim the Earth as the sphere, and then by making the stars so far away, that creates a planar geometry. Because if you have the stars light years, now you have these parallel lines, quote unquote, of the light hitting the Earth. So now they've inverted that planar of the infinite away stars and that kind of the parallel light rays, quote unquote, hitting the Earth. That's the inversion to then make the Earth a sphere. It's just inverting the two geometries, in my viewpoint.
I keep hearing this thing about the way our eyes work and our spherical nature of our eyes, but how come the observations we make with telescopes or with digital cameras or even with pinhole cameras that don't even have a lens, how come they all match what we see with our eyes?
Say it again.
All right. So I've heard many, many times that people say, oh, we because our eyes are spherical and the way the eyes work and the way we perceive things, blah, 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 as part of the explanation. But how come you can use a telescope, a pair of binoculars, a digital camera, even a pinhole camera that literally does not have a lens, and every single one of these image gathering devices will see the same thing that our human eyes see?
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good question. Yeah.
Well, isn't it just because of the nature of like the radial geometry of space and how light travels through it? I mean, light itself is like, it's radial, it's spherical, it's coming in from all directions. I mean, it defines three-dimensional space. It's not so much that like it's the lens of your eye as so much as like how it's interacting. Anything is interacting with 3D space and light, right?
I think it's both ultimately, yeah. Because I mean, those lenses you mentioned do have the curvature to them as well, which is what focuses the light, allows for the aperture to pick up the light. And just
the
real
pinhole
quick,
camera has no lens at all, and you could still do photography. I mean, I built a pinhole camera. I used to be a black and white darkroom photographer with the chemical baths and everything. And I built a pinhole camera. I built a 35 millimeter pinhole camera. So no lens to speak of. So
yeah, it's a matter of the definition of perception when you include light within it, right? As perceiving.
When you say perception, though, the thing is, what about a digital camera that has no perception whatsoever? It just gathers light.
That is perception. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, usually when people say perception, they're talking about a human, how humans
No.
feel.
I mean, I'm talking about perception as defined by like recording light, right? And light, the nature of light being what it is, right? That it's going in all directions, and you see angularly, from any given direction as a line of sight, right? Like you don't see the top of the building when you're standing in front of it because.
Right. Well, you could use the laws of perspective to determine what part of the building you could exactly see.
How light, what light is, right? What space is, what perception is, right? All of those things. I don't get the whole like your eye is curved argument type of thing. And I'm just trying to like picture or imagine what you guys are talking about, where what one person's saying, we're inside of a toroid, right, or something like that, and there's a plane in the middle, and the other person's saying, we're on a sphere, and they both, look the same. But
well, I would say it's like we're within an eye seeing through our eye. So the larger Earth functions as an eye in its own way. It's a lens. Like the actual environment functions as a lens. I was going to post these two things real quick in chat. One of them just shows that general, like, it's like the hemispherical field of view as you look out, but your eye also interprets that, like the way that train tracks converge in the distance. Like these are all functions of these geometries, which ultimately there's hyperbolic geometrical components to it as well. But I was going to also post this. This is just a very basic like perspective matrix. And see, there is a spherical component to this. Of course, this shows a little sphere and then all of those lines coming out from it. But perspective functions, like the fact that the train tracks are converging has to do with the spherical components of like the lens of the world, as it were, the actual atmosphere, and how that functions via distance. And that also is correlated with the lens of the eye and how the eye perceives the field as well. I think it's ultimately both.
It's fascinating to think about, but one thing that really I keep coming back to it as a big sticking point is if you make a very small assumption, but it's an assumption based on reality, and that like what we see is what we get. You know, like I'm holding my pen in my hand and I see a pen in my hand. It's like, right, so what I see is what I get. And yes, you can go to the movies and see something that's simulated on a movie theater screen, but if I see something in the real world, if I see a tree, I can assume that the tree is there and not a hologram of a tree. So having seen all of the heavenly bodies, sun, moon, stars, planets, there is a 100% correlation with the heliocentric model to a fraction of a degree. Like, you know, we've mapped out every star to, you know, the decimal places in terms of angular right ascension declination, which is the equivalent of latitude and longitude. And they've mapped everything out, and some of these observations are hundreds or even thousands of years old, and it's a 100% correlation with like what we see and the heliocentric model. And it's like, so for somebody to say, okay, no, we're really living on a flat plane, and what we see is this, you know, toroidal whatever, you know, I'm just fill in the blank. It's like, well, so there's some sort of natural distortion that is causing what we see to be 100% correlated with a celestial sphere and a globe Earth. You know, it just seems kind of incredible.
No, I would say that it's not necessarily that in my viewpoint. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's my viewpoint, but I would say that there are certain geometrical systems that can have correlate coordinate transforms. So there's a correlation between a system of coordinates, and there can be a transform between them. So if you have like the last image I posted, the one or two up there, visual space as a sphere. So there's like these foundational geometries where there's like a planar surface and then the spherical range in which you're seeing. So the sky can be perceived as like you were mentioning, the celestial sphere, and in terms of those components. And just like with Stellarium, you can go between I believe they call it the equatorial grid and the azimuthal grid.
Right.
The equatorial grid, the equatorial grid is the sort of globular one, meaning that when something sets, it assumes that it's going under your feet basically, and it creates a sphere all the way around in that model. But then you can literally just flip it right to the azimuthal grid, and I feel like I used to say azimuthal, but I think it's actually azimuthal. I've always kind of said both, but I think it's more like muth instead of muth. Anyway,
It's not.
Which one? I think it's supposed to be more azimuthal.
It's muth.
Muth.
It's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, there's different claims as to exactly.
Yeah, it depends on what part of the world you live on, I guess. But I don't know.
But yeah, the
azimuthal.
So the azimuthal grid, you can click that right on Stellarium, and that literally takes everything, transforms it right with a planar surface with a hemisphere around you. So that shows the geometric transform. So if you were to only be using the one that is showing the globe type concept transform, and then making correlations, and then thinking that's actually validating a globe, would be begging the question and also affirming the consequent to do it that way.
Yeah, I get the affirming the consequent, but the thing is, if you have 100% correlation, then at some point I'm going to have to see a better explanation.
Well, I would say it's not 100. That's the thing, though, because here's where the discrepancy comes in. It's how the physical Earth exactly maps to the sky. That's where the discrepancy is. So they can model these things, they can map it, and they can kind of sell it, quote unquote, meaning somebody like yourself or myself, where we're living our lives. We have access to obviously the internet and our own kind of tools in our local region, but we're not out there able to go on all the land and measure everything and validate the distances on all fronts of the Earth. And so we know that when we drive to our friend's house, or we go to the grocery store, that the GPS is going to get us there. We know the roads are synced up and so on. But when it comes to how the entire sky is actually precisely mapped upon the surface, is where the discrepancies would be found. And then this gets into like celestial navigation, circles of equal altitude, and the GPs. And essentially the circles of equal altitude will either be coplanar if the surface is planar, or it will fit on a spherical coordinate system. But to actually do that in the physical world is a tremendous task, to actually map the sky to the ground independently. So what I'm saying is that they've been able to, like my understanding of it, they've been able to sell it as a globe model because ultimately they know that people are not out there specifically validating every part of the physical soil of the Earth and the water and so on to the sky to validate whether it's planar or whether they're fudging it and actually selling it as a globular model. But it does match up enough to kind of be sold to the layman, as it were, who might just be researching it, in their local way.
Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, but I think you may be misunderstanding the analogy of right ascension declination has an analogy in latitude and longitude, but that's not why we know it's a celestial sphere. Like we know it's a celestial sphere by observing and measuring it. Which, like for example, if you had a spot on the equator, let's say you were living in Quito, Ecuador, you could see literally 100% of the stars in the sky. And depending on the season, like winter to summer, I don't know if they have winter and summer on the equator, but you would literally be able to map out all the stars in the sky from just your one location. Like, so in other words, we're not mapping the sky because the Earth is a globe. You're mapping the sky from a single plot of land. So in other words, you could be living in your little flat Earth called Quito.
Question, Flat Earth Math. Is it possible though that like I was just thinking curiously that could also, and I mean this seriously, correct me if I'm way off the mark, but couldn't it also be considered or perceived as like a celestial curve?
Well, but it wraps around, like the constellations all have another constellation to their left, to the right, and above it and below it. And every constellation is adjacent to 2 other or 3 other constellations.
So when you say it wraps around, I was thinking, like, is that what you were sort of talking about before, where you said, or maybe someone else chimed in and said they didn't buy this curved nature of the optic perception because I forget what reason it was that you said. But
well, you can use a pinhole camera with no lens whatsoever. You get the same image.
Yeah. Okay. I don't follow that part, but I was thinking in response to what was said earlier that isn't a fisheye lens a good example that a lens can create like curve distortion in what's
of course it
perceived?
could, man. Yeah, of course it will. But that's not. We're not talking about like the distortive aspect of the lens. Negating anything about the nature of light being spherical, right? So I mean, okay, if these objects exist in the sky, right, whatever, no matter how you're perceiving them, no matter what the structure of them are, as long as they're consistent, like our friend here is trying to say, right, they don't move, right, they've been recorded for hundreds, thousands of years, and whatever they are, right, they're doing their thing, they're moving across the sky, and your perception of them is as if it is like a dome. Okay, but basically I think he's trying to connect the dots to say that it's so much as if it were that radial symmetry that it can't be flat because it's not just a half dome, it's actually a full sphere.
Yes.
Right. So, we can.
And every star's been cataloged.
But there's no way to validate.
Every star's been cataloged.
There's no way to validate any, like, do you have anything that shows it is a full sphere? That's what you'd have to delineate between. Because, for example, like we were talking about the planetarium, you can be on like the flat floor of a planetarium. You have a dome above you, a huge LCD screen. They have these advanced ones these days. And you can pull up the computer system, any position you want, a latitude and longitude position, dial it in, boom, it'll show you the stars right there. So if you're in wherever you're at with that planetarium and you pull up your local region on the planetarium, so your latitude and longitude of where the planetarium is, and you look up in the ceiling of the planetarium, you're checking it out. If you walk outside, you're going to see the exact same thing. So the planetarium is showing that, and then the outside shows that. The claim that the stars are essentially going under your feet and going in an entire sphere you would have to have some exclusive evidence that shows that versus what we already can validate.
Okay. So you're familiar with the celestial equator? It's an imaginary line in the sky, but basically the stars there have zero declination. A great example is Orion's belt. I think it's the left hip of Orion is exactly on the celestial equator. And so what did you think about my example of going out on a winter's night? So you have like, more hours of darkness than you have sunshine. And if you go out right after right after it gets dark, right after sunset, you will have a good, 13, 14 hours of black night sky. And the sky is going to be turning 15 degrees per hour in that entire time, which means that you are going to be able to catalog a huge number of stars. And what if you just set your sights on the celestial equator? You didn't set your sights on anything else. You would be able to catalog 330 degrees of stars on the celestial equator. Now, if you go back out, even just, 3 months later, you'd be able to get the remaining 30 degrees of the celestial equator. And so literally in your notebook, you will have a band of stars that wraps around, that does connect. Like I said, Orion, there's a constellation to the left of Orion, there's a constellation to the right of Orion, right? You would be able to map out every single star on the celestial equator that literally wraps around. It's not in a dome shape because it circles around. Now repeat the process with the northern celestial, like I see the Big Dipper, I see Polaris. I live in Pennsylvania. But then call up a friend in Australia and have him map the stars. And he'll see the South Celestial Pole. He'll see Alpha and Beta Centauri. He'll see the Southern Cross, the two Magellanic Clouds. And he can map out all the southern stars. And then and the two of you compare notes, you would literally have cataloged all the stars in the celestial sphere. And like I said, every constellation has something to the left, to the right, above it, and below it. And it maps out the surface of a virtual sphere. Does that make sense? So it's like, it's like you could do this yourself. I mean, you could literally map this stuff out, and the stars have been cataloged.
Well, you'd have to show what you mean about seeing more. I mean, the thing is that you'd have to describe more what you mean. I'm going to post this real quick. You probably know what a planisphere is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So essentially, it is a flat disk, and you are able to move it within it's got 3 layers of paper, basically cardboard, and then you can slide the stars. Yeah. And that's showing the local region, this kind of circle or the section of the sky that you can see. So there's going to always be a maximum of what you're able to see, and you're able to see that section. So what I would say, using this planisphere concept in terms of what made me think of what you're part of, perhaps what you're describing, but if you want to describe it in more detail, maybe when you respond, let me know your thoughts as well. But if you have this is a flat disk of stars, so just taking that for the moment, and if you then have a sun that is, forgive me if this is not exactly what you're relating to, but I do think it's connected, the fact that we see different stars. And I was just going to describe it in my understanding real quick, where when you have the fixed stars, call that like a layer, you have the fixed star layer, and then you have the sun. Well, the fixed stars make a rotation in what's often referred to as a stellar day, sidereal day, which is 23 hours and 56 minutes. So it's 4 minutes slower than the sun. So 23:56, so 4 minutes, so slightly slower than the sun. Faster. And then the sun is 24 hours. So the sun is slightly slower. And so you kind of have these two gear systems. One of them is 4 minutes different than the other. And so the sun is essentially losing pace on the fixed stars. So imagine almost like a racetrack above us or something, and all the fixed stars are in one layer, and then the sun is moving slightly slower, which is actually what causes it to progress through the zodiac. It moves through the zodiac, the signs of Aries, Gemini, Taurus, etc. It's moving through those, because it is moving slightly slower in the fixed stars. That's why, and then we're only going to see the stars that are opposite of that, obviously, because wherever the sun is, it's lighting up the blue sky. We're not going to see those stars. But because they're at a slightly different pace, we're going to have different stars in the night sky be visible throughout the year. But that's just happening, in my viewpoint, within the gear system between the sun and the stars and how they're on those different layers. And that is going to cause you to see different stars throughout the year. But that still is all within a system of seeing, just like on Stellarium, that azimuthal grid of the hemispherical, region, and seeing that particular part of the sky, as mapped in that coordinate system.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and the ancients, they used to build I forget the name of it. There's like a heliotrope or something, where it's like this thing with gears, and it was like simulating the motions of the lights in the heavens. And the thing is, the ancients, they did have some mechanistic ideas for how, like, for example, retrograde motion of the planets. or the the wandering stars as they called them, and they didn't understand why, for some strange reason, Mars is like now traveling backwards, and then they had these very complicated explanations and the mechanisms for why Mars is traveling backwards and now it's going forwards again, and then it turned out that there was a much simpler explanation, and so there's the whole Occam's razor, and the simpler explanation was perfectly correlated to real world observation. There's the one wrinkle, and that was the what is it? Mercury's precession of the equinox on Mercury. I forget what it's called. Precession?
Perihelion.
No, precession. The perihelion.
Talking about Mercury, well, there's three different things. There's Mercury's retrograde cycle, but there's also all the other luminaries that do their retrograde cycles, and then there's. I want to respond to that because yes, there is a narrative that we're sold along with the globe model that the ancients were so lost about something, retrogrades and the epicycles. That's a narrative. But if I describe to you my understanding of retrogrades and then looking back on all the ancient systems and the astronomical systems, there was never no conflict with that. And epicycles were never needed. But that's a whole topic in of itself. But nonetheless, there's retrograde. There's the precession of the equinoxes, which doesn't have to do with Mercury. That's something separate. And then there's the perihelion claims of the orbit of Mercury.
Well,
I think you're missing what I was going to say was the only wrinkle, the only thing that was not explained by, say, Kepler's laws of planetary motion was Mercury's its precession of the equinox is basically the orbit of Mercury, the elliptical orbit of Mercury is in itself rotating.
Are you talking about the Antikythera mechanism?
No,
it's not. Well, okay.
Well, heliotrope's like a long thing that looks like a telescope that shines sunlight.
Oh, okay, the heliotrope. Okay, so no, I was talking about the other mechanisms that
This was
they created to try to
before they
simulate
even had a definition of an ellipse, right? Like they were using concentric circles to try to curve fit, right, to figure out to match Mars's retrograde motion. And
yeah, no, I'm not talking about Mars. I'm not talking about that specifically with
right.
The only wrinkle, like for example,
you're
everything I've said.
It's usually referred to as the precession of the perihelion of Mercury, but which is different from the precession of the equinoxes. That's what you're probably referring to.
Precession of the perihelion of Mercury.
Yes.
So basically, the ellipse of Mercury's orbit is in itself rotating. It's almost like you take an egg and then you slowly rotate the egg, so that the pointy part of the egg. Okay, that was the only thing that they could not line up with Kepler's laws. So the Kepler's laws have been in place, and Newton's laws of mechanics for hundreds and hundreds of years, and the timing for the precession of Mercury's perihelion was off by arc seconds per century or something, but they did say they did determine it was off, and
they claimed 43 seconds per arc in an entire century.
Yes, so then that's when the relativity came in to kind of save the day, that Mercury's traveling, closer to the speed of light than anything else in the solar system. That would be explaining that. And so if you leave the theory of relativity out of it, then Kepler and Newton explain literally all the motion in the solar system, with the sole exception of that error in Mercury's perihelion.
Not necessarily, right? Like they were curve fitting with circles before and it didn't work, and then Newton came along and created calculus, which allowed for the construction of ellipses to be understood. And Kepler took what's the guy's name's data? I forget, but
Tycho Brahe.
Yeah, Tycho Brahe's data, right? And he just did curve fitting with ellipses instead, and he placed the sun right at one of the focal points of the ellipse, and the other planets orbiting around it from that. But that is literally the only way to solve an ellipse, right? You have to have something at a focal point mathematically. So the richness of the map itself, the richness of the shape of an ellipse, and something being at its focal point with another object oriented, in an orbit around it, an elliptical orbit, that gave them the mathematical richness to be able to curve fit and tweak what they needed to create a model for what they're seeing, right?
But if it's 100% correlated, that's an indication that the model is correct.
No, it has enough richness, right? So where you can describe what you're seeing, right, by tweaking things. But like you said, they couldn't describe everything, so special relativity comes along and fills in the gap. But
yeah, but that was a very tiny gap. It was,
right.
Yeah, but it didn't fix it anyway.
And still, it is not a complete perfect model, because there are interactions between these bodies, and there's the three body problem and
right,
everything.
the three body problem. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So you need computers, right, to actually.
But the model is more closely correlated with what we see with our actual eyes than anything else. And so, and in fact, I've got a YouTube video
It's just
on
all it is it's just better than circles.
Sure.
It's
But
kinematically
but
and
it's
dynamically equivalent to the Neotitanic system. There's no advantage over it.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
It's kinematically and dynamically equivalent to the Neotitanic system. So
Okay,
you're saying
so what do
it
you-
works out better than any other model, but it doesn't.
What do you
In fact,
mean?
the
But it doesn't.
Neotitanic system doesn't have any dark matter issues.
Okay,
Yeah, but
we don't have any dark
Neotitanic
matter in the
is
solar system.
geocentric too, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Say,
I don't think they're even close to the same thing.
They are
Yeah,
kinematically
so-
and dynamically equivalent.
I when you say kinematically and dynamically, so kinematics usually refers to like physics, not just like the way things appear, but actually the way
The
things
bodies move in
Well,
relation to
it's
each other
actually-
is the same.
Well, it's actually the physical position rather than the physics. So it's not
Oh.
necessarily, yeah, it's the actual
Okay.
physical position.
Okay, but so then you'd have to invent new laws of physics that haven't been discovered. Like for example, there are some people who believe
No, it's equivalent.
Equivalent.
Heliocentric or geocentric, whether you put the Earth at the center or the Earth
right,
or the sun. At the
right.
center.
Okay, so I get that it's relative positions, it's equivalent, but you would have to invent new laws of physics to explain
You wouldn't.
the epicycles that would result.
No, you don't understand it. The all the other planets revolve around the sun in ellipses, and then the sun is around the Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that means that the that the planets are not in ellipses anymore because you have to combine their motions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
because
That's not really even
they are.
to me. I mean, the point is that
they're
really
doing spirals.
no. The
No,
point is
they're
that-
not. You need to look at it. It's exactly the same. It's just literally the
Yeah,
Earth
they-
is in the center.
No, but
That's
that
what
GIF is
kinematically equivalent
posted.
means.
That GIF is posted all the time, showing the planets doing little loop-de-loops like flowers. Looks more like a flower than a solar system.
That's reference frame dependent. You guys are the ones who always love bringing up reference frames. That's a true
Yeah, that would be-
reference frame.
No, that would be
scenario.
from the Earth. That's the way it should
Right.
look from the Earth. We don't see that.
The only validity that has is in terms of astrology. Like for example, the sun is
Definitely,
in what
it's exactly what
constellation,
we
or
see.
when Jupiter is rising, in Aquarius or whatever. So in astrology, astrology takes a geocentric approach. You put the Earth at the center, and then you have this 12-legged wheel, and then you map everything out on the 12 sectors around the Earth. And then you just see the motions of everything. Where's the sun? Where's the moon? Where are the planets? And it's all geocentric, and it has nothing to do with physics. But if you have to talk about the physics, the actual motion of these things, then geocentrism breaks down, because the physics it just doesn't
Not
work.
the motions you're talking about. The kinematically equivalent means it's exactly the same.
Right.
Yeah, well, yeah, like
Motion-
the bodies moving
motion-wise.
to each other.
Right, but
Yeah,
you
the
need
only
physics.
argument you have is the fact that the Earth would be at the center. That's the only argument you have. But that is, well, whatever. There's maths that back that up.
No,
But like for example,
the motions of the
you
it looks
got to throw out
completely
gravity,
different.
right? You got to throw out gravity. You got to throw out Kepler's laws of motion.
No, you don't. It is 100% in accordance with Kepler's laws.
So
You
you're
don't
saying that
understand
the
it.
sun,
Not true.
It is true.
orbiting the Earth.
Well, for
right?
example, since you mentioned
that does not make any sense.
Yes, it
hold on.
does.
Since you mentioned astrology, I'm going to post. This is a chart. It's actually from the Great American Eclipse in 2017. That part's not really relevant. It's more just showing the actual chart. So this is like a general layout of the zodiac. So there's 12 sections, which are the 12 fixed constellations, and then all of those, they're called glyphs. all of those little symbols, the glyphs, on the wheel there are all of the different, essentially all of the wandering luminaries,
Right.
the ones that move separate from the fixed stars. So the
You
sun,
can
the
map
moon,
them out.
Mercury, Venus, Mars, etc. This is a geocentric chart, and it's what most of astrology is using, a geocentric chart. So ironically, a lot of astrologers in today's world are actually believing that the Earth is heliocentric and a globe. However, they're actually using geocentric charts, which are, again, kinematically equivalent in terms of the actual, and dynamically, like you mentioned, in terms of the actual movement in degree as we view them on Earth. Meaning you can make a chart that is heliocentric and make a chart that is geocentric, and you're going to have the same position of degree of the actual luminaries in their positions. They're equivalent.
It's relative position, right? You got, I 100% agree. You just have relative position. You have X, Y, Z coordinates of everything. You could put the Earth at the center. You could put the moon at the center. You could put the sun at the center. I agree with you 100%.
You just have to forego something,
physics,
right? Like gravity. Right.
You need physics. You need gravity. You need Kepler's laws of motion.
Kepler's law is gravity. You get that, right? Like they both came along in the same fashion. The only reason why an orbit exists is because of gravity. The only reason why it's elliptical is because of calculus. I mean, they go hand in hand. They're the same thing. So once you assume gravity, whether it's a circular orbit or an elliptical orbit, there are certain constraints, right? And like whether you believe, that you're looking at these things that are off in the distance that you call planets that are actually doing elliptical orbits, or whether you believe that they are, whether it's just curve fitting ellipses to the motion and creating a model to describe them, that's whatever, right? But both two things are equivalent. You can believe whatever you want about the motion of these things, or you can describe them with ellipses. But until you actually go to a planet and see what it is and understand that it's actually orbiting around other planets, right? Which means essentially trusting NASA, all that kind of stuff, right? Then it doesn't. You don't have any proof. You just have a model that correctly gives you.
These observations predate NASA.
Yeah, you don't need NASA. You could do it. You can do it from the backyard if you took the time and a good telescope. You could do it in your backyard. It doesn't have to involve NASA.
No. I'm saying that this thing moves across the sky, right? Mars has retrograde motion, but you don't actually know what it is. You can look at it through a telescope, but you're not actually discovering what it is. It might just be an orb of light.
Yeah, so I wanted to make a comment on that. As perfect timing, if I could just do a quick 20 seconds here just to share my thought on that with the retrograde. Because like in that chart I just posted, actually Mercury is retrograde at that time. So if you look at like over on the left about the 9 o'clock position, there's Mars. That's called the north node, the nodes of the sun, which are related to the eclipses, the nodes of the moon, sorry, the lunar nodes. That's what that little horseshoe looking thing is. And then there's the moon, the sun, and Mercury. And the Mercury is the one that's like it's got the little wings on his, kind of looks like wings on his head. Anyways, the glyph. And it's at 8 degrees of Virgo, 21 seconds. And then it's got that little R there, RX. So that means it's retrograde. So it's got the little retrograde motion. So simply what that means is that, I can share my screen and animate these charts as well, because you can flip day by day, hour by hour, and see how it moves. But nonetheless, if you were doing that day by day, flipping through it with the software, as it were, and also what we see in the sky. Essentially, I mentioned before with the sidereal day and the solar day, the sun and the moon. So the sun and the stars. Sorry. So the sun is going slightly slower than the stars, which is what's causing the seasons and the yearly cycle and so on. But in addition, all of these other wandering stars are doing the same thing. So Mercury, when it's not in retrograde, when it's normally in its normal, it's called direct motion, which is when it's in its forward motion, essentially. It is moving slower than the fixed stars every day. So it's like a race car that's going a little slower than the fixed stars. And it's doing so in that specific way, in the specific pacing that it is. Now, and that's its normal state. Now, when it goes retrograde, what we observe from the Earth, and what you would see in this chart if you flip through it as well, what we actually see is that simply Mercury will begin picking up speed very minimally every day, just a tiny bit picking up speed. And as if you're in two cars and one's behind the other, and the one who's behind just hits his accelerator a little bit. He starts going a little faster. So instead of losing pace on the other guy, now he's starting to pick up speed. Now, and then Mercury does what's called stationing, which is when it's going the same speed as the fixed stars. It's called stationing, and it's about to go retrograde. So stationing means it's going the same speed as the fixed stars. Once it goes into retrograde motion, it starts going slightly faster than the fixed stars. Now, what I'm referring to is just what we observe on Earth, meaning if you're down on the ground, you're looking up at Mercury up there, and you're looking at the fixed stars, what I'm describing is precisely what we observe on Earth. So Mercury will begin going a little bit faster than the fixed stars. That's retrograde motion. So it literally, what we observe from Earth is it is changing speed on a very minute level in order to cause it to go a little faster than the fixed stars instead of a little slower. And then when it's done retrograding, it will slow down again. It'll go the same speed as the fixed stars, which is called stationing again. And then it'll start going slower than the fixed stars again, back into retrograde motion.
And is there a model that can explain all of this? Yes.
Well, I mean, that's what we observe. That's what we observe.
Heliocentric solar system.
Well, like that's what the sky clock is doing, is what I'm saying. Meaning, if you're looking at a clock and you have two hands, the hour hand, minute hand, they're doing what they're doing. The explanation, like what's going on behind the face of the clock to cause those hands to do that, is it motors? Is it gears? Is it a quartz crystal? Is it humans that are moving them manually? Is it little, mice back there? That's the deeper question, in terms of how the sky is functioning. If that's what you're asking for, that's a deeper thing. I'm just saying what we observe, and the retrograde motion is simply that slight difference in speed, and that can be mapped on a geocentric system as we're describing.
Right, but we've been talking about that the whole time. I mean, they tried to map it using concentric circles, and it wasn't able to do it, without incorrectly mapping something else. But elliptical orbits worked. But to me, still, like, you can go further and say that's a model. It's not actually. It doesn't have to be the absolute truth. If everything works out all along the way, right, which is what we've come to in modern day physics, is we say, like, well, this must be the truth, right? This must be reality. But how do you actually know, right? And that's where I brought in NASA and all that kind of stuff into it. And it's only been in the last 100 years where we've been able to, quote unquote, actually know. And we still have a lot of questions about what's going on out there, and space travel, and NASA, and the moon landings, and everything, right? But I'm bringing all this into conversation because I think it shows the trajectory and the route, and it's interesting to consider, right? You might not actually know. It might not actually be that model. That model might just be a model that correctly describes something. So I think that, giving credence to that, that's just what I'm standing for. But you guys can go on. I just wanted to say that.
So, Gio, here's a question for you. What do you think about, say, the observing just the moon? Moonrise to moonset, the angle of the illumination, what the phase of the moon is, field rotation, because all that is really, really consistent with a moon that's very distant from the Earth, many Earth diameters away, by the same sun that lights us.
Well, I mean, I have my thoughts on that as well, but yeah, I mean, if you want to expand on that. Yo, what's up? What's up, bro?
What's up?
What's up?
What are we talking about? Shiny rocks in the sky?
Shiny rocks.
Twinkling radiographic sonoluminescent fractal holograms.
Yes, that you can bounce radar signals off of.
The moon is reflecting light. Is that what we're doing here?
Yes, the moon is reflecting light, but from a very distant light source that is also lighting us.
Right, but what? Wow, that's interesting. I can't think of any rocks I've ever seen that were that shiny or reflective.
The moon has a very low albedo. It's actually dark gray in color.
Can I ask how you see a rock at all if it's not reflecting light?
Yeah, it'd be black, wouldn't it? It'd be a black rock.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. I did the whole is moonlight colder experiment with a little laser thermometer, and It's definitely colder in the full moon. I don't really know what's up with that. I did this like many nights over and over again with consistent results, just for my own understanding of what was happening. Because I've also heard that pistachio farmers will all tell you that pistachios only open up on a full moon, which is pretty interesting.
I'm gonna have to talk to some pistachio farmers. That sounds pretty wild.
I know it does sound pretty well, doesn't it? But big if true. I'm not a pistachio farmer.
Big if true. I don't know, man. I just
Yeah.
want to hear what the pistachio farmers have to say about it.
No, it is amazing how the moon's cycle is connected to nature. Like, the female reproductive cycle, many processes in nature. Like, if it was just a rock that happened to be clung out there from gravity in a globe model, why would it have these intricate correlations cyclically with many components on Earth, like even to the detail of like a woman's reproductive cycle, or to plants and animals that have certain processes as well?
There's so much mystery in all this, like why is the moon the same size as the sun?
That's a
Why
great
does it
point,
eclipse
Gio.
it perfectly? And it's like we live on the only planet that we know of that has life, and our moon eclipses the sun perfectly. I mean, imagine how like beautiful that is.
It's actually not.
I never
not
thought of
perfect.
that, Gio. That's actually awesome.
And we can actually see the shadow of moons on the surface of Jupiter and Saturn, which means if you were on the surface of Jupiter and Saturn, they would look up in the sky. They're like, "Wow, isn't it an amazing coincidence that the Titan is the same diameter as
That's not
the
That's not
sun?"
the truth. No, that's not.
Would it be though? That's the thing.
Yeah,
In,
because
in fact, a lot of moons
gotta-
aren't even spherical in shape on Saturn and Jupiter. But really,
you could see the total solar eclipse, but you could see the shadow travel across the surface, very similar to the shadow traveling across the surface on
that's
Earth.
not true. I've looked into this. That there's no other moon that has the right ratio to eclipse the sun perfectly on any other planet we know of.
But
Name one.
And you said perfect, and it's not perfect because you've got this range depending on if we're at aphelion or perihelion, depending on if the moon is at apogee or perigee. Then you got all sorts of range of eclipses. You've got the what's it called? The total solar eclipse, and then what's the one with the ring around it? The annular. I don't know how to pronounce it. Annular eclipse. It looks like a big ring. So it's like it's not perfectly the same size. There's a huge range of sizes.
Bro,
and
based
yeah,
on where you are on the Earth, like no crap. What a weird point. He's talking about the fact that they line up like cookie cutter circles.
But
Like,
they don't.
Exactly.
How about the fact that
They don't.
How about
No, Regis, you're wrong. They don't.
How about the fact that we have a personal dome of perspective? We have a personal dome of perspective, and as you can see, the clouds all tend to curve down towards the horizon. When the clouds aren't there, does that mean the geometry and the hyperbolic qualities of this personal dome of perspective all suddenly disappear, or does it mean it's always there and you're just being able to visualize this personal dome of perspective because you've got something to illuminate that, like the clouds, for example? And then you go to the next question: how high does that go? I mean, it would follow that it doesn't matter what altitude you would go, you would still have this personal dome of perspective, which in all essence would mean the stars should follow the same geometry as well. Get what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah, I think we were we were on that a little bit earlier, but I don't know if you just popped in, but we were on talking about the moon in specific. But I hear you on that.
I got a question. Can a shadow be cast in the sky?
There's clouds there, or anything else, any kind of.
No, there's no clouds. It's just blue sky with a shadow going across the sky. Is that possible?
You could see it, I think.
Yeah, I would think so, but it's hard to kind of conceptualize. But
I've got video.
I got
videos. I got videos up the ass of it. Of what people are saying shadows, but I don't really understand how you can cast a shadow in the sky unless something else is going on. Like the sun would have to be in a really weird position.
Well, I think what you're might be talking about is like there's still stuff up in the atmosphere that can reflect light. And so when you have it contrasted against a part of the sky that's not reflecting light, you can see it. Like that's why we have crepuscular rays, right?
We have crepuscular rays because the sun is much smaller and much closer than we're told. It's a local light source.
No, if the sun were closer, you would still get crepuscular rays.
You wouldn't get crepuscular rays at 93 million miles away.
Have you ever seen anti-crepuscular rays?
Yep. But yeah,
So
if the light is coming to hit the Earth parallel, as is described in the heliocentric model, then yeah, you wouldn't have a crepuscular effect the way that we get, where we have this local effect where the crepuscular rays are angling out from the sun. And meaning if you take like a globe idea with the sun that far away, and then you're just getting this basically blanket of parallel rays, you wouldn't actually get that perspective effect.
So on your desk in front of you, I'm assuming you're sitting at a desk. Do you have a sheet of lined paper?
Not on the desk.
If you get a sheet of lined paper and hold it up.
I'm driving a vehicle.
Okay. Well, then just look at the lines of the road in front of you. They're parallel, but yet they're converging or diverging. And so it's the same way. So the thing about anti-crepuscular rays is if you look at crepuscular rays and how the rays of the sun look like they're coming out at you and you're like, wow, the sun looks like it's right behind that cornfield and these rays are coming out all from this point. Well, then if you turned behind you, you would expect the rays to continue to separate. Yet rays diverge. The rays converge to a point behind you. And then if you could see crepuscular rays above your head, you'll see the rays themselves are actually parallel. So they're diverging in front of you, they're parallel above your head, they're converging behind you, which means that they are parallel in fact reality.
They're not really parallel to your head. They
within a half a degree. They're within a half a degree of parallel.
Well, they kind of.
Yeah, well, that half a degree is gonna turn into a lot more down the line. So that's not parallel.
No, within a half a degree is because the sun takes up a half a degree of space in our field of view. And that's how we get the different parts of an eclipse, the umbra and the penumbra, because the both the sun and the moon have an angular size. They're not point light sources. So when we say the lights come in parallel, it just means it's a really, really distant light source, but the sun does have an angular size of about a half a degree. The lights come in mostly parallel, but with a half a degree fudge factor.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me. Because
eclipses are fun to study. I actually made this GeoGebra simulation to simulate umbra and penumbra.
Yeah, no, regardless of distance, right? Like you could be a bazillion miles from the sun, but because you're one person at one observation point, the angles of light you see are still going to be directly related to the angular size of the sun.
There's lots of pictures of, especially if there's like a fog or maybe a smoky campsite. Like, for example, when we were camping up in Vermont and you got the trees and then we're starting a campfire and the smoke is traveling up through the trees and you look up at the sun and you got all these rays of the sun rays filtering through the trees and hitting the smoke. And it made it look like the sun was literally at the treetops. Because all the rays were converging at this point. So you look up at the sun and it's like, wow, the sun is like, 50 feet away. And it's like, no, the sun's not 50 feet away. It's just, it's my perspective of how I'm looking at these parallel rays. I'm looking at these parallel rays end on. They all appear to be coming at me. Just a perspective thing.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I hear a lot of flat earthers say it's just a perspective thing, so I kind of know where you're coming from.
Cool thing about perspective, and I don't know if anybody is into computer graphics, but there's this technique called ray tracing. Or, basically it's like if you can hold up a sheet of transparent, graph paper Then so you have all these squares, and it's like, well, what do you see in each square of the graph paper? Well, the computer can kind of map out, left to right, left to right, left to right, top to bottom. It just kind of shoots an imaginary ray of light in its computer mind. This is how computer graphics are, CGI and stuff is done. But it's called ray tracing, where it literally traces a virtual ray in the mind of the computer, what they call a raster scan, left to right, left to right, left to right, as you go top to bottom. And you could do the same thing on a sheet of graph paper. And you could say, well, here's my observer. Here's these objects in the scene. Could I see the top of the building, or I'm only seeing the front of the building? And you could literally map out exactly what you should see, how tall things are, what the relative sizes of things are, what is obscuring what. That's called perspective.
And you're talking about doing this in a video game?
Oh, I'm talking about you could set up a little scene, like a little, you could take a coffee cup and a pencil and a
Is that
and a
video
Rubik's
game
cube.
taking into account 8 inches per mile squared in some way, or is it just a flat sandbox?
No, video games don't put in Earth curvature. That's too much math. But what I'm saying is the whole point about perspective is that you could literally put a scene in front of you.
Hold on, dude.
The Rubik's cube and a coffee cup,
on, dude.
right?
You're
And then
just
you can map
ranting.
it out
You gotta
on
get-
paper.
Can you hear me telling you that you're just kind of ranting? You got to give me a chance to respond.
But you were kind of interrupting in my mid sentence, so I just kept going. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. If you wanted to rant, that's fine. I thought you were asking me a question and having a dialogue. Please continue.
I was just saying it has nothing to do with computer graphics. The concept is called ray tracing, but you could do ray tracing manually with a sheet of graph paper. But the point is that the laws of perspective are you have an observer, and then you could just sort of draw lines out from that observer's location, and you could kind of imagine what that observer would see. What is obscuring what? What's the size of the relative sizes of things? You could do it literally with a sheet of graph paper and a little scene that you assemble. And I just gave an example: a Rubik's cube, a coffee cup, a tabletop.
If I'm standing at the shore and I'm watching a boat disappear beyond the horizon, is that disappearing because of my perspective or because of the curvature of the Earth?
Is the curvature of the Earth, because the sun's not getting any smaller.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You literally just said that perspective has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because your little example with a piece of paper, that's flat. Your little example with a video game, that's going to be flat. So you got to make up your mind there, big dog.
Okay, I think you misquoted me. I didn't say perspective has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. I said that video games don't incorporate the curvature of the Earth. That was your specific
Right.
question.
So, but then there would be nothing that has nothing to do with perspective, because you're going to take the position that perspective does have to do with the curvature of the Earth, because when I'm watching a boat disappear on the horizon, you're going to tell me, oh, it's going over the curve. And I'm going to say, no, that's just perspective. That's just horizon rising to eye level and the limitation of your eyesight.
But the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. The thing is, perspective is anything that you could see.
Can I get a source for that?
Literally anything you could see.
You're gonna. That's a pretty crazy claim. Can you prove to me that the horizon doesn't rise to my eye level?
Well,
that's insane.
I think the burden of proof is on you.
I've jumped out of airplanes. I've seen it with
my
I've seen it at 14,500 feet, and I've seen the horizon at 3,500 feet. Or sorry, 3,500.
Can I tell you a truism of human psychology?
No, you can just stick to the topic and go ahead and tell me how does the horizon not rise to my eye level every time?
Truism of human psychology is that the eye is drawn to the horizon. That used to be the phrase before flat Earth became a thing in the modern era.
You know, the one way to waste somebody's time is to tell them a story instead of just answering a question.
You're not listening to a word I'm saying. The human eye is drawn to the horizon. Now, my understanding is that when you were skydiving, you were not holding an auto level. Most people who skydive don't hold auto levels. But you can't tell me if the horizon was at eye level. I could tell you that human psychology is that the human eye is drawn to the horizon, right? But since you weren't holding an auto level, you cannot tell me whether the horizon was in fact at eye level. If you actually do take an auto level, and you could take it up to a cliff, you don't have to be skydiving, you could take it up to a cliff and you'll see the horizon is 100% always below eye level, even at the beach. The higher you go, the further it drops away.
Yeah, because there's always a dip angle.
the dip angle, and this is well documented in any kind of celestial navigation manuals for sailors. Have a dip correction table depending on how high the sailor is above the water.
Right. It's just a height over a planar surface calculation due to the fact that your particular height creates a right angle triangle from your point of view down to your feet to the horizon, your horizon back to your eyes. That creates a triangle. And I would agree with you that it does lower very slightly as you go up over a planar surface due to that dip angle. But in general,
the dip angle is 100% correlated with the curvature of the Earth.
It's not, though. You don't need any curvature of the Earth.
It actually is.
But
here's a question for you, Gio. Where does the horizon come from?
You can only ad hoc it in an assumptive concept and add a radius value with the Haversine formula just to do an ad hoc calculation. But the actual dip angle itself is just that right angle triangle. And the horizon does rise towards eye level as you go up. And it is remarkable how that planar geometry, how the whole horizon, the whole thing raises with you. What would it look like on a globe? It's a good question. I mean, some people would say, oh, it would totally curve away from you and all that. It's hard to know because we're not on a globe of that size. So like, what would it look like in that way? Like precisely. However, when you do the calculations of it, if the horizon is the physical edge of the Earth, and that's what you're seeing as you go up in altitude, if that horizon is, a certain distance away, there should be there should be a different way in which the system would drop away from you as you go up in altitude. It would start to lower quicker. But of course, the ultimate is if you were to be able to go high enough to get that differentiation. But from a lot of the math that can be done on it's consistent with the planar geometry extending out and doesn't seem to have that effect of what the curvature would be.
So Gio, the thing is, you say it's consistent with a planar surface. What is the distance to the horizon on a plane? I've been studying this thing for 15 years, and I've never heard a flat earther or non-globe earther explain to me how you can get the distance to the horizon. And sometimes the horizon looks like a ruler sharp edge. It's not, it's fuzzy some days, but some days it's really razor sharp.
Yeah.
And it has a distance, it has a distance. And how do you get that distance on a planar surface? And how come that distance increases?
Okay. I'll share.
The higher you go,
I'll respond to that real quick. So, over a planar surface, the horizon being the meeting place of the ground and the sky, right wherever the ground layer and the sky layer meet, you call that the horizon, that actual meeting point. Over a planar surface, though, that it can change distance due to the atmospheric conditions. And what I mean by that, I'll explain it this way. If you're on the ground and you're in it depends on how far of the ground layer you can see on that day, because the horizon is made up of the ground and the sky. So the furthest distance of the ground layer you can see is what defines the horizon ultimately, because the sky is so massive and expansive. It's just everything above, like whatever's above the Earth, it's just everything. But the Earth is the thing you're standing on, or that you're on, if you're talking about being on it, or even if you're a bit above it. And there's a distance as to how far you can see of the ground layer. So for example, on one day, I'll just throw random numbers out there. If you're at a particular position where you can only see 5 miles, meaning let's say you're looking out over water, and if you were to go out in a boat 5 miles, if that's the last wave that you can see, the last little bit of water is at 5 miles, then that is where your horizon will be at that moment, optically. Now, on another day or another time or whatever, it can shift, and now you can see 10 miles. So now the furthest ground distance you can see is 10 miles, meaning the last little wave of water is 10 miles away. On another day, maybe it's 70 miles, 30 miles, etc. So the distance of the ground layer you can see is what will be constellating the position of where the ground and sky meet, because that's the last bit of ground you can see. And in my understanding of it, that position changes due to atmospheric conditions, lensing, magnification, a lot of different effects. And so that's why things are going to look obscured from the bottom up over a planar surface. Because if you have, let's say your visibility is only 5 miles on that day, but you take a boat and you go out, you go 8 miles. Well, you're past the 5 miles. So the guy who's looking on the shore, he's not going to be able to see past at 5 miles on the ground layer, that little last bit of water. If the boat goes past that, and the boat's at 8 miles, he's not going to be able to see the bottom of the boat visually because he's beyond the extinction point, the convergence point of the place where the ground and the sky meet for him visually. So if he goes beyond that, now the bottom of the hull is going to be obscured from the bottom up. It's not because it's going over a curve of an Earth. It's just because the ground layer is closer and the object is on the water going further, and it will visually obscure the bottom of it. So that is my thoughts on how the horizon, the distance, and how that is functioning. It's just a function of distance and the layers at which you're able to view.
Okay, so what you said, most of those distances were really inconsistent with what we see in the real world. There's a little bit of differentiation. For example, we've all seen the black swan image where the horizon was supposed to be 3 miles away, and instead it was over 10 miles away. But then that crane, that oil derrick looked like it was made of silly putty. So it's like, okay, so that was clearly a very, very distorted image, the black swan image. But on normal days where you don't have extreme atmospheric refraction, just you a nice clear day, you can predict the distance to the horizon with great accuracy. And the thing is, if you put your camera like right, inches from the water, you're going to get some really weird effects because very, very low angle photography over water, over long distances produces all kinds of weird effects. If you're 15 feet above the water, you could predict exactly how far the horizon is. You can go to any beach on the Earth, go 15 feet above the water there, and on a clear day, and the horizon will still be the exact same distance. And again, there may be some atmospheric refractions on certain days, but I'm talking about a nice, clean, clear day. Sharp horizon, that will be a very consistent distance away. It's not going to be 70 miles one day and 5 miles another day. It's going to be 5 miles one day, maybe 5.5 miles, maybe 4.5, but it's going to be centered around 5, or for a given distance, a given height above the water. This is perfectly consistent with the globe.
If you were standing at that same spot, right, you saw the horizon, it's whatever distance away from you, and you just started rising up in the spot without moving, keeping your eye line perfectly parallel.
Like riding an elevator, a glass elevator on the beach, right?
Can you tell me at what height on the globe that horizon would, again, keeping your eyes completely parallel to the surface without looking down at all? At what height, right, would the horizon decline from your vision, be completely lost as far as you're looking straight ahead? At what point?
You're breaking up really hard. I couldn't hear the crux of your question.
Okay, let me repeat that. Is this better?
Yeah,
I heard you pretty well. It might have broken up.
I heard at what height do you something horizon? The most important part of your question got lost.
Okay, so basically you're standing in one spot. You see the horizon at whatever distance. You're rising up, keeping your eye line perfectly parallel to the Earth's surface, whether it's a globe or a sphere or whatever plane. And actually, no, in the case of a globe, and you're just rising up in the same spot, keeping your eye line perfectly parallel. At what height will the horizon completely recede from your vision?
There will be no height. There's no height.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, unless you're talking about, you actually want to go into space, and then at a certain point,
what is the calculation? What is the calculation?
What's the radius? What's the radius of the Earth? And then you're going to be tens of thousands of miles away. Then at some point, if your eyes are perfectly horizontal, then the Earth will be below you. But
I mean, there's what's the calculation? Because I need a solid mathematical formula to calculate at what height it will receive as per what function.
The thing is, you have to define what you mean by receding. The horizon gets further from you when you go higher, and that math is very, very well known. You could derive it yourself just knowing the Earth's radius.
Earth is falling away from you, right? I mean, not
right, but not only is the Earth falling away, but the horizon, the horizon line.
You will not be able to see a horizon as the Earth is, because look, if it's a flat plane and extends in front of you, there's always going to be more land to be discovered, visually speaking, as you rise higher and higher. So the horizon is going to keep extending indefinitely until whatever the extent of the plane is. But if it's a globe, there's a very specific radius of the globe. And as per that radius, there should be a very fixed calculation as to like at what height for an observer with an average field of view, at what height will that completely recede from one's vision? You should probably look into that and figure out
I
that.
don't understand what
It's
you mean by
only
recede from vision.
it's only like 3 degrees at like where the airplanes, where commercial airliners fly. It's only like 3 degrees drop from your eye level.
That's only 3 kilometers above the ground, so there's already a drop at that height. It should be considerable drop at like 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet.
But the problem is the horizon is getting further from you as you're getting higher.
It's getting further from you, but it's also receding downwards on a globe.
Right,
It's
because you're physically increasing in elevation. So
it's
yes,
not gonna be
Earth's
there to
surface
be-
is getting further from you.
that's fine. For example, literally like at a quarter of the Earth, at a quarter of the Earth's circumference away from you, right? You're not going to be able to see that because that's now completely switched.
Right.
It's gone tangent to your the lower extreme.
But technically, the tangent to the Earth is the horizon. So here's a great analogy, because I did a deep dive on this a bunch of years ago.
1 second though, before I just want you to come up with a formula. So just I don't know.
But it's a lot more complicated than that.
No, I already
Because
have the logic of this, because the Earth is curving away from you. It's very simple. There's
but
Dude, you need to let this dude just let him finish the sentence, pause, make sure he's done, and then start, because it's getting annoying.
Yeah. So the land is extending in front of you. On a globe, it's curving away from you. On a flat plane, it's just extending indefinitely until whatever point, we don't know. So on a flat plane, we'll expect to discover more land. On a globe, just answer this yes or no, please. On a globe, at some point, the horizon will decline out of your vision, right?
No.
Okay, well then that's just ridiculous, because it will on a globe.
What is the dip correction formula in celestial navigation, which corrects for the, it subtracts that angle from your observation? What is that formula?
I don't know the formula off the top of my head, but if I could answer your question, I did a deep dive on this, deriving all the equations myself. I discovered it was very frustrating, because as you increase in elevation, you would expect the horizon to be, dropping down, of course. The problem was, like, the question I was really trying to answer, and this is not the question you asked, but the question I was exploring was, at what point should you see curvature of the Earth? And part of that was, as you go higher, you would expect to see curvature. But the problem that I discovered was that as you went higher, the horizon got further away. So it's like, I'm trying to see more curve by getting higher, but the horizon is working against me by getting further away.
I'm not expecting to see curve visually, because
I know that wasn't the question, but I'm telling you that when I did this deep dive, and like I said, I did all the calculations myself. I derived my own formulas, but I don't have it at hand. I found that it was very frustrating, and it was not an easy thing. So I know you're saying I just want an easy formula. No, it was not an easy formula, because as you get higher, the horizon moves away from you.
You're missing the point. It's a simple geometry. There's a field of view. There's a field of view. I mean, I'm no mathematician nor geometrician or whatever the fuck that word is, but it is ultimately that simple. It's a binary. The horizon will, at some point, this is not a yes or no. The horizon on a globe will, at some point, looking straight ahead, decline from your vision, so that you will not see it looking straight ahead. At that point, at which point, if you look down, you will curve. So at the point that the horizon is now declined from your vision, looking straight ahead, you will be able to look down and see curvature. At that point, that is objectively necessary. So now we just need to know the formula, because
I can't produce that formula off the top of my head.
That's fine. If you don't have it now, that's probably something that you should have loaded at hand, because those are the sort of questions. These are logical binaries that we need to deal with. Because everything else can be lost in the sauce, but stuff like this, that necessarily has to be a falsifiable formula, right? As to, like, at what?
I found it here. The dip correction formula in celestial navigation, which corrects for your observer height above the sea level, is 1.77 times h squared, where h is meters above sea level. So 1.77 times h squared will give you your dip correction based on your height above sea level.
I think that was complicated. I mean, I've a lot as well, of course, because my math isn't that strong. I couldn't really delve into it that deep. But there has to be a field of view angle which is incorporated into the formula, because that otherwise it won't work. So I've seen the rough formulas that they give you are assuming like something which will give you a pretty ridiculous height for the horizon to be completely receding from your vision, something like 4.7 kilometers, and that's obviously not true.
Why
so
not?
I just want the objective formula, including the view angle.
I don't think you got what he just said. He said the dip correction formula, which basically means correcting compared to a horizontal. So all celestial navigation has a horizontal baseline. And when you look at the horizon is below horizontal. So we have this thing called a dip correction, which is based on the eye height. And what the gentleman was just saying was he gave the formula, which basically, I'm assuming it was in degrees, degrees below horizontal based on your elevation.
Yes.
And so your question is, at what point is the horizon going to recede from your field of view? Well, for starters, you have to define field of view. How many degrees wide and how many degrees tall?
Oh man.
The field of view is obviously going to vary from human to human, optical device.
Define it. Pick a number.
Okay, let's say
90 degrees, 120 degrees.
From top to bottom, let's say 110 degrees.
Okay. So if top to bottom is 110, that means it's 55 degrees below horizontal. Plug that into dip correction, and at what height do you have to be for the horizon to be 55 degrees below eye level? And then you get your number.
I would say way the hell up there.
Hey, you're going to be in orbit. You're going to be in orbit for the horizon to be 55 degrees.
I like your formula whenever you can. I'm not asking you to give it now. Just find a formula that you can post.
Even the ISS is, the horizon of the Earth at the ISS's level.
I mean, the problem
is is only a few degrees below horizontal.
ISS makes no sense. Again, this is based on right now. Like if the ISS is seeing curvature at their height, you only see curvature after the horizon is receded from your eye level, looking straight ahead. All the ISS needs to do is get a camera and pan it.
What you said was not correct.
That's not true.
That is true.
No, that's not true at all.
That's true.
Oh.
That is true.
Where are you coming up with this information?
Because when you're looking straight ahead, you're never going to see any curvature.
Hold a basketball in front of you.
Yeah.
Hold a basketball at eye level, and you see curvature just fine, even though it's in your field of view. You're saying that the only way to see the curvature of a basketball is if it's outside of your field of view. That literally doesn't make any sense.
You're not on the basketball. If you
all right, well then put your eye put your eye really close to the basketball, and you will see curvature just fine.
Obviously, that won't work.
Why not?
That won't work. You got to be an ant on the basketball. And you got to be rising up.
Okay, well, a lot of cell phones have their cameras right close to the bezel of the camera or of the phone.
It's impossible.
Put your cell phone upside down and then have it right up against the basketball, and you'll see curvature just fine.
You're gonna have distortion. That's the problem. You need to be on the basketball. You need to be a tiny ass ant, probably smaller than an ant.
But no, we're talking about elevation.
You won't see curvature. It's impossible.
Oh, so it looks like you need to study this further, because, like I said, I did a deep dive into curvature visibility, and it was a very fascinating topic.
You don't have the formula offhand, so I don't know how much of a deep.
No, the guy just gave it to you. The guy literally gave you the formula.
I'm saying you.
Okay, but he did the research. I'm just sitting here listening and trying to have a conversation with you.
You did a deep dive. So if you did a deep dive and you're going to appeal to your own authority or the authority of the
all I'm saying is
have that handy, because we can't have this discussion. We can have this discussion in words all we want, but unless someone posts an actual formula like that they're going to stand behind and say at this height based on what rationale, then there's no discussion to be had. It'll just go in circles forever.
Well, I have never ever seen somebody convinced by a formula, and I've produced dozens of them.
A formula is fine. I mean, what does the formula map onto? In this case, it's
the guy just gave it to you. No, I wasn't writing it down when he gave it to you. I could have parroted the same thing, but So But one of the interesting things, talking about the horizon is an analogy. Is you take a ball, and I don't know if you know what like a coolie hat is, like the old Vietnamese traditional farmer's hat. It's basically a cone-shaped hat. I don't know what it's made out of, straw, woven straw. But do you know what a coolie hat is?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so it's a very flat cone. Well, if you place a cone on a ball, it's going to have a circular point of contact, a circular point of tangency. So if you can imagine the point of the cone to be the observer, and the point of tangency will be that observer's horizon. Does that kind of make sense?
I already know that, and that's why you won't see curvature until the horizon is receded from your eye line.
Oh, but I'm telling you, I've done a deep dive on this, and the visibility of curvature.
I don't care about your deep dive. Just give the formula.
Okay. Visibility of curvature depends on how much the horizon deviates in degrees.
Oh my God!
As your left or right field of view, the horizon is going to be lower on the edges and then higher in the middle. Well, by how many? By how many pixels? By how many degrees?
You should be able to map this out with a formula. Then, if you're going to say, okay, I'm not going to argue on this point about whether the horizon is going to curve or not, because whatever.
Oh, but human perception is tough to make a formula.
With a progression. Then, if you think that the horizon is going to curve, then ostensibly the horizon will start curving before it recedes from your vision. Because objectively, it is going to recede from your vision. So that's I just want that height and the formula as to like what height given any given field of view will it recede from your vision. Because I also looked into this. I just said I'm not that great at math. I want it straight from the horse's mouth, posted inside chat as to the exact formula given any field of view. The horizon will recede from your vision. And if you want to add at what height it'll start curving at the edges, that's fine.
Just use dip correction. The dip correction formula works just fine.
I want you to post a formula so that you can be helpful to that formula. I just want you to post a formula.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Just post a formula. Why wouldn't you just post a formula?
Why is that weird?
Okay, so the other gentleman gave you the formula.
I gave him the numbers. I gave him the formula. What does he want? Why is he wanting the other guy to post the formula?
Post the formula in chat. Then all of a sudden you'll be satisfied. I don't believe you'll be satisfied.
I'll be satisfied if you post it for any given field of view.
Use the dip correction formula.
Why
the formula? Oh my goodness.
Why is it strange that he's asking for that? Because you're making you said you did the deep dive on this, but you haven't really put forth a conclusion. Meaning, this is the formula, this is the calculation, and I have the. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let's try not to interrupt each other, guys. Just give each other 20 seconds. Let it breathe a little bit. Everyone will get their chance to speak. It's all good. Anyways, if you could have the calculations, the formula, and maybe 10, 15 direct empirical examples showing it fitting and showing it fit the globe, if that's what you're asserting.
Yeah. So I've never ever been asked the question about how high do you have to go before the entire Earth will disappear from your field of view. So tonight is a first, but technically you can use the dip correction formula and then just say an arbitrary 55 degree below horizontal and apply it. Now the point of my saying that I did a deep dive is not that, oh, here's my formula. The point that I was trying to make over and over again was that the problem was a lot harder than I anticipated. So this request of, oh, you should have a simple formula, I'm telling you, I studied this thing for weeks and I was not able to come up with a formula.
Okay.
It was a lot harder than I thought. The question of curvature, not the question of
Sure, sorry if I'm interrupting the last bit of your sentence. But can I interject? How about this? If you know any of your globe friends who are good at 3D modeling, again, my lack of technical skill is hampering me greatly in this. Great at 3D modeling. Tell them to make a 2-scale human on a 2-scale globe with the sort of optics that mimic the human eye, the exact sort of perspective that the human eye would have, and have them place the human on this globe at any arbitrary point, start elevating him, render this out, and show the visual phenomenon that we should see. It should be so simple. I mean, people are doing all kinds of advanced mathematics. We've got ChatGPT. Get one of your nerd globe friends. No offense. No, not trying to.
This has been done, man.
He is the nerd globe friend.
Well, then that should be simple. You should just be able to post a video of like at what height this would happen, and not only that your subjective travails of how difficult.
Well, the numbers for like it's been done in a couple of different people that I've been around have done it, where they start elevating the observer, to 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, and you see, y'all tell me when you see curve, and it usually happens at about 50,000 when you can definitely say, yo, I see it's curved now. So about 50,000 feet would be a confident elevation where I could say that you probably see the curvature.
I'm not talking about.
He was asking about the Earth actually disappearing.
Talking about the horizon receding.
Yeah, no, but I don't understand what that means. I don't understand why you want the Earth to
hold
disappear
on.
from your
You're
vision.
saying the horizon disappearing, or the Earth disappearing?
Horizon receding from your eye line, because the horizon
receding from your eye line. Well, because of optics, you don't actually get to see the exact horizon. It's an optical phenomena. So even if they did make a model of it, they'd have to model all the optics, and that would be
exactly. They have 3D programs. They have like amazing computers that run freaking PT. All they need to do is make a 2-scale globe model with a 2-scale human, elevate the human in place, maintaining a parallel eye line to the Earth's surface, or tan or whatever.
They couldn't do that.
Perpendicular. They could easily do that, and then they could just show at what rate the horizon will start declining from this observer's field of view until it's no longer visible looking straight ahead. Because basically, here's what's going to happen on the globe. I don't know the mathematics, but the horizon is going to start at whatever, roughly your eye line, whatever the dip correction or whatever you're talking about. It's going to start receding down your field of view until it's no longer visible as long as you're making.
But you're talking about a physical place. What I'm telling you is that the horizon's not a physical place.
I don't believe the horizon is a physical place. I'm saying if
but if you're talking about a specific point that's going to recede, then you have to have a physical position.
Yeah, exactly. And on the globe, there is a physical position. Even if they factor in their refraction, 7 over whatever the radius, right? Even if they do that, there's still going to be that physical point, that actual fixed distance, accounting for their magical refraction, at which this horizon will have receded from your eye line. And it will. On the flat Earth, it will not recede. And that's what we see. It never recedes from your eye line. But on a globe,
it just reveals more.
Yeah, it just reveals more. But on a globe, it should recede from your eye line. Looking straight
on a globe, it should recede. Yeah,
I'm saying.
Unless you're gaining altitude, and then it should just recede just slightly a little bit more, and then just be gone. But
that's exactly what I'm saying. So I just want, why can't there just be a simple 3D program easily accessible with the radius of the Earth, right? That you could just go on freaking Google and search for, and then just elevate yourself and see at what height this will start receding. And then there should be empirical evidence of their rockets, which are constantly being shot out into space, supposedly, or or whatever they're sending up to the ISS, and then show this recession happening. There should be easy empirical proof that they can provide for this, along with the model, which doesn't even need to have math for the average layman like myself. It can just be a 3D model with all the calculations built in.
Well, I agree with you. I think it's possible. I'm not sure if anyone has those elevated skills for 3D modeling, because that is it's almost like you're cooking. Because see, here's the thing: you could cook it to get the effect, or you could cook it to get what they claim. So if you ask them to make a model, which one do you think it would be? They'd try to get the effect, right?
Well, there are some flat Earth nerds out there who could check the program code and see what they programmed in their parameters as per their model.
I don't think they can do it, honestly, because the whole foundation of this argument comes down to them thinking that optical is actual. It's just a visual phenomena, what you see. But when you actually measure it out, it's not there.
That's obviously what I believe in. Belief is the wrong word. It's the default hypothesis.
But it's funny how, like, okay, even the math nerd, he's like, oh yeah, I'm counting pixels. I'm like, bro, optical is not actual. It's just funny people think they can count pixels and like come up with information.
No, but I've been asking this on flat Earth servers, globe people for a long time. At what height will the horizon recede from your vision? It should be a simple calculation for these people. They're doing advanced calculus, gauge theory, and all this other shit. So I'm asking for a simple freaking. I mean, not simple for me because I'm a retard maths wise, but someone who's skilled at maths, this should be pretty simple.
Yeah, well, we have the world's leading mathematicians in this room, apparently. Come on, guys, get to it. Show us this model that you're so confident of.
I mean, you act like we're not right about everything. This is funny, Riggs.
Well, give me one thing you're right about. One.
Everything?
That's not one thing, dude.
I'll take one.
Not one thing.
I'll take one thing.
Well, that's the one response that's guaranteed that is not correct.
That is correct.
Okay, I'll bite. So you guys went to the moon, right? So you saw the footprints.
About flat Earth.
Well, dude, if you didn't go to the moon,
I mean, you could ask me about like raising crops. I wouldn't have an answer for you, but we claim we raise crops, right?
well, anybody can raise a crop, dude. Not anybody can go to the moon.
Yeah, but anybody could also measure the dip angle with a theodolite and corroborate that information with a globe
Okay,
Earth.
do you believe that we went to the moon?
Do you believe we can measure the
Do
reciprocal?
you always answer questions with questions, or
The context of my statement was regarding flat Earth, and you changed it to the moon landings for some reason. So if you want me to answer questions, it's going to be about flat Earth.
my
I'm
reasons
sorry, I
were
didn't
so
clarify.
mysterious? Yeah, you're right. Faking going to the moon has nothing to do with flat Earth. I'm sorry.
I have a rules answer. We were to assume a 110 degree vertical field of view. You'll need to be 2,943 miles above the Earth's surface for the Earth to recede completely from view.
Looking straight ahead.
Looking straight ahead.
Looking
Straight ahead.
Fair enough.
That was just a trig thing. So I just plugged in, a height h above the Earth, and then an angle of view of 55 degrees down from your horizontal to be tangent to the Earth's surface. So that would be where the Earth would disappear from your field of view.
Did you say feet or kilometers? 2,000
miles. 2,943 miles.
2,943 miles.
And that's to what exactly? What happens at that?
Exactly. So that is assuming that you have a 110 degree vertical field of view. So like, let's say you're holding a camera up to your face and it has a fairly decent wide angle lens or something. You're aiming that camera perfectly horizontal compared to the Earth's surface beneath your feet. You would need to be 2,943 miles up.
Can you post the formula just so I can use that to ask up?
Yeah. All right. So let me. I just need to kind of type it out.
Good, thank you.
So you're saying at 3,000-ish miles that it would escape the camera lens?
Oh, it would be below the field of view, which is that was the restriction, is that you had to
below
face,
the camera.
You had to face forward. You had to face forward, and you have a field of view. Because it's a ridiculous. I mean, I thought it was a ridiculous.
That's a
question
pretty funny question.
Why don't you just tilt your head down? Why don't you look down at the Earth?
I just because
you're
I
not
see
allowed
what
to
you're
look
saying
down
now.
at the Earth. Then that's when it disappears.
Simply because there's a binary point at which, for any one observer, at which that is what.
So you're saying flat Earth math. So you're saying you would have to literally turn the United States end up off the Earth, stand it up widthwise, before the horizon would drop out of your view? Think about what you just said.
Yeah, because you're forced to look straight ahead.
Yeah,
that's the point. That's the point at which the Earth is going to be 55 degrees below your field of view, below your horizontal.
It's a funny question.
It's a funny question. Yes,
it's a funny question.
Funny answer. It's a funny answer.
But it's
well, it's just a strictly mathematical answer. Like it's not.
Yes.
We haven't verified it. We haven't applied it at all. It's just like, oh, that's interesting. Like some headline in a news story that you didn't really look at.
They supposedly sent a rover or whatever to Mars. They sent freaking then Artemis to the moon and back. Easily, they could have footage of the horizon receding away and then coming back into view. They could have all kinds of shit. They could do it with
think about it like this: like if you're in a plane, like 30,000 feet up, outer space is like 200-ish and 10 miles in front of you. Isn't that kind of interesting?
Okay, sorry, is the other guy going to post the formula? He said he was going to.
I just did in the chat.
Just did.
Which one? Which chat?
Oh,
the only one associated with this room.
I was clicking on it. I can't see. I'm not trying to be cute here.
I am.
Is it called Livestream text?
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry. I see it now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just find that interesting. It's just over 200 miles if you're looking straight out in front of you to see outer space. Except we end up just seeing more land. And that's kind of funny, isn't it? It's almost like the Earth was like, oh, here's some space. Oh, darn, here's some more land. Damn.
Right. So say that thing again. I was busy typing and I didn't quite hear what you were saying. You're looking 200 miles in front of you. Something.
Yeah. So outer space is comfortably just under 200 miles up, right? Just straight up.
Well, yeah. I mean, most people say 60 miles.
Yeah,
but if
it's
you were
under 200 miles. However, if you were looking straight forward,
okay,
right, it's about 200 miles. If you're in a plane, it's like 220, something like that.
Okay.
So just straightforward, like your little math thing that you're posting. It's like if you just had to look straight, level to the ground. You're,
at what point would you be?
Yeah.
Looking at space?
Well,
Yes.
yeah. So space would be around 200 miles in front of you, where it would just be outer space, right?
Yes.
So the problem with that is we see further than that. That's kind of a problem. And not just stuff in the air, but we see stuff on the ground, which is also another problem.
I don't get that last part. I mean, you've got the atmosphere. And so, if you're looking straight ahead, and
I don't deny atmosphere. I don't deny atmosphere.
You're going to be seeing atmosphere. You're not going to be seeing space. But if your plane flight was at night and you were looking straight ahead, you absolutely would be looking straight ahead at space. If you're at night, you could do that on the ground. You could look straight ahead on the ground, and you could see.
I've heard pilots that see cities, like city lights and city features, lit up at night, like Las Vegas. You see 500 plus miles away through all that desert.
Yeah, sure.
So
but they're not,
I've heard this testimony
ahead.
from
They're
pilots. So
down
what
at
does
the
that
earth.
mean?
Am
I looking at atmosphere or am I looking at city?
Okay, they're not looking straight ahead. They're looking down at the earth. Okay, so but the question is, well, how come you don't see space? You could see space literally at night.
I didn't
tonight.
say that.
If you have a clear horizon, you can see space. If you look straight ahead 200 miles, you will see space because
not what he was saying.
The sky will be black.
Yeah, you're kind of like not. The point is, why do we see more shit?
I don't understand what you mean by more stuff.
Okay, so the premise of flat Earth, right, is that we see too far for what the claimed dimensions of the Earth are.
Yes.
We have all this testimony, footage, infrared, whatever. There's all these leading conclusions when you actually look at things from a different perspective, that shit is just way too big, that we see way too far, and that it looks like they're possibly faking the space program. So that's the angle of flat Earth. I'm telling you that I've heard testimony from pilots flying adjacent to Las Vegas at night. They can see the full feature of the city off into the distance.
Yes.
Not like refracted around the curve of the Earth. They can just see it right there as they're traveling in the direction they're traveling. They can just see it. It's like 500 miles away.
Well,
That's because it's high up in the air.
Not 500 miles. There are lots of other cities that you can see.
I'm just giving an example, like the desert, and having Las Vegas in the middle of the desert. It's an iconic, something that you know what you're looking at, because you can you can kind of discern the features, and it's really dark around there.
And say 500 miles.
You just
no. They said it was over 500 miles actually, but I'm just using 500 because outer space is supposed to be 200. So
no,
Riggs, I think you're saying that you can't possibly
ahead.
see it.
That's
who's
that's
talking.
the key. Straight ahead. If you're looking straight ahead, you see space. Looking down at the ground.
Oh my god.
Oh, so if he's looking down, you don't see space.
If you're looking at the Earth, you don't see space. That is correct.
He's not talking about that in the same way. He's not saying you can see space 200 miles away. He's saying, how's it even possible to see Las Vegas 500 miles away when you're in a plane? That's what he's saying.
It was
Forget about
it
the
was
whole
over
seeing
500,
space thing.
but I'm just asking. I'm just using 500 because I don't know the exact number. So
Where space should be, it's just more Earth.
pretty much, pretty much all the time, every time. So, instead of appealing to like these weird optical claims, which you guys haven't even verified, why can we not just agree that we're seeing way too fucking far all the time? What's wrong with that?
And again, I've done a deep dive on every single way too far, every laser test I've seen, and every single
why are you
one,
failing right now? Then what's the
single
problem?
one is less than a half a degree of difference between what we technically should see on a globe, what they're
Okay.
seeing.
You're
when
talking
we
about
see too
degrees,
far.
okay? This is my contention
Literally
is
less than
that
half a
you
degree.
are talking over me, that you are basically saying that optical trumps actual. That's what you're telling me.
No.
That optically, that you're counting pixels, and somehow that means you're verifying measurement of an
Talking
actual
about
distance.
error bars. When you make an actual measurements out, any kind of scientific experiment, you're going to have an error bar, plus or minus some amount. And I'm telling you that the error bar on these we see too far is less than half a degree. So it's not as huge of a. I mean, we say, oh, we see, so
Sounds
many
like lying with
100 miles,
statistics.
blah blah blah. And it's like if you look, if you
Error
actually run the
compared to
numbers,
what? Error compared to what verification, sir?
So we have the line of sight of what just pure Earth geometry would give us, with what's going to be
Which is
blocked.
what?
It depends on your it depends on your elevation. Okay? And
Depends
you can run
on
into
your
any,
philosophy
you run into
and
any
your Earth shape.
calculator. Let's
It's like
assume
you've cooked in all these like. You're saying, oh, it's within 1 degree. Like, I mean, if you've already pre-cooked your answer, yeah, I guess you could say that.
Okay. So the claim is that we see too far for us to live on a globe.
Yeah,
And
but
we
the
see
thing
too
is,
far for us to live on a globe of 3959 mile radius. What I'm saying is, if we have a globe of 3959 mile radius, the error is less than half a degree. Okay.
What?
So
What?
all
Half
of
a
a
degree of
sudden,
what?
we see too far isn't so much too far at all.
Half a
So it's
degree of what?
of light bending to have us see that green laser across the water, or whatever it was that we're seeing that we're technically not supposed to see if the Earth were a globe 3959 miles.
So
Half
we
a
see
degree
like
I've run
what?
the numbers on every single one of these things.
we see
Half a
hundreds of
degree of
miles too far,
4,000
and you say
miles?
half a degree.
Less than half a degree.
Less than half a degree to make it sound good, right? Even though
No,
it's
less
hundreds
than
of
half a
miles
degree
away.
Less than
to
half a degree.
explain the observation.
Less than half a degree compared to what?
Compared to what? Exactly.
Yes, switch it.
Okay.
Where it
So
is
You're gonna
versus
love
where it
this
should
guy.
be.
Witch it. You're gonna love
Where
this
it
guy,
is,
bro.
No, you had
where
your
it
chance,
is
Negator.
versus-
Shut up.
Oh,
No,
where
where
it
it
is.
is versus where it
Yes.
should be. That's all he's
Yes.
saying, and you guys should have been able to
Really?
infer from what he said.
So if something was supposed to be 40
just like-
miles below the horizon, how many degrees would that be?
What's the distance?
And what distance?
600 miles.
Okay, then do you want me to do the math, or is this something you can figure it out on your own?
Just plug it into a distance calculator, 600 miles, and then the deviation with how far it should be below the horizon, and then that'll give you the angle of error, let's say.
Yeah. So basically, what you guys hate to do is talk about the amount it moves up, and you love to just say the small number of degrees so that it sounds like it's somehow not a refutation of the physical claim. That's what you guys always do.
Because
Right.
that's the logical thing to do.
No, it's not.
What we claim is refraction right at the horizon. Refraction is at its maximum about a half a degree. And then so every time I take a look at one of these, we see too far, and it's a guy shining a laser, and like technically if you run the Earth curve calculator,
nice
the
straw
laser
man,
should
dude.
be hidden by the Earth's curvature. Okay, so we've run the numbers. Then I take a look at, well, what's the error? How much of an error is it? And
Okay,
it's
well,
always,
what's the
it's
error of
always
seeing
less
a
than
city
half a degree.
500 miles away that's supposed to be behind another several hundred miles of curvature? So what's the problem?
I don't believe
Like you
that
just totally
he
straw
said
man this whole
500.
this like laser bullshit, 1 degree bullshit. I'm not talking about any of that. I said if a pilot is flying at night, there are no discernible fucking features out in the desert except Las Vegas over 500 up to 1,000 miles away, and he can see that motherfucker gleaming in the distance, and he's watching it as he's going on his trajectory. What
I just
is?
need to cite a source.
No,
You
well, I'm
you just
asking
went
you.
from 500 to 1,000 miles.
Yeah, that's fine.
At a
Use
cruising
500.
altitude-
Use 500.
Okay, at
Just
a
stop.
cruising altitude of 30,000 feet.
Yeah, about 30
he should be
30,000
able to
feet.
see a cruising altitude of 30,000 feet, or maybe we can make it higher. Then the horizon should be about 229 miles away.
Yeah, I
So
know.
I have my strong doubts. I just would like to see a source that this guy was saying he saw something 500 miles away. I just have my doubts. I would like to see a source. It could be you might have misheard the guy. Maybe he got the number wrong, but I don't think he was seeing something 500 miles away. Changed to 50,000 feet.
Well, good thing you're not a pilot.
Oh my goodness! At 50,000 feet, he should see less than 300 miles.
This is the actual reality of the situation. You guys used to say boats disappear over the curvature. You cannot see past a certain distance. Ha 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 ha. And then we went out and tested the Earth and consistently saw far beyond that distance. So then you guys just made up a claim with no empirical evidence, no laboratory experiments showing certain temperature differentials and vertical density gradients and humidity variables, giving a certain rate of refraction. You did none of that. Absolutely none of it. It's been 7 years now. Still never done it. You'll never do it because that would make the claim testable. You guys don't go out and say, oh, let's measure the vertical density gradient and all the variables of refraction and then say, oh, we do see exactly how far we should see based on these variables. You literally just do the math, assuming the globe, show us the difference and say, haha, that must have happened. Stupid flirt. And now you guys basically say, no, it's a fact. It's absolutely a fact.
You're lying.
So what's it? You're familiar with Walter Bisnan, right?
Yeah. Can you show me an
Walter-
observation that you guys went out and did to test that claim?
What claim?
That certain variables will give you a certain rate of refraction.
George Nacho.
What is that?
George
That's the
Nacho.
observation.
He did all that. He had the thermistors and measured the pressure and temperature and humidity and all that stuff on his Rainy Lake observations.
And then so basically what you would be able to do is just measure those variables and then predict how far you'd be able to see in the distance, and it should match that. You're saying he did that? Because I would love for you to drop it. He did do that.
Oh yeah, he predicted his the amount of refraction, and one in particular he did it late in the day. He said this is going to be severe refraction because of the sun going down and temperature, the lapse rate, blah blah blah. And sure enough, he looked across there, and the beach was above his crosshairs.
That's totally ridiculous to pretend that's some type of address of what I just asked for.
My goodness, that's exactly what you asked for.
It's exactly what he asked for.
That's exactly what you asked for.
You notice how every time you know I'm about to dunk on you guys, you all impulsively interrupt me. It's like a mental illness.
Well, but do you have something to present? I mean, you just mentioned somebody who has passed away, with all blessings in respect to him and his passing. I'm just saying, you just mentioned someone who's passed. So do you have any data from this, even, and obviously.
Yeah, Rocky, you know the one that Rocky always posts? He posts the two images together and one showing, the regular, and then the next image shows the beach above the crosshairs. That's the one I'm talking about.
Hey, I'm asking you. So the way that he took a specific equation with specific variables and then gave us an object this height at this distance will be this visible on this day at this time because of these conditions. The way that you responded with that was he said that something would be severe. Yeah, he totally did what I asked for, huh, guys? Where's all that mocking just a second ago? You guys still want to back that up? Feel free to drop the actual numbers in the equation, the predicted value of the object's distance and height.
I mean, you could go. I mean, his channel is still up. You can still go look at it if you'd like. But you know how George was. He was, bless his heart, he was boring as hell and very long-winded about his stuff. But it's still there if you want to go see it.
Did he do all the stuff I just said? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, he gave all of his numbers. I mean, I'm talking about excruciating detail. So,
As in, he said, this object is this tall and it's this distance. So let's do these variables. Okay, we should see that.
These were the temperatures. This is the humidity, and blah blah blah. He did all that.
And he said how much of a certain height object in the distance we should see.
Well, that would be that would be angular as far as how far above or below the crosshairs. I'm not sure that he gave that.
Oh, the whole entire thing I'm asking for. So Negator and this other dude, you were just like making fun of me and interrupted me about how he gave just what I asked for. He literally didn't. And you know how I know he didn't? Because no baller ever has, and it's been 5 years. You also never provide the evidence of doing the test on a small scale and showing that rate of refraction based on specific variables is actually the case. You know why you guys don't do this? Because if that was the case, then we could actually take your prediction, go out, and prove it wrong. We could say, okay, we measured the humidity, the vertical density gradient, and the temperature differential, which means based on the globe, the geometric horizon should be here. So if this is the predicted refractive effect, then we should see the object this obstructed at this distance because it's this tall. And we could go out and make very intricate measurements to test the equation. That means if it predicts we'd see further, but we don't see that far, equation refuted. If it says we will see a certain distance, but we see further, equation refuted. Which means your entire refraction claim that you guys just parrot all of a sudden becomes useless and invalidated. So it's much safer to keep it unfalsifiable and just say the word refraction and then say things in degrees as if it makes us stupid because we don't believe that it can actually happen.
All right, so
Go ahead.
So here's a question for you. Could you give us the equivalent flat Earth equation for these observations? Like how can you predict how much of, say, the Sears Tower is going to be obscured by the horizon across Lake Michigan?
Immediately after I point out that the claim you guys have been saying for
Not have a
years,
conversation.
Negator, I'm going to mute you if you keep doing it. I promise.
You're ruining the conversation.
Well, hold on, Negator. You're kind of heckling and interrupting. Just let it one at a time, man. You don't have to do that.
So as soon as I point out that you guys haven't provided an actual testable claim and you've left it unfalsifiable, your response was to completely ignore it and then bring up flat Earth making a refraction claim.
Okay, so Whitsett, we have a pretty decent predictor, and that's just 7.6R standard refraction. And my understanding is they call it standard refraction, which is it's kind of like average refraction. It's some days it's more, some days it's less, but on an average day it may be around 7.6R, and that is a very, very good predictor. In my experience, it's an excellent predictor.
Okay,
and there are exceptions. So my question to you is if we could just use 7.6R as our standard refraction, and then not worry about all the details of the pressure and temperature and humidity, etc. And what do you got on the flat Earth side?
Yeah, that was the most insane response I've. Okay, so if you can just add 15% to your presupposed R value, and it's roughly the accurate sometime, that's good enough. So this is why I
Works
don't
really
take
well.
your refraction claim serious, because you guys have been talking about it nonstop for 5 years, and you still can't even provide a testable claim because people like me are going to immediately go out on the Earth and test it and prove it's not true. So you.
So
have
what's
to
your
put it on
claim
falsified.
then? What's your flat Earth claim?
This is called shifting the burden of proof. Okay, you have made a claim too far on the Earth because of something called refraction. Okay, so I'm challenging or denying that positive assertion that you've made. For you to respond with, prove it's not true or give me
You got
something
nothing.
else is a red herring and a shifting the burden of proof fallacy.
You're coming to the argument with nothing. You're criticizing standard refraction on the globe, and you've got nothing for flat Earth. Meanwhile, we have the observations that show that you can't see the bottom half of buildings at a distance. And so far, I've never seen any flat earther say anything more than word salad to explain that. It's just word salad.
Can
The way
you
the eyes
define
work,
word salad?
perspective.
Define word salad.
You know, so
Define word salad.
well, you know, throwing out a bunch
Now
of
he's
random phrases. The way our eyes work. It's perspective.
That's
So,
not word salad.
The way our eyes work.
It's not
is not
funny.
an
You don't even
explanation.
know what that term
Perspective
is.
is not an
Shallow
explanation.
viewing angle.
You
I
know,
don't even know what the term means. So, anyway, just because you disagree with the claim or you think it isn't specific enough, that's not word salad. Word salad is when it literally doesn't make sense coherently. So
we have a specific
stop
claim.
saying the
7/6R.
Dude,
What's the
here's the
what's
deal.
the flat Earth claim?
Dude, you don't even know how they came up with standard refraction. You have no idea.
That's shifting the burden of proof. What's the flat Earth claim?
Shifting the burden of proof. So he claims that we have a refractive prediction, which is standard refraction. I said, you don't even know how they came up with that. And he said, I'm shifting the burden of proof.
No, the burden of proof is on anybody.
I'm asking you for something specific about flat Earth, and all you got to do is criticize globe.
Well,
the globe
Charles,
prediction works great.
What he's doing, he's making the assertion that 7/6R to produce refraction is incorrect, while not being able to provide any evidence of his assertion that it's incorrect.
Okay, what I'm actually doing is, and this is what you guys will do this for 4 hours, which is why I get frustrated when I'm in here nowadays, because it's just the same thing, right? Try to be honest here. You're making the claim that the reason we see farther than the geometric horizon, which is predicted by the globe, is because of refraction. You claim that it happens because of a vertical density gradient, temperature differential, and not even really humidity. You guys don't even really account humidity. Okay, that's what your claim is. I'm asking you for an actual testable prediction of specificity so we can go out and prove if that's correct. You guys will never provide it. It will make your claim falsifiable. And if you don't have refraction, your entire model crumbles overnight. So I can ask for it for another 5 hours and you guys won't provide it. I've been asking for 5 years.
Okay.
When you start bringing up flat earth and start gaslighting me and mocking, and none of that changes the fact that you can't substantiate your claim. You don't even know where 7/6R came from.
Okay, so are you here to have a conversation or just mock people?
I'm consistently asking for the same thing, Negator. Do you think you could still man my question?
Your entire position is dumb, and I'm not going to steel man a dumb position, Austin.
That is not a valid response to just
The worst debater in this entire Discord. It's not even close.
What's it? You say without standard refraction, your entire model is done. Standard refraction, or the difference between what we see with our eyes with these laser tests and globe geometry, the difference is less than half a degree, which is a very small error. Okay,
Why don't
very
you claim
small
the
error.
difference
We
in
know
terms of refraction?
We know that light
Never
bends in a
mind.
density gradient. I mean, you've seen all the saltwater tests in fish tanks and aquariums. So we know light bends in a density gradient. We know that the atmosphere is a density gradient. We know air pressure gets less as you go up. We have a density gradient. We have light passing horizontally through a density gradient. It doesn't take rocket science to say that the light might be bent by a fraction of a degree downward.
What a great claim you made there with no specificity.
I'm just saying this is it's within the realm of logic and common sense that light would be bent down as it goes horizontally through the atmosphere over many, many miles.
Really?
Based on all the things that I've said.
So since there's always a vertical density gradient, then it should be doing that every single time, right?
I didn't put the word always. I'm just saying logic and common sense says that this should be true. Not 100%, not perfect. Didn't talk about weather. I'm just saying on average conditions, we have a pressure gradient. Forget humidity, forget temperature. We have a pressure gradient, and that handles a lot of refraction.
Do we have a pressure gradient every day?
On average, yes, the air pressure does go up as you get higher, but yes, you have weather. You have hurricanes with lower pressure cells, and you have, high pressure cells. Okay, on average.
Okay, so we have a pressure
we have
gradient
standard
every
refraction.
day, right?
On average, Witsit, you have a pressure gradient, and so therefore, on average, we should expect light to be bent downward slightly over, dozens of miles.
Right. Well, that's your
Sure
theory.
enough.
That's your
we observe.
theory. That's
Okay?
your
Meanwhile,
Hold on, mate.
Meanwhile, on the flat Earth, there are zero explanations for why stuff disappears bottom
my
up.
God.
Consistent with the globe.
That's such a lie.
Dude, you're professing hard, okay? But you need to cut your argument in half and stop strawmanning. Thank you.
Here's first thing. It's very simple to understand why things disappear bottom up. For one, you're looking to the more dense part of the atmos at the bottom, okay, which obstructs things in the distance because of atmospheric obstruction. Two, what's at the bottom is closer to your line of sight, which means that as it converges towards your line of sight, that being the stuff in the distance, the bottom hits that line of sight, thus the limit of perspective faster. I can actually give you an equation that we've tested about 100 times, and it's consistently accurate. You are desperately trying to talk about that, though, and pretend I don't have an answer. I 100% would dunk on you with that as well. But I'm not playing that game. We're going to talk about the globe claim first. You keep just making baseless claims. I just said, okay, so we always have a pressure gradient then, right? So we should always see too far. So whenever you guys show the pictures that say, look, it's right where the Earth curvature should be. Well, then what's going on there? Because I thought there's always a pressure gradient and the light's always going to bend to the more dense part of the gradient.
I didn't need to use the word always. I said on average. I said on average. I don't know how many times.
So you're saying the only time we would see the horizon close to the Earth curve's prediction is whenever there's a crazy anomalous situation, whenever the density gradient's not there and actually there's a less dense part at the bottom?
No.
Okay.
Most observations are consistent with 7.6R.
Okay.
I'm not aware of nice clear days with a crisp horizon where the distance to the horizon does not follow 7.6R, or the obstruction of distant objects does not follow 7.6R.
So
I'm just not aware of it.
So if we have a pressure gradient and we see the horizon close to that location that the globe predicts, it would falsify your refraction claim, wouldn't it?
No, when you say the globe predicts, well, the globe has an atmosphere, so the globe prediction is using 7.6R.
Dude, try and keep up, man. The geometric horizon.
He's got you. He's miles ahead of you with the globe.
No, he's not. Gator, all you do is jump in to commentate and like heckle. So just shut up. You have nothing of value to say.
It is funny though.
What's funny is that you're super lost and think that you're winning the conversation. Okay, so if there's always a density gradient,
always,
I see when is there not one?
If you've got a hurricane with a super low pressure system, then you may be messing with your density gradient a little bit. So just take
so
the
the
word
only
always.
time that we don't have the density gradient is
Take the word always out of the question. On average, why don't you just say on
so
average?
behind him that I have to keep repeating the same thing till he catches up. You see how that works? So that means
keep saying the wrong thing time and again.
So the only time that there wouldn't be a vertical density gradient that would cause refraction because the light bends to the more dense part of the medium would be whenever there's something anomalous like a hurricane. So that means that when there's not something anomalous, there's still vertical density gradient, which means that we should not see the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon that close to the geometric horizon because it should be bending down to the more dense part of the atmos, right?
More or less.
Okay, so
if
we don't have the anomalous conditions.
What's the error bars? That's the question. What's the error bars? You're going to get error bars with every measurement. So what's the error bars? If the error bars are pretty small, then we haven't destroyed the globe the way you think you may have been destroying the globe.
But that's his argument, though. If there's this margin of error, even if it's 0.000001%, that means that you don't have no proof of a globe. That's what the police.
No. My actual argument is that all they do is repeat talking points void of substantive specificity so that their claim is unfalsifiable because they know that we don't just talk on the internet. As true earthers, we actually go out and test the earth, and they're definitely afraid of their refraction claim being tested. You don't know where 7/6R came from. Had nothing to do with measuring weather conditions and testing it and comparing it to a standard of a laboratory setting. That's what standard.
That's what you're saying, but they have, and they're providing information, and all you're saying is that their information is false. Like that's not an argument.
Why? I mean, but why do you say there's no such thing, or there's no way to get it?
Because I know for
what do you
it
say?
doesn't exist. So site where they imitated the conditions to set the standard refractive index based on a certain variable of conditions. Cite it. It doesn't exist. You guys are
Where they
making
imitated the conditions.
Well,
Why
that's how
would they
you
have
say
to imitate them?
standard left lane. Do you know what the word standard means?
Well, standard. I mean, I would imagine that it would be a series of observations, taking the data and seeing what they see, and coming up with just what this would be standard refraction. Like if I took an image over the water and everything's stable, everything looks dimensionally correct, nice clean horizon, that's where I would apply standard refraction to determine what I'd see. In the absence of distortion.
To establish an actual standard, you'd say, okay, look, if we have this temperature differential, this vertical gradient, these temperatures, right, we will get this amount of refraction. We can imitate this on a small scale. We can show it's a physical fact that this amount of refraction happens with these conditions. Then we could go out on the Earth and we could test that. But the globe can't make testable claims because every single one that it made that was testable has been falsified. So the globe is standing upon a bunch of unfalsifiable claims. The biggest one is standard refraction, which the way they got standard refraction was they had a predetermined window close to the R value. They went out and made observations. It was consistently further than the geometric horizon. And they just threw all of the measurements out that fell outside of their little predetermined window. And then they weighted the observations inside that window to cook the books to get that value, and then just stamped it on there, never having accounting for the specific variables or conditions.
Do you have any evidence for anything that you just said?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll show you exactly how they came up with it. I can actually just show you my debate with the geodetic surveyor himself.
Where they took a whole body of data and they threw out literally all the data that didn't fit their preconceived notion.
That's
Would
right.
love to see evidence of that.
And are you going to just ignore it when you find out that's what your whole belief system's built upon?
My whole belief system has nothing to do with what we can observe horizontally over water. That's why I look up. Like, for example, the moon doesn't get smaller or bigger, which means the moon is many Earth's diameters away. That's a starting point.
Like the amount of remedial fallacies you just said in one point was like insane, bro. Like if I don't look at what the actual question is on the Earth, I look up in the sky, and then when I beg the question that's in contention of the size of the Earth, I compare it to my preconceived notion of the moon, and then I tell you that the moon is different size than the preconceived size of the Earth. Haha, sign.
Can I tell you why looking at the sky can give us valuable information? Can I give three things, right? If you study the heavenly objects, which is sun, moon, stars, planets, constellations, you can find A, the heavens are near or far based on the rules of perspective. B, you can determine if there is axial rotation associated with the heavenly bodies. C, you can determine if we are standing on a sloping surface with respect to this axis. All three of these things can be found by carefully studying the heavens and at least corresponding with other people in other areas of the world that are standing on a different latitude, for example. So they'll be making different observations.
Nope, you're wrong. So you have to
I've spent 15 years studying this, and that's actually longer than Mark Sargent or Eric Dubé has been in it. So just saying, no, you're wrong. Yeah,
wow.
I don't think you have a clue what you're talking about. But that's
yes, I do. You have to assume Euclidean perspective that extends infinitely, and then presuppose the actual limit of your perspective.
Evidence against this?
Do you have evidence that we can see forever? Because all evidence ever shows us that we can't see forever.
You never claimed we could see forever, but we can't see the moon.
Yeah, that's what you claim. That's what your model claims.
We could see the moon, but I didn't claim we could see forever.
Your model claims. Wait, how far can we see then?
I'm only talking about the solar system and the stars, the visible stars.
Do we have is our perspective Euclidean?
Yeah, well, I mean, Euclidean is just a way of describing geometry. You could say, whatever kind of geometry you want, but yeah. 3D space, XYZ, Euclidean, absolutely.
Euclidean is not just a way to describe geometry, it's a specific type of geometry.
Okay, then I'll say yes. What we could see is Euclidean.
Right, so if our perspective is non-Euclidean, then all your assumptions would be wrong, right?
Why would our perspective be non-Euclidean?
because that's what all evidence shows us, and we've empirically tested it on the small scale with precise robotics, binocular vision. We've shown it with peripheral vision, depth perception, egocentric pointing, exocentric pointing.
So you say, okay, robotics, you say depth perception, you say binocular vision. So eliminate all of that and just stand a telescope with one lens, a telescope. So
that's
no
the same
depth,
thing as robotics.
depth, no binoculars, no robotics. All right.
That's what
Just a
robotics
telescope.
use, buddy.
Okay. Then so now you're
That's
going to
what
explain
robotics
what's not
use.
Euclidean?
That's what robotics use.
Oh my goodness. What about
My goodness.
a human being
This is
looking through a
embarrassing.
telescope?
Buddy,
Or a digital
robotics uses
camera up
single
against a
lens.
telescope.
Wait,
right?
wait. Are you not understanding that I brought up robotics because they use a singular lens, so monocular vision, which is what a telescope is?
Right. I don't understand what robotics has anything to do with anything.
That word
I just
salad.
told you what it
Word
has.
salad, right?
Here comes Negator with his like low IQ heckling again. So
Yeah, I mean, Charles? Why not have the conversation? Like, hear what he's saying. Ask more questions.
Yeah,
Maybe instead of just ridiculing and writing it
Apologize.
off. Word salad is just low blow, man. That's not even relevant to anything that's going on. So,
Gio, have you listened to anything that what it says? It's all exactly what you just described.
all right. Well, it's not productive to a conversation to just do random ridicule-based insults. It's not productive.
Okay, I tell you what. Then please, next time Wit goes to ridicule anybody about anything,
Negator.
can you stop him?
Stop white knighting.
Will you do
Just
that?
stop.
Show us that you're
banning
fair.
Negator for life. Banning.
So annoying.
You can't handle me. That's why.
I mean, I'm referring to the particular unfolding of Charles and Witsit that we're just going through like several things, and it just seemed like instead of the conversation going deeper into what it could be, it was once it goes into someone pointing and laughing, it's not really an actual intellectual discussion. It ends up being going into dumpster fire territory, and then it's like much less intellectually stimulating and productive. So I think there was a lot of points that were brought up, and both Charles and Witsit are both knowledgeable on a lot of topics. So I think there could be a lot that could be gone through here.
One of the main problems with the conversation, though, is that it's just constant running away. So like we can't boil down one point because ran away to I look at the sky, and then it's like, oh, clamped on that opportunity to talk about the sky. So then I just addressed it because there's no hope to actually finish the single subject at a time. Whenever this happens, productive intellectual exchange is impossible.
I apologize. If you'd like to return to the previous topic, I'll be happy to, and I apologize that I was dismissive and mocking.
You're good, man.
It's just so ironic that you guys would be the ones laughing. Like, that's all you have, really, because you have no arguments that win ever.
Oh, I just
I
want to
didn't
clarify.
say anything because I didn't say anything a minute ago because I wanted to let you go on with your thing because I know with it sometimes you have a certain style of getting down to the brass tacks of how they establish these things, and that's exactly where we went. But my question here is like, when did refraction become their argument? Refraction doesn't answer their question at all. Because this is what they need. They need something that's going to answer the question. So why can we resolve the Earth to further out than what the geometric claimed horizon is predicted, right? What it should be. Why do we see they need an answer for that? And all forms of refraction does nothing but hinder. It reduces what you're able to resolve. Due to the atmospheric obstruction and optical effects of refraction, it's going to hinder it. It's going to reduce it. Since when people start being able to use it for an argument as to why we can see further? Which refraction does that?
So truth prevails. Are you familiar with the fish tank experiment with the salt water at the dense salt water at the bottom and then shining a laser through the fish tank? Are you familiar with that?
Through a body of water? Yeah, through a dense body of water.
Yeah,
Talking
like
about
a fish,
the atmosphere.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a metaphor. Obviously the atmosphere is not a fish tank full of salt water. It's a metaphor for what happens to light when you have a density gradient in a medium
with two different mediums, actually.
And it tends to bend light downwards. Like that's what tends to happen in a density gradient.
Mediums.
Yeah, two mediums. Snell's law is what you're talking about, two mediums. But what does it do though? What happens with light when it refracts? It changes speed. Something that has to enter another medium, it has to change speed, and Is there a refraction that speeds it up, or it's just going to go further? Does it speed up, or is there
No,
a
I
form of
think you're missing.
refraction that helps you resolve more?
I think you're missing the point of the fish tank. It's not two mediums. It's you got salt water at the top and you got salt water at the bottom, but you got very, very dense salt water at the bottom and very, very dilute salt water at the top. But you got salt water in the whole tank. It's
You
just
got salt and water.
We're talking. We're
Right?
not talking about water. We're talking about gases.
Okay, but the point I'm trying to make is that
Can you
it's
do that
the
with
same
gases?
medium
Yes.
with denser medium at the bottom, and it's a gradation. It's a slow gradation with less dense medium at the top, and light tends to bend downward. So if you can imagine an object placed on the bottom of the fish tank in the middle that would obstruct your view, and then not your view, but like the laser beam, you'd be able to jump that laser beam right over that obstruction, right? And so the analogy is on Earth, that light gets bent down slightly, fraction of a degree, over great distances. So the light we should be able to see slightly further over the curvature than we should by pure Earth geometry. That's the argument.
But it's just a claim void of specificity. Like, you guys have to just never address that point. So first of all, you use two mediums in a completely different environment. Two different mediums, salt and water, way more dense environment. And then you act like that somehow proves your point that you can't even specify with any type of predictive capability at all. Like, literally none. You can't even make any predictions. 7/6R came from throwing a ton of observations out in a predetermined window and then using a weighted mean. And when I debated the geodetic surveyor about this, I said, well, what would happen if you didn't throw out the observations outside of your predetermined window? He said, oh, well, your R value would be way too big.
Right, and it's the one. It's also to fit the R value, like the radius, the one
Where they got that window from.
the weighted, right? Because it has to for it to function the way that they're claiming it to.
Yep. So if I make 100 observations and 95 of them are outside of that window, I would have to throw them all out. And if 95 of them are right at the top of that window, then I'll weight the 5 that are closer to the middle of the window way higher weight than the ones that are further away. It's called cooking the books. It's called a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So then to use the
what happens, though.
sharpshooter fallacy, it is what happened.
Oh, no, not the way you're describing it.
Well, if you were to invalidate what he just said, then that's kind of what was originally being asked for originally is, like, for example, if somebody wanted to say the Earth has a radius of 8,000 miles or 30,000 miles or something like that, and then they came up with a refraction effect and said, well, the reason that we're seeing, extended planar geometry, seeing way too far for what a curvature of a sphere, of that size would allow for, is because of this bendy light. And then they're just going to assert it. It could fit any radius. You could make an explanation as to why the radius is 10,000, 80,000, 2,000. You could make any claim and just claim the light's bending, even though the actual observation is planar geometry. Like, that is actually what we're seeing in terms of the distance we can see, the constellation of where the horizon constellates, and all of these other components. So the thing is, like, what this topic originally was that the claim of folks saying the Earth is a globe is that there's this effect happening. What would then be needed to validate that, instead of it just being a theory or an idea, it would then need to be, like what was mentioned before, there would need to be an actual validation of it in the world, in the physical world, where you can use that effect, use the claims of how that's working with the atmospheric conditions, match the atmospheric conditions to the effect, have it be predictable, and have it actually be validated in the physical world. Because if it's not, it's just a theory or a claim or an idea that kind of bends things to make it fit your model.
You guys won't even let us test it.
So let's talk about this real quick. The problem that happens with the vast majority of these conversations is we overlook the basic principles we can prove, and then we overlook the logical correlation from those basic principles to reality, right? That's why Flat Earth Math brought up the saltwater experiment, because we're confused. It sounds like you're disputing that refraction exists, and if you're not disputing that it exists, the only thing you can then dispute is how much that refraction bends light, which is funny because you're admitting light does bend, right? So then all we have to do is show that a gradient can bend light, And then we have to show that our atmosphere has a gradient. Then you can make the logical conclusion that our atmosphere does bend light. You must draw that conclusion if you acknowledge that gradients can bend light and light can bend. Now that we've agreed that our atmosphere can bend light, yes, showing how much it bends would be the next logical step. But you're throwing out the idea that it does bend the light. Are we agreeing with that?
Dude, no one said that light can't bend in the atmosphere. What we said is you guys.
Okay, so say that out loud. Does our atmosphere bend light?
Yeah,
Because it has a gradient.
I'll say it doesn't bend. At each instant that we see light, it's an instant of an interaction, right? Each instant, it travels straight unless something changes its speed. Then it will change its angle and continue to travel straight. If it's appearing to you as if it's bending, then the angle is getting redirected many times over.
But then,
all
really,
agree.
truth be told, their entire light ray conception is a made-up idea. It's an abstract idea that's not real. Light rays, all of it's made up. But the point is, you guys won't make a testable or falsifiable claim, which means your claim is not even empirical by definition. Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. You guys haven't even made a big boy claim yet.
Austin, does our atmosphere bend light?
Big boy.
I think that light can be perceived to bend in our atmosphere. Absolutely.
Okay. Is our atmosphere a gradient? Yes or no?
Yes, I answered the first question, which should have been the second question already.
Therefore, we all agree that light in our atmosphere bends down, right?
It could be perceived to bend down. Yes, at times. Yes.
Okay. No. Is our atmosphere a gradient?
Yeah.
Answers yes. Do gradients bend light? Answers yes. Therefore, does our gradient of an atmosphere bend light down? Answers yes, right?
So every time.
Is it yes? Is it yes?
Okay. So are you saying it does it every time?
Is it yes or no?
I'm asking
that's a
you.
question.
That's a logical conclusion of what you just laid out.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Yes
that's
or no?
well, that's also assuming that it's like one specific gradient, like it's just this thing that it, like, for example, in the salt tank where it's just homogeneous salt at different layers, and then you're getting that effect. Versus in the actual environment, there could be different temperatures. You know, every 10 feet, every 50 feet, there can be winds and waves and all kinds of things in the environment that are at play. So, you know, you haven't really shown that there's like one consistent gradient, and then it just matches with some effect. And then even on top of all that, sorry to add two things, but just what I was going to say before as well, is that even if a laser, like a point source of light that is that form of a laser that is doing that, that still doesn't necessarily correlate that our eyeballs work like a laser does in terms of seeing over. Because basically what you're trying to claim is that there's an effect happening that's almost like a periscope that is allowing you to see over the curve. And not only that, it's pulling it up and geometrically displaying it as a planar surface. So it's not just a bendy thing. It's actually pulling up the whole horizon, all of the land and water and everything, to extend it as a planar extension.
What's important, Gio, to realize that when we say light tends to bend downwards over distance, is we don't perceive the bending from where we're standing. From where we're standing, we can like point our finger, or like a laser, point our finger at the horizon. We're not going to see that thing bend because light is going to appear to go straight. But if you were to view this thing from the side, the light would tend to bend down, again, a fraction of a degree over miles and miles, which would mean that, like, let's say that laser beam then hits, a beach umbrella. Where are we going to perceive that beach umbrella? We're going to perceive that beach umbrella at a straight line of sight from our viewpoint. So there's a really great demonstration by Mick West where he did the salt tank and the laser bending, and we all see it from the side. His question was, what does it look like from the laser's perspective? And he did this really cool thing with a mirror, so he was able to get a camera to basically follow the path of the beam of the light, and it looked like a ruler straight laser beam. It was the most amazing thing. From the laser's perspective, laser is seeing a straight ruler straight path of light. From the side, we see it's actually bending down. So I think that's what you mean by, raising things up. It's not like raising up the land. I mean, it just things tend to appear higher than they would according to globe geometry.
In reality, when we do the laser test and we look at it from the side, it doesn't appear to bend at all whatsoever. It's completely horizontal. And you guys deny that you just ignore it. right? And then the actual point is, this is the things you guys never think of, is super funny. So if it's going to bend down because of density gradient, then you're saying it's going to bend down always, every single time, which means we should never see the horizon where the geometric horizon should be. Never should see it closer than that. We should only see it further than that every single time, because there's always a density gradient. And the second thing that you never think about and also won't respond to is that if there was a greater effect of refraction, then it would bend down into the Earth and not be able to see from a greater distance.
Why the always and never? I don't get that. Why not just say on average? If light bends down.
If there's a density gradient in the atmos, according to your claim, you would always see further.
Okay, but why always? We talked about how there's temperature, there's humidity, there's pressure, there's this, there's that, there's the other, and you can have different effects. So just
so now we do want to
always.
include the other variables.
Take out the word always. Just say on average.
So now you want to include the other variables.
No. I'm just saying, why always? I don't get always. Like these
I'm pointing out
don't make sense.
I'm pointing out how incredibly fallible your point is. You isolate the gradient. You isolate the gradient. Want to ignore all the other variables until I point out the logical necessity of that claim, which is if the fact that there's a vertical density gradient in the atmosphere, it means that light's going to bend down, and there's always a vertical density gradient, then logically that means that light's always going to bend down, which is always going to cause us to see further. But then all of a sudden we have to account for all the other variables, and then we go back full circle to the first question I asked, which is, can you give me a specific equation with specific prediction for all the variables? We can go out and test it, and then you guys avoid it again.
Okay, so what's it? And let me just address that very, very last point. It is impossible to do that test because it is impossible to know the temperature, pressure, humidity, wind speed, water temperature for every cubic foot of distance over 20 miles that the light is going to be traveling through. Right? So it's literally a million variables that you are demanding that we know so we could plug them into an equation, which is why we have standard refraction, which is on average 7.6R. Okay, that just seems to work pretty well.
But it
also says that we tend to see slightly further than we quote unquote should on a geometric globe Earth.
But this is just a redundant looping, dude. So it wasn't like we just went out there and we took a bunch of measurements and took an average. That isn't what happened. That doesn't give you 7/6R. If you want to hold a bet about it, we can go out into locations and do a month's worth of observations and see if we get 7/6R by accounting for every single observation and getting an average.
Did you see my data?
That wouldn't be too far wrong. Okay, that wouldn't be too far wrong because, like I said, it's on average 7/6R. Works really well, and every single claim I've seen by these flat Earth sources with, we see too far, blah blah blah. I run the numbers, and the error bars are really small.
Dude, we have observations that require 1400/6R, dude. What are you even talking about?
Okay, there's no such thing as 1400/6R. Are you talking about seeing a cloud and calling it Crete?
Ask Ruhif, bro. He has infinite over 6R. It's a plane.
Yeah, like even the Black Swan requires way more than 7/6R.
Yeah, well, that's because that's not an example of standard refraction. That oil derrick looks like it's silly putty.
Oh, what's the number? What's the number over 6R there?
7/6R. Oh no, for standard. No, there's no number for the silly putty platform habitat.
Yeah, you're really bringing some.
That was pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, you're bringing some heavy level points at this point. So, you guys will extend that number as far as it needs to go, all the way to infinite, a coefficient of 2 or more, infinite. You say we can't actually go test your claim, so it's unfalsifiable. And you don't have to do every cubic meter, just actually measuring the variables. Even if you do where you observe it from, where you're observing, and you could maybe have something in the middle. Technically, you could have a drone fly over, whatever it is. You guys don't do that. You guys don't even tell us what the variables are to go test it. You're afraid of making specific predictions. You also didn't address my 2 points for like the 100th time, which is if there's always a vertical density gradient, and that's your whole argument, and we can ignore temperature and ignore humidity, quote unquote, then that means that we're always going to see further than the geometric horizon because there's always a vertical density gradient.
Can I address those last 2 points?
The only exception would
No, he's
be-
got to keep preaching. He's got his lines memorized.
So what's it? You're saying we always have a temperature gradient, and that is always the sole cause of refraction. You didn't say sole, but you kind of indicated that was our only argument. That's not our only argument.
I quoted.
We claim that light is refracted by changes in medium. So that could be pressure, that could be temperature, that could be humidity, that could be a difference of temperature compared to, say, over the water, if the water's warmer or cooler or whatever. Wind could play a part, okay? But yes, we have a pressure gradient, and that pressure gradient is, in my personal opinion, I haven't actually studied this, but my personal opinion is that the pressure gradient is a dominant factor in the Earth's refraction, atmospheric refraction, but that all these other things can also play a part, right? So it's not just perfect pressure gradient. It's you got a decent pressure gradient, a predictable pressure gradient, but you have all these other factors, including weather. So that's why
do you keep
I'm simply
avoiding
asking
them?
you, just take out the word always. Just take out the word always and say on average. It's not hard.
No, we're not playing your.
So you won't do it. You won't do it.
Incompetent.
It's a tell.
And
That is a
as
tell.
soon as I go to explain it again, both of you guys will not let me finish because you can't respond to what I'm saying. You literally can't do it. So
well, let's just everyone, if we could just let the convo breathe a little and give everyone their time because to speak because sometimes the clipping can start to get challenging.
I'm the one that's saying you have to account for all the variables. That's the ironic part. You started your point off, and all ballers do this, saying, let's just talk about the vertical density gradient. And you just keep talking about the gradient over and over and over. You use your stupid little fish tank, which is just a gradient, and you talk about just that and say, so the light will bend down, act like you're talking down to us because we can't understand what you're saying. And then when I point out, okay, well, if that's actually the explanation, then that would mean we should always see further. And then you're like, oh, you can't say always. There's way more conditions than that. Thank you. I trapped you. It was a trick. I refuted. You made you refute your own initial position. So now your position must be that the gradient and other variables account for what we see, which means you now need to never make the claim again unless you account for all the variables.
Hey, Whitson, I tagged you with the math that the globe model predicts the curving of light with due to temperature gradient.
Okay, so we need to combine the density gradient, the temperature gradient, and humidity, right?
Yeah, and this whole thing was started with Whitsitt was asking for this validation. So, and the ability to be able to go out and test it. And it's also something like Travis has been asking for similar thing related for years. Yeah, for globe earthers, because he's specialty is refraction, and it's never been provided. Something that could actually be used to go out and test and validate these claims.
And this is their out too, is what he said. Is
Oh my
like,
gosh.
well, you can never actually measure it because you can't measure every square inch. Whatever their answer is just a way to keep it unfalsifiable. Like that's what every one of their arguments are for 5 years straight. You guys are definitely afraid of us being able to test the refraction claim, which, by the way, I've already.
You don't test anything. Let's be real here.
I've already tested the refraction claim and refuted it.
Yeah, I don't think
And
so.
it's very easy to do that. All you have to do is take a camera that has infrared, take a camera that doesn't have infrared. Same cameras, one's infrared, one's not. Zoom in the distance. Like, okay, I see this object that should be obstructed by Earth curvature. The globers say that this is being loomed up over the horizon, and due to the bending of light towards the more dense medium, it's refracted up so I can see it over the curve. Okay, well, infrared cuts down on refraction. So when I walk over here and look at my infrared camera, according to their position, I should see more of the object obstructed. I shouldn't be able to see as far because there's less refraction. And when I looked in the infrared camera, in multiple places all around the United States, despite what Negator wants to claim, consistently every single time you see further and more of the object in infrared, which cuts down on refraction.
So what's the argument then? What's the conclusion from that?
The claim that the reason we supposedly see too far is because of refraction doesn't work because infrared cuts down on refraction, but then we
Okay.
see further.
Okay, so it sounds like your argument now is that refraction does not allow you to see further, which then means that refraction is not bending light, right?
Okay, first of all, even when light bends down, it doesn't just make you see further. Light objects don't always appear higher because light bends down. It's based on the angle of incident, where you're viewing it from, and a variance of conditions.
Okay, but
Provably,
precisely, what is your position about refraction now that you've claimed to removed it and seen something? What conclusion should we draw from that?
you guys will never actually rebut it, by the way.
You said a bunch of things, and nobody knows what we're supposed to make of it.
Yeah, everyone knows what to make of it. You just don't like the implications of it. So,
what's the implication about the existence of refraction?
If refraction is making us see over the curve of the Earth, so therefore see further than the physical curve of the Earth, and I pull out infrared, which cuts down on refraction, that means I should not be able to see as far because there's less refraction allowing me to see further, right?
Okay, so then what's the conclusion about the existence of refraction?
The conclusion is what prevents us from seeing in the distance is atmospheric obstruction and turbulence. And whenever we cut down on that, we see further. It has nothing to do with refraction.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Does refraction exist or doesn't it exist?
Of course refraction exists. Specifically, refraction is the change from one medium to another medium.
Okay, and does this mean that refraction cannot let you see further over an object?
No, it's not that you can never see further with refraction, but there's a variance of conditions. I just pointed that out, which is the angle of incident, what you're observing.
You're
relative
dodging the question.
I did
Well,
not answer your question.
I would say you'd have to show that. You'd have to have some way to show that that's existing, because basically what you're describing is like a form of a refractive effect that functions like a periscope, that literally functions like a mirror that is able to curve your vision over a sphere, like an actual mirror. And then you would have to have that, like I said before, actually extend it, pull it up in the visual field and extend it out at a planar geometry. And you've never validated that like quote unquote looming as well. There is real looming, and then there's the looming that is kind of the globe ad hoc version of it, where they're saying you're seeing. But I'm just saying, that's the part that you would have to actually show is occurring, that it's allowing you to see further in that fashion.
Well, looming is
wait. Does a curved line go around something that a straight line would have struck? Is that a true statement?
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
No, it's a true statement.
Let's let Truth Prevails get in. She was trying. Go ahead.
Well, because you mentioned like there is lumen, and there are other forms of refraction. I just want to know what kind of refraction they're saying does this, because even with lumen, all lumen does is it makes something appear to be lumen high in the sky when it is actually right there where it's at. It just appears that the sky is below the object when it's not, because an image of the sky is being cast down onto the water. So
right, it pulls the object up. It doesn't see around a bend.
Yeah, I mean, it just shortens the horizon. Like every form of refraction shortens the horizon. I don't know of any form extends the distance to the horizon further than what you can see on a clear day. Since when did refraction start allowing you to see better than you can on a clear day? This is ludicrous.
Looming is relative to the horizon, but our observations made them just baselessly claim that the horizon itself can loom up and displace the physical horizon behind objects. But they're never going to address the infrared point. You immediately shifted over to asking me questions. Can any baller actually address the refutation of your claim, or what?
The problem, though, is you brought it up is a bit of a red herring. We'd love to talk about it.
Well, do you have any comparison footage of that? Of those?
Yeah, I do. I have like 4 or 5 different ones.
Nice.
It's like Crete. Like, should we talk about Crete?
They see he's freaking out. Like immediately they have to avoid this, bro. Like, can any baller be honest and address my point, which is if refraction is making us see further than we should, when I pull out infrared and it cuts down on refraction, that means I should get a more accurate depiction of what's actually there. So if the globe explanation is true, I should see more of the object blocked, and I shouldn't be able to see as far.
I think I have evidence of that in a way.
He's dodging.
And that's
Go
the
ahead. Sorry.
green.
I'm dodging by having to repeat my same question over and over.
Dude, yeah, Negator, that he just laid out his entire point. If you have some other question, you could ask that, but you'd have to respond to that directly. I don't know if anyone is, or if Jesse's just gonna kind of go to something.
I've asked several direct questions regarding the existence of light bending and whether that bend can go around something.
Okay,
No
he
one
can't
says
answer.
yes or no.
Jesse, you say that you have evidence that infrared makes us see not as far?
When the distance is being reduced due to horizon obstruction, then yes, and that it's a loose evidence. But when the sun's setting, you see that green and blue flash because the sun is being apparently raised by refraction, but the blues and greens are being raised more because they're more susceptible to refraction, and the reds are less susceptible to refraction, so they get blocked off by the horizon just a moment before the other colors, and that's what causes the green flash when the sun sets on the ocean, right?
Okay. So that's not in any way addressing the point. If I pull out an infrared camera, am I going to be able to see further or not as far?
Well, it depends. If it's haze and not physical obstruction, then you'll be able to see farther. If it's haze, it's blocking your view because the infrared light is less absorbed by particles and dust and stuff. So if it's an attenuation problem and the attenuation is greater at the shorter wavelengths, then the longer wavelength will allow you to see farther. But
Okay.
if I'm almost done. But if the limitation is due to physical obstruction, then the infrared would not allow you to see farther.
There you go. So we have a distinct difference in position that should be testable, right? Because, of course, we understand that infrared lets us see further because it cuts through haze. Just like we understand that we can see further on clearer days. You guys claim that when it's clear outside, there's more refraction. Because when we see further, it's clearer. That's why we see further with infrared. Our position's logically consistent and actually explicable with the understanding of wavelength and refraction and all empirical evidence ever. So if we see an object that's supposed to be blocked by the curve of the Earth, you guys say it's being refracted up. So if I pull infrared out and look at that object, I should see more of it blocked and not be able to see as far, correct?
Well, as I said, if the blockage is due to physical obstruction. But if it's not, then no.
Don't you guys claim, right? I specifically said, like, if according to the globe prediction, the object should be blocked physically, but we see it allegedly because of refraction. So that would be physical obstruction, the Earth's curvature blocking a building. We see the building. You guys say, well, the building is refracted up. So, for example, if I look at Chicago skyline over Lake Michigan, and the building should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, you say, well, the whole skyline's being refracted up. So if I pull out infrared, I should see more of the buildings blocked.
Right, and you should see like off into outer space. Actually, like in an extreme example of it, if you would have this in their thing, this refraction's like working, like bending it, warping it around, and then the infrared would remove that, and then you would just be seeing right off into space.
No, I'll tell you what.
If it were a globe in their model, because the way that they're trying to claim that it's the more refraction that's causing that effect, even though that's such a generalized term, just to try to say more, or as they try to just use that like more or less, as if it's that simple. Refraction is a very complex, multi-level, multifaceted effect It's not just one. It's not just. Hold on, let me finish. It's not one simple gradient that's just bending things around a presumed sphere.
Okay, I think it would be fairly easy to wait for a full moon on a clear horizon to take a picture with a regular camera and one with an infrared aperture, and be able to see more of the obstructed moon through infrared, right?
Who's got infrared? Because it's full moon tonight, tomorrow night, and the next night.
Excellent. We await these larger moons via infrared.
Can I jump back in here? I really want to echo what Jesse was saying, because the claim that an infrared camera refracts less is actually not really correct, because it's not the camera that is that is cutting down the refraction. It is the light that is hitting the camera's lens, or hitting the camera sensor, is bent slightly less. But the index of refraction of infrared, I was really trying to look this up, but it's really close to the index of refraction of visible red light. So it's not that infrared is like this, refraction killer, like that infrared has zero refraction. It refracts slightly less than visible red light.
Up to 20%, actually.
Right? But Jesse's point was that a huge amount of why we can see, quote unquote, further with an infrared camera is because of atmospheric haze. That's a huge thing. I mean, if you take a look at that Crete video, you can't even see the sun setting through like when you're the regular camera looking out at the horizon, you can't even see the sunset. And then the guy pulls down and you could see through the viewfinder of his infrared camera, and all of a sudden you could see the sunset. I mean, it's amazing how that atmosphere was obstructing the setting sun just from haze, just from atmospheric haze. That's the real benefit of infrared, not the fact that it refracts less.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
Infrared refracts less. Okay.
Slightly.
No, it can be up to
an amount that we don't know either, right?
It can be up to 20%. But you guys are just basically making stuff up again.
Okay, so I guess we get a 20% more moon after the actual moon's half set.
Depends on exactly what type of infrared you use. And
Can't wait.
I don't believe in your stories of everything in the sky is refracted up, because I believe the Earth's a ball. I don't live in that world. But you guys are doing everything under the sun, but actually addressing the point, which is
you can't simultaneously argue that refraction doesn't exist, but also infrared removes refraction.
I never claimed it didn't exist.
You literally just said it.
When did I say refraction doesn't exist?
What was it you said about you don't believe
I didn't say it.
Refracts things up on a ball?
I don't.
Should I rewind it so I can quote it exactly?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That'd be great, actually, if you'll do that. So I have to keep asking this question, and it seems very disingenuous and frankly disrespectful, right? So I used a specific example to save us time because it's painful at this point. If we see the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, the globe predicts that the tallest building in Chicago should be hidden by Earth curvature. Yet we can see the vast majority of the skyline of Chicago. You guys claim that it's because the skyline... What's up, dude?
Did you say that the globe model predicts that that the entire skyline would be hidden?
Yes.
Do you have a picture that is taken from
No, stop interrupting me. So, what's so funny?
Yeah, you guys, let's let him finish, man. I feel like he was almost finished, and then Jesse did interrupt.
So, we don't need any specifics. I'm saying if you guys can be intellectually honest. So, let's say I'm standing on the beach, 6 foot, looking over the Lake Michigan, and the tallest building should be blocked by Earth curvature. Okay. So I see all the skyline of Chicago, right? So that means that the skyline of Chicago has to be refracted up. Okay. So if it's refracted up, but then I pull out an infrared, I should see more of the buildings obstructed, correct?
Just likewise with the moon example, if you show us a building that we say is half obstructed, and you whip out infrared with an identical point of view and show it like a quarter obstructed, might have something. It's the same concept as what I was suggesting with the full moon. We're telling you, you're not going to have anything. It's going to be identical.
Once again, if I pull out infrared, I should see more of the buildings obstructed, correct?
That's exactly what I just said.
So yes. Okay. So if I pull out infrared and I can just see the skyline of Chicago better, it refutes your claim of refraction, thus the entire globe.
We'll define better. I just gave you a specific example of what I meant.
More of
That's
it.
the amount of building.
More of it, yeah.
Okay. Yes, that's exactly what I said with the moon example. I don't know why we shifted to Chicago.
Why do you keep bringing up the moon?
Because it's much easier to see because it's lit.
What are you talking about shifting to Chicago? I brought it up first, and then you jumped in talking about the moon.
Okay, fine. We're in agreement. If you see more of something in terms of obstruction, yeah, there might be something there.
There you go. So if I can see more towards the bottom of the object in the distance with infrared, it refutes the globe.
If we can be sure that the reason that it was obstructed to start with was what we say is the globe, yes.
Well, that's why you guys have to claim that the globe blocks things in the distance based on a very specific geometric position.
I mean, that's why I suggested using the moon on a clear day and a clear horizon. But, okay.
Okay, what? It's nowhere close to the same. You guys claim refraction's way different at the surface. When we see really far across bodies of water, you guys claim that the building. So anyway, the point is, we should all agree this is a test that can potentially show the globe's not true, right? So like we should all agree, like boom, test agreed upon. We should just go do it. Because I've never gotten a shot like that. I've just looked at like over Kennedy Space Center, and I have a bunch of these like on my SD card. You look over the Kennedy Space Center I have my camera like literally on the ground, like 1 foot off the ground actually, because I moved my tripod as low as it would go, and then I put the P900 and the infrared P900 right beside each other, and I couldn't see the bottom of the like the Rig Red rocket and this like sign and a bunch of stuff that was across the body of water at Cape Canaveral. It's only like 8 miles. I looked through my infrared and I could see the sign in the water. I could see the rocket. I could see the bushes blocking the rocket. But in the regular P900, I couldn't see the bottom portions. I've even done this with a boat. You can see more of the bottom of the boat in infrared.
You have some picture you could show us?
Yeah, I'll should have grabbed my SD card.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to get to bed. What's it? It was great talking with you. I apologize for being disrespectful. I get a little snarky sometimes, and I thank Gio for calling me on that. And it was really great talking with the rest of you guys. I appreciate all you guys, and I do have to pay my leave. So have a great night, everybody.
Later, man. There's not a ball. It's okay though, bro.
All right, back at you. Take care, everybody. Bye.
Later.
I think Joshua Nowicki was 263 feet up when he took the picture of the skyline, not standing on the beach.
Irrelevant.
It was standing.
And also, what you call it? Jay Tolan Media has recorded where he's looking out in the distance with regular lens, and then he adds a infrared filter to his camera, and you can see way further.
Yep. Dude, I was thinking to validate some of those, like an idea. Let's say he's able to use claiming in terms of a certain distance, in particular, like either land mass or body of water, whatever it may be. If we could set up like either like lasers or very high powered lights or some kind of another idea would be like an infrared detector, like basically a sensor that would be able to detect infrared to actually shoot an infrared. And that's another idea, or a possible like lasers or a very bright light to validate that it indeed is that landmass. Like the one that Taboo Conspiracy had done recently, which he had to take the video down apparently because the guy who took the photo asked him to, so he decided to do that. But it was 700 miles looking over 8 mountain peaks all spread out across the horizon. If we could have like lights or lasers or some way to validate that indeed those are those 8 peaks, which already they look exactly the same size, they're in all the right positions, but just to be able to validate that, and then that would start to validate. That's an idea of a way to be able to start to actually validate that it is these actual, endpoints that we are actually looking at, to validate that.
Yeah. Just so you know, Gio, that photo, those were clouds, and you can verify that by comparing the heights of the cloud tops to the heights of the mountains. They don't line up. But it's another good example of something, misinterpreted and latched on to by flat Earth believers. The one that Tabby Conspiracy posted that was asked to take down.
The 700-mile one?
Yeah, all the mountain peaks.
That's
They don't line up.
Well, no.
Here's what they're claiming. They're
They're
claiming
not-
that the azimuth doesn't line up.
They're not white, so they're not clouds.
No. They're white and gray. Clouds are white and gray.
Oh, they're land.
Well, what I was saying was that when you compare the relative heights of those peaks at the same distances,
Yeah, they all match.
no, they don't all match. You get one that's like
Yeah, they do
3,000 meters
match.
and one that's 2,000, but if you look, you can draw a straight line that matches up between them.
By the way, did I save that? Ruhav actually posted the photo. Let me, if I
I got
didn't
it
save
too.
it, yeah, post it. Or because if I don't have it saved, I wanted to save it. So I might have to go back on the chat and get it. If you have it, could you post it?
I do. Give me a couple of minutes. I'm in a game right now. I'll
Yeah,
certainly do it,
Ruiv was
though.
trying to claim the azimuth was off by like a degree or degree and a half or 2 degrees, whatever. And you sit there, you go to Google Earth and you check the margin of error, and they make no claims of the accuracy of the azimuth. It's that pretty much it's all lined up with the WS or the WS84, and but the images are they're pretty much modeled in, so they don't stand behind any azimuthal claims. So they're pretty much of the margin of error is well outside of Ruiv's claims of saying that it's off by a degree and a half. Like they don't even claim that shit on Google Earth. And same thing with elevations, but with azimuth it's even worse.
None of that. I'm sorry, dude. I just won't respond.
Yeah. So, that's what I'm saying though, is that instead of only having pixels to validate these long distance objects and these incredibly long distances, having some kind of way to have like a signal or a beacon, like the way a lighthouse does, or some other type of a sensor, or a way to send like a radio signal, things like that to actually validate it. At that point, that is going to be awesome to have those, especially at the high altitudes, like the one that some of the ones Jay Tolan done, where they're like 1,500 miles. Those are incredible because when you're at like 35,000 feet, and then even with the whole globe claim, like Ruhiv specifically says this, and many others do too, that the refraction is almost nothing at the high altitudes like that. So that whole thing is now out of the equation, at least if from that position, if you hold that position. So you can't claim that it's bending and warping around, even with that, because that's part of your model is that it has to be down to the ground to do that. It can't do that at the altitude. But
There's someone in voice checking.
Are you sure that he says that it's nothing up there, or that it's not it's just more close to standard refraction up there?
Wait, we're getting standard refraction if we like go up hundreds and hundreds of feet and look out at something else hundreds of feet up.
Yeah, I think that's usually the claim. Is it's not that there's no refraction as you go higher up. It's just that you're going to approach more or less standard refraction the higher up you go. You have less.
Why would it be the same like up to down? Wouldn't it be different?
Because the strong gradients are created by the strong temperature differences on the surface.
Why would the standard refraction be the same from the surface to hundreds of feet up?
I think it's because the like at the bottom you have more random. It's more sporadic. It's a kind of unpredictable nature of the layers. As you go higher up, that becomes more and more predictable. because it's standard. Like the grade, the way the atmosphere is gradiating, and what's it called, the lapse rate and all that kind of stuff.
What? So Jesse, if you put your salt in your fish tank and then you shoot a laser up higher in the fish tank, it's gonna bend just as much as lower in the fish tank.
No.
Nope. No, it's
My-
not going
my
to bend
fish-
at all.
My fish tank's not a homogeneous or not a continuous gradient like the atmosphere is. The atmospheric pressure continually decreases with increasing altitude, which decreases the density with increasing altitude, right?
Okay. How does that give me more refraction?
It doesn't.
More than what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm saying it should be less refraction. It should go higher, and you're saying it should be the same.
Well, the refraction due to air pressure is very, very close to the standard terrestrial atmospheric refraction at most elevations, just not close to water, where it can be, but close to water, it can be drastically more curving one way or sometimes even curving the other way, like a hot road mirage.
Okay, that's irrelevant. Can you give me? Can you explain the situation in which they are the same?
What's the same as what?
The refraction is the same at the surface and hundreds of feet up.
When the temperature gradient is the same, degrees per meter is the same.
Okay, so if wait, when the temperature gradient is the same at the surface as hundreds of feet up, we'll have the same rate of refraction.
Very near to standard refraction, as long as the temperature gradient is the same.
You guys notice that you all say different things? Like what you're saying the primary causal agent is temperature gradient and everyone else is saying density gradient?
No, I'm saying both. Near the surface, the variations, both positive and negative, due to temperature gradients outweighs the consistent gradient caused by pressure gradient. Far above the surface, the pressure gradient is the predominant source, and it's very uniform.
But there's way less pressure overall though.
It's still a gradient, though.
Okay, so can you provide some evidence that differing amounts of pressure give us the same refraction?
I don't think it's the amount of pressure in itself, but the lapse rate, like the rate at which the rate of change, basically. And then so I think that's what Jesse's saying is that you have more of a consistent, the gradient's more consistent. So the lapse rate is going in one direction, and they're not identical, but they're not that far off.
The temperature gradient is actually pretty volatile in the atmos, and it doesn't just like go in one direction. It gets hotter than colder.
Yeah, no, but he's talking about the pressure. He said the pressure is the predominant
Yeah, I know.
factor.
I'm rebutting that, right? Because that's not doesn't make sense though. Because in the atmos, as you go higher, the pressure changes greatly, and it goes cold, hot, cold, hot. It doesn't just go in a linear progression, and it changes drastically.
But it always remains bottom heavy in any stable gradient, right?
So no matter if it's hot or cold, as you increase, it's the same.
What's the same?
Well, if I'm going to go from the surface of hundreds of feet and the temperature is going to be the warmest at the surface and then it's going to go down, but then it's going to get hotter. So if it goes hot, cold, then the refraction should change with the temperature.
Well, I've not found it. I'm sure it changes some little bit, but all of my measurements from 200 feet to 10,000 feet all seem to fit the same refraction standard.
And what you mean by that is you just look out and assume 7/6R.
No, if the Earth is the stated size, then the refraction is this. Well, regardless, um, if standard refraction changed drastically depending on the observer's height, then wouldn't that have messed up my curve when I measured um, with lines of sight from 200 to 10,000 feet?
Um, I don't believe in your story about refraction. Dude, we've talked about this. So you don't get to like take your completely unfounded, made up idea of refraction and then throw it on me. The consistency of observations supports my position, which is that you can see a certain distance predominantly based on atmospheric obstruction. The reason we see further when we go higher is there's less atmospheric obstruction, not because of a temperature gradient, not because of the pressure gradient. It's because there's less obstruction, which is common sense, which is why when I pull infrared out, I see further. My position is logically consistent.
Oh, did you
Infrared
take
cuts
me
through the
when you
haze, so I
It's
can see
not
through.
though.
did you take
It
me when you
is.
posted that picture showing the comparison with it?
Yeah, I have to find the two SD cards from both of the cameras.
Oh, okay. Just be sure and tag me when you do it so I know you did it.
How is my position not logically consistent if I'm saying we see further when there's less atmospheric obstruction? That's why we see further with infrared, because it cuts through atmospheric obstruction.
But what I'm not sure is whether that obstruction is just attenuation of the visible wavelengths or if it's actually a physical obstruction like a water line or something.
Like when it's clearer outside, we can see further. Do you agree?
Depends. I mean, if there's no physical obstruction, then clearer air allows us to see farther. But some of the days that are hazier aren't the clearest, but they may have a lot of refraction, in which case we can see over the tops of physical obstructions, in which case then we could see farther, even though it might
Right.
not be the clearest day,
So,
right?
so you guys claim that when it's clearer outside, there's more refraction. In
What?
reality, even a 5-year-old would know that if it's clearer outside, you can see further.
I don't think the words you're using to describe what you are mean what you think they mean, Austin.
Good one, man. So if I look in the distance and it's not very clear outside, I can't see as far. But if I go back the next day and it's a much clearer day, then I can see more stuff in the distance. Consistently every single time I've ever made an observation ever all over the United States.
It's very different than having an Earth obstruct things, which could also be slightly different between days.
Totally not relevant to what I'm saying.
Well, of course it is. You're not being very specific on purpose.
No. Can we see further when it's clearer outside?
100%. Yeah, you get to see further if the lights are on too.
Okay, so
doesn't mean that because I can't see further, it's not as well lit enough, is it? Does it?
This is what you guys believe. Like when we go outside and it's clearer outside, this is what I believe. I see further when it's clearer. All my observations match that understanding. All of them, every single time. And when I pull infrared out, I see even further because it's helping me cut through some of the atmospheric obstruction. So in both scenarios, what's preventing me from seeing further is the obstruction in the atmosphere.
Atmospheric obstruction is not curvature. You're not using very precise language on purpose. You're conflating several things at different times whenever it's convenient.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
I know that's the problem with Flat Earth. You guys aren't very specific about things, specifically to uphold this idea that the Earth is flat.
Dude, he said atmospheric obstruction is not the same as Earth curvature. That's my point, bro.
So are you saying, for example, that in your infrared photos and your comparisons that you have a physical obstruction, something known like a horizon line or something that you can see in both the visible and the infrared, and then you have an object beyond that, which you can see both in the visible and both in the infrared, but it's sticking up more in the visible. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not even that. It's not that it's sticking up more. It's just that like I can see more of the bottom of an object in infrared.
So it's not sticking up more, but you can see more of it?
You said it backwards. You said that when it's not in infrared, it's sticking up more. No. Why'd you mock me? It's just it's really annoying. This is why I end up like being kind of ugly, and I'm trying to work on it. But it's because it's the same people doing the same thing. What the irony of that? Now, is this where you say, "Oh, sorry that I like acted like you were being stupid because I misunderstood"?
Well, so you're saying that your pictures show a horizon line or some obstruction, some physical obstruction, and then above that, an object is sticking up, and both of them can see both the obstruction and the object, but they appear to be sticking up exactly the same above. What's the difference between the two pictures?
I can see more of the bottom in infrared.
So the horizon is a little lower?
Sometimes the horizon does look to be lower, yeah. And I never said the word physical obstruction ever.
Oh. So how do you know it's not just that there's nothing between you and the object, but except the haze is blocking it off, and the infrared allows you to see through the haze a little bit better?
I know that's exactly what it is. What do you mean, how do I not know? How do I know that's not the case? That's exactly what the case is.
How does that
Welcome to Flat Earth.
how does that prove
Exactly.
how does that prove flat Earth?
Because the globe, it's in situations the globe predicts that the Earth will be blocking the objects physically.
Which globe? The one that acknowledges
The
refraction, or
imaginary.
the one that doesn't have refraction as a thing?
The one that acknowledges refraction.
Even the one that acknowledges that extreme refraction can happen near the surface?
That doesn't help you at all with this. You're just reverting to like robotic talking points, and they're not even relevant.
But I mean, sometimes we can literally see over the tops of physical obstructions when it's hot, calm air over cool water, even in the visible
Totally, once
region.
again, not relevant to what I said. Why are you not responding to what I said though?
I'm trying to understand what you're trying to communicate.
Well, seems like the flat earthers understand it. I don't know what's the
Oh,
disconnect.
yes, they always understand everything, even if they don't.
Yeah. So are you going to listen back to it and realize that what I'm saying is very clear and coherent and be embarrassed or anything? Or like, I got to just repeat it, I guess. So when we use infrared, we can see further and more of the bottom of objects. And you said, how do you know that's not just the infrared seeing through haze? And I said, that's exactly what it is. Then you said, how does that debunk the globe? I said, because it's in scenarios that the globe predicts physical obstruction of the objects, which means if they're visible, they would have to be refracted. But when I use infrared and cut down on refraction, I can see more of the bottom of the objects.
Okay, so in what scenario is this true?
I did it over Kennedy, the Cape Canaveral Kennedy Space Center. I just described that. There was a sign in the water you couldn't see with the normal camera. You couldn't see the bushes at the bottom. When I was looking at the little red rocket decoy that they have out front,
Okay.
and I did it with the boats.
We'd love to see it.
Okay, so then you agree that does debunk the claim of refraction.
Well, what claim of refraction is being debunked? That it exists?
No, the claim that it's making me see the objects that should be blocked by the Earth's curvature.
Well, when you acknowledge that refraction bends light, you also acknowledge it can bend it around something.
Just immediately avoid it. Like it's.
I mean, it's logical. Puts it.
What's logical is responding to what someone says in good faith. That would be logical.
But you're not, because you're not acknowledging what I also just said. You want me to agree to something with parameters that are untrue.
What's untrue?
That does light bend? Yes. Can light be bent around something? Yes. Can light be bent around Earth? Yes. Correct?
Wait, I asked you what I said.
He would never answer a question, bro. He just asked you a damn question.
I know.
And then, I mean,
He knows he's doing it.
No, it doesn't debunk the Earth being a globe. And no, it doesn't debunk that refraction exists on a globe. And no, it doesn't debunk that refraction can bend something around a globe.
Oh, so
okay, do you claim that?
Good.
Sorry.
Are you good?
Yeah, and Negator, do you agree that that the globe claim is that the reason, like just say black swan or whatever, any black swan picture, the reason we see these objects is because of refraction. Like the reason we see further is because of refraction. Ain't that, that's y'all's claim, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Jesse, you want to take a crack at it again?
You won't even answer a simple question, bro.
Brian, the conversations I have with you are always terrible because
Dude, they're so
you
scary.
misunderstand so much, and I don't want to be mean to you, okay?
I don't even need an answer to that, bro. I asked it to prove a point.
I have some observations that show this, but I think we should like get way better ones. Like I never like went to higher altitudes and looked at great distances or anything. I looked like 7.8 miles or something like that, 7.2, 7.8 or something. I don't know. Anyway, and then I looked at some boats on the ocean, and I think I only could track one of the boats, and it was the decent amount of miles out. Right? The bottom's definitely blocked by the curvature of the Earth. So, yeah, I don't know why. It seems like bad faith at this point. So, of course, just to summarize, the flat Earth position would be that we have a limit to our perspective. Things appear to disappear from the bottom up because we have a line of sight, and then the object, the bottom of that object is closer to your line of sight. So as it begins to converge to your line of sight, the bottom gets there first, thus begins to reach its limit of perspective first. And also we have atmospheric obstruction. And since it's the most dense at the surface, that's where you have the most obstruction. So when you pull out the infrared, you help cut through the haze and atmospheric obstruction so you can see further and more of the stuff at the bottom because you're cutting through more of the stuff that's blocking it at the bottom.
So how does seeing too far for a globe with infrared prove flat Earth any more than seeing too far in the visible light?
Dude, oh my God. It's about comparing the visible light to the infrared. And if I use infrared, if your claim of why I saw too far was true, then I should not see as far or as much when I use infrared, because it should be showing me a more accurate, less refracted image, which means I should see more of the object blocked by Earth curvature because there's less refraction.
Right. If we're seeing further because of refraction, take away that refraction and we'll see less far. It's just simple.
Yeah.
Simple
While
logic.
you guys finish this convo, because it could probably go on for a little bit longer. While you guys finish this, I'd like to be reading and learning about this refraction that lets you see further. So can you tell me what kind of refraction it is so I can go read about it and learn up on it?
Gradient.
The Earth has to be a globe refraction.
Yeah. We don't agree with it. That's globe. There is nothing really to read. The top.
That's why I was asking.
Andrew Thomas Young. It's a bunch of skeptics. I mean, it's a bunch of theories and what he thinks is going on. He's got nothing to back it up. But Andrew Thomas Young, if you want to learn about it.
No. That's why I was asking them which. They've got refraction kind of defined out pretty good. They've got refractive indexes laid out, for us. They've tested the indexes, and so that's what I want to know, like which form of refraction is it that helps us see so far? So I can read about it and learn about it.
Yeah, I'd say try and do Thomas Young, but it's all
No, I'm
bullshit.
not. I'm asking the Globers, Brian.
I take
Now,
you with
Lumen doesn't do it, Carnivore. Lumen reduces the distance to the horizon. It has the sky down. It makes the horizon distance shorter. So, which form of refraction is this? So I can learn something.
I don't think it is a form. But
I just tagged you with an article by Thomas Young.
Oh, Andrew Thomas Young admits that his explanation for refraction is incomplete, and there are certain things that don't work with his current understanding, and that he just doesn't know. He literally admitted that to Jaren. Couldn't answer
Jared,
basic questions. Email proof. So,
And when you're talking standard refraction, that fluctuates. You're talking about literally fluctuating the radius of Earth, the apparent radius of Earth. 7/6R is a direct radius, and so when you have a fluctuation of 7/6, in other words, it's just math to make it match what you see. So what they do, instead of making a prediction on what you're going to see, they look at what you see and then they tell you how much refraction was going on. So they judge refraction by what you see, not vice versa. There's no predictions.
okay.
Actually, this do any of you remember the flat earther Raspberry or Appleberry or I don't know, he changed his name all the time, but it was always a fruit of some sort or a berry. Well, he was actually pretty good with math, and he helped me make a spreadsheet that would calculate ray bending based on the temperature, the pressure, and the gradient in degrees per meter. And it also took a constant called mass of gas particle, just the mass of a gas particle, and the molecular polarizability of gas per cubic meter, and 9.8, and Boltzmann's constant in joules per Kelvin. And from that, it calculates the ray bending, and it matches pretty close to Thomas Young's paper.
That's fine, but prove a ray, you know? So the way y'all describe it, if we see the Chicago skyline, then what we're really seeing is light that would have went over our head. So rays that would have went otherwise over our head are bent down. And that's just, there's so many problems with that if you really think about it. Just think about it like, so if I go up, am I seeing the rays that are higher than that? And then, you know, where does it cut off? Would there be a blind spot where the rays straighten out, so you got a gap? I mean, just the whole rays thing. It's a way of describing something, but in reality, you know, there's holes in it.
The point is, this formula, as far as I can tell, does not invoke Earth curve. It just takes primitive data and some constants about the properties of gases and actually calculates a curve rate that is surprisingly close to what what standard refraction would be.
What did he apply it to?
What did who apply what to?
It's just math, dude. Just I found a formula to explain the 69 miles per degree of Polaris on a flat surface, and you know, until you get lower down toward the horizon and shit. But does that prove? And it was just basically a theory on upward light refraction. When I thought that downward bending rays made us see things higher, when I used to think that until I seen demonstration. But does that prove upward light refraction? Just because I got the math to work, and well, let's say I got the math perfect, right on, spot on, all the way to the ground. Does that prove upward light refraction in a flat Earth? No, it doesn't. It's just math. That's what we try and explain to y'all. We're not denying that math, you know, is sound within itself, but variables and explanations, them come from us. So the math don't prove shit, but I can appreciate it as a tool.
I want a
Somewhat,
predictable, testable, falsifiable quantification, please.
What's that?
I want a falsifiable specific equation, please.
I just posted it at 41 past the hour.
Well, why is it only one particular variable? Like, if I measure the temperature gradient, the vertical density gradient, and the humidity, can you give me an equation that accounts for those three variables, and I can go out and test it? And it's very specific, meaning I should be able to know, if I know those variables, I should be able to know my height, the height of the object, the distance of the object, and before I even make the observation, I should know, okay, this object should be hidden by 100 feet, but because of refraction, I should see pretty much all of it, or I should only see 20 feet hidden. Right, like I want a testable claim.
good luck with that.
They won't do it, Bill, because it makes their claim falsifiable, which is why I had to go out of my way and think of another way to do it, which I did, which is infrared. Infrared falsifies their claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see these pictures.
Okay, I mean, you already
It's
can
a
see
lot like Mount San Jacinto infrared, right? Where it depicted exactly as much of the globe predicted as far as obstruction.
Wow.
Or Crete, right? Where we dogpiled on at this observation and turned out there's a million different reasons why it was wrong.
No, there wasn't.
Everybody just
There-
mindlessly repeating the same thing about these
I'm
observations.
thinking that like them days where there's magnification and you get obstruction, like, and there's no inferior mirage, like seldomly. But I think they're pretending, or they're picturing in their mind maybe that it's always like that. Like there's always just a distinct cutoff of the ground, and in reality, that's not very common. It happens, but not very often.
I mean, to me, it seems weird that we have to beg for your actual claim, but for you to simultaneously be so confident.
Well, you know that's not true. And we've been giving you claims and ways to test things for years. But
No, you won't
instance,
give me the specific equation.
No, I just gave
instance-
you the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It takes in everything you want except humidity, and you give it the pressure, the air pressure, the temperature, and the gradient in degrees per degree or per meter, and then it will tell you what the radius of the light curve will be.
Okay, but is this built upon like an actual experiment, or is it just taking like average conditions with an error bar that won't be testable? Like, can I take this same variable list and go test it on like a smaller scale to prove that this is true? Where did this number come from? Because I know where it came from, and where it came from was this is the general differential. There's a window of what the differential is, and we've come up with our idea of standard refraction, and we just married the two. Is there a way I can test this claim on the small scale, then go out on the Earth and test it as well? Because until that happens, it's just unfalsifiable. Just begging the question. I mean, I'll still test it even with this equation, but in reality, I want to know where did this refractive index come from? Like some type of experiment, or?
Yeah. In other words, like we make a claim that the water is level, for the most part. So anything that happens past us seeing that, then we come up with variables. Why, diffraction, limited angle, or magnification. When we can demonstrate it on every scale. We can demonstrate it small scale, medium scale, large scale. I'll claim it's Earth curve. Then everything that deviates out of that claim, then you got to explain and demonstrate. So he's asking for a demonstration. Like if we see too far that day, you say refraction. We want to see it on a smaller scale. We want to see demonstrations, not just the numbers. That's an explanation of after it happened. We want to see the demonstrations, replications.
Have any ballers ever tested this Excel sheet?
Just Thomas Young. He or at least he claimed that very similar numbers.
Okay, wait, he didn't release any data from where he supposedly measured these variables. I gotta admit, like that's pretty weird. So
yeah, where do you see the fudge factor in here?
well, what I'm saying is, where did this ratio come from? Like, where did this relationship with refractive index and these particular conditions come from? It has to be based on some empirical evidence, right? It can't just be begging the question of the Earth being a ball, right? I mean, that would be
Wouldn't surprise me. That's all.
That is where it came from, Brian. 100%. What they did was take an average pressure differential, an average temperature differential, and then what they've called the average standard refraction, married those values, give it an error bar so that it's pretty much unfalsifiable.
Pretty much unfalsifiable.
That's right. Yeah.
No, just go with me.
So, how do
you've never?
Sorry, go ahead. No. Well, this is the same thing as magnetic declination and time zones and
oh my god, here we go.
Every other weird point you bring up, or Crete, right?
Your video game.
It's like a ghost argument. It's one that you can't catch to even like you can. That's all it is a ghost. It's like it has no name. There are no known variables that you can apply. It's like it's just in the minds of these men.
No tests.
No refraction is fake.
Evidence. No experimental evidence.
We know refraction's real.
Never.
I don't know why that's continuing to be disputed. Okay, well, if it's fake,
why do you keep saying that?
Because that's the core. So let's take for example your magnetic declination argument. The core problem is whether you believe in it or not. And likewise here, the core problem is whether you believe in it because you don't think it exists.
Name one flat earther that said refraction doesn't exist.
That for you to be making the claims you're currently now making, you have to also claim it doesn't exist.
See, and like, what value does he provide to the room? I'm genuinely curious.
By pointing out the disingenuous argument you're making, and hopefully others will see the truth in that.
How does the argument I made?
And you just won't answer them, bro. Now you're turning it around on somebody.
Well,
if you answer our questions honestly, we could get somewhere to a logical explanation together.
Right. That's why he's bringing up stuff like declination and change the subject. Like, what specifically did I say that necessitates me claim refraction isn't real?
Because you believe that the only way to get obstruction, or rather, if Earth were a globe, the only way to see things you shouldn't.
No.
Sorry.
Go ahead, continue.
Sorry, Riley. So what you're saying is that refraction can't bend light around the globe Earth, therefore Earth's not a globe because refraction doesn't exist.
Wow.
You've never predicted it, is our point. We're asking you to predict it.
Negator strawmans, runs, deflects, and he's still so arrogant. How do you
because
not feel the room?
I mean, would you like to talk, Regis? Would you like to talk? Or no? You just jumping in when everybody else is here?
You always did earlier to White Knight for Flat Earth Math over and over again.
Because FE Math was correct and Austin was being very rude.
What, very right and correct?
No, he was. What's he right about, Regis?
Okay.
Regis, what's he right about?
What's
he right about, Regis?
Pretty much every single thing he talks about and backs it up.
He's asking for predictions, man.
Really?
Yes,
like what,
really.
Regis? Like magnetic declination?
Every time you open your mouth against him. Every single time. And yet you're still just as arrogant.
Well, because every time I've spoken to Witt, it comes down to him being wrong or him misunderstanding something, like angular diameter of the sun.
No, and then you just interrupt him when he tries to explain himself. And then you straw man him when you can't do that. And then you run away when you can't do that.
All right, are you done?
Here's a prediction I could test, man.
Yeah,
prediction I could test. Okay. Let's say.
Hey, Regis, I do look forward to when you show us that magnetic declination is not real.
Oh my god.
Or anything regarding. Actually, you know what, Regis? Let's talk about time zones real quick, since you had some comments about that regarding Australia.
You're
right?
crushing, Negator. You're crushing. You can't read the room, bro. This is horrible, man. I feel so bad for you.
You really shouldn't. I've got a good life.
Oh, let me get it back on track, man. All right, here's a testable prediction. Okay, so I predict that if there's colder air above, then I'll get more obstruction, field of view, like line of sight. So I can test that on a smaller scale with just using a little bit of colder air. So I set up on the warehouse ground. I light a couple lights at different heights, like 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. I put the camera on the ground. Then I open the warehouse door and let cold air in. And all of a sudden we see the bottom light start to fade out and disappear. Then the second light, now like half of the third light. Okay. We've just demonstrated a prediction. We haven't proven it for certain. We've just showed you line of sight, obstruction, bottom up. We've demonstrated it. And what we're asking you is with your equations and whatnot, with these predictions, I mean, with these solutions to predict it before you observe it. Tell me what's going to happen. Look at the conditions and then go out and make the observation and see if it matches your predictions. We've been asking that for years and years and years. We don't get it. We can show you predictions.
Okay.
Everything
Brian,
you claim pretty much, you know?
You don't have to repeat the position. Okay. We've heard it like at least 24 times in this room.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Answer.
The irony. I could make all your arguments so much better than you. It's like embarrassing.
Can you respond to that, Donator, directly and maybe offer a prediction or?
No, of course not.
He'll make fun of you when you have to ask it again because he runs.
Yeah. No, I'm right here, Regis. And if you'd like to talk about something, we can.
Go ahead and answer. No, Brian just asked you a question. Why don't you answer him?
He asked for a prediction. To what end? I don't know. I don't care. He knows the globe prediction.
Can you make one? Can you make one? You ain't got to make one right second.
Of course I can. What's your favorite cereal, Brian? Are you going to tell me?
I'm like,
oh my gosh.
Like, ask me a relevant question.
I'm like, why don't you go to gyms?
Why?
If this is what you want out of the conversations, wouldn't you be better suited to just sit in gyms?
Now you're being silly. What?
I'm being dead serious. Like you clearly don't have the intentions of exchanging with people in good faith. So
yeah. You won't answer any question.
Actually, listen, I offered you a set of parameters by which I would agree that infrared light lets you see further over physical Earth. Right? We agree to that? I don't know how much further this conversation can go. You said you took photos. We'd like to see them. Right now, we have no substantial evidence for your claims. Okay, I know you guys want to see some formulas. You want something explained to you in a particular fashion. It hasn't happened. Or rather, it hasn't happened to your substitution. That's fine. Are we going to sit here and just continue saying, look, the Globers won't do this, the Globers won't do that, yada, yada, yada. It's boring. It's boring conversation. Let's have a good faith conversation.
You agreed that you'd be a flat earther pretty much. If that's true.
Always useless.
You could continue on to a more productive conversation with someone who, I mean, you just blatantly lied. I don't know how many times.
I absolutely did not.
Well, what you really do is you always obfuscate. It's like a. This is what I was trying to tell Gio. This is why I get frustrated. Like I know I shouldn't though. Like I shouldn't let you do that. But like I'm not gonna say a bunch of specific names. But there's a bunch of people who have mastered the art of never directly responding. And it gets really frustrating. It's like, why did I just take all that time to say...
You get frustrated because we call you out in your bullshit and we hold your feet to a particular fire you can't handle. Right? So like the magnetic declination problem. Your feet are to the fire on that. Remember the angular sun problem? Your feet got held to the fire. You were wrong with.
No,
just like you're wrong now.
I just gave you a reason, bro. I just gave you a reason with cold air of why light right in front of our face.
Listen. We've agreed to parameters, right? As far as being able to see more of the obstructed moon, right?
Why won't you answer?
What's going to happen is in 2 weeks, everybody here is going to forget that challenge, Austin. You're never going to do it. It's never going to be provided, and you're going to be onto something else, just like the time zone problem.
How does the moon have anything to do with what I'm saying?
And are you done interrupting him? I mean, he started talking, and then you just kept going, Negator.
Keep cheerleading him, Regis.
What's that?
So keep cheerleading, buddy.
I just wonder why you won't answer reasonable questions, bro. That's a fair question. Why won't you ever answer reasonable questions?
We do, and this is an absolute misrepresentation.
He doesn't know how.
We talked at length about magnetic declination, and I answered lots of reasonable questions. Same thing with the time zone problem. Same thing with tonight.
You
I
didn't.
even said if you show something obstructed
Oh.
and something less obstructed where it's actual obstruction, I'll agree with you.
What do you mean actual obstruction? We know that the the horizon is just apparent. You live in this fantasy world where the horizon we always see is apparent, but you swear on everything you love that there's something physical there. You just can never see it.
Negator, what about this?
Well, hang on. No. And Gio, I just want to answer him, and I would love to actually field your question if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Part of your response about the horizon, you said it's not physical. And my question then is, at what point does the earth beneath your feet, which connects to the horizon, go from physical to not physical?
Okay. The sky appears to meet the ground, but the sky doesn't ever actually converge with the ground. The fact that the earth is physical is completely non sequitur to the fact that the horizon is apparent.
Okay, but you just said the horizon's non-physical. You just said it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what part of the... If the horizon is where the earth meets the parent sky, the earth part is the physical part, correct?
It doesn't...
It's all physical, bro.
It's a yes or no question.
Physical too, Negator.
Sorry,
Wow.
is the earth physical or is it not physical?
You tactfully left
Horizon's the location, dude.
You tactfully left out of the definition of horizon where the earth appears to meet the sky. Where it appears comes before.
And what's in contention is whether the physical earth is blocking things.
No,
Correct.
the horizon is not synonymous with the earth.
It's not.
It's made up of the meeting place of the visual spot that the earth and the sky meet, but it itself is not a physical thing. It's just in a particular position.
And then you take that one step further and claim that because it's not physical, without defining what it actually is, it's not doing the blocking.
At any point in an observation.
Hold on, guys. Someone's got an echo. I don't know.
It's him. It's his own speakers.
Sorry, that was me.
You can't see who it is.
It was light. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
At any point in an observation, the surface is visual. You feel it with your feet. That is physical. But at any point at an observation, it's visual, so not physical.
Yeah,
right. The horizon is an apparent location. There's your answer. It's not the ground or the sky. It's an apparent location.
If I'm sitting in a chair that rather prevents my feet from touching the ground, does that mean the ground beneath me is not physical?
Okay. Stop. Look, this is the point. You just lied and said that I didn't or couldn't define what the horizon was. You're like, but you can't even say what it is. I literally did say what it is, though. So that's one of those examples of like, what's the purpose of doing that? I said that the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground.
And you made an implication.
Actually meet the ground.
But you made an implication regarding whether it obstructs on the basis that it's not physical.
It's provably not physical.
Okay, well, there we go. There's a positive assertion that the horizon is not physical.
Concept, bro. It's a location.
Which doesn't make any sense.
Wait. Your own model claims that the horizon isn't physical. You know that, right?
Oh, goodness. Now we're just misrepresenting things.
Dude, it's a fact, dude. You guys claim that you never see the actual geometric horizon, and the horizon that we see is just apparent, i.e. not physical.
Yeah,
and in order to see anything that is apparent, there must be a physical thing to start with, right?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. No? But yes.
Okay. But mostly?
The Earth is physical. The sky has physicality, but they don't physically meet. It's an illusion. Even in your own model.
I don't think it's an illusion either. But...
Well, we're not seeing the actual physical horizon in your model either. You guys claim that we never see the actual curve of the Earth.
But then you take that one step further and say that it can't obstruct things because of that definition that you're misunderstanding.
No, I didn't. I said I don't what I actually said was the horizon is just apparent, where the sky and the ground appear to meet. You claim that you know and would even put like everything you love on it, that there's a physical horizon somewhere within there. You just can't see it.
Because it's being refracted ever so slightly? Is that the argument?
Well, ever so slightly isn't even what you say either. You guys claim it can go around the whole Earth.
I don't claim that. I think that'd be extraordinarily rare. Unlikely. Not practical to see.
If it's rare, then it can still happen, right? So
sure.
Anyway,
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know where this whole conversation's going.
Well, you
we think the Earth can obstruct line of sight.
Well, Negator, I'll just
go ahead.
I'll try to be brief, but I'll just share my viewpoint in what's happening. So if you're on the ground over a planar surface and you have the water level, the layer that goes out, then you have the sky, which is everything above. And depending on the conditions, the atmosphere functions as a lens. There can be magnification. There can be all the refractive effects. And depending on how far you can see along the ground layer, there will be an endpoint to the ground layer part of the horizon. So maybe that's at 5 miles, maybe it's at 10 miles, whatever it may be. That would be the limit that visually you can see on that particular condition. So let's say it's 5 miles out. So at 5 miles on one particular day, that last little bit of water that you can see, the last little wave, the last little, smashing together waves out there, the last little bit of it is the 5 mile point that you cannot see beyond that. However, it still continues, extending as a plane. So if it's at 5 miles, now that will be your horizon distance, and then the sky is going to be the rest of it. So if the extinction point visually for you is at that 5 mile point, then that will be the last bit of land, the last bit of water, and then the sky all above. Now, another day it might be 10 miles. So that last little bit of water is 10 miles out. Another day it might be 15 miles. So it can vary, of course. Now, if it's at 5 miles on a particular day, and then there's a boat that goes out there, once the boat gets to 3 miles, 4 miles, once it gets to 5 miles, at some point, it is going to go beyond that 5 mile point. But so even though it's continuing to extend over a plane, it's beyond that visual point from what that person can see at that 5 mile point based on that condition. So as the boat goes beyond 5 miles, it goes to 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, 9 miles, you're going to have a visual obscuration of the bottom of the boat. And it is going to continue to with the hull and then the mast, and it will continue to do so all the way down as it moves away, because it's moving away. And because the 5 mile point is the final point visual, everything beyond that, because everything's converging at the ground and the sky, will start to visually obscure the bottom of it over a planar surface.
Okay, but right now we have no mechanism for that obscuration on a flat surface.
I just described it precisely. It's
beyond
the visible limit of the optical extinction point where the ground and the sky meet. So if that point is 5 miles and you have a boat that's 8 miles, due to the angles, due to all of those components, it will be visually obscured over a planar surface from the bottom.
Okay, but those words, this is an example of word salad. There is no reason to have optical extinction at 5 miles arbitrarily, only by the ground.
You don't even know what word salad means. How many times can you use?
Let's not play the silly game of testing people, okay?
Why are you saying it's a silly game? It's like you keep using a term to basically belittle someone, and you're not even using the term right.
I was using the term to describe what he said, which was exactly that. There's no reason for there to be a 5 or 3 mile optical extinction.
Can you stop saying word salad, please? Because you've never used it correctly.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the topic or not?
What you just did was a tactic to derail into an ad hom. Because
Gio,
can you? I spent a lot of things, and just like Witz had said, I spent a lot of time. Now I know it's not for you. It's to me, it's not necessarily for you. However, you are the one responding, and so to give you the floor to do that is just totally disrespectful to the whole room and everybody listening.
Well, Gio, I sort of think it's disrespectful for you to say something that has no grounding in reality and put it forth as complete truth.
All right. So does anyone actually want to respond to what I laid out? Because I spent a lot of time laying that out. So does anyone other than Negator, who's obviously just trying to use tactics to evade and cause dramas. Someone else, go ahead, jump in.
I like what you said because I mean it's pretty much, obviously there are other variables at play, which I mean he's not even acknowledging it, but you described it eloquently. Like basically, it's the limit of the floor, whether the floor be water or land. There's no perfectly flat ground. But where like the last little ripple you see of water when that runs out at 5 miles, it's a location more than it is a thing. In the globe model, it's Earth curve. It's a thing that moves around due to optics and refraction. In the real world, it's a location of where that happens, and I don't think they're acknowledging that. I don't know what's in question and what Gio said. What part of it's in question?
And what you just said, though, is the same for what we say it is too, though. Just as location.
Yeah. So what I'm suggesting is that there's the distance. It's the horizon distance, and it varies, and that's going to create an optical layer within the whole system. So, does anyone actually have like a refutation or anything to actually like refute that could be the effect as to why things are visually obscured bottom up over a planar surface? Because it's also what we observe too. Like if you look down like on like a checkerboard kind of thing and you look all the way down, you're only going to see, like if your eyes all the way down to it, you might see 5 of the squares. If you raise your eyes up a little, you might see 8 of the squares. If you raise your eye up a little more, you see 15 of the squares. So you're getting a different ground distance based on the angle that your eye is to it and that availability. And then also I think the atmospheric conditions, which can function, there can be magnification effects. So like in some of those where like, let's say the buildings are cut off and then other ones, they're not cut off. It's because there's a different distance that's visible on those days. And the one where it's much closer is where it's cut off because that last bit of water that you can see is much closer. And on those, it actually looks more magnified and it looks more like zoomed in. You can see more detail in the water. Whereas the other one where the horizon is way beyond it and you can see all of like the oil rigs, for example, the water is much like more diffuse because you can see you're seeing much further. So instead of like a magnifying glass that makes the water look really detailed, it's actually more of just the extended, like kind of more hazy as it extends all the way out and the horizon goes beyond it.
Bro, I've tried to express that same thing you just said a million times. I've never put it that perfect. Like that. I mean, y'all got to understand what he just said there. That's well put.
Thanks, Brian. I'll give you praise too, though, Gio. That's a great job. But I do say I agree with you. If you were talking about the surface, the checkerboard, the chessboard, that would make sense. Like the angular resolution limit would basically because you're so close to the surface, some of those boxes at the end are going to be within or below your limit. The actual angle is going to be below your limit, so it'll just get lost in the haze basically. So that makes sense, but I don't think that you can use that same explanation to then describe vertical components of what's in the distance, especially if it's sufficiently large enough, right? Because even the part about the atmosphere, like if you're talking about like the bottom half of, like the bottom 3/4 of a building or a ship or something like that, I can't really. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense that would be the case for that, right? Because neither the case that it's the angle or the atmosphere in that case, right?
It happens with everything, even the stars, and that's how you tell what latitude you're at. You could use a sextant, and let's say the further you get away from the North Star, the more it appears to lower to the horizon. It's just like anything else. It's all your perspective.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense for several more reasons, but I would hate to just follow up. I would hate to pile on the last point that I made. It would just be adding more points to why that
everything does that, Coach. So if you got a tall building and you start driving away from it, it just appears to get shorter and shorter. That's just how things work. It's just how
I guess I'll have to do it. But the reason why what you said doesn't add to Geo's thing or doesn't make sense is because the stars are not sufficiently large enough, not the angular size at least, for them to the matter in that case. If they do change angler's height, though, like the actual angle in the sky, the elevation does
Altitude,
change,
yeah.
but it doesn't change at all in the rate by which distance, like you say, things in the distance going lower. It goes at a linear
Same
rate.
thing, dude.
It moves across the sky at a linear
Dude,
rate.
the stars are
So,
fixed, and they're so accurate. You can gauge your location from them. The
yeah,
degree of
that's my
angle.
point. My point is that there's a linear relationship between where you move and where they move in elevation and the
Right, but-
time that they move. So there's a linear relationship, which is not the case if you're talking about
Well, I'm not talking about them
things
moving
getting lower.
stars. Like
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm talking about fixed stars as well. So whether they're fixed or moving, if you move
Well, I
on
mean,
the
like
surface,
Polaris especially, but the other ones do spin at a certain rate, and you need an almanac to know where they're at that given time.
yes, that's right. But they stay at the same latitude, and so as long as they're
Right.
directly north or south of you, and everybody else is making the same observations directly north or south of you, doesn't matter which star you're looking at. As you move along the surface, that star is going to lower or raise in a linear fashion with your movement,
Yeah, but
which
it's
is not
unreliable,
the case if it's just because of perspective or distance or whatever.
Well, the location becomes unreliable the lower it gets. So they say they don't typically use any stars under 30 degrees. I mean, that's a big portion of. I mean, it ain't that big, but it's a pretty big portion of your field of view.
It's
And
a third
they
of it.
just yeah.
I say it's a
of the
six.
night.
That's a third. Yeah.
So it's happening pretty consistent up above the thick layer, and then when it gets in it, just like everything else, these buildings you're talking about and everything. I mean, we see them moving about wildly in a time lapse. So we see them growing, shrinking. So I think angular size in this layer that we live in is unreliable at best.
Okay, so that's you guys are just making the same points I'm making because I'm not saying I'm agreeing with you that the angular size change below the lowest parts of the horizon are gonna like that's what I was telling Gio. Like if you're talking about the lowest part of the horizon or on the surface, then yeah, I mean you could say that the angle could obstruct the things that are that low. But I'm talking about like the upper, like the when like 2/3 of a building are missing, right?
Well,
You
yeah,
can see the top clearly.
I think about in a way like the extinction point where the sky and the ground meet, like that horizon point where you can, there's no more sky or land that you can see. You've reached that limit essentially of what you're able to see of it. And at that point, there is a way, in one way to kind of think about it, which is kind of funny, is almost like Pac-Man. The way I've thought about it, where it's like Pac-Man. So like put Pac-Man right at the horizon. He's right at the optical extinction point of the ground and the sky. He's just munching there. He's just going, he's just stationary, let's say. He's not moving towards you in this idea, but he's just chomping away. And that is kind of the concept where, he's eating up everything. So and it's visually eaten up, meaning the angular resolution of what you can resolve of the ground and the sky, depending on your, whatever zoom you may have, or whether it's the naked eye, etc. And right at that point, it's like Pac-Man is just eating up everything basically that goes beyond, or, that is going to go beyond it. So if you have something that is going to go beyond it on the water layer, Pac-Man has already eaten up because that's the distance to the horizon. That if it's 5 miles, let's say, it's right there at 5 miles. Pac-Man's there so you're not going to see anything beyond that. So if the hull of the boat is beyond that, but the top of the boat visually is still able to, because it's on the surface, it will still be able to be seen above that point, but the bottom obscures.
Yeah. Well, the only problem with that is, like I said, if you take it, let's say there's a building that's like 1,000 feet tall, okay, and let's say that you're at like 100 feet off the surface or something, right? So wherever it is in the distance, there's a horizon. That's the farthest point along the distance that you can see. You can't see the surface beyond that point, but the building is far beyond that point, and you can see, whatever portion of the top of the building you can see, right? But the bottom of it is hidden. So you're 100 feet off the surface. The building's like, I don't know, 1,000 feet or something. The 100 feet that's above the surface of the building should be at the same elevation of you. And if you can see the top part of the building clearly, then it seems strange to me that the part that is directly in your line of sight is going to be difficult to see. If you can see the top clearly, I can see why the part that's closer to the surface might be, you might get lost in the there's already fading in with the ground because it's so far the distance. But it doesn't make sense that the top part would be clear, but the part that's at your same eye level is now missing.
And what do you
It's
say
something
about your eye function? What do you just real quick? What do you say about the fact that that could be replicated and has been on multiple scales, like either with a Fresnel lens, with magnifying glasses, which helps to accelerate the process? But what do you say about things that actually do obscure from the bottom up that we can validate? Like Sky Free has done a bunch of really good ones over water with like a radio controlled boat, and it shows it obscuring from the bottom up, for example. What about all those that can be replicated that show precisely that happening over a planar surface?
Well, that I've seen the remote control boat one, but that's my point. It's like a boat on the surface of a lake. I'm perfectly okay with you being that close to the surface and the surface being obstructing, especially obstructing that very small object. But we're talking about a very large object where you're not even at the surface. You're 100 feet above the surface, right? So it's like the surface doesn't really seem like it's going to be capable of, creating this sort of haziness that's going to obstruct that.
Well, dude,
right?
another
Especially
one
when the top is clear.
Have you seen the one that Skyfree did where it's in a fish tank with water and it uses sugar in this one? So it is sugar water, and it shows like the Skunk Bay where it goes up and down, like it's like refracting up and down, it's like wavering.
Yeah.
Well, this one, have you seen the one of these?
I've seen it.
It's on Skyfree's channel. But it replicates that with the sugar water, showing that exact effect that we do see in the horizon of that wavering. And then it also shows bottom-up obstruction. Now, there's nothing else obstructing it. Now, I think it actually has to do with the same thing that I'm referring to. It has to do with the distance. It has to do with the fact that the sugar is only allowing you to see a particular distance in that small scale. But it literally shows bottom-up obstruction, and there's nothing obstructing it. Like the camera is above looking over the flat base of the fish tank, and it actually also shows bottom-up obstruction right there on the small scale. And that's over a flat planar surface, and there's no curvature involved, and it shows the bottom-up obstruction as well.
Right. But you admit that part of the video was when the sugar was being mixed in with the water, and so
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't a gradient in the way that there is on Earth. It was just it was just all randomly mixed in, and when the water settled, it settled though, the thing in the distance was higher.
I'm not sure what you mean. I don't think. What are you referring to? There was another.
In that same video,
it's like the Skunk Bay footage. Quite similar.
It did. I agree. It looked like that when the sugar was being mixed in and stuff like that. But and then also during that same time, there was parts where it was obstructing parts of the photo, whatever was in the photo. I forget what it was, or whatever that was supposed to be the object in the distance. But like I said, this is when the sugar was being mixed in with the water. And then when the sugar settled, the thing in the distance, like whatever was a picture, whatever it was just higher than it was before, just like would be expected or whatever. What was the name of the channel that did that video again? I forgot.
Well, just because I shared all that, I'm just posting.
Sky Free.
Yeah, I'm posting the references. In the chat. So those two show two of the Skunk Bay footages that show it. And then if you check out that video, it's a very, very similar effect. And again, there's no curvature on the bottom of the fish tank at all. And it shows bottom up obstruction in addition to this wavering effect, all of it over a planar surface. So this can be replicated, but you can't replicate it over a curved surface the way you claim it's happening.
Yeah, but did you hear what I said before? I mean,
you can't recreate.
It's a fair.
You have a curved fish tank, and then you're seeing around the corner of it. You can't replicate that, but we can replicate this.
All right. Yeah, but the whole point that I was making before was that it's not even a similar. So what's happening in this video is expected 100% because it's the part especially that's focused on where that haziness is happening is specifically when the sugar is being mixed in with it. It's still being mixed together. So the gradient is completely all over the place. But once it settles, like once it's actually like, the natural gradient, it's higher.
No, when it settles is when we get obstruction. When he mixes it up is when we see the skunk base shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that when he mixes it up, you get this, you get the haze, you get the part where it's like fluctuating and it's all random, and it's you get the skunk bay thing. Yes,
Yeah.
but then when it settles, you get the buildings or whatever the things are. I don't know what it is. They're higher than they were, or appear higher than they were.
Yeah, and that fits exactly with my understanding of it in terms of the concept that when it settles, the sugar is refracting more of that lower layer, therefore causing that distance of how far you can see through it to be closer. And the fact that that's closer, just like the same way I was describing the water, the distances where the water does that, it's just replicating essentially it's like replicating a planar surface by the fact that all of the sugar is settling to one particular layer. And that layer, the fact that it's settling to like a planar layer, it creates like a bifocal effect in that case. But the fact that it's settling like that, that is being refracted in the way that the sugar water is. So that essentially functions as a closer distance to how far you can see, whereas the other stuff you can see further, and then that's what causes that bottom up in my analysis in terms of that replication of it.
I could have swore it made the shit look lower, but the shit, yeah, it did make some shit look higher some of the time, but I thought after it settled, it looked a little lower, but I'll have to go back and rewatch it.
It definitely looks higher. They do a comparison or whatever. But like I said, because it's not even close to a representation for the atmosphere when the sugar is mixed in. It's like the whole thing's mixed around. It's like there's sugar and water, all in the whole thing. Just like so yeah, it does resemble the skunk bay thing because that's also extremely fluctuated. Atmospheric. What do you call it? Visual column or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, and I mean, some people would say the atmosphere is not sugar water. However, it is interesting that we can replicate these effects, not involving any curvature or any globularity to it. But in addition, there's always going to be water in the air to some extent, especially over like the ocean. You have like splashing, all the waves that smash together, and it's always putting up a mist of water, and then that's being incorporated into, you've got evaporation and all that as well. Like salt, because these effects can be done in salt tanks too, which are very interesting. Like Jesse Gordon actually showed magnification with salt, which is incredible. Which is awesome that he did that salt did the magnification, because the most common element in the air is actually salt. And then water actually contains long chain sugars as well. They're called polysaccharides, which are what link together the actual components of water. So even though it's not like necessarily that the environment is sugar or salt, those two things are both present. And over long distances, the refractive effects, I think, are part of what's causing it.
Is this guy Sky Free? Is this person a flat earther? I forget. Like, do they make flat earth videos, or is this just like just a random video?
Like a Joshua Nowicki, he's just a photographer. He wasn't a flat earther. He didn't necessarily like that he was getting all the attention.
The Black Swan guy?
No, the Chicago Skyline guy. He sent it into the local news station, and then like everyone starts like attacking him on Facebook or whatever, and he's like, "No, I'm not a flat earther. I'm just a photographer."
Did you hear what Flat Earth Matt said earlier? He spoke up and said he reached out to that dude and said that the news reporters reported it incorrectly, and that he was actually like 150 feet above the surface or something like that. Like he was at a higher elevation than they claimed in video.
Rob Skiba did it from a boat. He got in a boat and he just filmed it the entire way, and he drove away from the city, and he got the same effect. Meaning that there's no, what should happen is it should completely go away. It should disappear behind the horizon, but it didn't. He did kind of an expensive.
Where did his video when he drove away in his boat? Where did he end up at? Like when did he end the video at? Like where was he when the video ended?
He he gave the location at like a marina or someplace. I'd have to watch it again. It was.
But he got to the dock.
Yeah, when he got to
No.
the dock, he said, "Okay." He didn't go completely across the lake. I think he went like
Okay.
35 miles or something. I'm not sure.
Well, that makes a big difference, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. But the point being that there should be a certain amount that would disappear. You know, the point where you wouldn't see it at all, and he went beyond that enough to sufficiently make it disappear.
I mean, that can't really be known, though, can it?
He's in a boat. You got to understand too. And there's like Gio was saying, all the layer of water, the humidity and everything is really high near the surface. He wasn't like high off the water. He's in a boat. It wasn't like a giant ship, so he's maybe 6 to 8 feet off the water, where you're looking through the dirtiest air. You know, like if you go out on a hot day and you look at the shimmering on a hot roadway, it looks wet. So you're going through all that air where it's distorted, and you know the vapors doing crazy stuff, miraging and everything.
Yeah, that last video I just posted, they show how that actually has. I got to tell Jeremy actually because he's been looking for this footage. Pebbles,
right.
Pebbles on the pond. You guys know Pebbles? Remember from Brandon's? He did this presentation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where it's got this like large warehouse floor, and then he's got these lights and over the surface, and he's filming it. And he opens the door, which lets cold air rush in, and then we get this refractive effect where it like wavers, and you also get the bottom up obstruction. Like one of the lights disappears just by opening the door and letting cold air in. Nothing is there's curvature involved. It's just
yeah. Your claim right now is I don't know where the noise is coming from, but that's expected.
It's APOC. He's fell asleep. He's not like.
Yeah, that's expected at least by me, and I think by most Globers and stuff like that. Because it's not, like I said, same thing with the sugar thing, and also with that. I don't really think that was his name though. Pebbles on the Pond. That could have been it. I don't know, but yeah, same thing with his video. Like this whole thing where you have this amazing fluctuation of temperatures, and you're just close to the surface. Those are the exact environments that you can get extreme refraction. You can get like reverse refraction or reverse refractive effects that you'd expect. It's kind of like predictions are sort of out the window at that point.
I just want to point out that what Robbie Skiba did not replicate Nowitzki's photo, and as he moved away, he saw less and less, and the amount he saw was in line with what a globe predicted. Wolfgang, Skiba effectively proved the globe.
Let's see. You can watch it and you can make your own determination from the footage. I mean, it's just all he said, she said, whatever. So I'll just let people make up their own mind.
Okay. Yeah, everybody can watch it, and if they do the measurements and the math, they'll see that I'm right. You're wrong.
I just went and looked at the sugar water thing, and while they're adding, after a lot gets mixed in toward the end, it's all downward displaced. All of it, of the replicated cities, all displaced downward, lower. After it settles for a day, then it's you can't hardly see the bottom, but it's displaced upward. Next day, they have to raise the camera to even see it really. But the dynamic part, downward displacement. Every fish tank experiment I've seen, same shit. Shit looks lower. The light looks higher.
Skyfree's done some other ones too that in addition validating, they did a couple really good ones actually, showing that when you introduce cold air, totally changes the entire visible spectrum and can obscure things from the bottom up. And it happens within like minutes. It's amazing. Or not even minutes, like seconds, I mean. Well, it happens with starts within about like 10, 20 seconds and then just floods it.
I'm pretty sure the same thing would happen if they heated the floor up. Like if they torched the floor or had a heater on the floor, you get the same effect. It's multiplying the gradient. It's making it more extreme. I'm having a hard time wording it, but it's magnifying the gradient, that's naturally already around us, letting the cold air in, and the floor is still warm, and we get more obstruction. Same thing, or if they heated the ground up, and it's more of a gradient with the colder air above.
Hey Gio, sorry for falling asleep on your stream here, bro. I literally was just gonna take a 15-minute nap. But I'm back.
Yeah, man, all good. Yeah, no
All right.
worries.
That's
Sorry.
what happens with super hot air and super cold air, like liquid nitrogen or like the hot roadway in the summertime. It happens both ways when you get like an extreme difference in temperature.
Yeah, if you get the cold air underneath it, then you can maybe show a little displacement, like the way they describe refraction on a globe, but that's not natural. If you have warmer air above, it's exact opposite of what they claim in demonstration.
Yeah, usually the water's always the water's colder than the air, and you're gonna have that gradient. Like the Great Lakes are cold, and then on a hot summer day, you got this extreme temperature gradient, you got evaporation, you got a whole lot of things going on in that zone, that transition zone from the water to the air. If you get above that a little bit, your clarity becomes a lot better. So for Rob,
right.
in the boat, he's in that dirty air. It's very hard. You're not gonna see a sharp image.
Right, and in general, even up to like a mile, and it's pretty consistent. No matter how warm it is, it fairly consistent gets colder in each position. The higher you go, it might be a little warmer, but it's still going to get colder the higher you go. And yeah,
Are y'all
days like that,
just?
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say, are y'all discussing these optical phenomenons that we see? But when they try to claim it to be a ball, it's just like it's a really cool thing that we see in the sky. Is that what you guys all debating right now?
Yeah, if I was a glober, it would drive me nuts because we're giving all these examples and demonstrations and explaining it real nice, and even showing pretty much in detail and exaggerating these effects right in front of their very face, and they can't give nothing except like they could try and mention the nitrogen or the liquid butane over on the.
Let's try this again. Let's try this again, just to combat what you just said. Because the only reason I'm not talking is because I've already said it, dude. I've already said it, and you guys are just still going on about it. So there's no point in repeating myself.
Move on. Let's
but
move
just
on.
for the sake of Brian and his statement, these examples are examples where you're exaggerating and completely fluctuating the atmosphere or the atmospheres in these examples, like the fish tank with the sugar all around the fish tank, or the warehouse where you're extremely close to the surface and you let the cool air rush in. These are examples of almost nothing that happens in the atmosphere. And if it does happen in the atmosphere, it's because you're also close to the surface. And you have also extreme examples of these different, temperature layers. Like you have extremely, so for instance, you have like a really cold water and a really warm air above that, or something like that, right? Like you'll have these extreme pressure or temperature gradients that are going to cause these strange refractive effects close to the surface.
Right.
Yeah,
they're perfectly predictable.
But we already make that. We already make that claim. Like that.
Yeah, you
that
claim them
claim's
backwards,
already.
Kosho.
Yeah, but that butane tank or whatever it is, that little canister where you see the red green thing, that's representing a negative 220 degree Fahrenheit, like, environment. Like that's nowhere on earth do we have that, bro. Come on, let's stop using like nonsense to try to prove the nonsense.
Yeah, but
You know what
also
I mean?
he's cooling down the actual floor. So that's backwards to their claims, bro. They're acting like they're cooling down, like they're making a some type of gradient that they don't predict. That's not what the globe predicts. Okay, we predict these effects. We're saying downward refraction is causing obstruction. Okay, we say that when we let the cold air in with the floor still warm, that's the opposite of what y'all claim. Y'all claim that that's gonna make us see further, and it doesn't. Everything y'all are claiming is literally
we don't
wrong.
claim that. What kind of makes you see further?
Make a claim.
Sounds like APOC was putting his foot down against this nonsense sandwich. He was saying nonsense on top of nonsense.
He's tired of it.
I thought it'd be funny to call it a nonsense sandwich, but nobody got it.
Yeah, he's tired of it, Gio.
That's what. Well, but Kosho, but you just still haven't, like, you would have to show a demonstration of what you're referring to. Do you have any? 'Cause there's several that can be done.
You guys are showing the demonstrations. And then I agree with those demonstrations.
Okay, so you claim that we see Lake Michigan because why?
I guess
what
that
is
would
the
be
air doing? What's the air doing above the water?
for Lake Michigan. I mean, it would have to be looming, right? So that I mean you have a cold. You have a let's see, it'd be where you have a cold. Say what?
No,
Excuse me, Brian.
I'm fucking
Well,
with
don't
you, but I
fuck with
thought
me,
it-
dude, because
I-
Brian, it's not like enjoyable
All right, sorry,
to
back to the
try
point.
and answer
Sorry, I
your question
apologize.
just to have you do that. But
I apologize.
I apologize.
yeah, like I said, it's looming, which is when there's a cold layer above a warm layer, right?
Yeah, Kosho, but the point is that it never lets you see farther. It hinders your vision. It shortens how far you can see.
Yes.
Wait, he just said
alters what you can see, and that's what I'm saying. We're replicating. We're showing all these demonstrations of replicating the effects that we see in the world, including the bottom-up obstruction, the wavering, all these different effects on a small scale. None of it involving a curve. You're claiming there's he's claiming there's one that's a curve that's happening that's essentially allowing you to see around it, or even more, like rather than around it, it's like it pulls it up and lifts it up and it displays it all like a planar surface. You're claiming that refraction.
Yeah, but we're letting him off the hook.
So does he have any actual demonstration showing that one, like we have provided many that show, at least the
opposite
I've made? Yeah.
There you go.
Let's make sure the claims on your side are understood.
Right.
Because
Hold on,
my
I forgot to
claim,
respond real quick.
Brian.
Can I please respond?
Please, no, I will not allow you to
jumped in
respond.
on me,
I'm trying to respond to what Gio just said. Okay, just hold on to what you're holding on to, dude. Just for a second. But
yeah, Brian, you're gonna respond to me then to add a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? We have to kind of go, especially if there's like two sides to a particular discussion.
Yeah, my bad, man. I just let him off the hook, bro.
Let's always go back to the other side, whoever it is, as it were, if it's more of a debate style, because if you just add a bunch of stuff, then it's hard to have a cohesive back and forth.
I'll respond to you in a second, Brian, but just try and keep track of what Gio was saying. What I was going to respond to is
just real quick, Brian. I mean, the courtesy could be offered back to you as well, too, though. So if you ask somebody a question instead of
I get it, bro. I get it.
Then doing a long thing, they would get to go next to respond to your statement. That's
practice my patience.
I'll be short. And Brian, I remember what you're trying to get me to respond to, so I'll respond to it soon in a second. But to respond to what Gio said very briefly is that I just want to make clear what the claims are on both sides, because the claim, I think you're sort of framing it as if you're demonstrating what you guys are claiming and we're not providing anything.
I'm showing I'm showing demonstrations for what I'm asserting. I'm asking if you have for what you are.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is what you're demonstrating is a part of my claim as well. Because I'm also claiming that refraction can cause you to see further along the surface. That's true. And also there's cases where you have this, I don't know, I would call it these extreme cases, like in the ones that you're showing or the ones that Skunk Pay, for instance. You have these cases where refraction can even cause you to, sometimes see not as far. So refraction can cause both things in certain cases. So it's not. I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a contrary claim to that, right? So.
All right. Here's where I say it's contrary.
Yeah, but what's
the
globe? But yeah, Brian, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, he gave the response. That is the proper looming response. Is that the cold air comes in above? Yeah, but that doesn't cause looming, and I'll tell you why. When you let the cold air in above, when you let the cold air in with the floor still warm, then we start getting obstruction. We don't get the looming. And same thing if I heat up my driveway, which I wish I could find the video. I'll try and find it, but the guy does the same thing. You get obstruction when the colder air is above the warmer ground. You get blockage, and that's the exact opposite of the globe claim. That was my point. And
Okay, fair enough,
sorry about
Brian.
that. I do need to
But
practice my patience a little bit.
in your warehouse, though, Brian, you're assuming where the air is. When I would make the opposite assumption, because it's opening the bottom of the garage, I would imagine that the air is coming in, sweeping along the floor, which means that it's coming in below the warmer air, right? Which is why it looks obstructed. It's obstructing those blocks or whatever. Like the bottom is actually obstructing those things. I wouldn't imagine that cold air is coming in above the warm air or above the warm floor. I think the cold air is what's below the warm air.
Hot air rises. Hot air rises. So when all that cool air comes in, it sweeps along the lowest level because it's pulling underneath all that hot air, and the hot air rises and the cool air replaces it. So basically what it's showing is that with the warmer air, you could see all of the lights essentially that were, if you're talking about the Pebbles on the Pond one, you can see all the lights. Once you open up the garage door and all that cold air comes in, the cool air would have replaced that whole lower layer as all the hot air rises. Now the cold air seems to create an effect where it literally visually obscures, or if you want to even use the word obstructs, visually obstructs things from the bottom up. Just the cold air coming in creates that effect, and it makes one of the lights be non-visible. So it's literally a light that you're just seeing over a warehouse floor. Just from letting the cool air in, the light disappears.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what I'm saying too. That's what I'm saying is that the cold air in that example, I think, is below the warm air.
They're not looming, right?
It's not.
Well, no, but I said the opposite for what looming. I thought looming was when the warmer air is below it.
The way you just said that was perfect timing. You're like, we're not looming, right? Yeah.
No, yeah, I thought looming was the opposite. Was when you have warmer air at the bottom.
No, but it's the thing, though, dude. You're okay in the globe idea. If they say that if that obstruction's happening, you might be calling it looming. So when Brian said that was like getting right to the heart of it. Like what's happening is not looming.
Yeah, you can't have warmer air at the bottom.
It's cold air.
All you could have is a warmer surface.
Oh, okay. So I thought the looming occurs when you have a warmer layer below a colder layer, or you have a less dense layer below a more dense layer. I thought that's when you get looming.
And we've proved that's wrong. And
no, that's hold on. Before you say you prove that's wrong, Gio had just said, as I had just said in that example, the cold air is below the warm air. It's the opposite. That's why it's obstructing it.
Yeah, Gio's made a point though with the cold air. It's always below the warm air, always, unless you got some kind of fog blanket or something in which we're viewing in the fog blanket. So it doesn't matter. What we're talking about is the surface. Okay, so I can equally take a torch to my driveway and hit the driveway and heat it up and get blockage also, or get obstruction. So the floor is still warm, bro. It's so you're gonna have that little layer that we're seeing through. I ain't talking about the cold air is always going to find its way down below the warmer air, but it's trying to, you got the warmer surface, and I think that's what it all comes down to is the surface and the air above it.
I understand you think that, but that's what I'm saying. I'm making the opposite claim. I don't think that the bottom is warmer in that example. I think what's causing that effect is the fact that there's colder, the colder air is at the surface, and that the warmer floor is not contributing to the refraction or anything.
So you think there's a gradient in that little viewing corridor of a couple inches with warmer air above the colder air?
Yeah, there's colder air at the bottom. Yes, that's what I believe.
I think it's a steady warmer surface, and colder air just come poured in.
All right. I mean, I don't see why. I mean, it just makes sense that the colder air is at the bottom, since it's. I mean, I can just imagine the cold air coming in when the door opens, and it's probably sweeping. It's like hugging the surface of the ground.
what would be the difference if we raised up 2 feet and looked straight at the object? If it was right out in front of us, like it is in his video, you still got the cold air, and the only difference is the warm floor. That's the only difference in all that. You could raise up 6 inches, 1 foot, and it'd be the same. The cold air just came in, and it's, you know, a gradient with a little warm air. You're saying it's pushing up. The only control is the warm floor.
I don't think so.
Same thing with the torch on the driveway.
Yeah, but then you're claiming that the warm floor is heating up the cold air that's coming in, and so you get so you're talking about that there's a warm layer, and then a cold layer, and then another warm layer. I don't think.
Now, yeah, you got radiation. You got the warm air is pretty much gone after he opens the door. After a few seconds, it's pretty much gone. But you have that radiation coming from the floor with the cold air above it.
I just don't think so. But I mean, regardless, that observation makes sense to me for that reason, though, because it is an example of, like I said, the cold air coming in, the cold air below the warmer air, and that it seems like it would be what would be expected.
Come on, man. Look at Carnivore's picture you posted. You think boats are way up in the sky floating like that, man? Come on, man. Let's use some logic here. Ain't nothing coming up like Gio said earlier. Like, you know, you guys think that you're an object behind the ball water barrier. It's going to just magically bring up the object behind it and put it into your view as if it was straight across. Like, come on, Kosho, stop playing, bro.
The Flying Dutchman.
Where's SpongeBob at?
So, Coach, so you don't have a demonstration of it then? So you can't.
Demonstration of what?
Gio, I think you hit that nail on the coffin, bro. Like, I think that's a wrap on that.
Hold on. A demonstration of what? Because I've already told you, I agree with those observations that you guys have posted. I agree with. I don't disagree with those.
Right. So those are those are effects we see over the Earth, and those are replicated on planar surfaces. So do you have any that can be replicated over a spherical surface to do the thing you're claiming it's doing?
And
yeah, there's just like, well, first of all, in the videos that you posted, the same thing is happening that I'm claiming, and what I'm claiming is also what you're claiming, because I'm claiming that refraction can do both things. This depends on the conditions. It's just that usually the conditions aren't the extreme ones when you're along the surface. But regardless, it'll do both things depending on whatever the conditions are. And you guys are showing videos where the conditions are doing one thing, but it'll do both things. Yeah.
Okay. Think about this: when we put the liquid butane on the cylinder and cool the. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man. I'm just laughing because that was funny. I was
real quick, because this is
trying to get in while you're doing. We just shouldn't do it that way. Let's let everyone finish and just go one at a time. I just kind of wanted to respond, but it's all good. I forget what I was going to say now. Probably
I'll make this super quick, and hopefully this is probably what you was going to say. He's making a claim, and then what we're saying is when you you try and give another example to back it up, which would be the liquid butane on the cylinder, on the canister thing, on the tank. That's exactly opposite of heating up the driveway. We're pouring the liquid. This don't even involve cold or hot air. This is just cooling down the surface, and that is looming the shit up. So you got warmer air above it. That's what's causing the looming. So looming would be kind of rare. Not rare, but it's opposite of what you're claiming. The cold cylinder, looming. Warm floor, obstruction. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, Coach. So you're saying that you agree with everything that let's just say for myself that I've asserted. You agree with all of that, but then that's the thing though. Where are you then adding? You have to demonstrate something in addition, because these demonstrations show the effects that we see out in the world, on a small scale over a planar surface. But the thing is, we're able to see far beyond and observe and measure far beyond what the horizon would be if it were the actual curvature of a sphere. So for you to claim that or you or others to claim that there's some refractive effect, which is literally just it's just nullifying the entire curvature of the Earth and then somehow replacing it with a planar extended, like it lifts it and it extends it out with planar geometry. So if you're claiming that it actually is a globe, but it's displaying it that way, then you would have to absolutely validate some kind of profound level of bendy warpy, bendizontal, bendifraction, something to completely show that some type of effect like that can function that way to make something be planar that isn't actually planar. If that's
right. But that claim though is it's not accurate whatsoever. You guys always claim that, so it's not saying that's just you making that claim, but saying that like refraction causes Earth to seem like it's flat or planar is not the case. It allows you to see a little bit further. It doesn't allow you to see as if the Earth were it doesn't make the Earth seem planar. It just allows you to see further. So
no indication.
Like the claim that I made before. The only claim I'm making is that refraction. There's going to be a distance to where the horizon is without refraction, and then refraction, depending on whatever the conditions are, whatever the density layers, how it's oriented or whatever, you're going to either be able to see further along the surface, or you're going to be able to see less far along the surface. Right. And so you guys are showing examples. You guys are showing examples where you can see less far, but also you're showing examples where you can see further. So I don't understand. Like I don't disagree with the things that you're showing. I'm just making sure that we're understanding that both claims are true. Refraction can allow you to see further and closer depending on whatever the conditions are.
With the examples where the refraction was causing you to see less far, as you want to say it, or however you want to say it. Like the examples that you guys were discussing where it shortens the distance to the horizon.
Sure.
Those examples though, when you talked about them, like you could define it, you could name it, you could talk about whether it is a mirage, superior mirage, towering, stooping, lumen, whatever. But when you talk about the one that allegedly allows you to see further, I've not heard anyone say like which type does that, because I don't know of one that does that.
Lumen. Yeah. So what Gio posted, he
Lumen
posted a video.
Do that. I'm sorry, but Lumen, no, it doesn't.
It raises things up in the distance.
No, it doesn't move. It doesn't move the thing anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't move anything. It does. No. It raises up in the distance where the image is coming from. So if that includes the ground, then the ground is now raised up to where you can see more of the ground. Okay. So it's not that you're not seeing things out of place. You're just seeing more along the surface.
No, because if you look at an example of lumen, you can still see. If you really look, you can see the actual horizon. It is still there, but it's faint. It gives you a false horizon where whatever's above it is going to be cast down, but the object that you're seeing, it's literally where it's at. Your eyes make you think that where it appears like it's floating, but it's not floating. The object is still there. It just gives you a false horizon, which is shortened. So that's still not an example of one that extends the distance to the horizon.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying, because I didn't say anything, but you're talking about a Fano or Grana. I'm talking about where where things are being loomed up. So that includes the object, but also includes the surface. And so if you could see 100 feet, right, and then there's a point beyond that 100 feet on the surface that's also loomed up, you can now see it. The horizon line that was there before is no longer the horizon line. The horizon line is not going to be the furthest point on the surface you can see. So it definitely does make you see further.
That's a poorly named form of refraction, because when it says lumen, it's only saying it's loomed up because it appears to be. It's actually right there where it's at. It's not changing where the object is. It's only giving you a false horizon. So just by repeating that it's loomed up, it's not actually loomed up. It appears to be because you have a false horizon. And then that shortens the distance to the horizon.
Okay, but if the ground itself is being loomed up, meaning there was a line drawn in the ground where your horizon was, and now there's more of the land that you can see because that land is loomed up. No. So the horizon line that you drew in the ground is no longer the horizon. You can obviously see where that land is that you couldn't see.
The land is never loomed up. It's the objects on the horizon that are that appear to be loomed because it's given a false horizon.
Apocryphon, hold on.
All right.
The actual horizon is still beyond the object that you're looking at. You just can't. You have to really look to see it. But in most cases of lumen, like Apocryphon, yeah, he posted that boat right there. Thanks, Apocryphon. I was
You're
looking for that a
welcome.
Yeah,
minute ago.
but hold on. But what
No, look,
restricts?
hold on just one second, Kosho. Okay, please.
That's a Fata
Is it
Argana.
like, can you look at this boat?
Yes.
Right at the bottom of the boat. If you look, there is a faint line right there. That's the
Yes, that's
actual.
mirroring.
That's the horizon. It's the line that you see is a false horizon. That blue in between, it's a cast. It should, really, this lumen should, this form of refraction, if it was going to be like named properly, it should be named a cast down refraction or some shit, right? Because the sky is being cast down, giving you a false horizon. The point is, the object is still where it's at. You're seeing it where it actually is. It's giving you a false horizon, and and your horizon is not extended; it's shortened. My point is when you talk about these that shorten the horizon, then
Yeah, but I'm not.
I can't
I'm
really
not
grasp on
claiming.
because when I do, he'll start speaking, and then I won't get to finish what I'm saying. So
Well,
I have to speak very
respond to him in
quickly.
text. So I can respond to you.
No, I'm trying. I mean, I said
Respond
that
to
like
him in
as a
text, and then
plea
let me
to
respond to
you.
you.
I said that as a plea to you to maybe let me
You just
finish
shut up and
if I take a
finish.
breath.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we should let Kosho go, but yeah, Kosho in the future, maybe just don't clip the whole way through because then it just makes it hard for that person to actually like finish their whole thing. And maybe you felt like it was going to be quicker, but I don't know.
I'll jump in after.
I thought. Yeah, I thought. I mean, I kept thinking she
I
was
was no,
done,
I was
but
I was finishing up at the point that I started with in the beginning. When you start talking about a lumen, I had to like extenuate and really get into that a little bit deeper because you keep repeating that it's a lumen object when it's not. But my whole
okay.
point is that
I know what the whole point is.
all of these examples of refraction that shorten the horizon you can name. You can't name one at all or define it that extends the horizon further than what it actually is.
Yeah, I'm not going to have time to listen to your response if it's going to be that long because I'm going to be very quick. Okay, but I'd like you to answer the question. I mean, if you do it simply, if you can't,
I'm barely talking here,
if
and I
refraction,
hear
that's
people
fine.
go
If you
on forever.
can't, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm trying to respond to you. I can't respond to you if you say,
Maybe respond
regardless,
to that and not about me.
regardless,
Yeah, you have to respond.
the
You can't really like plan some future thing of how someone responds. Just go ahead, man. Say your thing.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing that you're responding to is about the ground refracting up. Okay, the ground looming up, so you can see it again, and you're saying that can't happen. And I'm asking you why? What restricts looming to only affect objects above the surface, but not the surface? If it's just light that you're talking about, the light can be reflecting off anything. So I don't see why it
Because
can't be reflecting off the ground and loom up.
okay, because all of the variables that affect and cause refraction are above the ground. So it's going to be the light traveling through that medium. The ground is not in that medium. Looking through it, like it can affect it and limit your resolution. You'll see less of it. I don't know of any. That's why I keep asking. 'Cause I don't know of any form. It's going to enhance your vision, be able to see further on the ground.
I'm sorry for being short with you before, but regardless, I don't. Yeah, I don't find that logically is sound because uh, the ground is made out of soil, it's made out of grass, it's made out of whatever pavement. You could have pavement that's stacked up. You could have grass that's stacked up, right? So there's no difference between grass that's on the surface and grass that's stacked up. Light is going to reflect off of it, and it has the ability of being refracted. So the ground can indeed loom the same way that any object can be loomed. And it just so happens that when the ground looms and you can see it, and it was before it was beyond the horizon, and now you can see it, that now extends your horizon. I mean, that just seems logical to me, but.
I'm sorry, it seems logical because it's not. I've never seen. Okay, well, if there's a form of refraction, that's what I'm asking. I'm wanting to know a name this refraction that extends the distance to the horizon. If you've got an example of the ground being loomed up or appear to be loomed, because the sky. You see, it doesn't even make sense even when I try to say it because an image of the sky is cast down in front of because the ground is. It's the earth. It's what makes the horizon. It's where the Earth appears to meet the sky. And you're talking about objects on the horizon. Horizon is, it's always reduced. It's never extended. And I've never seen ground loomed.
Well, I was gonna jump in earlier and kind of give Kosho an example. Like for instance, when you're driving to Vegas, and sometimes when it's like really really hot in the high desert, the road is completely horizontally flat and level, but because of the temperature, like when the car is like a quarter mile to half a mile away from you, the car will disappear because the road will actually rise up and block out that car. And I've said this a lot of times in a lot of different conversations, sober and drunk. And I'm trying to tell people that if if that car was to stop and then you kept driving, that car will come back into view because the optical phenomenon will lose its, little weird magical thing that's going on because you're getting closer. And we can do the same thing with the camera. If you were just standing on the side of the road and a car was a quarter mile away from you and it disappeared, if you zoomed in with the camera, it will take away that optical phenomenon effect because it did the leg work for you because it moved closer with the zoom, and then all of a sudden in the camera the car comes back into view. And I don't know why you don't get this, Kosho, because you're a pretty smart dude. I don't know why you don't get these simple, very basic, logical, explanations. Honestly, you're really shocking me right now that you don't get it. To be honest, you're
You want to
probably
be you want to
trolling.
be you want to be thoroughly shocked. What you're talking about is called mirroring. Okay, it's
All
Fata
right.
Morgana, right? So that's just what happens in the Pebbles Pond video as well.
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
the
Right.
the,
But
the, the ground is basically duplicated, so
right.
that
Right.
it's now taking up this second half of it. It's like this, like in some
Right.
examples you can see the sky duplicated, and so it's going to make it
Right.
look like the other thing's floating. That's
Right.
not the same thing we're talking about though.
No. Well, I'm
That's
no,
superior mirage.
no. I'm just saying that optical phenomenon. There's another one to where when you're looking over the ocean, and then the boat looks like it's high in the sky,
Yeah.
but it's not moving anywhere. It's not being lifted up. It's just that the dark part of the water is, like she said, is creating a false horizon because of the way this optical phenomenon is happening. And then it makes like the second part of the water to where the boat's at, it matches the sky, the color of the sky, so it makes the boat look like it's floating in the sky. It didn't it didn't bring it up from behind a ball. It's not bringing it up from behind a curve. It's just an optical phenomenon. Kosho,
Well,
you are way smarter than you're
no,
trolling. You're trolling.
dude. When you have a Fata Morgana, like a what do you call it? Like a superior mirage, that is what's happening.
Nothing
Like
is Kosho, stop lying.
yeah, there's two
Nothing
things.
is coming up from behind a
There's
ball.
mirroring, and then there's a superior
No,
mirage.
no matter what you
Right,
want to
and the
call it.
superior mirage is indeed when the the object's being loomed up.
No, okay, no, nothing is looming up. It's a optical phenomenon that it makes it look like it's loomed up, but it's not moving at all. It's in the exact position. Because guess what? If you were to fix the camera, and if that boat anchored itself in the ocean, and you fix the camera on it and you record it for 12 hours, I guarantee you, as the conditions changed in the air, all of a sudden you're just going to see a boat out on the ocean, exactly where it was to begin with. Nothing is ever being pulled up from behind a ball, Kosho. You're trolling, Bubba. Stop. Just stop. You're trolling. You know
Yeah,
for a
so
fact that's not
those are
real.
two different things. By the way, there's the mirroring and the what do you call it?
And they're both
And
optical
the superior
phenomenons.
mirage. Yeah,
Right.
they're all everything we're talking about is optical phenomena.
You're right. You're right. So when somebody
Okay.
tries to say that this object is behind a curve, that's 1,000% times 1,000%. That is wrong. That is not what's happening. That is not what we're dealing with here. It's an optical phenomenon. And come on, Kosho, just stop, man. Just stop.
You're not making much sense, man, for me to respond to, because I agree that it's an optical phenomena. That
All
doesn't
right.
say that doesn't say yeah. The optical phenomena is what's causing it to seem raised up. It's what's causing you to be able to see it. But what's originally obstructing it is the curvature of the Earth. So
stop.
But what
Come
you're talking
on.
about when you talk about the roads in Las Vegas, like that
Right.
mirroring effect, that mirage,
Right.
that's not the same. That's different than the
But yeah, I agree.
Go ahead.
I agree. But somebody like that wants to believe that cars are so far away from me that it's going over the curvature of the earth, no different than when I was a child and I saw Bill Nye the Science Guy tell me how boats are going over the curvature of the water. And as a kid, I believed him because I believed that the world was the ball back then. So when the car disappears bottom up in a distance, it's an optical phenomenon happening. Not that the car is disappearing over a curve, because clearly, if the conditions were different, that's a flat road for miles, bro. For miles and miles and miles. That is a flat road. But there are times where something looks like it's dipping over a curve. Like it's an optical thing. But it's not though. It's not, Kosho.
Okay. This is what's difficult about this conversation is because I agree with a lot of these phenomena that we're talking about, right? At least for the most part, there's stuff that we disagree with about refraction, how it's working. And earlier, Gio was showing these examples. I agree with what causes those examples, and that refraction can indeed change what part of the surface is either obstructing some object, or if you're going to see it beyond the object. The atmosphere and the conditions of it can, of the medium, can change all that. So it'll do both in different cases. I agree with all that. But when you say that it's not the ground or it's not the earth obstructing it, this is just a different claim, right? So like if you're claiming that this is only all obstruction is caused by refraction, right? That's that would be where I would disagree with you, because there's extreme examples of obstruction where refraction can't be the cause of it. This doesn't make any sense.
Well,
like a three-fourths of a building or something like that.
Okay. So when refraction is not in play, then you have to resort back to how things in angular size, because they're getting smaller, you're only going to see a certain portion of it, because now we're having to deal with that vanishing point. I know a lot of bars don't like that word because it destroys your guys' argument, but when it's no longer this phenomenon going on, because let's say there's a day without refraction, or a strong refraction, if you will, whether it's looming or miraging or blah blah blah, all the different cool little words you guys have. At the end of the day, if you put something far enough away from you, it's going to disappear. And usually it's going to disappear bottom up, because like for instance, there's this video. I wish I had it saved, man. I can't find it for nothing. I can't even find it online. I think they scrubbed it, by the way, off the internet. But there was this one dude. He literally went to a Home Depot and he put a brick on the floor, and then he was all the way on the other side of that aisle, and the camera, he zoomed in. You can see the brick.
Wasn't that Jose?
I think
I don't know.
You might be talking about Zach. Good Times for All. He did one that was like that.
All right, if you can find it, please post it, because I cannot find this video anywhere. I've been looking, but anyways, he zooms out and the brick disappears, and we know that Home Depot wasn't built on a ball, okay? But when you zoom out,
how do you know that?
Come on, bro. Come on. I mean,
I think it was. I think Home Depot was built on a ball, man. That's literally what I think.
Okay. All right. So next time I go into Home Depot, I'm gonna walk over the curve of their floor. Okay, but listen, what I'm saying is
20 mile radius ball.
right, exactly.
Oh,
so when
but
he zooms out, the bottom brick disappears. But then he puts a second and then a third brick, and the only thing you can see when he zoomed in, not zoomed out, when he zooms all the way back in, you can only see 2 bricks. But we know there's 3 bricks stacked. So there is a natural, in our reality, we do know that at a certain distance, when something gets to that vanishing point, we do know that it disappears from the bottom up. Come on, Kosho, you're smarter than this, man. I feel like you're trolling us, man. For real.
what's the angular size of a brick from the end of a 20 or 30 foot distance along the surface?
I honestly don't know, but how does that change the logic of it all?
Well, if the angular size of the brick is sufficiently small enough of the single brick at the surface, then you wouldn't expect to be able to resolve it.
Welcome to it not being a ball earth. Thank you. You actually
fair
answered
enough.
your own answer. Thank you. All right.
Anyway, what do you think about this GIF? 'Cause I'm sure you've seen this GIF or this video.
Anyway,
This isn't a brick on the bottom of the floor. This is an entire ship, and you see the entire top part of the ship intact, and you see the bottom part completely gone.
Yeah.
And I guess you're claiming that's the angular size
No,
of it is
yeah,
kind
look,
of small enough?
guys. This is so many years old. Like, I've been listening in and chiming in the side chats and everything. But like, Kosho, you're pretending like you've never heard of this. Okay, it has to do with your angular view, right? Like, so like the once things reduce to a certain angle, your vision cannot make it out. Like, this is something that if you've ever looked into Life is Short, which many people on both sides have never done it because his presentations are way too long. Okay, but like,
I have watched Life is Short's video several times. It is 2 hours long, but I watched it several times. And Lou, what's the height of that ship? I'll give you a height of 200 feet. The ship is 200 feet. The ship is too. Well, no, I know, Lou, but you made a specific claim. You made a specific claim, Lou, that this
I'm
video has been gone over.
The concept of it.
I know. You said this specific video has been gone over for years. We've heard it for years.
Yeah, no, I'm not speaking about the specifics of the ship.
Okay.
I don't have that memorized for your question.
But you made a specific claim about the angular size of the ship, about the angular size becoming small enough, too small to be resolved.
All you're doing is demonstrating to me that you understand the concept.
Lou, I haven't even asked the question yet. Your claim is that the angular size of the ship is too small to be able to resolve, and so I'd like to know at what distance that becomes true.
It's not about angular size; it's resolution. Angular resolution, not angular size.
The angular resolution it determines the smallest angular size that you can see. So I don't know why.
No, they're separate. They're separate. The resolution has to do with the angle, the angle, the angle of view, the point of view that you have. It doesn't have to do with the size of the ship. It has to do with the angle that you're viewing it at.
Yeah,
the angular resolution is your limit to the angular size that you're able to resolve.
Hey, Kosho, the little meme you just posted, we were actually debating with FTFE and Asylum earlier, and this picture came up, and he chimed in. He said, no. I know that, little meme. He says that when they zoomed in, they're at one elevation. And then I guess apparently the guy, he then laid down on the floor and then zoomed out. And that's why you see why it's way drastically lower than what it was when he was standing up or whatever. That's what
bullshit. That's just a bullshit claim. This is from a video. The entire video is like 2 hours long. Right. And he doesn't do that.
Post it. I want to see it. Post it. Because that's what he said. So I would rather have you post the actual video than I'll watch it all the way through. And I'm pretty sure.
Wait for me to dig it up then, man.
Go ahead. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same exact thing like the 3 bricks in Home Depot. The bottom one, it disappears. And if you zoom.
This is literally from 3 different parts of the video, or 5, whatever, how many frames there are, parts of the video. The entire video is continuous. and you see the ship
I'll
throughout
watch
the
all
entire
of it.
video just continuously getting smaller. I mean,
I'll wa-
continuously getting more and more hidden.
I'll watch all of it. Post it. I'll watch
Yeah,
all
well, I
of
gotta
it.
find it, man. It's
That's fair.
gonna be hell. I
I'll
haven't fucking seen that video in years.
handle it.
No,
Get it.
look, Kocho, if you want to do the research, go for it. But like, I already know you already have, and you're trying to obfuscate. You're trying to say that it has to do with
What
angular
research?
size, when I'm very specifically saying that it has to do with angular resolution, which has to do with like a limit to the angle of viewing that that you optically can actually resolve.
Yes, Lou. The angular resolution is the limit to what angular size you can resolve. This is the angle that when it's below that angle, you can't
Right.
resolve it. When it's above that angle,
Yeah, yeah.
you can resolve it.
Yeah,
That
but it's not like
angle, that
like a
angle
black
has a
and white
size.
line, is
The
it? It's
angular
not like a black
size.
and white. It's not like a black and white
Jesus.
line, is it?
What does it matter if it's a black or white line?
No, because it fades away. It's all of a sudden it supposedly sinks kind of into your view.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you that the angular resolution of the human eye, for example, is like 0.02 degrees or 0.2 degrees, one of the two. And regardless, this ship, for it to get to below that,
No,
it would
we're
need to
not
be
talking about ship.
hundreds.
We're
It would
talking
need to
about
be
his brick.
hundreds. It would
His
need to be
brick.
hundreds of miles away, hundreds and
All
hundreds
right.
of miles away. So the ship's
His
not
brick.
hundreds.
His brick in Home
The
Depot. What
ship.
about that?
The ship isn't hundreds of miles away. And Lou, I understand you've had something to drink tonight, but you don't need to cut me off
All
every
right,
time I start talking.
do you want a competition? You claim that you can outdrink me. Fucking like, yeah, I understand you have as well. So don't fucking pretend like you're the sober one here. Now,
I'm just saying that you don't have to cut me off every time I'm talking, dude.
no, well, every time you're talking, you need to be on point to what we're talking about, not trying to fucking sidetrack.
All right. Well, let's not have it be chaos. Should we do a new topic or what? I think that's pretty. I mean,
I
Let's
posted a cool
discuss whether or
video.
not Geo is in the CIA.
Wow.
I'm in the CIA and the FBI and in the NSA and the MI6 and Scotland Yard, and I'm in Mossad as well.
You're a female body inspector? Wow.
you're collecting them all.
That too. That too.
You're like Pokemon, collect them all.
First edition.
Nice.
See, I'll just never get an answer, whether it's in voice or in text. He's just always like, I know it's laughable. It seems laughable, but the avoidance, like, I would just very easily say no.
Lou, what's your question, man?
What's your question?
Are you a Fed? What about you, Kosho? Are you a Fed?
Here you go, Kosho. I'm gonna post a video for you with your name on it.
It's Kosho. It's your chance to.
There you go, bro.
Set the record straight.
Check that video, Kosho. I put 2 videos for you. You could check the first one. Amazing.
I've
10
seen
miles, mirror flat. Yeah, right. And then the second one, awesome. Zooming in. Look at the boats. Look at how they are all seeming to be behind the ball. But look how they come into view. Check it out, bro. Like, the proof is in the pudding, man. Enough
Those
with
are
these
boats.
lies.
Those are boats, man.
No, the second one's boats. The first one's
Yeah,
mirror flash.
Yeah, those are boats, exactly. I posted a GIF of a ship. Very large ship.
So, question about that ship. Okay. If you zoom in on it, then you can see the entire ship. If you zoom out and you have obstruction, sounds to me like thing obstructing it is when you zoom out and you can take in more, right? You can take in more visuals, more variables. Then you have an obstruction. So even if the guy's not laying down, the fact that you can zoom in and see it, and then when you zoom out you can't, means that there's something optically going on. And it's not curvature of Earth.
Hey, Kosho, the second video I posted, look at the ships are bouncing up and down. Are you telling me that they're like hovering up and down over the curve? Come on, dude. Stop already. Look at the video. It's amazing. This video is awesome, by the way. And then he zooms back out and you can no longer see him. because technically, so Bill Nye would have told you that they're over the curve of the Earth, but you zoom in and you see them, and then you see them going up and down and up and down. Welcome to refraction. Welcome to it's not a ball. That's a great video I posted. Our Flat Earth on TikTok. That dude, I don't know if he's even still around. I grabbed these videos a long time ago. He probably got banned by now, but he used to post a lot of so many good videos he used to post. Our Flat Earth. That dude, he posted a shitload of. Actually, let me look right now. I'm gonna go check right now. Now you got me curious. Is he still around? Let me see. TikTok. Our Flat Earth. That dude has so many good videos. Just debunking the ball Earth all day, every day. Yep, he's still around, and he's still doing his thing. Nice. Good to see him around still. I'm gonna follow him. You gotta stop trolling, Kosho. The proof is in front of you, man. No, Fudgix. You don't get it, Fudgix. You just don't get it, bro.
Yeah, so Kosho, just to put my two last cents in on the whole refraction discussion. Are you claiming that there's some effect that is causing the obstruction that would be there on a globe to not be there? Just put it that way. Meaning it isn't actually blocking what it should be blocking. Do you agree that that's the case? Check. All right, yeah, maybe he stepped away.
I might have just knocked him out with this video, man. He might be knocked out. Shit.
Yeah.
That was the kill punch, bro. He couldn't handle that last video I posted.
We could move on to something else. It's just that he never showed a demonstration for any effect like that, and it just seemed like every time he skated around it, but it's all right.
Yo, he just sitting there all knocked out, man. His eyes are closed, everything. Funny.
KO'd.
I have so many. Yeah, he's KO'd. I have what's his name? Bro Sanchez. They say body bag. That's what they call him. They say body bag. But he got body
back in the day. That was so funny for a while.
It was, bro.
Yeah.
That's good shit right there.
With dreads, remember with dreads too?
Yeah.
Oh man, those shows back then, because that was like before Discord. That was back because that was
way back.
Yeah, where like anyone could come on the panel. So yeah,
right.
That was wild. Body bag, toe tag.
Yeah. Good times.
They would like have a whole debate, and then at the end it would play that music clip of the body bag toe tag.
Damn, we just like dated ourselves right now, Gio. Damn, we're getting older.
I know. I feel like that was like a century ago.
I know, for real, dude. Time's flying, dude. Like as long, like I now I'll admit, Gio, I was never in your server at the beginning, but I know I remember voices and I remember like being around the people. Matter of fact, I wasn't even Apocryphon back then. I was a different name that I cannot remember for the life of me. But yeah, good times back then.
Well, yeah, like specifically, I was talking about these, like the Bro Sanchez when he used to do. See, back then, there was Glowbusters, there was different shows, but there weren't very many that were like an open panel where anyone could call in. So he was one of the doing that, where it was what was Google Hangouts.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was fun.
Yeah, for sure. He's like a I don't want to be disrespectful, but he's like a ghetto like a ghetto host, like a ghetto what do you call him? Like a game show host. He's like a ghetto game show host. Like he's like he's so. And I'll stop. I'm a little too drunk for that. Can't even think right now.
Well, actually, maybe we should get back onto the whole thing that everybody just backed away from, like Kosho. like the life is short thing, angular resolution, like what you're able to resolve, why things might disappear bottom up at a distance on a flat plane. Like, are you just going to ignore that and just like try to bypass it completely? Like, that is a very, very substantive explanation to the phenomena that we see, that we share, that you claim can only be explained by a curving Earth, but that's not true. So we're going to just bypass that?
I mean, we don't, but I'm sure ballers want to.
I think he stepped away from his mic because a minute ago, I was giving a summation of the last component of my thoughts on it, and then I don't think he's at his mic, or he's
Yeah, no, they conveniently disappear. Just like people conveniently don't answer questions.
He had to go feed the dogs. Remember one time with Ruhif, I was like, Ruhif, go feed the hounds. I call them hounds. Feeding the hounds. Yeah, he used to, man, Ruhif was doing that almost daily for like a month or two. Just every time, right when it got to where like he couldn't actually refute what was being stated, he just, boom, he had to go feed the dogs.
That was his cop out, for a long time. Oh, I gotta go walk the dogs. I gotta go feed the dog.
I remember a couple times with DP, where DP's just like they're going at it, and Ruh's like, I gotta go feed the dogs, and then DP just it. Oh man, those are funny times.
Man, these guys, they love to dodge. That's for sure. They love to dodge.
Oh, come on now.
Hey man, when you get them, you get them. You know what I mean? Like when they can't refute anymore. It's almost like he ran out of script, like his booklet didn't answer that question, so he had to just step out.
One day.
You know what? Here's my explanation of that. I think that both sides of the argument are mostly controlled. And so therefore, the script has already been figured out and they will bounce off each other. It's when you break the script that all of a sudden the whole party fucking is willing to go along with the sidetrack, with the distraction, and they will move on. I don't think that.
Well, go. I think Trails was next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say something that I thought was really funny because there wasn't any just kind of casual talk. Every day, it's like when I listen, there's a certain time, like in the mornings, early in the day, I can listen and maybe I can hop in and respond before I start my day, and then I stay pretty busy. But when I do, it's like I hear Witsit come in, and when he starts talking, it's like there's certain. I don't want to call them ballers. I'm going to use it for just convenience of the conversation, lack of a better word, I guess. But anyway, and certain ballers would respond, and then I think it was today, could have been yesterday, but I'm pretty sure it was earlier today. Witsit came in, and he was having a conversation with other flat earthers. And I'm like, looked at my roommate, and I'm like, I don't hear any of the ballers responding or butting in or trying to derail or obfuscating or anything like that. Like, they must not even be in the room. They must be in a meeting. And Witsit went on for a little while, and I think it was, I don't know, a good 30, 45 minutes. Then I heard one of them, and I'm like, oh, there's one. I bet they all hop in at the same time. And then next thing I know, within 5 minutes, I heard, I think, I don't want to say any names. I tried to keep it just so generalized that I'm not pointing any one person out, but
We've
one
got a
hopped in, and
massive
then
WhatsApp group chat.
and then another 2 or 3, hopped in.
Truth. I agree. Like, I mean, it's possible what you're saying, but no, I think they're more organized than that. I think they can like shift out, shift in if they really wanted to, if they're that organized. Like they don't have to all leave and go and do a meeting and then all come in at once. But what will be guaranteed is that once you start making a stink or making a good point, you will get somebody to come in and throw a wrench in the gears. They will come in to try to disrupt or possibly even just change the subject if that's all they got.
We had a good laugh out of it because I was joking. I was literally joking. Like, you poke fun about this stuff, joke about it. And I was joking. Then, like, when I said that, it just happened just like I was joking about. And it was just really funny. Anyway,
They're on to us, Ruth. They're on to us.
Hey, I just want to say that's really, really weird. Like, did we say his name 3 times and he appeared, or what? Like, how did he know we were talking about him, bro?
Negator messaged in the group chat saying they were onto us, so I got to join.
Oh, damn.
So what? I can't keep me silence anymore, Ruth.
On Fed chat, you got like a notification or what?
Yeah. So who wants to shift? Double time.
Damn. Oh, did Kosho tap out and tagged you in? Man, you go. What floor do you work on? I'm just kidding.
The 33rd floor.
Yeah, there you go. Illuminati confirmed. There you go.
Well, I was sitting here before, keeping the seat warm for everyone.
Yeah, don't piss off Terry. He's an admin in the group. So.
Oh shit, he's
we
an admin.
We got Bluetooth linked microchips in our brain.
You got the Neuralink. Y'all got the Neuralink. You got the in on it. Oh shit.
So Terry's the double agent. All right, we found him.
Yeah.
The double agent.
No, the double agent, Geo. Come on, I've been calling you all night long. Address me, man. Fucking, if there's a double agent, like you allowing these fuck faces. You allowing these fuck faces. You're the double agent.
Don't tell them our secrets, Geo.
Damn, there it is.
Damn, boy.
He must have not have ever seen that movie Conspiracy Theory, where he's going to get dealt with.
Yeah. 1 second.
The one with Mel Gibson.
Yeah. He knows too much. You gotta get him. Give him the gravy.
Dude, why am I still here? Fucking execute me now, motherfucker. Get rid of it.
Wow.
I was just thinking. I don't know if Ruhif said he stepped away for a second, but I was just thinking. I was going to ask Ruhif, like, do you remember that whole ranty thing where they were going to go up on the mountain and shoot their auto level? And Ruhif, like, he was like pushing this thing for like weeks. This was like for months. He was pushing it. Every time he would come in, he would post this image of he wanted people to predict what this auto level would show up at a very high altitude, shooting over like a very, very long distance. And then Ranty was going to go up there and do it. And then it never happened, right?
Mm.
There was that whole thing of like Ranty going up the hill and like going up to do this, and it just never happened. So I was going to ask Ruhif, like, what the ball was totally dropped on it.
What?
Yeah, you're back. All right, dude. Do you remember that? I was going to ask you about this because it just popped in my mind. Do you remember when you and Ranty and you were doing your thing of your like claimed of your prediction, going up with the auto level, up on a mountain, looking over? It was like remember the furthest mountain was like over 100 miles away, I think, very, very far distances. And then you wanted people to make a prediction of what, that you would see in the scope. And then Ranty was going to go up there, go up the mountain. He was going to do it. You guys there was all the controversy around that. What happened? You never did it?
No one made a prediction.
So you just bailed on the whole thing because you couldn't pull a move? What about just for the sake for just this? I mean, well, I think there's problems with doing that anyways. You can't use that tool over that distance. I'm just saying, you guys like will put forth a thing you were going to do and then pushed it for so long, like almost like selling it and getting people to do it. But then you never did it.
We literally predicted that it never happened. We knew it would never happen. We are full shit.
Correctly?
The challenge was you guys make a prediction for where Blackpool Tower would appear in the auto level, and then we will go and do it. No one ever made a prediction.
I hear crickets.
Yeah. Been trying to get you guys to do some basic geometry for how many years? I'm very quiet. Bev should make a prediction. Come on, Bev. Make a prediction. Here we go. He's pulled out his meme.
Yeah, but
in
we know
lieu of making a prediction.
Horizontal. Yeah.
You are so full of shit sometimes. It makes me rethink our whole relationship when you say shit that's so fucked up, dude. Excuse my language.
What?
Dude, we knew we knew you'd never do that. A couple of us did make predictions. Okay, and
What was your prediction?
But overall, we knew you'd never do it. But here's the thing, man. You're talking about basic geometry and shit. Okay, we've been talking about all night how we can easily demonstrate. Y'all have never made predictions, okay? And beyond that, you never
I made a prediction. Let me post
you
my
never do
prediction.
demonstrations or predictions. We've been challenging you to tell us what. We'll give you the conditions of the day. We've been doing. We did it with George, you, Rumpus, all y'all. Okay, we'll give you the conditions of the day. We'll give you the surface temperature. We'll give you the distance, and we'll give you the air temperature, and predict what we're going to see. And y'all never
Do you
do
have
that,
the
bro.
gradient? Do you have the gradient measurements?
This is what we always get right here.
That's what I need. So
Hey,
I
Ruhit.
made. Hang on. This is the prediction. I made a prediction, and I posted it everywhere.
Dude, y'all never
the
fucking do predictions. Like you just say, well, this, that. Here, y'all judge refraction on the picture. It ain't like you tell us what we're gonna see. You tell after you see it, then you tell us how much refraction's going on. Is that right?
No. If you are above a decent height above the surface, I will stick to something very close to 7/6R. That will be my prediction.
Hey,
Ruhit, well above the surface. Yes,
You're trying to prove R with R. Okay. Yeah.
No, that's not how it works, Brian. That's not how it works.
Hey, Ruhif.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. All right. I want to post a video for you. Have you ever seen this amazing globe ball that's only the size of a city? Check it out. I'm gonna post it right now. This dude set up a fucking a balloon with a camera with a wide angle lens. And look at your ball, your beautiful ball.
What's the point of sending up a wide angle lens and calling it Earth curve?
No, but check it out though. Like that's the whole entire Earth, right? You call it a ball, right?
Sure.
Check it out.
Yeah, well done.
That's your guys' ball right there.
Okay.
But it's only the size of like one state. Like the entire one state covers like half of your ball. Like how do you explain that, bro?
Again, what's the point of sending up a GoPro like that and calling it Earth curve?
No. The point is to capture like how when here's my point. Like maybe that wasn't their point, but my point is if you send up a camera high enough and you see like the blackness of space, right? Or the darkness of space. So you would think like, oh shit, there's a ball because obviously it's floating in an infinite vacuum and there's nothing beyond that. But when you really logically think about it, that this is like one, like that's not even like all of America. It's just one like state. So then like how does a state cover like 50% of the earth? But it still has the black, dark void in the distance. So how do you explain that? Please let me know.
Yeah. What's the point of sending up a GoPro and calling it Earth curve?
No, that wasn't the point. You missed it again. I'll try again. Maybe I'll speak slower.
The black sky? Is that the
point?
Yeah, okay, you got it very high. Well done.
I know.
It's amazing the horizon's a set distance from the camera at all times, isn't it?
Right. So it's obvious that when you can only see so far and everything else is dark, it's not because it's a ball, but it's because that's just how far you can see. You get what I'm saying? Like the circle of a light. Like if you took a spotlight on a table, like it's going to have a ring of light, and that's the only thing lit up. So that's all you can see, and everything beyond it is going to be dark, right? Because that's all that sun.
That's called space, apocryphon.
It is okay. If that's space, then that means that this state is 50% of the Earth curve. Where does China come in? Where's Africa? Where's Australia? How do you fit the rest of the continents on this little ball right here? That's my whole point, Ruhit. That's my point. Come on,
if you're in
explain
America, you're not going to see Australia.
I get that, but if this whole entire land below you is only one state, but yet you can see the darkness of the ball, right? But
it's not the darkness of the ball; it is space. You're far enough above the atmosphere that you're not seeing the blue sky.
So are you going to tell me though? where's the rest of the country? Why is it not? Is the rest of the country folded around the ball? Come on,
Yes. Yeah. Don't send up a fucking GoPro. Why?
Mm.
What's the point?
The point is to show you that it's not a ball.
Okay.
I mean, play it again. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you're gonna maybe check it out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I like Mr. Sensible's footage of when he
Yeah.
sent up.
Oh, and Dwayne Kellum as well. Dwayne Kellum's a flat earther, hostile witness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll post that in the chat one sec. Dwayne Kellum. Although I use it not for its curvature, I use it for, where is it? Dwayne, there he is. Dwayne Kellum. So there's no physical barrier between 30 inches of mercury at the surface and 0.15 inches of mercury at 37 kilometers. What is the purpose of the barrier that must be there between 0.15 and 0?
PV equals NRT, bud. Because you lower
Isn't
the
that a
temperature.
straw man saying
to
that
lower
there's
the
a barrier?
pressure. Okay, there's got to be a barrier, or you'd have no
Why?
pressure at all.
Why?
PV
Why?
equals NRT, bro. Ideal gas
Yeah.
law.
I understand the ideal gas law, right?
Yeah, how do you get a
How is
barrier out
that
of
I can show
barrier?
you here on Earth, bro. I can show you here on Earth. I could put a balloon in liquid nitrogen, and the pressure will
What?
go down to zero.
Okay, but why?
We know
What
the
is the
air's still- we know the
requirement of
air's-
the barrier?
We know the air's still in that container, though, right? Even when the pressure goes down to zero in the balloon.
What is
Yeah,
the
we do, 'cause
requirement of a barrier?
Of what? What's the requirement of a barrier?
Yeah, why is a barrier or a container required? What is the requirement?
Gas pressure.
Okay, why does gas pressure require
I
a
actually
container?
like to interject here. So, like, even in the heliocentric model, they claim like it technically overall it's a closed environment. Like you have a giant vast universe, but like it's expanding, but yet there's a limit to it. Even in your system, there's a closed environment, a closed system, right?
Yeah, to have a gas pressure gradient
so-
requires containment. Sorry, go ahead.
Why? Please say why, Brian. Don't just assert it. Why
No,
does
hold
it
on.
require a
I
container?
wasn't quite done. Now, this idea of a dome, this is, I think this might be a problem that the flat Earth has, is that they're looking biblically about like a glass or crystalline structured dome, like surrounding something and in their minds they're separating like outer space from as the outside of the dome and Earth as the inside of the dome. But no, there's that's not the case. It's just the limited environment. Now, how big or how vast that limited environment is, that is the question. But we both agree that it must be limited.
Yeah,
Does
I
anyone
would say
else?
that the dome actually solves a lot of flat Earth's problems, but I'm not claiming it for sure. But no, here's demonstratable on Earth: a pressure gradient requires containment. There's no
Why
way to
does
get
it
a pressure
require
gradient
containment?
without containment.
Why does it require containment?
Yeah, but so does the heliocentric model's idea. Theirs requires containment as well in order to have pressure.
No.
We can, we can
Let
start from
me phrase it a
scratch.
different way. I'll phrase it a different way. What would happen if there was no containment?
If there's no containment,
We
then
don't
there's
know
no
because
pressure
neither
gradient.
side knows. Neither side knows.
Bro, Lou,
I
chill
do.
out for a minute, bro. Chill out just for a minute, dude. Hold on. If there's no container, there's no pressure gradient, bro. So
What
we got
would
to start
happen
from
if there's
scratch.
no container? What would happen if
We
there's
got
no
to start.
container?
We got to start from. Let's start from scratch logically. Okay, let's make let's say the size of a football field in every direction, up, side to side, 100 yards cubed. Now let's evacuate that of everything. Okay, so that's our baseline. Now we can go anywhere from there, but that's where we're going to start. So there's no pressure. There's just a fucking just a void. Okay, now go ahead and make your point. What are you asking?
He said if there was no
What would
barrier,
happen?
what would happen?
Yeah, what would happen if there's no container?
Well, God would get a big updraft up there. All that air.
I agree. 100% agree. That's actually the end point of this argument, Gio. Well done.
sitting up there, he's got his robe on and everything. The air comes up, whoosh, comes up as
Man, upskirt.
the barrier.
Upskirt God.
Well, I'm the one who
Why
is
doesn't it
cutting
do
to the
that
chase.
now?
I'm the one who is cutting to the chase. I'll tell you this, like, okay, so even if you had, if you believe in a heliocentric, like, expansive universe, one that is always expanding, then a vacuum will actually suck. Okay,
No,
so like, yeah,
No.
you're not gonna like in order to say when you guys make the argument that vacuums don't suck, that's
they do.
bullshit.
Well,
That's by
the
differential. They
area
got,
outside of what, like the area just outside of it sucks. So and therefore it does in that sense.
Well, no, but hold on. Yeah,
Find the
like, Brian. I think Brian he was not listening to the whole point. So like the idea is like entropy. So like so low pressure zones will the high pressure will move to low pressure essentially creating a vacuum, which is the same as like a Hoover or whatever. But we could just say that it will just slowly leak and whatever else, and it won't, whatever you want to fucking claim. Bullshit. If you've got a universe that is contained, that is constantly expanding faster than the speed of light, that we could never catch up with, then it's like a plunger pulling on a toilet. Okay, like that thing is going to create a strong sucking force.
No, there's no sucking force.
yeah, there is. When you create a differential, you most certainly create a sucking force. That's false.
It's not a sucking force.
The
Brian, it's a
pressure is
pushing.
pushing.
Unless you can give me how new matter is created, like new gaseous matter is created at a faster rate or at least an equal rate to that sucking force.
They want push forces and pull forces, but they don't want suck and blow. You see what they do, man?
Because that's how gas moves.
You might.
It's just like there's no negative gas. I mean,
you might get some varying opinions on that one, Brian. However, yeah, I was going to say before, Lou, I was just trying to jump in quick and just say, yeah, like, they're trying to find equilibrium.
Of course. Look, I've been in this long enough to assume that everybody here knows the laws of entropy and that equilibrium is always being sought by gases, right? And fluids and like, so when it comes to equilibrium, like equilibrium can only be reached if you live in a like one size, never expanding, never shrinking, like dynamic system, whatever. Like the dynamic system could keep you always seeking it, but it could never like change in the amount of matter. So like if you have an expanding universe, you need more matter in order to fill that space. Otherwise you lose in pressure, right?
Okay.
Did I not say that properly? Like that okay didn't satisfy me.
Okay.
Like if you have an expanding universe, in order to maintain a constant pressure anywhere in the universe, it would have to be gaining pressure at the same rate that it's expanding, correct?
Might be. I don't know. Not an astrophysicist. I don't think anyone is claiming that there's a constant equal pressure everywhere in the universe.
Well, maybe it's beyond you then.
Yeah, I'm probably beyond you too. But there's there's pressure in space, like 10 to the negative 17 torr. So I don't know where we need the container around the Earth.
You guys do claim that there is a limit to space, right?
What? What do you mean limit?
Not that you could reach it, but there is a limit to it.
To the universe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you believe let me preface it. If you believe in the Big Bang, right? So this is like what you're backing up. Like if you believe that there was no space and there was no time, and then something exploded and it expanded equally in all directions, and it's continuing to expand and accelerating, right? Like in case, more space, more volume is being created all the time. And it's happening. It's happening.
I don't know.
At faster than the speed of light.
By the way, what's up? What's up, Mailman? Shout out to Mailman. What's up,
Oh,
man?
good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a little quiet, but yeah, man, good to hear you.
Because I broke my phone, so my 3.5mm plug doesn't work, so I have to use my Bluetooth headphones, and they're shit. So
Why is this happening? Like literally, this is like a major component to their fucking.
Why?
Yeah, literally, this is a major component to your guys' beliefs, and all of a sudden we're gonna say hi to Mailman.
Not
Like,
necessarily.
fuck off, Mailman.
You don't have to accept the Big Bang to be a glober. I mean,
No, you kind of do. You kind of do. In order to back up the mainstream science and claim what you guys claim, you have to back up all of that
you
shit.
have to accept that the horizon rises to eye level. You have to accept it as a flat earther. It doesn't, therefore no flat earth. The end.
No,
that's not. No.
You can't prove there's
That's
a
a straw
horizon.
man. That's the biggest straw man all night. Listen,
But how can you prove there's a horizon?
I heard somebody else claim this improperly earlier tonight. So, like, even on a flat Earth, or on a globe, as you rise from that plane or from that globe, the horizon will still drop. But on the globe, don't cut me off. On the globe, it will drop off exponentially, so it'll be extremely fast. It would be very slow on the plane, but on the plane, as you rose up, it would still drop ever so slightly.
But how can you prove there's a horizon in the first place? You have no proof of a horizon.
True. But Lou, you should call Kent Hovind and tell him about the Big Bang that he has to accept in order for him to be a glober.
Dude, I'm not a fucking I'm not a fucking Christian creationist fucking dude.
Sure, but
I don't give a fuck about
he's
Ken
a glober
Hovind.
and he doesn't accept the Big Bang. So you're wrong when you said that I have to accept the Big Bang.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about anybody's beliefs. I'm talking about physics, and I'm talking about
Yeah, but you don't. In order for me to be a glober, I don't have to accept
you
the
had
Big
this
Bang.
model.
Yeah, but I don't have to.
I don't
accept
care
the whole
about Ken
model in order
Hovind
for me to
or
be a
you
glober.
if that's the case.
Why are you then talking to us?
Why
You
are
said
you
that I
even
have to
here?
accept the-
Why are you even here if that's the case?
Hold on, you said that I have to accept the Big Bang in order for me to be a glober. Why?
All right, if it's all about your beliefs, if it's all about then we can discuss that day in and day out for the rest of eternity. That's not what we're here to do.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about if someone believes the Earth is a globe, they don't have to accept the Big Bang because they can believe in creation.
You can believe in whatever you want. It doesn't make it a good fucking argument.
Well, then why did you bring it up then?
I didn't bring it up. You turned it into that.
No, you brought it up. You said that I have to accept the Big Bang in order for me to be a glober.
No, what I'm saying is if you are going to believe, if you're going to back up science, if you're going to believe in science, okay, like if you're going to go against science, that's on you. But for many people, they are here debating science and trying to say that flat earthers don't understand science. And that's just simply untrue. Those of you, like especially you want to say, I don't believe in mainstream science. I just don't believe you.
What? No, I haven't said that.
Okay, well then, what is your theory, and we can debate that on hours on end.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth is a globe.
Okay, your theory is that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
Oh, okay. That sounds worthless.
Okay, and it is. Do you think that the Earth is flat?
I do, but I can back it up. You want to go against your look, when it comes to mainstream science and all that, like they have reasons for why they think such things. You don't claim to know them. You want to come up with your own ideas.
No, hold on. Do you think that the mainstream science says that the Earth is not a globe, that it's flat?
No, in fact, they claim it's like not quite a globe. It's an oblate spheroid, but they claim gravity,
that's a
which I
globe.
can't prove.
Sure. So then you're going against the mainstream science and not me then.
No, you have not. Look, if you are not willing to back up the Big Bang and evolution and abiogenesis and all of this stuff, like then you are disobeying a lot of your science, but accepting parts of it.
Oh,
okay.
What am I denying of science?
Which parts do you accept? Let me ask you this: which parts do you accept?
That's not an answer. You claim that I deny science. What part of science do I deny? You don't need me.
If you're claiming that you don't believe in a Big Bang, then what do you believe happened?
I haven't said that. I haven't said that.
Yeah, you just got done saying that like 2 minutes ago.
No, I said that I don't have to accept the Big Bang in order for me to be a glober.
So do you believe in a Big Bang? Let me ask you. Let's start over then. So do you believe in a Big Bang? Do you believe in a Big Bang? Yes.
Seems to be a viable option. Yes.
So I accurately described you, even though you took offense to it.
So which part of science do I deny then?
You didn't have to deny anything. What all you're doing is arguing.
Now you're saying that I didn't deny the science.
No. Yes, shut the fuck up a second. What you did?
Hold on, man. This is getting Blue. You're just yelling.
It's mental.
It's too much, bro. Let's chill for a bit. See if we can get some combo going. You're just screaming, man.
Pretty pointless. You deny it, or you don't deny it. Now you do deny it.
Well, I muted him for a second because he's obviously being pretty belligerent. But I mean, I can unmute you if you want to try to have a combo. I don't know, or someone else wants to get into, but can't just
I probably gotta go, so just listen.
Mailman, what's up, man?
Yeah, it's all good.
How's the Earth over there? Are you getting some more warmer weather?
No, it's raining. I mean, we had snow some parts in Finland, like yesterday.
Really?
Fucking mental. Yep. I'm trying to make a terrace to my yard, but I'm making it out of pallets and then just putting oiled planks on it. But it's raining, so I can't do anything. Gotta be inside.
Mailman, have you ever? So you do believe that level curves?
Sure. Yeah, if you're talking about the surface of the Earth or water.
Have you ever validated that? Or is it
how?
Well, I'm just saying, if you believe it to be that, if you are saying it's true, and or if you believe it yourself, or however you define that, have you ever validated it?
Well, it's sort of the necessary case for all the other things, but I've seen like sunsets and things going over the horizon, the normal stuff, and then pictures from above, like high elevation.
So you've extrapolated that level curves just because of some other things that might be like an ancillary connection.
Sure, yeah, and I've also seen the pictures that everyone else has seen. So.
Would it surprise you to find out that level is actually just level and it's horizontal?
Sure, depends on what level you're talking about. Like if I have a table and something straight on the table, and the table is straight, then sure, it's level to the table. There's no problem. Don't see an issue with that.
What, just in a local section on a presumed globe, you mean?
No, just look, you can have something that's level to a wall, and that's the wall is vertical. The thing that's level to the wall is vertical. I mean, I don't see an issue with that. Sometimes it can be straight, sometimes it can be curved.
Right, but what I meant is that like level over distance, as you would track
on the surface.
Yeah, like multiple points of level essentially. If you were to track those, that on a globe concept, those would all curve, wouldn't they?
Well, sure, I mean, the points don't curve, but yeah, the surface would curve.
If you link the points together with a line, it would.
If it's a lot of straight lines, then no, it would be just angles at the points. Like the curve is infinite amount of points.
Right, but I'm just saying on a globe idea, you have like the plumb bob, which is going to the center of the globe in that concept. So as you move the plumb bob, you're creating points that are all in relation to the center of it. So then those points would have to curve through actual, the XYZ coordinates of space, like the vertical, horizontal, the XYZ, like they would actually have to track in a curved circle that would match the curvature of the Earth in that case.
So the verticals won't be parallel, yes.
Right. So but you've never validated this yourself or seen anyone that has.
No, I haven't. I've seen measurements, but people like to deny those. So, like with the two theodolites pointing at each other, and some people say that it's tool abuse, but I don't think that way.
Wow.
Plus, there's like pictures from high elevation where you can actually see the two.
How about tool misuse?
Well, sure, yeah, let's say that. Sure, it's like I don't see it that way. There's no point.
What's a Fed front, Lunatic? Like a federal.
Yeah, he thinks everyone's he's leaving the server. Bye.
Well, do I have access to my mic? Do I have access to my mic? Like, yeah, no, like, you guys want to mute me over that little shit? Dude, that dude freaking literally exposed himself. Like, he contradicted himself, and when I called him out because I was more passionate about it, Gio wanted to fucking mute me.
If you want to say your point, but you were barking at him, yelling at him, not letting him talk at all, and just dominating and being belligerent. So that's not for a
You're
productive.
Chill, JR. Chill.
Yeah. So
ill tact.
You weren't even letting him talk at all.
You're white knighting for me, Gio.
No, moderating.
Yo, guys.
So I don't even have to speak. You got all your homeboys, dude. Like all your globe homeboys are on your side.
Why don't you just summarize your point and lay it, and then let Mailman, and then actually stop, be concise, let him respond, and then we'll see what's up. See what's up with it. He can respond.
What's up, fool? That sounds too much like a normal conversation, Gio. Come on now.
Yeah, see, like here you go.
It's shit show Friday. Is that what it's a full moon too. So it's full moon.
Hey, how many more people want to come in and fucking back him up before I speak?
Dude, the moon was fucking bright tonight.
Yeah, it's full. It's.
I looked up. I was like, "Holy shit! That fucking that moon was big tonight, man." I looked it up. I was like, "Whoa!" Oh, here's that fucking video. Yeah, it's not away from us. It's not 242,000 miles away.
It's 10 degrees.
Measurement of the angular size.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's 10 degrees away right now. The moon is at 2 degrees of Sagittarius, and the sun is 12 degrees Gemini. So it's approaching. So that's why tomorrow is going to be like the peak, because it's got 10 more degrees to go, to be exact.
No measurement apart from just big.
Well, yeah,
big is a measurement. Small, medium, and big.
I finally found the video that I was fucking looking for. I have like 4,000 videos on my stupid phone. And I finally found the one that I was looking for about the car and the bike disappearing, like so close to it too. Damn it, where'd it go? I'm gonna post it right now.
You know what really sucks about why I am hesitant to leave here is that this is like probably the best out of the top 3 Discord servers where you can talk about flat Earth, and I hate it. I hate this place. The other places are worse. That's what really sucks.
You should take it out off of Discord, maybe.
Hey, can you tell us how
Something
you
else.
really feel though?
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys hear what happened to Jamie Foxx?
Yep. That
No,
vaccine
no, he
got
got
him.
blind.
Dude, that is so crazy.
Hey, I know
I didn't hear
we're
about
not supposed to talk about the jab on here, but the jab got him. Let's just say that.
He has he's paralyzed and blind because he
From
got
the-
a blood clot in his brain, and his daughter came out and said it was from the jab.
Whoa.
I know,
terrible.
dude. That's
off.
It was at that moment he realized he fucked up.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Red pilled. Boom.
I think it's very good that they can say it before any studies that it was the jab.
Dude.
If you haven't seen that link yet, you maybe don't have your eyeballs on.
What link?
Right.
Link.
The link, the connection, the pattern, the noticing.
Sure, yeah. I hit a deer with my car like a week ago on the freeway, and I think that is because of the jab.
Dude,
Now I'm getting my car.
one of the side effects. Dude, research.
I mean, look, some people don't want to look into it, and that's
it's cool.
You got to respect
don't
them for
actually
that.
don't actually try and discuss it with people.
I mean, it's good to look into
Well, no,
it.
dude,
and
it's
I
fine,
hope
dude. You
people
know what he
do
can
look
do?
into it.
He can go to Jamie Foxx's daughter, who is going through some of the most unimaginable fucking horrific shit right now. Watching her father, who is now blind and paralyzed, a very talented man who's made a lot of people fucking laugh and a lot of people happy, and now his career is fucking over, and she's gonna have to deal with that. So yeah, you can go tell her that there's probably no correlation. I'm sure if she came
Even
out
though there's a
and fucking said
correlation
that.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say to her that she should study and ask doctors.
Oh
if
yeah,
there is a
I'm sure she's got
correlation.
plenty
I
of time
wouldn't
to
go
study
her
when
and
she's
say,
on
"Of
I
fucking.
just told
course
you it's
there's
one
a
of the side
correlation."
effects.
That's insane,
One of
bro.
the known side effects.
Known side effects.
Sure, and there's people who have that without the jab. So
No, but here's the thing though. Here's the way I've always looked at it, from the beginning. I told even my 5 kids, I was like, look, I'm not trying to play Russian roulette with any of you, because obviously some people it affects, some people it doesn't, but it's no different than Russian roulette. So like, if I put one bullet in the chamber and spun the freaking, that, what do you call that? I'm kind of gone right now. If you spun that part of the gun that's like that rotates, I don't know what it's called, and then you pull the trigger, you might not, there's a chance, right? There's a mathematical, little gambling risk to it. But the better thing is to not put that to your head and pull the trigger at all. Don't gamble your life. It's playing Russian roulette, bro. This whole thing's been Russian roulette. And I know people that had horrible side effects, and then I know other people that have no side effects. Like, for instance, my girlfriend, she never had no side effects, and she took it. But then my nephew's girlfriend's dad, he got it the next day. He freaking froze up, paralyzed half his body, can't even talk anymore. Dude, it's Russian roulette, bro. Who wants to do that with your life, dude? Come on.
My girlfriend got side effects for life diagnosed.
Yeah, what's going to happen?
You guys,
if Jamie Foxx comes out as not blind, not paralyzed, not had a blood clot in his brain or whatever, or not doing the COVID vaccine, what happens then?
You think that's wait, you're in such disbelief. You're so incredulous that you made the right choice and you got this juice in your body that you think this is fake. Dude, you need to go and look at it, dude. His daughter came out.
Yeah, by the way, real quick, hold on. Before you guys, all right, we could mute the live stream if we're really going to talk about it full on. If you want to talk about this topic, everybody has to use code words. The thing is, and as much as possible, because we'd like to keep the channel up. So I guess you have to use code words. The thing is, if anyone
call it
doesn't,
Pop-Tarts.
yeah, I mean, it's. I don't know.
I have a friend. He took Pop-Tarts and he's fucked now.
Did you guys see? We could also move on to another. I don't know. Yeah, this was a big kind of not really derail, but we were on.
Yeah, my bad. I'm a little fired up.
Well, no, I hear you, dude. You also, I know that. Well, that's really intense. I hadn't heard about that yet.
It does
also,
fucking suck, dude. Jamie
Eric,
Foxx
hold
is
on.
fucking awesome.
Eric Clapton also, or Eric Clapton had damage as well. That he personally has linked directly to it. Actually, fucked up his ability to play guitar. I believe.
What?
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't know that. Holy fuck!
How
And
is
then
Eric Clapton
also Justin Bieber, he got Ramsey Hunt syndrome, which paralyzed like half of his face. Now he does seem like he is like recovering, because he actually did. I did see like something he did. He did like a singing thing, and he also like. I don't like follow Justin Bieber, but I'd heard that he had the Ramsey Hunt syndrome, and I did see this one video where he was talking. It was crazy. The whole half of his face was totally paralyzed. His eye, like he couldn't blink his eye. So he had to keep putting like drops in his eye. He could not blink his eye, and his eye was drying out, which is one of the things that happens with this. The whole half of his face was paralyzed. He couldn't smile because every time he would smile, only half of his mouth would go into the smile. The other part was just wouldn't move at all. And apparently with this thing, like they claim it's caused by like the herpes virus or whatever. That's what they claim it's caused by. And it's like an actually effect of a virus is what they claim is causes this or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think we can all fathom what it may have actually been. Anyways, but it does seem like he is like someone in recovery. Unless you want to go wild and say that there's like clones or doubles or something. But he's a pretty unique singer. And I just saw this thing like that popped up on something where I looked at it. And he just did a recent singing thing, and he was like actually really good. Like he was actually, so it seems like he's like recovering, but that was like a close call. Like the thing about being Russian roulette, yeah, it's like you never know if you're going to recover or not. It's bad.
Okay, but what happens if Jamie Foxx is not paralyzed or blind or whatever?
Well, isn't that already the claim that he already is? It already happened.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, Roofy.
Dude,
Roofy
that's
real quick.
well, they're saying that's like what was this in the news and stuff? I'm sure. It was.
It was. So Roofy, if you want to say that,
his daughter, his friends, and conspiracy
yeah,
theories.
Roofy, if you
Yeah,
say that,
no one knows him personally. Obviously, this was on the news. They're claiming that Jamie Foxx just had this happen.
It was his family and close friends that leaked it to the news. So if that's the case, yeah, it was. If that's the case, that means the news lied that the family leaked it to them, because it was literally I think CNN even fucking broadcasted it, to be honest. I saw fucking look it up.
He actually did get a stroke.
Yeah.
Is it the case that from this day onward, all the strokes are caused by the Pop-Tarts, or is it just some?
Yeah, if it's real. I'm sorry, but the juice is bad.
Well, I've had 5 juices, so yes.
Well, I'll be praying for you big time.
What caused all the blood clots before this?
Hey, Roofy, take 6, dude.
I will. There is the AstraZeneca one here does cause blood clots.
No, it's banned. AstraZeneca is banned in Australia.
It's not quite bad.
They banned it back in January this year quietly, and they didn't say anything.
Yeah, I know that.
Take 5. What the hell was wrong?
Yeah, long story. Gio can tell it. I'll be back in a minute.
I got 2.
I do know.
Took the mandatory ones.
I do know that
I was the crazy guy out front of the tent screaming that you don't take it. That was me.
I do know that our government here in the United States, not everybody, but there was a particular peoples in the government that they now are against taking the Pop-Tarts because now it's coming out that there is a dangerously amount, in statistically, of too many people having side effects. So I know our own government is now saying, let's pull back from this. I forgot the company or the corporation that said that,
but one of them said, yeah, they're like pulling off of it. They're like, okay, no more, don't do it no more. Like that's, I mean, come on, dude. How much more proof do you need that this
it
is not a
served
good
its
thing?
purpose. That they had a specific goal in a measurable time.
Right.
Right. So, and they enlisted the city councils and the universities to take care of it. So it's done. They don't need to go any further.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You know what's intense about it is how much of this stuff for people, this is kind of dark and intense to think about, but for certain individuals, that's what gets even more concerning. Because, like, can these things be activated, essentially? There's that whole big question. And you guys may have heard that.
I'll tell you something.
You guys may have heard that. Hold on. The Pop-Tarts, people who got the people who ate the Pop-Tarts, they have Bluetooth MAC addresses that can actually be.
Okay.
I've heard about.
I'll tell you,
you like
my
that?
family, in my direct family,
That's
we've had
amazing.
a stroke.
Oh, dude, there's actually a group of
heart attack,
researchers.
a
Hold on,
skin
man. There's
cancer on the
actually
face.
hold on for a second. There's a group of researchers in Europe that were professionals as well. They actually did a study. They took people out in the field and they got them very far away from each other. And you can't pick the Bluetooth up. Apparently, you can't do it on your regular phone. You have to put your phone in a developer mode. So you have to use developer mode. And if you turn on developer mode, they found that it was something like 8 out of 10 of the people who ate the Pop-Tarts literally had Bluetooth MAC addresses.
Yeah.
And if you tried connecting to it, they said if you tried to connect to it and you tried to put in a password, it would give you one opportunity to put a password in, and then it would just disappear. The whole Bluetooth address would disappear, and then another one would take its place.
Wow.
Do you have a link for this study? I mean, this is amazing.
Yeah, dude, it's like it's a very well done like documentary actually with professionals and everything. Yeah, it's like a professionally done. Yeah, I can send you. I can't post it here. I guess I don't know on Telegram.
DM it to me. I'm gonna check it out. Sounds amazing.
Well, I don't even want to DM it. It's too for Discord. I don't want my account. It's too much.
Oh, sure. Well, I can Google it, I guess.
Well, it's called.
No,
hold on. The name of it. It's called Blue Truth. Blue Truth.
Sure.
It's a documentary.
Got it.
Yeah, you can remember that Blue Truth. That's the name of it, I believe. It's a documentary. Yeah, you can find it. You might have to go to like BitChute or Rumble. Go there to find it. It's not gonna be on YouTube. You got to go to one of those. But yeah, check it out. I mean,
So was it BLU or BLUE truth?
Blue Truth. I don't know. There's probably Blue.
Okay.
Doesn't even matter. You'll find it.
Either.
Yeah, BLU or BLUE. I forget.
Yeah, it's BLUE truth.
Okay. I gotta find it. Because if it's actual doctors and medical.
I mean, the thing about it. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Were you saying?
No, it's just that if it's an official thing, then it's amazing.
I mean, it is kind of an official documentary in a way. Like there are, it's well done. And the thing about it, though, outside of even that documentary, like, shouldn't this should be able to be verified? The thing, I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult. Thing is, you have to get people that want to participate. First of all, secondly, you have to make sure you're away from all other Bluetooth devices. So that's why doing it out in a field or out in the forest or something, you got to be far enough away. And then I would, we would need to know more about, because you need a device apparently that has developer mode. But it should be pretty, within the range to verify this, right? Because I haven't seen it verified outside of, some of those videos and claims, although they show it live on video. So,
wow.
You know what that means? If you guys have Bluetooth MAC addresses, that means that, like, potentially, if it's that advanced, then could they, I know it's very dark, very intense, but could they log into it and send it a program and boom, you just got a clock.
Right. Right.
Else. It's intense. Really intense.
Holy shit, people.
Yeah, bro. It's a
I think it's been exaggerated a little bit. So there's now reports that he's got a bit better. But the point still lies out there that he got fucked up after he took that thing. So this is what globers and skeptics need to keep in their head. People are getting fucked up after taking the thing.
Right.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a pattern. And I mean, a lot of us knew there was going to be a pattern. And now the pattern is playing out exactly as we said it was.
Right.
And it's like, I don't even want to say I told you so. This just sucks. Like, People are walking around fucking ticking time bombs. Good.
In 2020, I was telling my friends and family, do not take this. Like, don't. Like, please don't. And they're like, how do you know? I'm like, I just follow certain people that just know these things. Like, just please, just listen. And unfortunately, some people still took it. And unfortunately, some people just, things happened. And it's sad because, like I said earlier, it's Russian roulette. Like, not everybody got it. Not everybody had side effects, but still everybody has it though. Like you're saying, those that have it have this possibly MAC address or whatever, or Bluetooth address or Wi-Fi, whatever you want to call it. But I'm just saying that, like, the people that did take it, it might not even affect them like back then, but they don't know the studies for what's going to happen in 5 to 10 years. Like,
Yeah, it's a
they
kind of
honestly don't.
scenario. It's almost like out of a sci-fi movie where it's like, some will be affected. Not all will be affected the same way. It's like like imagine like a daunting voice, and it's like, unfortunately, but the problem is this is reality. Yeah, it's intense. And yeah, but I mean, the thing is though, although this doesn't make it any better, but I will say that in today's world, I mean, there's been so many atrocities, over the just especially in the last 100 years and beyond, world wars, all these different things, and even like the GMO foods, the whole like cancer situation. A lot of these things are actually killing a lot more people overall. So like those agendas have actually already been bigger for decades. However, yeah, this is a unique one that did impact quite a bit of people. But like, how do we balance this amongst like the GMO foods, the pesticides, all the other things that cause health issues or various other exposures that people get? And if some people might be fine too, but you know what I mean? Some people might make it through all right. And maybe it's up to their own body, whether they can like deactivate it or whatever. So there's like deeper, like spiritual and karmic things that could protect certain people in certain ways. At the same time, karma is karma. And if you decide to let someone else inject something into you that you don't have any validation of, then in a sense, you're taking a risk always. No,
Right.
Just
Hey, did you guys see that documentary? And they interviewed like hundreds of different funeral homes, and the people that like do the embalming and the people that like deal with the dead bodies, like a bunch of them were talking about like they found like these weird like blood clots, like, but they're long and like thick, and like they're like, this is not normal. Like, a bunch of people came out and like kind of like expose it, if you will. I forgot the name of the documentary, but it was really well done. Like, like people are literally like trying to get the truth out, but of course, online and other media sources, they're trying to censor it or keep it on the low because obviously it's goes against the agenda, when they're trying to promote it that it's safe. But people like professionals and like people that have been embalmers for like 30, 40 years, and they're like, I've never seen this before. Like, all these bodies, all these cadavers, all these cadavers, and they have this weird long black thick like blood clot.
Sorry, didn't go on there with long, black, and thick. Wow.
Whoa. Slow your mind, Ruhif. We know what you're talking about.
That was a funny way to break up, because you were kind of monologuing, to be fair, and that was a funny way to break it up.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good way to stop. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just saying, like, it's interesting that this documentary came out. A bunch of dudes are like, nah, this is not normal. They never seen it in their whole profession. They never seen these weird blood clots that they're pulling out of people's bodies when they're embalming them and stuff. It's really weird.
Wow, that's intense, dude. That is really intense.
I do remember reading the rebuttal to that.
It's like a tentacle film. It's kind of my sense of it. I actually think it's like a biotech nanotech. It's like a nanotech biofilm, but I almost see it as like a tentacleized film. And then if they activates it, boom, it just blocks the blood flow.
Yeah.
It's
interesting. Well, we'll see what happens in the next couple of years. because it's only
What
going to
if they
work.
link it? And then the other thing that they could do, which I know to some may sound pretty wild and outlandish in a sense, but if they were to do a fake alien invasion and, you know, do that whole deal, and then if they were to essentially like activate this thing in people remotely and then say that it was aliens doing it. And that would make it very real, you know, because like, okay, to get to people to believe there's aliens here, like doing something, most people are not going to believe it because it's like, oh yeah, right, you know. But if it actually is like real things are happening, like a whole city of people just perish, you know, like instantly, or like a large percentage of them do. Something like that, where they could say like, oh, like the aliens have like a death ray and they're just, you know, something like that. And they could, because if real people, something like that is happening. I mean, I don't even want to like say that because it's such a dark thing. And, you know, but at the same time, we know like world wars have happened. We know dark things have happened. So are we really out of this yet? Or are the same people in power then are still in power now?
It's not far from what I had thought that they were going to do. Go ahead, Apocryphon.
No. Okay, just real quick. Didn't 2 days ago, like NASA just had like an alien like like a little briefing? Like, didn't they just announce something about aliens 2 days ago? NASA did.
Well, they're starting to do more of that. Yeah, they're starting to release things about UFOs.
Right.
But I think Truth Prevails is going to get into. But yeah, they've already been starting to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of your idea is kind of very similar to what I had imagined that they could would probably do with this, because we know the fake alien invasion thing is coming eventually. But what I had an idea of is that maybe they would just like get this in everybody and then let everybody start having these issues and be crippled and handicapped in whatever way that these issues are going to cause. And then have the fake aliens arrive with the answer, with the solution, or not even the answer or the solution just to that alone, but in a broad spectrum of different things, like we've corrupted the land, we've corrupted our bodies, and they've got the answer, and we've gotten away from what they're going to play the creator, and that they know how we were originally created because they created us, and now we have to take the medicine that'll bring us back to that.
Whoa, wait, say that again? That was interesting.
Like restore us to our original creation, which they created. They're like to claim that they created us, and they have the answer to restore our original creation.
Oh, they're going to claim that and then claim like some new medical program where to get people. Okay, are you saying that like the idea that they're going to maybe do a lot of this stuff and there's going to be more and more like crises, people are going to be, just with health in different ways perhaps. And then if they link it even to an alien thing as well, are you saying that then like problem, reaction, solution, that they're going to try to come in with like a new medicine or a new protocol or treatment or whatever in order to do that and then get everyone to like fully do that, which might even be more of like, to the level of like being hooked up with a tube every night or something to, something crazy, like some VR, like some VR like thing that you like hook your body into and it just gives you all your medicine and your food. And then they're just like feasting off your brain power.
Yeah, and perhaps the initial individuals they choose to do it, like maybe they'll have some advanced capabilities since they've got this upgrade or whatever. And so it wouldn't just be limited to those who are having medical issues or repercussions from these vaccines or whatever on down the road for generations even. But it's not just that.
Sorry.
Yeah, the code word is Pop-Tarts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, are we still? Are we live? I thought it was paused.
Yeah, no, we are live. Yeah, I didn't pause it, but
Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tart.
It's the only reason I spoke. So, but not only that, but the ones who aren't having any issues or anything, because I know not to say that. I thought the live stream was paused.
No, I mentioned that we could mute it if we wanted to, but I think we just decided to go the code word route.
Okay, I was doing something, so I was like half paying attention. Anyway, so the ones that aren't having any issues or whatever,
I can speak on that.
like they would get envious of these others who've got like these advanced. But the initial thing is that they're going to claim that they're our creators and that they can bring us back to the original creation.
Created in our image, so they're gonna make us satanic. with medicine and the GMOs, and they're going to claim we created you in our image. The whole hell.
Can I share a really dark personal secret with you guys? Are you okay with that? You ready to hear this?
Are you sure you should?
Yeah, no, I don't mind. But it's kind of I find it funny, to be honest. So, but it's also kind of sad. So my girl, she hates this world. She wants to exit. She wants to exit stage left. Okay.
I'm with her.
So well, hold on. Check out what she did. So she found out that the Pop Tarts are dangerous, and there's some possible side effects that can lead to death. So she purposely went and got it, right? And I was like, why did you do that? Okay. And she's a nurse. She's the one that told me, oh, this is really bad for you. Like, do not do that. This is bad for you. So she went and got it once. He got it the second time. She went and got a booster. She got another booster. She got another booster. Matter of fact, CVS hit her up because she went to a different CVS. So they didn't. I'm sorry. She went to where there's like multiple stores here. CVS is one, and was it Rite Aid? No, I think it's the same. Anyways, there's two different companies, and they're like, "Hey, you can take a booster." She purposely is taking boosters, trying to exit stage left, which is kind of fucked up for me, right? Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you're just trying to leave me, or what the fuck's going on? But she's so she's had 3 or 4 Pop Tarts, and at this point, I think 5 boosters. And she even took 2 boosters in one year. So, and nothing's happened to her. She's completely healthy. And it's kind of funny because she's also a very, very, very strong believer. And she's even told me, you know what? If it's his will, he'll take me. But, and she quoted script to me, which I love about her. She's like, a man can drink poison and not die if it's not his will. I was like, amen to that. So she's still alive. Nothing's happened to her. No side effects, no nothing. So it's just a little dark side secret story about me and my girl. But yeah, that's interesting to me.
Isn't there also a verse that says that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge?
Yes, that's very true.
It also says that you have to know the devices of your enemies. And it says, know the devices of the enemies.
Right. I think she's just a living proof of man can drink poison and not die if it's not the will of God. And obviously, it's just not meant for her to go. What was that?
It's Russian roulette. If the place where she goes to get them gets a new batch in, it could be game over.
Right. And sadly, she's kind of hoping for that, and I hate that. I hate to even say that, but
is she scared of air and viruses? Is that why she's taking it?
No, she's purposely trying to die, bro. She's purposely trying to take
she's
it.
Trying to suicide herself.
Yes, she's trying to she's trying to Kevorkian herself. She's Dr. Kevorkian herself, trying to, but she's all, oh my god, it was so funny. One time after she took her last booster, she was like, you know what? I'm such a failure. I can't even kill myself, right? It was so funny, dude. And it's sad but funny at the same time. But yeah, that's one of those things. She even did she even did a will and everything, a life. What do you call them? Life insurance.
Yeah. Oh, life insurance.
Yeah, she even did that and everything. She's like, I just want to leave. I can't stand this place. I'm tired of it. This place is so corrupt. She hates this place. It's so filled with evil. She's like, I just want Father to take me home. I'm done. I'm like, well, you can't just kill yourself. She's like, well, I'm not. I'm not killing myself. I'm like, wow.
I'd be careful who I told that to, because if something did happen to her, right, and she had life insurance and it was an accident, you just never know. Just be careful what you say to people, because then it would be void, I guess, because suicide. Because I thought about that for my kids, right? If I leave this world, get life insurance.
Well,
then it's
technically, life insurance, suicide within 2 years is void, but after it, it's not, which is really weird. Very, very weird. You can kill yourself after 2 years and still collect. That's very, very weird that they even have that clause in there. But they have up to 2 years after. They probably think like maybe if 2 years went by, you wouldn't want to kill yourself no more. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. But life insurance is like there's a 2 year clause.
I just thought of a wild. I just thought of a wild scenario real quick. Like in that scenario of the Bluetooth, like let's just say it's like a movie script, basically what I'm about to say. What if like there's like these Bluetooth things and you could tap into them and then like cause something to happen in someone? And then what if like hackers figured out a way to hack it and then they were like choosing who they were gonna, access or whatever, like they're like a sneaky underground group that's like tapping into people's Bluetooth and then sending a program in.
That would be crazy. Well, I know this whole like I don't know if you guys know or not. I think in San Diego, is it the first week of June? Yeah, this week of June, apparently something's supposed to happen in San Diego. Just mark my words. I might be wrong, but I heard some classified shit or whatever that in San Diego there's a couple teams that are going out to apparently they're going to if just keep your ear, to the streets. Look if San Diego's doing any type of quote unquote drills or how they say it, where they're doing like practicing or whatever. But apparently there's a group of people in San Diego that could possibly have this like zombie virus or whatever, and they're going to take them out this week. So apparently, I don't know how true it is, but they were saying their instructor was telling them, let's not let happen what happened in Florida. Do you remember back then the cover story was bath salts? That person that was eating somebody? Well, apparently that person was somebody that got away from when they went to knock out this cell of people that had this weird zombie disease, they call it. I forgot what it's called. But one of them got away, and that's the one that got away with like ate somebody's face off in the streets of Florida. And then the media though spun it and they said it's due to bath salts. They were high on bath salts. So I guess it's going to happen in San Diego. This is the first week of June, right? So yeah, it's supposed to happen this week, where they're going to go down in San Diego. Just keep your ears to the streets if you ever hear about San Diego having these practices or run throughs, or I don't know what they call them, but anyways, there's like a certain team that's going down there.
This is the first time I'm hearing of someone being like some zombie eating somebody in Florida.
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
No, I did not hear about that.
Yeah, that was a couple years ago, and the media spun it as the person was high on bath salts, and they literally have video of them like eating somebody's face on the streets. It's fucking disgusting. You probably shouldn't even look it up. Don't look it up because it's quite disturbing. But this was an operation from the military, and one of the people that they were supposed to like go and isolate got away. And then the commanding officer for San Diego, he like literally tells the people in the room, it's like kind of like a whistleblower, if you will. He had like a camera like filming it. He's like, let's not let happen what in Florida. Let's not make no mistakes. So just make sure. Anyways, maybe I'm way too far in the rabbit hole right now, but yeah.
As far as the hacking, like they so for them to hack it, first of all, the address is probably hidden. Like it's not a place that the reason that hackers can easily hack most things that people use is because it's a commonly known device. For one, now if like this would be something that would be unknown to people, and the ones that do find out, it's going to be like what, a rare handful of individuals that see and know that there's a MAC address, be registering within a person after they get whatever, then there's also like entries, front ends and back ends, and script. So if it's released by the military and they're the only ones using it, most likely they're using a script that no one else, has the the encryption or decryption to encrypt or programs to read. They don't even have knowledge. This is what I would think anyway, that they wouldn't even have knowledge of what kind of script they're using or program to even be able to communicate with it. And the front end and back end traffic ports or whatever for it would be limited. And plus, then there's the issue with it's hidden and nobody know. Like people don't know. It's the access points is what makes things vulnerable.
Yeah. All I know is that within the next 2 years, it's going to get very, very interesting.
And if someone were able to, they just blame it on China anyway.
Yeah, we'll find out. Just remember what I told you. Well, if you guys hear in the news about San Diego running operations, just remember what I said. It should be this week.
Well, I'm going to have to look for that about that zombie flesh eating whatever, because I heard about the one that was the deer was supposed to have, like that disease that they claimed the deer had. I don't even remember what the name of the disease was, but I didn't hear about the person eating another human. So if you have a link to that, just DM it to me. But I should be able to just search for it, right? It's not censored or anything.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys are funny. True, very true, loggers. Anyways, yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in this world. Aliens attacking, NASA's talking about it, the government's been talking about it, releasing all this stuff. I'm very interested in as to how do the naysayers how do they naysay? How do they not realize that there is a lot of truth to a lot of the crazy stuff that's going on? That's very, very strange.
Yeah, I mean, for the first time in our lives, they're putting in the news that they're shooting down UFOs. I mean, that's
exactly.
If you had said that 10 years ago, people would be like, "No way!" The government's admitting that they're shooting down UFOs, and now they're doing that. So yeah, it's. I mean, the whole idea of a Project Bluebeam or some fake alien invasion thing does look like that could be on the horizon.
We're closer than ever.
What's up? Yeah, exactly. I know, dude. ET.
I know ET's voice. Yeah, ET knows all about that shit. Come on, ET. Come on, ET. Drop the knowledge.
I don't know all about it, but I spend more
you
time
fucking
on this
spend
stuff
hours. You spend countless hours researching this shit. Come on, don't be modest now.
I want to hear what Truth Prevails was talking about people eating people. What was that all about? People eating people?
That was a horrible thing. I claimed that someone on bath salts or something was going on.
All right, bad taste. My bad.
It's a
bad.
It's a bad taste. Well, I don't know how it tasted, but it probably was bad.
I didn't even mean it like that. You got it even weirder. Okay, yeah.
You just got to add barbecue sauce.
Oh my God! No,
I didn't even mean that. I straight up did not mean to say that. But
so
anyway.
ET, you honestly don't know? You don't remember when that dude got his face eaten in Florida?
Man, there's so much of that shit that happens all the time. Do you guys remember the situation in about 10 years, a little over 10 years ago? They call him the Greyhound bus killer. There was this Greyhound bus in Canada in the middle of the night, a small Greyhound bus too, and this guy had some beef with some guy, and he just like in the middle of the bus in front of everyone just stabbed the shit out of him and like eviscerated him and like chopped his head off with a knife. And everyone's like, "Oh my fucking god!" Yeah, look it up. And
Should we ban buses?
here's something crazy about that whole event too. A few years later, they let him go, and he's walking among the public as we speak, and has been for a long time now.
I thought you were gonna drop us some truth bombs. I thought
I
you were
know,
gonna drop us some
E.T.
truth bombs about aliens.
I just wanted to touch on that whole eating
ET
people
knows
thing.
about aliens. Come on, ET, share your knowledge.
Oh, is that
You
what the
have-
aliens are gonna do? Are the aliens gonna eat people?
No, they're gonna eat us. They would have They would have eaten us already.
Are you doing
They would have already done it. I think. Don't you think?
Are you doing a slow reveal that the aliens?
Yeah. Slow disclosure. Right. Yeah.
ET's a part of it.
You know what? I think it's actually happening. To be perfectly honest, I think because it's been. You guys remember that Pentagon thing from back in like 2017 or so, where they released those crazy videos? It's right around the time they started calling them UAPs.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
They
you know
switched
those
it up.
black and white like infrared videos of those drone footage or who knows what they were, but there was like 3 or 4 of them. There's about 3 of them actually, famously from that period of time, and I think that was always really weird. And then you had all this weird stuff. Does anyone know who like Lou? Like, remember that whole thing where the then this guy? This is crazy. You go for hours about this. Do you guys remember how the Blink 182 singer Tom DeLonge came out and he was like, "I've been working with some like Pentagon contacts, and we're gonna make a release about some super serious UFO alien information." And then they start this fucking thing, this huge fundraiser thing, and they got like millions of dollars. Oh man. It's crazy. And then this guy named Lou Elizondo, who was like some kind of military guy in the Pentagon for a few years. He's like, "Yeah, I've been researching this shit for years, guys. There's like disclosures happening. It's like it's all coming out." And it's just like it's mostly all coming from the Pentagon. And yeah, now you got all this NASA shit coming up. But NASA's been talking about this shit for years. And it's always bullshit, of course, right?
I don't think so.
I don't. Okay, I will say this: I don't think there's anything special about what's happening right now that hasn't happened before. Like, not even close.
I just think they're dealing with demonic entities, to be honest, personally. That's just what I believe.
Yeah, that could be. It's hard for me to have this conversation with y'all because I believe space is real and you don't, and so it's harder for me. I'm not going to force any idea onto anyone, but I'm just saying that, like, I ultimately think the whole thing is based around some cover up for a military secret space program, but I can't really talk about that.
Well,
really.
Well, technically, ET stands for extraterrestrial, which technically just means extra land.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I know, but that's just my stupid internet name. I could change my name to John, and my opinion wouldn't change at all.
no, I'm just saying, like, there is there is truth to some, these, whatever they are, visitors, whatever you want to call them. They can't just be coming from beyond the ice wall in lands that we cannot go to.
Okay, well, do you want to talk about UFOs for a couple minutes? I'm not trying to get into it, but now that you guys were the ones that brought it up with the whole NASA thing. Hey, man, let's pretend these UFO things. It's obviously intelligent. That's pretty clear, at least to me. That doesn't necessarily mean they're coming from outer space, because I know a lot of people think that doesn't exist. When I first got into UFOs many years ago, I was convinced that they were like aliens visiting us, right? Like, I think a lot, if not most people, believe that. But the more I thought about it and looked into it and everything, and just like thought about it more so than anything, doesn't it kind of make more sense that it would just be another civilization, or could even be just straight up a human military group or something, just sharing the space with us? You know, that makes almost more sense to me than coming from like 7 light years away. I've thought that for a long time now, and I stand by it. I'm not saying I know, but I mean, what's more likely? They come from 7 or 8 or 9 light years away, or basically right below our feet, you know? So, yeah, that's what I think.
Good stuff.
Antarctica or Area 51 and a few other bases.
But what about Area 52, bro? What about that?
Yeah, but they've got a few.
They got a lot. That Area 51 stuff, that's old school stuff. They're way past that now. You can even, that's why the first images I've taken of Area 51 were from Russian satellite imagery way back, but when it was still highly classified. And then now it's on Google Images. There's nothing secret really happening there anymore. And if there is, it's underground, which is another whole topic. That's where all the crazy shit is happening, in my opinion, now.
Mm.
And you know they're doing crazy ass shit. Let's not sit here and pretend like they're sitting down there playing patty cake. There's probably some crazy ass shit going on down there in those military.
It can be. They can be aliens. They could be CIA. They could be the Pentagon. All from Earth, just popping out of a little base and flying around.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. Doesn't that seem more likely than aliens from Zeta Reticula?
Yeah.
Little gray aliens from Zeta Reticula.
Simpler and easier.
Well, it is simpler and easier, yeah. I guess that doesn't necessarily make it true, but I guess that's almost like an Occam's razor kind of argument. But I mean, it's worth thinking about, in my opinion.
Well, ever since I got into the truth movement, if you want to call it that, when I got woke to big pharma and you start getting all these doors opened, and that door becomes a key to the next door and that door and so forth. It kind of tends, if you stay on that path, it'll fractal out. But ever since I first started looking into things with an open mind, and then I started realizing how much they'd lied to us, and then revisiting some of this history. When you look back at we talk about it all the time in these communities, right? In these servers, we always get into it and talk about these ancient structures and the possibilities or evidences of the ancient tech that they've got. Like that the tech that we have isn't new, that they've had old tech. Like maybe some people don't think that the tech we have now is like not new, that it's old and just recycled. But for the most part, I think we go around and around exploring it. But then, one thing I could never figure out, it was like, it kind of seems like it's like this script, it's this playbook that they've got. And when they play it out once, they log down and they archive where they make their mistakes and learn the psychology. And they just keep trying until they get it all right. And when you look at some of these ancient structures and cities, it's like some of the cities are built like circuit boards. And then, of course, we have the pyramids. And evidence of batteries and, things alluding to them having some sort of power or whatever. And then I thought, well, they tried it once and they had this technology that was maybe either they tapped into the Akashic records or some entity give it to them or whatever. Like, however they received the knowledge, but they didn't know how to use it. And so they started building, this is what I first thought, right? So they started building cities, and that's why they look like circuit boards, because they went too large. Now they're going small, microscopic. The same framework, the same structure, like the same schematics, only, it's with, processors and circuit boards, and instead of trying to, and electricity, and instead of trying to get the power from running water and so forth, whatever they got the power from in these big cities, it looks like circuit boards. But then when I found out that over the past 10 years, they've discovered that there is a pyramidal neuron in the brain. This has blown my mind. That there's a pyramidal neuron in the brain which is responsible for consciousness. Then it's like, I look at the pyramids in a whole new way, right? It's like, I'm thinking that they were given this knowledge, and they knew then when they built the pyramids, they knew then that was a way to access our consciousness. But they went too large. Maybe maybe they need to go smaller. I don't know. I think it's too big of a coincidence that there's like this light, all-seeing eye, the all-knowing, right, that knows all things. It's where all the knowledge comes from, on top of a pyramid. And then it is a pyramidal neuron in the brain that is responsible for consciousness. And ironically enough, it's at 613 terahertz. And I think that's like a certain number of law that one religion, that's the total number of laws that they follow. And what it does, though, is it lights up. It lights up and it focuses that energy, into the point. And it's just like the all-seeing eye. So I believe that they were given this knowledge. They had this knowledge. They've had it. And they've laid out this plan to conquer the world or whatever. I don't know what their end plan is, to be honest with you. But I know that along the way, their plan is to control people, control the population. And so, I mean, there could very well be other lands with other populations where they're trying other things. That's possible. But just the fact that way back when we're supposed to be so primitive, they were able to build the pyramids, that there's this parallel with, that's too many coincidences. That they put this all-seeing eye that's like this light on top of a pyramid. And they have what, a king's chamber in the center, so it gets in. Then there's like a pyramidal neuron in our brain that's responsible for consciousness, which lights up at a certain frequency. What? He knew. Back then.
Anunnaki knowledge. That's where they get the knowledge from.
It's a theory. An interesting theory.
And ironically, okay, so those chambers in the, well, if you all want to talk about UFOs, I can stop, but this is just interesting to me.
People don't talk about them enough, in my opinion. I almost never bring them up, actually, even though I'm fascinated with the subject and I've been obsessed for a long time. Continue. Yeah. Yeah, UFO specifically. I mean, like, and like the ties, because obviously that's tied to something much larger, right?
I love pyramids, truth, so it's fine with me. UFOs I like as well. UFOs, aliens, pyramids.
And there's a lot of parallels. I just pointed out like one or two just to, maybe perhaps strike an interest in, intrigue someone's mind. Find out who's interested in it. Because ultimately, this is what they're after, is our minds. They don't care about money. They don't care about destroying us. Like, they could literally right now have enough weaponry, if they wanted to, they could just wipe us all out. It's not about that either. It's all about the mind. And they don't just want to control. Of course, they want to control your mind so that they can control what you do, so that you'll be a good slave and so forth, and all this and that. But they're after something more than that.
Hey, Truth, can I ask you a question right on that front specifically? What do you think about the whole, without using the whole like cliche idea of it, but like you sound like you probably know, you've actually looked into it a little bit more, not like, you know what I mean, like not so like generally as like a lot of people have. What do you think about the idea of there being like another alien force or something? Like you could almost call them the reptilians or something like that, who are like harvesting us to just basically feed off of our negative emotions. Do you think that could be real? Like obviously
Alien,
it could be real, but
like it depends on what you alien that. Okay, if it's like you said, maybe come from another land or something. I mean, perhaps there could be, you know, if you want to call them races, then maybe the races that we're aware of aren't all the races. Maybe you go to the north and, I mean, there's journals and accounts of individuals taking trips to the north. And this guy, what Richard Byrd did, Admiral Byrd did.
yeah,
Didn't he?
Admiral
And
Byrd,
then
yeah.
there's also
Yeah.
this other guy with the Smoky God. If you read that one or listen to the audiobook. So, the guy and his son went, and allegedly, it's a different type of being, like the same kind of stature, not stature, but made the same, but they have a different stature. And I think he said that they were pale-skinned and white-haired, and they were taller or whatever in the north. If I remember
Nordic
correctly,
type, the
I could be
Nordic
wrong.
type.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Yeah, I guess. That's what they found, or the guy encountered at the north. That when he got so far, he had gotten so far that they were skimming fresh water off of the top of, off the top. Because I guess I guess there was fresh water, and there's places that are known now where fresh water can run across the top of salt water. But anyway, that's how they were surviving, and he didn't think that they were going to make it, and started getting concerned, this and that and other, and they were met by these individuals, and they escorted them, and they couldn't travel on their own, like they had to be escorted. But the fruits were like humongous in size, and everything grew green. You could eat everything there, and the only thing that they taught was music. The only reason they even taught any mathematics was when it was, in relation to music.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't even start teaching them this until they were like 21, if I remember correctly.
That's super interesting. Yeah, and also if you study music at all, it's actually like highly mathematical based, or it can be developing on, or depending on like what aspects of it you're looking at, like even in its most basic forms. Like everyone knows music's like frequencies, right? Like everyone knows the note A, right? It's 440 hertz, and then what happens is if you go up to 880 hertz, you're up at A again, but up in a higher octave. So, and then it just goes up until the human ear can't hear it anymore, but it follows that pattern.
I think that's the one. I mean, that's not the one that I saw. That's not the one that I listened to, but that's the name of the guy.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
But yeah, all of creation is musical. Vibrational, it's all about ratios and octaves, and I heard earlier today everybody was talking about the number 7. And when you listen to Ben Iverson break down the mathematics of this, it's like he points out what's the important keynotes to remember. And one of the things were that, like each wave, when you break things down into waves, and interestingly enough, this is one thing that I took away from it. Digitally, it's like if you use a digital device to get a wave, you get a square wave. From what I understood is a square wave, but in order to reach a high enough frequency for mind, energy, consciousness, and so forth, like you have to have a sine wave, because a square wave is not capable of reaching that high frequency. Which is why they still need us, because they can't digitally, artificially recreate the high frequency required for the mind energy, the energy that the mind can tap into, or consciousness. But it's all musical. And one thing that Ben Iverson said, going back to the number 7, that each wave or waterfall, each waterfall has 7 octaves, and it just breaks down like that. This is the dance of all of creation.
Just in nature, like in the way we see it, maybe.
It's funny that you talk about music and aliens, because it reminded me of that one movie. What is it called? Like Encounters of the First Kind or something like that.
Do 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 do.
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of. For real.
It's all very interesting stuff. I've been into the UFO thing for like a long time, and at first I had a hard time like coming to terms with it, but like, and now I'm okay with the like what I see it as a realization that like I'll probably never know what exactly it is, and I'm okay with that. Like it's kind of, there's a level of frustration there, but I mean, especially after you put so much like time and energy into it, but it's okay, I guess.
So prime numbers were important. The number 19 was important. 7, 12, ironically enough, like I think it's like 12 waterfalls, and then we have 12 zodiacs. It's like so much correlation. Anyway, I guess no one found it intriguing. No one found it interesting that there's a pyramidal shaped neuron in the brain.
Oh no, I
where
only didn't
consciousness is
respond
manifest.
because I'd never heard that before. I've heard about the pineal gland. That's about as far as I can go with that concept. Has anyone else heard of that?
It's not not only that, but listen, there's more parallels. It's like there's so much in there. It's not even funny. Not just the 613 terahertz, but also they need nonpolar and polar regions within this pyramidal neuron, and the only way that they can have that is if this. And they even use the word olive oil like substance is present. Now, what about that's written in these religious texts that say, that you have to keep oil in your lamps, or your light, your light won't shine, and then in the end it says, you must be found with the oil in your lamp. Anyway, I just found it there's too many parallels. Too many parallels, too many correlations. To me, it's like this goes back to the beginning of the origin of all these deceptions. They knew then, right? Because of the symbology of the pyramids and the religions that were written with, oils in lamps and whatever. But if that olive oil-like substance wasn't present, then it didn't work. They couldn't get any conductivity because there needed to be nonpolar and polar regions. And the oil was the thing that did the insulating. It's like, mixing water and oil. You can't mix water and oil. And it's not just the olive oil, but then you have the golden-like substance. Then you have the white substance like milk and honey. There's too many correlations. So they knew this then. I'm saying when they built the pyramids, they knew that that's where consciousness resided. That was, what if, okay, so what, all this technology and information wherever they get it from, if they get it from an entity, if they get it from some superior being, whatever, like wherever they get it from, it looks like they're playing out in all this, where they're trying this technology in different forms and different fashions until they get the one that suffices or serves their purpose or whatever, or they get the best outcome. So in all this information that they've got, it's like, what if that is like our consciousness is the access to the Creator, and they want access to the Creator? What I don't even know if this is even true. They want to battle with him, because honestly, I think that's another made up story. Because before you can have life, you need the disharmony. So it's like, and will and intent, the one mind, the Creator, had to first have the will and intent to have a thought. And then the thoughts are polarizing. So will and intent had to thought and put that forth, and it's polarizing. So it's like the one mind, it fractals out into two polarized thoughts. And through the will and intention, then these things are brought forth. And then from those, it just keeps fractaling out. So if the access to the one, I mean, I believe the one had a will and intent to create the disharmony, which moves away from the center, which moves away from the one that created everything. And then harmony, which moves towards the one. But there's this dance. But the disharmony has to exist for life, for there to be movement, for there to be life. Right? And then and even if you go back to like Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum, it's like 10 octaves. So when you reach the 10th octave, and I don't know if it is 10 octaves, that's, I mean, he was able to identify and discover, elements using his method. So, I mean, I guess, unless that knowledge was given to him, and that's a lie, it's pretty shitty that you can't really trust the information that you get, and you have to really look at everything so objectively. Right? But anyway, if it's true, that's how he did discover him, and that he did discover him, and that
It
there
is
are 10
shitty.
octaves. Yeah, it
Think
is.
about it this way, though. I agree. Also, it's so frustrating trying to find truthful information, like especially these days with the internet. Even though we have more information than ever, it's the true challenge now. Now you're really truly challenged to like exercise your mind and your knowledge. So you have that, though. I mean, I don't know.
If that's
Like, I mean,
true, then
do we want everything handed to you on a silver platter? I really don't.
if that's true, then all the ones who choose to resonate on the frequency of the disharmony and the disharmony itself, like all the ones that are doing it, like they're doing the thing they're supposed to be doing, I guess, because disharmony has to exist, and the frequency of disharmony is going to be there regardless of whether or not individuals choose to follow the path. I guess it's which path do you want to find yourself on? Do you want to find yourself on a harmonious path moving towards the Creator, or on a disharmonious path moving
Right.
away? And all of that relies on your intent, in my opinion, in my view.
I think that intention aspect that you spoke of, I think that's huge right there, because like that'll dictate your choices. That'll dictate pretty much everything in your life. Even if things go awry, at least you meant well. And if there is something watching you, or some nature or element of the universe, like judging or watching, or some kind of like karma based like great equalizer situation going on, you really can't go wrong.
Just focusing on my intent, right, over this. It's like over this past year, but I mean, I've been changing a lot of things and doing a lot of reflection, self-awareness, and everything. Ever since I've been like into the knowledge of a lot of this stuff, because it kind of woke me up and snapped me out of some of this robotic motions throughout the day. Hold on just a second. Okay, sorry about that. But anyway, ever since I've been focusing on intent, like I can see a huge difference. I can see a huge difference in, well, I could like lay a lot of specifics out for you, but let me just say I can see a huge difference. Just got to check your intent, be honest with yourself. But even if you can't be crucially honest with yourself, then you'll never get your intent right. Even in the religions, it's all about intent.
Yeah,
Like they have examples.
Prayer, for example, is a very common one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And well, if you look at our brains, like Del Pond put it, or John Keeley, that they're acoustic resonators. And if you are mindful and you can tap into the mind energy, then the intent, right? And you have a couple. What does it say in Scripture? It's like where two or more are gathered. It's like agree on a thing, and it shall be done unto you. It's just, to me, that's exactly following the rules of vibration. People bring it up and they talk about it all the time. They're like, well, that person, they'll talk about this person like, well, they don't go to church, and, and then it's like, we prayed, we go to church and we prayed, and this thing didn't happen. Well, I mean, so you have your do's and your don'ts. You have your times it works and your times that it doesn't work on both sides of the fence. And the only common denominator in both areas is intent.
Or other people would be like, see, the whole thing is ridiculous. A lot of people would say.
This is the reason why they want to control us. They want to tap into this. This is the power they want. They want access to our consciousness, and they want to control it. That they want to have it for themselves. The power. If you knew how much power was in your head, in your brain, just with your mind, well, not so much in your head, but more so with your consciousness. Because it can be manifest in your skull, in your brain, in that pyramidal neuron, right? But it doesn't reside there. It's where it manifests, in this realm, in the physical, so that you can experience it while you're in this flesh. But that's not where it originates from. We want access to where it originates from. Because that is all the power.
Yeah, but can we access that in this lifetime? Fully.
Oh, we just need to take control of our own minds. Access our own individual first